Chapter 361 Stay and Plot. Silence. There was silence. There was deathly silence in the cave. In the middle of the cave, the golden-browed old man glared angrily and gritted his teeth. On the right side of the mountain wall, the short, fat man with red gold slid down. His whole body was numb and weak, and he stared at Luli, shocked and angry. The other guests were shocked. The most shocking thing was the boy in the tiger skin skirt. The young man was sitting on the big animal skin chair, looking at Luli, who was calm and drinking as if nothing had happened. His eyes were wide open, dumbfounded and unbelievable. He didn't expect Luli to be so aggressive. The short, fat man with red gold is the most powerful god transformer of the red gold tribe. He actually competed with a nascent soul monk for magic power and ended up at a disadvantage, also slightly injured. Even the golden-browed old man who came to the rescue was made disgraced. Moreover, the nascent soul cultivator only moved one hand during the entire process. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, applause sounded. The young man in black armor standing in front of the boy in the tiger skin skirt clapped his hands and said with admiration, "The Taoist friend has profound magical power. At the middle stage of nascent soul, it is comparable to the cultivator of the transformation of God. It is rare in the world, especially that move of the phantom thunder body just now. The physical body was instantly transformed into thunder and lightning. It was so mysterious and unparalleled that I admire it. Fellow Taoist has such profound attainments. I'm afraid he is not an ordinary member of the Laming tribe." The last sentence is profound. After hearing this, Luli just smiled and replied with 2 words. "You guess?" Luli decided. Anyway, he has activated the underworld reincarnation technique and changed his appearance. No one recognizes him, so he can just sit back on his own. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. Now, a direct burst of extraordinary and terrifying strength can shock these guys and make them fearful. The effect is indeed good. The angry looks cast by the short, fat man with red gold and the old man with golden eyebrows also calmed down a bit. "Ha ha. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This venerable Lei is the uncle of Lei Luan who you just killed. So he was rude to you and offended you. However, as the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. So you two might as well drink after a cup and a hangover. This matter is over," the young man in black armor suddenly suggested. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the short, fat man with red gold nicknamed Lord Thunder immediately turned gloomy and livid. Very ugly. As a god incarnation monk, he actually wants to bow to this nascent soul boy. However, when he thought that this was Lei Yuan's city, and he would have to look at people's faces in the future, the red gold short and fat man's expression darkened, and his whole body was ablaze with red gold thunder fire. And he recovered. "Just rub it." The fat, red gold man stood up, casually grabbed a bottle of wine, and saluted Luli. "My fellow Taoist, my magic power is amazing. I, Venerable Lei, am willing to be defeated." After saying that, drink it all in one gulp. Luli didn't care. He raised his glass casually and took a sip. At this time, the young man in the tiger skin skirt suddenly stood up. A sharp light was shining on him, and he raised his glass with both hands. "This fellow Taoist has the most magical power to surpass Yuanying. It is really shocking. I, Honghu, give you a toast. Just average. Just third in the world." Luli smiled and raised his glass in return. As soon as these words came out, all the guests in the cave looked sideways, with shock and doubt in their hearts. Who is this guy from the Laming clan? So loud. "I haven't asked yet. What is your Taoist friend's surname?" The boy in the tiger skin skirt named Honghu has piercing eyes. The look in Luli's eyes seemed to be that of a king who was thirsty for talents. "Landcarp," Luli said with a smile. "I heard that a genius came out of Zhongzhou in that world. His name is Luli. He is extremely talented and talented. He is the dream lover of 9 trillion girls. I am very interested. So, this time I went out. I also made a pseudonym, also called Luli." This time, he didn't bother to get a pseudonym. Reveal your real name directly. Anyway, he knows the Thunder Clan's true form, and is more than capable of pretending to be a member of the Thunder Clan. So no one should doubt him. After all, the only ones who now know that he has broken through to the middle stage of nascent soul are the Yiming Ghost Emperor and the Black Market Boss. Seeing Luli speaking his pseudonym openly, all the guests present had cold expressions on their faces, and their eyes became unkind. "This guy is so rude." The young man in the tiger skin skirt, Honghu, didn't pay attention, and asked again. I wonder why fellow Taoist Lu came to the Thunder Prison ancient land. Do you need my help? Just ask. Indeed. Lu Li's heart moved and he nodded. I came to the Thunder Prison ancient land this time to find a special thunder beast. It should be similar to a thunder turtle, with thunder patterns on its back. Just now, the system projected the third genius in front of him. It's a black turtle. At that time, Lu Li sensed that the black turtle's cultivation level was not very high. It was probably in the foundation building stage of spiritual wisdom. So he had the idea of recruiting disciples. If this black turtle is an ownerless thunder beast, it just happened to be accepted as his apprentice. Bringing it back to the Huangquan sect in the future will also strengthen the power of the Huangquan sect and serve as a sect's sacred beast or something. A black turtle with thunder patterns on its back? Okay, fellow Taoist Lu. Why don't you stay in Leiyuan City for a few days? I'll ask my servants to help you search for it. At this time, Honghu, the young man in tiger skin skirt, suggested. I appreciate young Master Han's kindness. However, since I will not be rewarded for my merits, I will go find this thunder beast myself. Lu Li smiled and waved his hand, refusing directly. The people in Leiyuan City are vicious and not good people. It is better to leave quickly to avoid getting into trouble. Seeing Lu Li's refusal, the young Honghu frowned and looked at the young man in black armor beside him. The young man in black armor smiled. Friend Taoist Lu, with your cultivation, even if you continuously activate the thunder teleportation formation of the Thunder Clan, it will take a lot of effort and danger to leave the Thunder Prison ancient land. It is better to stay here for a few days. After a while, the city lord will take people to Yinshao continent, and he will give you a ride. Oh, isn't there a teleportation array here? Lu Li's eyes lit up. This Leiyuan City is a place of exile and a refuge for fleeing monks. Therefore, there is no teleportation array here. If you want to enter, you can only enter through the outer periphery of the Thunder Prison ancient land. The same goes for wanting to leave. Leiyuan City does not have a teleportation array. However, the city lord has boundless magic power and has the ability to overcome tribulations. So he has his own way. The young man in black armor said with a smile. This, Lu Li showed emotion on his face and fell into deep thought. Feel it secretly. The strong anger and evil of the 7 emotions came from the red gold short and fat Han Venerable Lei and the old man with golden eyebrows. If they leave at this time, I am afraid that the 2 of them will get entangled with a group of accomplices to intercept and kill them. Why not stay first? At this time, the black-armored young man smiled again and said, Fellow Taoist Lu is from the Lei Ming clan. In the future, he will probably also practice the Supreme Thunder secret technique of the 3 realms light-splitting divine thunder explosion. It just so happens that Leiyuan City is located on the edge of the ancient land of Thunder Prison, and there are often monks there. I have returned from searching for divine thunder from the depths of the ancient land of Thunder Hell. If my fellow Taoist stays for a few days, I might be able to obtain a kind of supreme divine thunder. This person's eyes were indeed vicious, and he could directly see through Lu Li's thoughts. No wonder he became the leader. Then again, what's this guy's name? Shin Feiyu. Lu Li recalled it, raised his wine bottle, and said in salute. In that case, I will bother young Master Hong for a few days. Good. Honghu, the young man in the tiger skin skirt, looked happy and raised his glass in reply. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lu. I will immediately send someone to help you search for that turtle thunder beast. There is also the supreme divine thunder. Thank you. However, I am short of money. Lu Li frowned slightly. The currency of this thunder world is also spirit stone, but more commonly used is something called thunder crystal, which contains the power of pure thunder. The best thunder crystal still condenses the power of the thunder avenue. There are no land carps at all. Moreover, the spirit stone of this thunder world is more or less mixed with the real power of thunder. As soon as his pure spirit stone is taken out, the secret may be revealed immediately. Of course, there is another reason. He didn't want to give money. He wants to have sex for nothing. It's just some spiritual stones. It's no big deal. It's my blessing to be able to make friends with such a peerless talent as Taoist fellow Lu. Honghu, come on. Have a drink. Honghu, a young man in a tiger skin skirt, spoke very boldly and raised his glass in toast. Don't take it seriously. Please. Lu Li smiled politely and raised his glass in return. Next, Honghu, Shin Feiyu, and all the Thunder Realm monks in the cave did not continue to ask, but continued the banquet and chatted. Lu Li dealt with one thing after another, and his mouth was not idle, eating happily. Have to say, the flesh-eating spiritual fruits of the thunder world contain a trace of thunder and lightning power. If taken into the stomach, they will temper the physical body and make it strong and strong. Lei Yuanli is very sufficient. Halfway through, a ding sound suddenly sounded. Your wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique consumes the pure power of thunder. And you are satisfied. You feel happy, and your training effect is increased by 100%. Progress plus 1%. Current state, 5th level, progress 96%. 96% progress? Doesn't that mean that if you swallow any kind of mysterious fire, thunder, and wind, you can break through to the 6th level? At that time, it will be 3,000 miles in an instant. Lu Li's heart moved. At this time, outside the water corridor of the cave, a beauty with colorful butterflies walked in holding a jade plate. On top of the jade plate, there is a glass vase. The clear blue water is swaying in the bottle, and you can faintly see the thunder clouds, storms, and rough waves in the bottle. There is actually a sea in this bottle. Take another closer look. There are many black spots in the sea in the bottle. It's a black turtle. Friend Lu Dao, as you said, I will send people to search for all the black turtles and thunder beasts in the city and put them in bottles. Can you see if there is anything you want? Honghu, a young man in a tiger skin skirt, showed a flattering smile. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. There was no trace of joy in my heart. This is not good. As the saying goes, showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. Is this guy so hospitable? What exactly are you trying to do with him? Chapter 362, Calculation. Shuji, this young Master Honghu must have a plan. Moreover, just looking at his men, each of them looks ferocious and has a hideous face. This guy is definitely not a good person. However, Lu Li was not too afraid of this person's current attitude of being a courteous corporal, and planned to just calm down for a while. When the free whoring is over, leave immediately. Thinking of this, Lu Li laughed and thanked him casually. Young Master Hong, you really do things quickly. You found the black turtle thunder beast I wanted so quickly. Let me see it. The words fell. Lu Li grabbed the glass vase held by the colorful butterfly beauty in front of him with a big hand. With sharp eyes, he shot at the thousands of black turtles and thunder beasts in the vase. Compare one by one. However, not at all. Lu Li smiled and shook his head. It's a pity. The thunder beast I'm looking for is not in this bottle. But it's no wonder. It is a rare thunder beast after all. How could I find it so quickly? But, thank you, Master Hong. I here's to you. Saying that, he toasted again. You're welcome. Please. Honghu, a young man in tiger skin skirt, also smiled and raised his glass. Friend Lu, please rest assured that I will continue to send people to help you find the thunder beast. How about you live in this stone building with peace of mind for the next few days? That's annoying. Lu Li agreed on the spot. Afterwards, there was another round of drinking. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. During the banquet, the black-armored young man Shin Feiyu, the short, fat man with red gold, Venerable Lei, the old man with golden eyebrows, and others all deliberately or unintentionally made insinuations, trying to find out Lu Li's identity. Lu Li was tired of being asked, so he directly held up his hands and said, Young Master Hong, I'm a little drunk. Plus, I just teleported here. I'm a little acclimatized. So I want to go and rest first. Oh, come here. Take fellow Taoist Lu to the best Thunder Palace to rest. Young Master Hong quickly ordered. Immediately, a colorful butterfly beauty came forward and said delicately, Master Lu, please come with the slave family. Okay, Master Hong, Senior Shin, and everyone else. Excuse me. Lu Li smiled and cupped his hands. Then, he swaggered out of the cave with the colorful butterfly beauty and went to rest. Wait for someone to leave. The young Master Honghu's smile immediately faded, and his eyes shone coldly. Young Master, there is something wrong with this guy. The short, fat man with red gold stood up suddenly and said angrily, People from the Thunder Clan have thunder and lightning marks in their eyes. But this guy doesn't have it. He is not from the Thunder Clan at all. Venerable Lei makes sense. The people of the Lei Ming clan worship Taoist Shishao and are in great awe of him. However, when we talked about Taoist Shishao just now, that guy didn't have any respect at all. This is very annoying. Suspect. The golden-browed old man on the side said coldly. This. Young Master Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at Shin Feiyu, the young man in black armor beside him. Brother Shin, what do you think? There's something really wrong with this guy. The young man in black armor nodded. What I said is right. Young master, I and Jime Taoist immediately caught that kid, suppressed him, and searched for his soul and refined it. Upon hearing the words of the young man in black armor, Master Lei immediately became murderous and asked for help. Slow! Shin Feiyu, a young man in black armor, raised his hand to stop him and said, No! As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Why? Lord Lei asked in surprise. Shin Feiyu touched the jade dragon horn on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with light. That guy's Phantom Thunder avatar is very mysterious. It's more mysterious than all the people of the Lei Ming clan I have ever seen use. I doubt it. This guy is the holy son of the Lei Ming clan. And he escaped privately. What? Escaped from the holy son? This sentence shocked Venerable Lei, the golden-browed old man, and the Lei realm monks present. Brother Shin, are you serious about this? Young Master Hong's eyes were gleaming with electricity, and he leaned forward and asked. Pretty close. Shin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Have you ever seen such an abnormally strong nascent soul? A nascent soul dares to walk alone in the extremely dangerous ancient land of Thunder Prison. If he had no background, I am afraid he would have been killed on the way. Eat it all and wipe it clean. Everyone was silent. Although I don't want to admit it, this sentence makes sense. In the middle stage of nascent soul, he can casually kill half-step gods. The magic power is so terrifying and tyrannical that not even the god-transforming monks can contend with it. Such a monster and perverted nascent soul cultivator is probably something that only the saint sons of those big clans can do. It turns out that he is the escaped holy son of the Thunder clan. So it is not surprising that he can hide the thunder and lightning seal in his eyes. Then, using his hand to help me obtain the thunder fruit. Isn't it a sure thing? Young Master Han licked his lips. It should be stable. The previous Lei Luan and Feng Xiangu are not enemies in one round in front of this person. If this person takes action, he can definitely get the thunder fruit easily. Moreover, this person is from the Lei Ming clan. The Holy Sun teleports instantly, gets the thunder fruit, and teleports directly back to Lei Yuan City, which is absolutely foolproof. Shin Feiyu nodded. Good. Hearing this, young Master Han couldn't help but look happy. That thunder fruit can help me break through the transformation into a god. If I can transform into a god, I can definitely make a big splash with my father. Young Master, there is one more question. Shin Feiyu suddenly interrupted. Huh? What's the problem? Young Master Hong was stunned. Shin Feiyu said meaningfully. That thunder fruit blooms for 10,000 years and bears fruit for 10,000 years. It has the power to transform into a god and can help you break through the transformation into a god. However, it can also help that person break through the transformation into a god. In case, he can help you got the thunder fruit and just kept it privately. Dot. Young Master Hong's smile suddenly faltered. This is very possible, because this guy named Lu doesn't look like a good person from left to right. Brother Shin, what should we do? Young Master Hong frowned. Young Master, there is no need to worry. This man has seen the world, knows how to advance and retreat, and understands current affairs. As long as the benefits are sufficient and a little threat is exerted, I believe he will offer Lei Gua with both hands. In the end, no matter how strong he is, it's just the nascent soul stage. Shin Feiyu showed a calm smile, as if he had everything under control. Okay, come on, drink. Young Master Hong laughed. I wish you master the thunder fruit. Be promoted to God. Someone immediately raised their glasses and started congratulating. Suddenly, the cave was once again filled with joy, and the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves. Only the short, fat, red gold Han Lord Lei and the old man with golden eyebrows forced smiles, with a hint of gloom and coldness in their eyes. At this time, Lu Li has followed the colorful butterfly beauty to a gorgeous palace. Senior Lu, do you like this palace? The colorful butterfly beauty Jiao Didi asked. It's okay here. Lu Li looked around and felt the intensity of the spiritual energy. Good. Just a little bit worse than Xuanwu Island. Then do you have any other instructions? Senior? The butterfly beauty asked. No more. You go down first. Lu Li waved his hand casually. Yes. If Senior has any orders, just call the slave family. The slave family will be waiting at the palace gate. If the Senior needs the slave family's service, the slave family will never refuse. The colorful butterfly beauty stole a glance at Lu Li, lowered her head. Her pretty face was as red as a cloud. The glittering colorful wings behind him waved rapidly. Faintly, there seemed to be traces of colorful butterfly powder emanating from it. Obviously, this colorful butterfly beauty wants to curry favor with Luli. Oh! When Luli heard what she said, he raised his eyebrows, looked her up and down, and shook his head. Forget it. You are a sure thing. I don't like it very much. Go down. Aw dog yes. Beauty Kite-Eye was stunned when she heard this. And she didn't understand. But she didn't dare to resist. So she exited the palace obediently, and closed the door. Boom. Luli stamped his feet. And silver lightning exploded under his feet, scattering into countless slender hair like silver thunder arcs that instantly spread throughout the palace, forming a thunder cage. This is to keep out prying eyes. No hesitation. Luli flipped his hand, and a crystal dice appeared in his palm. This is the fortune-telling dice. Just in case, Luli decided to roll the fortune-telling dice first to see the good and bad luck. Shake out the big danger and run away. If it's anything else, stay. Luli made up his mind, took a deep breath, and blew hard on the fortune-telling dice. Call. The wind picked up. The fortune-telling dice was blown into the air by Luli, spinning rapidly. Next moment, Luli felt as if there was a hint of cold breath from the Tianling cap above his head, floating up and blending into the fortune-telling dice in the air. Buzz! The fortune-telling dice suddenly trembled and golden light flashed. Then, it fell straight down. Luli grabbed the fortune-telling dice with his big hand and took a closer look. I saw that on the 6 sides of the fortune-telling dice that were originally empty, a gold character appeared out of thin air. A gold letter as small as a sesame seed. Lucky. Luli stared at the fortune-telling dice, thoughtfully. Such a small word, lucky? This should be considered a small lucky word. Right. Chapter 363 Miraculous Thunder Turtle. Breakthrough. Sense it's Shiji. Then Luli would be relieved. Take a look at the sky outside the window. The stars are already shining brightly, and October is hanging in the sky. Well, it's time to connect with that black turtle. Luli's eyes flashed. He sat cross-legged on a pure gold thunderstone, exhaling spiritual energy while silently reciting. System. Connect genius. Boom. An invisible wave swept out. Next moment, in an incomparably vast hall of stars, black and white energy lingered and condensed, gathering into the figure of Luli, and the stars hung down, covering his whole body. Extremely mysterious. Look at the palace again. A black turtle as big as a palm lay quietly, with its head raised and 2 black eyes, as big as peanuts, staring at everything in the hall with great shock. In the early stage of foundation building, it is roughly at the level of Li Jing. This is the Temple of War. Luli spoke calmly. His voice was loud, like the voice of the Emperor of Heaven, shocking all things. Zilyu. As soon as the black turtle heard the voice of the land carp, it immediately shrank its limbs and head in fright, and retracted into its SH.L. At the same time, the 3 mysterious thunder patterns on the SH.L shone with white light, shooting out white lightning arcs, thick as chopsticks, densely piercing the turtle SH.L. At first glance, it looks like a hedgehog turtle. Seems a bit timid. However, this white electric arc is very strange, exuding a sharp aura like Gung Jin stone. It is indeed a different kind of thunder beast. Extraordinary. Although Luli didn't know what bloodline the thunder turtle in front of him had, he could be recruited by the All Heavens Palace, and would definitely be strong when it matures in the future. Therefore, Luli's tone became a little more friendly, and he continued. In this palace, there are thousands of secret methods of cultivation, all of which can lead to immortality. You are lucky to be able to come in. The thunder turtle remained motionless, continued to cower. So timid? Luli raised his eyebrows and snorted softly. Since you don't want this blessing, then I will send you away. However, you will be destroyed in a few days, so you have to take care of yourself. The words fell. Sizzle. The thunder turtle immediately stuck out his head, with his black eyes wandering, and sent out a thought. Senior, please save me. This little guy knows the current affairs well. In this case, it saves trouble. Luli asked directly. I can save you. But first, please tell me what bloodline you are and where are you now? I was originally a white electric thunder turtle in Lanshui Lake. I was kicked out of the tribe because of my gluttony. Now I can only hide in the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Please save me. Senior. Thunder Turtle sent a pitiful thought. Lanshui Lake? Luli was stunned for a moment. In the map given by Feng Xianggu of the Black Feather Clan, Lanshui Lake is already deep in the ancient land of Thunder Prison, a place where the combined tribulation-transmitting Thunder Beast appears. This Thunder Turtle was not eaten in such a dangerous place. It seems that the blessing is really profound. However, an ordinary white lightning Thunder Turtle can actually be collected by the All Heavens Palace. There must be something special about this Thunder Turtle. Luli pondered for a moment and asked, "You are just building your foundation. Even if you are a glutton, how much can you eat? How could you be expelled from the clan? I can burrow around in the ground, and when I smell the aroma of the elixir, I will run over to eat it. The thunder patterns on my body can absorb thousands of thunder powers, so ordinary forbidden laws cannot stop me. I have eaten a few plants from the ethnic group. After taking the elixir for 10,000 years, I was expelled from the tribe." Thunder Turtle replied weakly, "Oh, your thunder pattern can assimilate thousands of kinds of thunder power?" Luli couldn't help but be surprised. With a flick of a finger, a ball of silver lightning arc shot out, surging like lightning, hitting the Thunder Turtle and directly covering its whole body. Woohoo! The Thunder Turtle began to make a low chirp, and its whole body began to tense up. The 3 thunder and lightning talismans on his back gradually shone. At first glance, it looks like a kitten or puppy pulling hard on its daddy. Soon, a magical scene appeared. The silver lightning arc that wrapped around the Thunder Turtle's body actually seemed to melt like water, and was directly absorbed by the 3 thunder and lightning talismans on its back. Those snow-white thunder arcs, like hedgehog thorns, shine with stronger electric light. The power is also increased a bit. This Thunder Turtle can actually assimilate and absorb other people's thunder and lightning power to strengthen itself? Will it still burrow into the ground? Not bad. Luli was quite satisfied and said with a smile, "Very good. Your bloodline is unique, so I will teach you a supreme thunder technique." Say it. Boom. A giant pillar of starlight dropped down, covering the Thunder Turtle. After a few efforts, the giant pillar of starlight suddenly shattered into pieces and dissipated into little bits of starlight. Thunder Turtle's eyes widened in disbelief, because, in its mind, there really is a supreme thunder technique. Wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique. "Thank you, Senior! Thank you, Senior! Thank you, Senior!" Thunder Turtle was extremely excited and began to kowtow violently towards Luli. The turtle SHL hit the floor, making a crisp sound of knock knock knock. "Okay, you go back and practice hard. Don't waste your blood. Someone will come to take you out of the ancient land of Thunder Prison in the future." Luli smiled. "Yes." Thunder Turtle continued to kowtow and sent out a thought, as if he were a god. The next moment, a ray of starlight surged like a wave, pushing the Thunder Turtle directly out of the Palace of All Heavens. Thunder Turtle's eyes were filled with confusion. Familiar scenes emerged before my eyes. It is still located among the crevices of huge rocks on the bank of a large river. October hangs in the sky above your head, and the brilliance of stars and moon pours down into the world like a waterfall. Nothing seems to have happened. But there is indeed a supreme method in my mind. After practicing it, my speed is boundless. The Thunder Turtle's eyes rolled with joy, and he couldn't help but excitedly swipe his paws and touch the stone next to him. Suddenly, a dull scraping sound was heard. 3 miles away, a black-feathered thunderhawk as big as a house suddenly turned its head, its eyes glowing green. This black-feathered thunder eagle saw himself. Danger! The Thunder Turtle was so frightened that he quickly pulled his claws, rushed into the tall water plants on the shore, and shot out, covering 3 miles in an instant. "Don't enter the water. There are more terrifying thunder beasts in the water." "Phew!" A long roar echoed through the night sky. The black-feathered thunder eagle spread its giant wings and swooped over. As fast as lightning, it rushed over the Thunder Turtle. The strong wind blew away the water plants on the shore. At the same time, light orange lightning began to shine on the eagle's beak with a golden hook, condensing into an orange thunder sword and slashing down hard. Danger! Thunder Turtle felt the great terror between life and death, and subconsciously activated the wind fire immortal thunder escape technique. Boom! The Thunder Turtle flashed with lightning, and shot out at an unprecedented speed. It avoided the attack of the orange thunder sword and headed into the distance. After a few flashes, it turned into a small black dot, drilled into the soil, and disappeared into the thunder. In the eyes of an eagle, Thunder Eagle was also stunned. It has never seen a white lightning turtle running so fast. Phew! After losing its prey, the Thunder Eagle let out a cry of surprise and anger. After circling for a few times, Still no thunder turtle found. The thunder eagle could only land on a boulder on the shore, and continued to search for its prey unwillingly. After a while, the soil next to the boulder where Thunder Eagle stood was stirred up, and a thunder turtle emerged. A white thunder needle as big as a thumb and more than half a foot long was shining on its back, and it suddenly spurted out, just like a porcupine or a hedgehog spraying hard thorns. Boom! A low thunder. The white lightning needle pierced Thunder Eagle's most vulnerable excretory part, penetrated straight into the abdomen, and exploded violently. Boom! The Thunder Eagle exploded into a ball of flesh and blood, torn apart, its intestines flying around. Humph! You dare to eat me? I'll pierce your skin! There was a ruthless light in the eyes of the Thunder Turtle, and he grabbed the exploded Thunder Eagle beast pill, turned around, turned into a white thunder, and ran away. At the same time, I secretly thought, this time, it was the senior who gave me the magic technique that allowed me to escape. I have to find some spiritual fruits to repay my senior. Luli didn't know about all this. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on a thunderstone, concentrating on practicing. Ding! A genius is practicing your wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique. You have a great understanding of the Kuenping demon god skill, and the training effect has been increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%. 100-fold increase in practice. A smile appeared on Lu Li's lips. So, the breakthrough is tonight. The next day, the weather is clear and sunny. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes, and a pleasant system prompt immediately sounded. After a night of hard practice in your wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique, you have made brave and diligent efforts, and have gained some understanding. The progress of your cultivation has increased by 3%. Congratulations to the host. Your wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique has broken through to the 6th level. You have learned how to clone wind, fire, thunder and lightning. Chapter 364 Sun God Thunder Fruit. Thunderbird. Finally a breakthrough. The 6th level of the wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique. He also learned a clone technique. Lu Li suddenly stood up from the thunderstone and pinched the secret. Boom! Thunder boomed. Lu Li's body was covered with silver lightning. The strong wind whipped up, and golden flames spurted out. Next moment, a cyan wind shadow, a silver electric man, and a red gold fire man appeared in front of him. Burst! Lu Liqing shouted. The 3 clones collided violently. Then, lightning, thunder, fire, and wind exploded and shone. Thousands of figures shot out from it, shooting in all directions. All of a sudden, the whole hall was filled with strong winds, thunder and lightning, and a sea of fire. It makes it impossible to see clearly. Receive. Lu Li performed another magic trick. Suddenly, all the figures disappeared without a trace in the lightning storm. Not bad. This is indeed a wonderful escape technique. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of clones are created, accompanied by thunder, lightning, sea of fire, and fierce winds. It is impossible to locate the main body. If you encounter a powerful god-transforming monk, you should be able to escape easily with the help of this trick. Lu Li was very satisfied. Just thinking about it. Take a sip. A bunch of colorful little people suddenly flashed in front of him. They lined up and bowed to Lu Li. You want to go out to play? That's fine. You can just wander around and look for 10,000-year elixirs, demon-killing guardians, and so on. But don't go deep into the ancient land of Thunder Hell. There are ancient thunder beasts that are feared by real immortals, and they were discovered. I might just eat you. Lu Li smiled. The words fell. This group of colorful little people dispersed like birds and beasts, got into the void, and disappeared. So, what follows is of course a curse. Lu Li flipped his palm, held up the curse talisman, and with a few words in his mouth, he began to curse Jin Ji, the son of the god clan. At the same time, let Jutian Palace continue to search for geniuses. However, it seems that due to his limited cultivation, the scope of the search for geniuses in Jutian Palace is not large, and even after a long search, no one was found. It seems that if you want to search for more alien geniuses, you have to go deeper into the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Lu Li was thoughtful. Just thinking about it, suddenly a voice as strong as a bell came in. Friend Lu Dao, let me help you find out some good news. It's that young Master Hong. Lu Li stood up, took back the thunder and lightning around him, and opened the door to go out. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned his hands. Fortune-telling dice appeared in the palm of my hand. He blew out a mouthful of true energy and blew the fortune-telling dice into the air. The familiar feeling returns. A trace of icy cold breath came out of the Tianling guy and merged into the fortune-telling dice spinning in the air. Buzz! The fortune-telling dice flashed with golden light and fell down. Luli grabbed it with his big hand, opened his palm, and saw a gold character on the 6 sides of the fortune-telling dice. Lucky. Moreover, the character G is about the size of a green bean. Is this good luck or bad luck? Consider it good luck. Luli smiled, rolled up his sleeves, put away the dice, pushed open the door with a flick of his hand, and floated out. He saw the young Master Honghu and the young man in black armor, Shen Feiyu, standing outside the hall, with his face exposed. Smile. The young Master Honghu was dressed in golden clothes and looked quite majestic and powerful. Young Master Hong. Chief Shen. I'm sorry. I just got up. Good morning. You too. Luli clasped his fists and smiled. Ha ha. It's okay. Fellow Taoist Lu. We have good news. Young Master Hong waved his hand and smiled. Good news? Luli raised his eyebrows. Yes. I heard that someone came back from the ancient land of Thunder Prison and collected a mysterious divine thunder. They also captured many thunder beasts, including a black thunder turtle. Young Master Hong was a little excited. Those who didn't know thought he was looking for thunder turtle. Oh. Where? Luli immediately became interested. It's in the market in the southeast of Leiyuan City. There are often stalls there, selling all kinds of rare treasures. Last night, a group of monks just returned from the ancient land of Leiyu. They are now selling in the market. Fellow Taoist Lu, why don't we go and see it together? Young Master Hong invited. With great pleasure. Please, Luli said impatiently. If he can collect 2 kinds of divine thunder and cultivate the 3 realms thunder fury world-destroying divine seal as soon as possible, his strength should be greatly increased by 3 points. Immediately, he followed young Master Hong, and Shen Feiyu soared into the sky, flew out of the stone building, and projected into the distance. Soon, the 3 of them landed in a huge black stone square. At this time, the venue was quite lively. Hundreds of monks were surrounding a stone platform in the center, talking about it. In the distance, there are dozens of monks scattered around, sitting cross-legged on the floor, with a few things placed randomly in front of them. But no one came. The dozens of stall owners also stretched their necks and tilted their ears to watch the movement of the stone platform in the field. Boom. Luli and 3 others landed. Young Master Hong. Young Master Hong is here. I've met young Master Hong. Hello, young Master. Hearing the commotion, everyone onlookers turned their heads and even started to salute and say hello. Luli was also a little surprised. He also became somewhat interested in the city lord of Leiyuan City, whom he had never met before. The monks in this city are all fearless guys. How can they be trained and taught to be so honest? At this time, some sharp eyes also swept over Luli. Luli didn't pay attention. He followed young Master Hong to the stone platform. On the stone platform, there are dozens of items placed, including hardware minerals, elixirs, spiritual wood, animal horns and bones, etc. There are also 5 birdcages that appear to be covered with black cloth placed in the innermost part. On top of the black cloth, lightning shines, making it impossible for people to peek into the secrets inside. Look up again. The stall owner is a mysterious figure shrouded in golden glow. His aura is unfathomable. It is difficult to tell whether he is male or female. It is not clear whether he is old or young, human or demon. Young Master Hong. When this man saw Honghu appear, he also cupped his hands and bowed. The sound was as hoarse and unpleasant as scraping a casserole. Have you sold the Yang Legua? Young Master Hong didn't talk nonsense and asked directly, pointing to a fist-sized ice blue fruit on the left side of the stone platform. This is a spiritual fruit shaped like a pineapple, with 3 ice blue leaves. The leaves were flashing with blue electric arcs. Not yet. The stall owner shook his head and changed the topic. But someone has decided. Has anyone made a reservation? Young Master Hong frowned, turned to Luli and said, Friend Lu, this is the Yang Lei fruit, a very rare spiritual fruit in the ancient land of Thunder Hell. It takes 3,000 years to bloom and 3,000 years to bear fruit. After taking it, your cultivation will be directly increased. Enhance the power of thunder and lightning. If you encounter the mother tree of the Yang Thunder fruit, It will bloom and bear fruit for thousands of years, and produce a Yang God Thunder fruit, which contains the power of the Thunder Avenue. If you take it and refine it, you will be directly promoted to the Transformation God. Yangshan Thunder Fruit? When Luli heard Hong Hu's words, his heart moved. Let Vidrata Thagata Dharmakaya and the others search for the Thunder Prison ancient land to see if they can find a Yangshan Thunder Fruit. This Yonglei fruit was originally a gift I wanted to give you, but I didn't expect it had already been reserved. At this time, young Master Hong said again, Young Master, you're welcome. Luli smiled calmly. My cultivation never relies on external objects. It all depends on my hard work and my invincible talent. Young Master Hong. Everyone. This guy's tone is really loud. Fellow Taoist, I heard that you captured the Turtle Thunder Beast and found a supreme divine thunder? Luli didn't waste any time and asked the stall owner directly. Yes. The stall owner nodded, stretched out his hand, and uncovered the black cloth on the far left in front of him. Suddenly, a glazed water tank covered with thunder symbols appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the water tank, there was a rather vicious and ferocious black turtle covered in sharp black spines, as big as a porcelain plate. The pupils are blue and green respectively. Blood-ribbed tortoisesh, L. Someone exclaimed. That's right. It's a blood-ribbed tortoisesh, L. It has Xuanwu blood. Once it breaks through, it has the power to swallow seas and move mountains. The stall owner said and covered it with black cloth again. Immediately afterwards, the stall owner unveiled the second piece of black cloth. This time it's a birdcage. It is a birdcage woven from light green rattan strips. In the cage, there was a pure silver thunderbird, flapping its wings, darting left and right, as if it wanted to break out of the cage and fly out. However, the more it fluttered, the green light of the birdcage's rattan shone brighter, and it seemed to generate a huge gravity, pressing it into the cage, unable to move. Leading machine mind? On the side, Shen Feiyu said 3 words in great shock. It's really a torpedo? Impossible. How come this kind of divine thunder appears here? The monks all around also exclaimed in surprise. Just at this moment, Luli felt the immortal poison meridian in his body, and the wind fire immortal thunder escape technique was about to start, and he had a strong desire to devour the silver thunderbird in front of him. Chapter 365 Reminder. Dragon Claw. This tractor mine is definitely a good thing. Luli's heart moved. The last time this happened was when Kuiping's demon god skill encountered Demon Yuan. Feel carefully again. This silver thunderbird exudes extremely strong thunder and lightning power, and is made of pure thunder and lightning. And there are strange poisons. The monks around him couldn't help but take a few steps back while exclaiming. He looked quite fearful. This suddenly reminded Luli of the thunder poison in by Jinfei. Is this also a poisonous divine thunder? How do you sell this mechanized mine? At this time, young Master Hong on the side asked, staring closely at the silver bird in the light green vine cage. There was a trace of fiery color in his eyes. The lead machine mine is only exchanged, not sold. The mysterious stall owner said something unexpected. Only exchange or not sell. Young Master Hong immediately asked, what do you want to change? From the look on his face, it seemed that he was determined to win this opportunity. I want to change to a special elixir. Tianshan Dan. I heard that in the entire Liyuan city, only the city owner has Tianshan Dan. If young Master Hong is willing, I can give you the lead machine thunder immediately. The stall owner replied hoarsely. What? Tianshan Dan? Young Master Hong's expression suddenly shook, and he fell silent. Shen Feiyu on the side was also slightly surprised. Obviously, this heavenly toad pill is also extraordinary and an extremely precious pill. The surrounding Thunder Realm monks were also shocked and spoke one after another. Tianshan pill? This guy is really a lion. That is the supreme elixir condensed with the blood of the true spirit. It has the power to bring the dead back to life. Although the machine pulling thunder is good, it is far inferior to the Tianshan Dan. Luli listened and secretly marveled. It is indeed a Thunder Realm. There are actually pills for bringing the dead back to life? If I have the chance, I really want to see what Toad Dan looks like that day. Fellow Taoist, your appetite is too big, don't you? You just want to exchange for a heavenly toad pill with the help of a magic weapon. Do you really think I'm easy to deceive? Young Master Hong frowned slightly, and there was a trace of displeasure in his piercing eyes, which were frightening. Young Master, I didn't lie to you. It was with great difficulty that we found this mechanized mine from the depths of the ancient Land of Thunder prison. We got it after a lot of hard fighting. For this reason, we lost several people and seriously injured several others. I think the reason for changing the Tianshan pill is just to save people," the mysterious stall owner said hoarsely. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. Hearing this, young Master Hong frowned slightly and turned to look at Shenfeiyu. The two of them had a spiritual exchange, and it seemed a bit difficult to make a choice. Lu Li watched from the side without paying attention. His eyes swept over the other natural and earthly treasures on the stone platform one by one to see if he could find anything missing. At this moment, young Master Hong suddenly turned his head, cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, I'm sorry. I have to excuse myself." "It's okay, young master. You are busy with your business. I just want to take a stroll here." Lu Li waved his hand casually and smiled. "Okay. After I go back, I will definitely treat you to a drink again to make amends." Young Master Hong solemnly clasped his fists. The next moment, he turned to the stall owner and said, "Fellow Taoist, keep this lead machine for me. I'll come back as soon as I go." "Say it." Young Master Hong and Shenfeiyu soared into the sky and disappeared into the sunlight. Lu Li shook his head, turned around and left the stone platform, and began to stroll leisurely in this huge square. He walked to a stall. "Take a casual look." I found that the stalls were filled with colorful ores and crystal blocks, all of which exuded an astonishing aura of thunder and lightning. Lu Li squatted down, studied it carefully, and then asked the stall owner. After asking, he didn't buy it and continued to walk around shopping. "Just here to open your eyes. Of course, there are some things I want to buy." Lu Li wandered to a stall in the lower left corner of the square and found a light white stone called Thunder Silicon Flower. As long as it is watered every day, beautiful flowers will grow after 100 years. After eating it, it will keep your appearance and beautify your face. Lu Li was quite interested. He wanted to buy them and take them back to his wives. It's a pity that it's not easy to take out your own spiritual stone. If you take it out, your identity will be exposed easily. Lu Li put down the stone in his hand with some reluctance. At this moment, a fragrant wind floated over from the side, and a voice as soft and graceful as a lark sounded. "My benefactor, are you here too?" Lu Li turned around when he heard the sound and saw a woman in black. It was the charming woman from the Black Feather tribe whom he met when he arrived. "Feng Xiangu." "Oh, it's you." Lu Li was a little surprised. "It's me. I have always wanted to repay my benefactor and kill the Red Gold Clan Leiluan for me. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I met my benefactor here." Feng Xiangu smiled, with a bit of surprise on her face. "There's no such thing as a benefactor. I'm just protecting myself." Lu Li smiled easily. "This is not okay. The Red Gold Clan and my Black Feather Clan are mortal enemies. Leiluan even wants to eat me alive. The benefactor killed him to eliminate a serious problem for me. How can I not repay such a great favor? However, I don't say thank you for my great kindness, and I have nothing to repay my benefactor. Only this body of a willow." Speaking of this, Aunt Feng Xian looked at her with a shy and charming look. "It's really fascinating." Lu Li's heart trembled, and then he looked straight and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am a married man, and I have never been a womanizer." Feng Xiangu burst into laughter upon hearing this. The next moment, the woman came over with a message. "Fellow Taoist Lu, don't get me wrong. I just want to take this opportunity to invite you to a private gathering to give you a heads up." "Remind?" Lu Li raised his eyebrows. "Yes. That young Master Hong thinks so highly of you is because he wants to lend your hand to help you get a spiritual fruit. The Yang God Thunder Fruit? The Yang God Thunder Fruit is guarded by powerful thunder beasts, and is quite dangerous. Those who take it will have a narrow chance of death. If fellow Taoists are not willing, it is better to leave as soon as possible." Feng Xiangu said. "Oh, how do I know what you say is true?" Lu Li asked back, half convinced. "Fellow Taoist, I'm just here to repay my kindness. Believe it or not, based on my guess, in a few days, young Master Hong will invite you out of the city for hunting. At that time, he will take the opportunity to take you to pick the Yangshan Lei Gua. You can't resist the temptation of Yangshan Lei Gua. By then, you are already in the game." And Feng Xian leaned over and exhaled like an orchid. At first glance, he seemed to be whispering to Lu Li. However, her voice transmission made people feel chilly. Lu Li didn't feel surprised. That young Master Hong was too enthusiastic and must have some agenda. If this was his plan, it would be quite simple. Fellow Taoist, this is what I have said. Whether to leave or stay, you should decide as soon as possible. Feng Xingyu said with a smile. After saying that, he bowed to Lu Li and bowed before leaving. Wait a minute. Lu Li quickly called her to stop. What else does fellow Taoist do? Feng Xingyu turned around and smiled charmingly. Does fellow Taoist really want to practice cultivation with me? That's not impossible. You think too much. Lu Li shook his head and pointed at the thunder silicon flower stone on the ground. Fellow Taoist, don't you want to repay your kindness? Buy this stone for me. Aunt Fengxian's smile froze on her face. In the end, she paid for Lu Li and bought a thunder silicon flower stone. A total of 300 thunder crystals were spent. Approximately 380 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. Thank you very much. Lu Li smiled and put away the thunder silicon flower and hid it in his sleeve robe. You're welcome. Feng Xingyu chuckled. Fellow Taoist Lu is a wonderful person. If you have a chance in the future, you might as well come and meet me. Okay. Lu Li agreed immediately. Such a nice rich woman can't be found even with a lantern. Of course he won't give up. Then it's agreed. If you are free, fellow Taoist, you might as well come to Jingling Palace in Leiyuan City to find a concubine. Feng Xingyu smiled and mysteriously said, the master of Jingling Palace is young Master Hong, my third sister. She also wants to make friends with you. Taoist Lu. After saying that, the charming woman drifted away. Lu Li suddenly realized something in his heart. It turned out that this woman was also here to recruit him for someone else. No wonder you are so proud. At this time, suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. It's that stone platform. Lu Li couldn't help but look up, looking through the crowd, and saw the mysterious stall owner uncovering the third piece of black cloth. Suddenly, a huge pressure of monster beasts suddenly spread and suppressed his heart. God is as powerful as H.L. Lu Li was also surprised. This demon power is pure dragon power, domineering and strong. Take a closer look, and you will see that underneath this third piece of black cloth is a pure golden dragon claw. Chapter 366 Thief. The combined thunder dragon claw also contains a trace of dragon blood. The mysterious stall owner's hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded. However, no one paid attention. Everyone's eyes were burning and greedy, staring at the dragon claw as big as a winter melon. Obviously, this is a dead brontosaurus claw. Although the thunder dragon dies, its power remains. Everyone looked at the dragon patterns with supreme charm and felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the dragon claws. And they were shocked in their hearts. It feels like a casual swing of this dragon's claw can directly grab the sun and moon and tear apart 3,000 stars. Treasure! Unparalleled treasure! Almost at the same time, someone started bidding. How to sell this dragon claw? 100,000 thunder crystals. I want them. Humph. You want to take this dragon claw with 100,000 thunder crystals? Dream on. This dragon claw also contains a trace of the blood of the thunder dragon. You need at least 300,000 thunder crystals. I'll pay 3 million thunder crystals. If it's not enough, I'll raise the price. Of course, if you sell it, pretend I didn't say anything. Oh, who's going to hit me? The whole square began to stir. The huge movement immediately attracted escaping lights from all directions and descended on the field. Lu Li was also a little moved. That is the blood of thunder true dragon. If he refines it directly, he will be able to call the wind and rain, swallow thunder and spit out electricity, and practice the thunder Dao technique with twice the result with half the effort. This thing is more popular than the tractor mine. After all, the torpedo mine is a kind of poisonous divine thunder. If ordinary people cannot subdue it, they will die directly. It is too dangerous. What's more, the dragon scales and dragon claws of this dragon claw can be made into a supreme magic weapon. But what is the origin of this mysterious stall owner? Can he actually get the dragon claws of the combined realm? Does he seem very fresh? Lu Li was thoughtful. Fellow Taoists, it's still the old rule. This dragon claw is only for exchange, not for sale. At this time, the mysterious stall owner said hoarsely again. What do you want to change? Someone asked immediately. The mysterious stall owner did not show off, and said directly, the value of this dragon claw is hard to estimate. It just so happens that I have encountered some bottlenecks in my practice recently. Whoever can come up with some elixirs that can break through the realm, I will exchange this dragon claw for him. Of course, if there is a 10-year-old elixir with the same miraculous effect, it will also be possible. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone frowned. The elixirs that can break through the realm are all supreme divine elixirs. The mysterious stall owner in front of me is at least in the state of becoming a god. Maybe it's the power of refining the void and combining it with the body. Pills and elixirs that can help achieve breakthroughs in refining and combining bodies are absolutely rare. The entire Thunder world probably does not exceed the number of 2 palms. Even if there is one, it will be treated as a family heirloom. A town sect treasure that will be passed down and will not be used until critical times. How could there be such a magical elixir in the place of exile in Leiyuan City? Fellow Taoist, why don't you exchange it for something else? I'm afraid even the Lord of Leiyuan City doesn't have the magical elixir you want. Someone frowned and advised. No. The mysterious stall owner simply refused. The tone was very firm. This made everyone frown even more tightly. Some people started to look fierce. Obviously they were making wrong plans. Fellow Taoist, is it really not possible? I have a treasure. I wonder if I can exchange it for your dragon claw. At this time, an old man in a black robe with 2 horns asked through a message. This treasure of yours can't do it. The mysterious stall owner shook his head again. What's the difference? Can I just replenish the thunder crystal? The old man in black robe with 2 horns was still a little unwilling and continued to ask. No, just exchange it. Not sell it. The mysterious stall owner was still very determined. Seeing this, the old man in black robe became anxious. At this time, someone else was still communicating with the mysterious stall owner in secret. Luli watched from the side and did not join in the fun. He just stared at the 4th and 5th pieces of black cloth, wondering what treasures were inside. How about sending the Immortal Poison Sutra to sneak over and take a look? Still exempt? There are so many people here, and there might be some strange people who can sense or see the Kung Fu villain and just capture them, which would be troublesome. Luli thought carefully and extinguished the thoughts in his mind. Boom! At this time, a bolt of thunder and lightning struck in the distance and landed on the field, revealing the figures of young Master Hong and Shenfeiyu. Dragon Claw? When Shenfeiyu saw the dragon claw on the stone platform, his eyes lit up. Young Master Hong was also surprised. However, he took a step forward and directly handed over an emerald jade box covered with thunder and lightning sealing talismans. Fellow Taoist, you want the Tian Toad pill? Upon hearing this, the mysterious stall owner stretched out his hand to take it. The golden glow came down from his body and washed away suddenly. Crackling, the thunder talisman on the jade box was directly annihilated into ashes. The next moment, the mysterious stall owner opened the lid of the box and took a look. Before anyone could see clearly, he quickly closed the lid of the box. Very good! It's the Tian Toad pill. So, congratulations, young Master Hong. This thunder is yours. Remember, this thunder is extremely poisonous and will kill you on the spot if you touch it. It's best to practice to become a god and subdue it, and then refine it into the body to drive it. The mysterious stall owner put away the jade box, lifted up the light green rattan birdcage with a slight wave of his hand. Call. The light green rattan birdcage immediately flew in front of young Master Hong. Thank you. Young Master Hong held up the birdcage and stared at the spiritual silver thunderbird inside. He couldn't help but have a look of joy on his face. Congratulations, young Master Hong. Luli also congratulated casually. Ha ha. It seems that fellow Taoist Lu is really my noble person. When fellow Taoist Lu comes out, I will get such a divine thunder. Young Master Hong was in a very happy mood. Luli just wanted to make a joke and flatter him. Why are you leaving? Suddenly, the monk on the side asked in shock. Luli turned around and saw that the mysterious stall owner had taken away all the treasures on the stone platform with a flick of his hand, emitting a golden glow. Everyone, it's important to save people. After I use Tian Chan pill to save my friend's life, I will set up a stall here again. After the mysterious stall owner finished speaking, with a bang, it turned into a golden light and soared into the sky. After a few flashes, it disappeared. Go very fast. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the mysterious stall owner left, streaks of escaping light flew out, chasing the mysterious stall owner in the direction where he disappeared. It looked like he was preparing to cause trouble. Fellow Taoist Lu, although this mechanized thunder is good, it unfortunately requires powerful magic power to suppress, and subdue. I want to leave the city in a few days to hunt some thunder beasts to refine elixirs to improve my cultivation. Why don't we go together? At this time, young Master Hong put away the birdcage and asked with some excitement. Hunting? Luli raised his eyebrows. Yes. This Leiyuan city is on the edge of the Thunder Prison ancient land. From time to time, there will be waves of beasts attacking. Therefore, as the son of the city lord, I have to enter the Thunder Prison ancient land to hunt thunder beasts every once in a while. Could it be you, fellow Taoist? Don't like hunting? Just want to practice quietly, young Master Hong explained. That's not true. Hunting is the most widespread and oldest form of sexual intercourse among all the tribes in the Thunder World since ancient times. Oh no! I also like the social way. It's just that the ancient land of Thunder Prison is a bit dangerous. Luli hesitated. Ha. Don't worry. We are only hunting some thunderbirds, thunder rhinoceros, and the like at the edge of the Thunder Prison ancient land. I won't make fun of my own life. Young Master Hong laughed. Is that so? Let me think about it. Luli was still a little confused. Okay. Then I will accompany Lu Daoyu to visit Leiyuan City. There are some interesting and beautiful places in some places. I guarantee that Lu Daoyu will like it. Please. Young Master Hong smiled mysteriously. Oh. Please. Luli immediately became interested. Immediately, he followed young Master Hong and Shenfeiyu flew out of the square and began to visit Leiyuan City. Boom. A ray of golden light broke through the sky and swept across the ancient land of Thunder Hell. After a cup of tea, the golden light escaped through the void and suddenly landed on a steep cliff deep in the Thunder Prison ancient land. This is Thunder Bluff. In all directions, there were golden thunder and lightning filled with terror. As soon as the golden light fell, the rays of light dissipated from his body, revealing his true appearance. It turned out to be an extremely powerful thunder beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a human body. The cultivation base is in the middle stage of transcending the tribulation. I saw this eagle-headed thunder beast opening its sharp beak with a golden hook and roaring loudly. Suddenly, a circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out. Crackling. The golden thunder and lightning that filled Thunder Bluff immediately dispersed, revealing a quiet canyon with birds singing and flowers fragrant. In the middle of the valley is a golden thunder pool. In the pool, there was a snow-white spirit egg the size of a pebble floating. The egg, L, is imprinted with various mysterious thunder patterns. During the slow rotation, the thunder patterns flickered and faded, absorbing the true power of thunder in the thunder pool. The eagle-headed thunder beast floated down, took out the jade box, took out a jelly-like golden pill inside, and squeezed it directly. Suddenly, a drop of golden juice was squeezed out of the pill and dripped on the snow-white spirit egg. Like water meeting cotton, this golden juice immediately blended into the spirit egg. All of a sudden, a huge vitality immediately emanated from the spirit egg. You? My son is alive. This kind of tyrannical vitality is enough to break out of the SHL, however. Just in case, we still have to find some magic medicine to hatch. The eagle-headed thunder beast breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and flew away. Golden thunder and lightning surged across the sky again, covering the valley. However, it didn't take long. A golden little person, with a thumb like a bud, suddenly emerged from the void. Almost at the same time, these two little people saw the snow-white spirit egg in the thunder pool. They looked at each other mischievously. Swish. Almost as if they had a telepathic connection. The two little figures flew out, picked up the snow-white spirit eggs, spread their legs, and escaped directly into the void. Chapter 367. Tune the tiger away from the mountain. Yon lay divine fruit. At the moment when two little people carried away the spirit egg, roar! An extremely furious roar resounded from the depths of the Thunder Prison ancient land and spread thousands of miles away. The next moment, the void exploded. An extremely huge golden-headed condor spread its giant wings thousands of miles away, carrying the nine heavens' divine thunder, tearing apart the void of heaven and earth, and suddenly descended on Thunder Bluff. The hurricane then rolled in, blowing away the sky-wide thunder arcs over the valley. Gone! The spirit egg in the thunder pool is really missing. When the golden-headed condor looked at it, its eyes as big as mountains instantly turned ferocious blood red, and it raised its head and let out another sharp roar. The sound rolled like thunder and spread. Immediately afterwards, loud roars rang out from all over the ancient land of Thunder Prison, one after another, responding to the cry of the golden-headed condor. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of extremely powerful auras rose into the sky, The entire thunder prison ancient land is boiling. Countless terrifying thunder beasts came out in full force, followed the orders of the golden-headed condor, escaped into the void, and began to capture the thief who had the audacity to steal the heir of the condor prince. Some were empty. The bud topaz thumb villain and the golden light villain seemed to sense danger. They stopped suddenly, looked at each other mischievously, made two gestures with their slender hands, and mumbled a few words. Then, with a flick of his hand, he threw the snow-white spirit egg out of the void at will, spread his legs and ran towards Lei Yuan City. Run away! At this time, a series of tyrannical beings were chasing and intercepting from all directions. The situation is very dangerous. However, no one expected it. Deep in the thunder prison ancient land, above a sea of thunder, a golden and jade sacred tree more than 9 feet high was swaying gently, thousands of feet high in the sky. Thunder clouds rolled down, and thunder struck down on the golden and jade sacred tree. To be precise, it hit a spiritual fruit shaped like a pineapple and as big as a pumpkin on the crown of the golden jade sacred tree. This spiritual fruit shows a pure blue color. There is also a colorful leaf. If you look closely, you will see that the vein patterns on these colorful leaves are mysterious, exuding bursts of the aura of the Great Avenue. This turned out to be a divine fruit that contained the power of the Great Tao. That's when a black soul-eating fish suddenly swam out of the void. Its body swelled up and turned into an ink-black demon whale. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pure blue spirit fruit. Then, he flicked his tail and escaped into the void. The same scene appeared in other places in the thunder prison ancient land. A little man with white bones secretly picked away 7 small gourds. A snow-white little man quietly took away a banana leaf. A starlight villain quietly swept away 3 drops of thunder divine water. There is also a villain with sword light, who stabs and cuts off a whisker of a thunder tiger cub. Ho 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 ho! Almost at this moment, the thunder beasts that chased out sensed that there was a thief in their backyard, and they all let out a thunderous roar, turned around and fled back to their caves. That's all. The entire thunder prison ancient land was in chaos. The angry roars are endless. This frightened some thunder beasts into fear, and they quickly fled towards the edge of the thunder prison ancient land. Although I don't know what happened, it's important to escape. An hour later, Thunder Bluff, the golden-headed condor returned to human form, and carefully placed the snow-white spirit egg into the deep valley thunder pool. With a cold murderous intent in its eyes, he raised his head, looked at the angry thunder beasts in all directions, and asked hoarsely, "What have you lost?" Immediately, an extremely ferocious giant-winged thunder tiger roared. "My child has lost a strand of tiger whiskers. How disgusting. This is simply a disfigurement. How will my child attract other female thunder tigers in the future? I lost a Yanshan thunder fruit." On the other side, a black-water Shintian electric python slowly spoke with murderous intent. "That is the Yang God thunder fruit that I have raised for thousands of years. It was a betrothal gift for Fairy Ludai of Yushao continent, and it was actually stolen by someone." The words have not yet fallen. All the thunder beasts spoke one after another. "I lost a banana leaf for making a tube top. I also lost my thunder divine water. But I got it back again. My. The thunder vine I used to pick out earwax was also stolen. I lost 7 gourds. Damn it! Those are what I will use to hold my saliva and make wine in the future. That little thief is not a human being. It seems like this is a premeditated plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Who is it? Who is so bold?" The eagle-headed thunder beast said coldly. "Who else could it be? It can only be those guys from Lei Yuan City. Do those guys really think we can't defeat them while hiding in the ancient land of Lei Yuan?" The black-water Shintian electric python hissed and spit out the letter, with murderous intent reaching the sky. "So, you know what to do, right?" The tribulation thunder beast swept across the audience with cold eyes. "Thunder wave! Build down Lei Yuan City. Get rid of the monks. We are the masters of the thunder prison ancient land. Ho ho ho!" A series of indignant roars rose into the sky. At this time, Lu Li was watching dance music in a warm pavilion. A group of women dressed in tulle, with their legs covered in jet-black snake scales, were dancing gracefully with long sleeves in the hall in front. It feels very pleasing to the eye. "Fellow Taoist Lu, this snake girl from the Wanxiang Pavilion is a hybrid between a thunder snake and a human. Her dancing posture is unique, as agile and graceful as a water snake. What do you think?" At this time, young Master Hom on the side asked. "It's okay, but I still have a question." Lu Li frowned slightly. Oh, please tell me. Young Master Hong looked surprised. I just want to know. What are the thoughts of this first monk who married Thunder Snake? Lu Li asked with a raised eyebrow. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Lu is really interesting. If you also have this idea, don't worry. You are my guest. And these snake girls also have the same idea for you. Young Master Hong laughed. Young Master Hong misunderstood. I didn't have that idea. Lu Li dealt with it with a smile. This young Master Hong is not a good person. In contrast, he was more willing to believe in the Feng Xinggu from the Black Feather clan. Of course, it's not because that Fengxian girl is reasonable and has two ways of truth. It's purely because the voices of several of young Master Hong's subordinates have been overheard by the Feathered Ascension Sutra. Young Master Hong really wanted to use his hand to plot Yang Shenlegua, regardless of life or death. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, a ding-ding-ding sounded in my mind. Your Quinping demon god skill went out to look for opportunities and got a Yangshan thunder fruit. Your 24 swords of the devil went out to look for opportunities and got a wisp of the evil tiger's beard. Your Brahma demon true holy art went out to look for opportunities and got 7 thunder gourds. Your Ascension Sutra went out, looking for opportunities, and got a banana leaf from the sacred tree. Lu Li was stunned on the spot when he heard this. How is this going? Where can I get so many good things? Yangshan thunder fruit? Is it the Yangshan thunder fruit that young Master Hong has longed for? If it is true that the Yangshan thunder fruit can help one break through to the god transformation stage after taking it, then that would be great. At this moment, Jing's milky voice sounded in his mind. Lu Li! Run! Run! The beast tide is coming! Tide of beasts? Jing K! What's going on? What are you doing? Lu Li asked in surprise. We didn't do anything. We just ran to the Thunder Prison ancient land, used a trick to divert the tiger away from the mountain, and took a few treasures. Unexpectedly, we alarmed some powerful thunder beasts. They are now preparing to chase from the Thunder Prison ancient land. Fight out, Jing K replied as if nothing had happened. Wait! Some? How many? Powerful thunder beasts? How powerful are they? Lu Li was full of doubts. Not many. Just a dozen or so. The powerful thunder beasts are not that powerful either. They just transcend tribulations, merge and so on. Jing K answered calmly. However, after Lu Li listened, his temples couldn't help but bulge. My head started to hurt. A dozen thunder beasts that merged to overcome the tribulation? Is there any chance of survival after this provocation? When? At this moment, a loud roar, as loud as a bell from the sky, came from afar, piercing the clouds and cracking rocks, shaking the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. The entire Nuan pavilion shook 3 times. Shin Feiyu, who was standing next to young Master Hong, heard the bell and his expression suddenly changed. How is it possible? The beast tide is actually coming? The words fell. Young Master Hong's expression also darkened. He flew out and rushed to the window beside him. Lu Li also looked up. Suddenly, he saw a black thundercloud rolling in from the horizon, like a huge wave at high tide, overwhelming mountains and seas, flooding the world. Take another closer look. That's not thundercloud at all, but the thunder beast that covers the sky and the sun. The beast tide is really coming. Chapter 368. The beast tide arrives. On the horizon, bee demons flashed their wings and were densely packed together, sweeping across the sky and rushing towards Leiyuan City. Each bee demon is as big as a house, with black thunder and lightning lingering all over its body. The long needle at the tail is black and gold, shining with a terrifying light. Although these bee demons are all in the foundation building stage, however, there were at least 1 million of them overwhelming the sky, rushing over like thousands of horses, with such terrifying momentum that it shocked all living things. Witnessing this horrific scene, the entire Leiyuan city became commotion. What's going on? How come there is a tide of beasts? These are golden thunder venomous bees. Aren't they staying well in Thunder Valley? How could they escape? Run! Don't be afraid. This is probably just a sudden wave of little beasts. Just take this opportunity to kill this swarm of bees and harvest their tail needles to make flying needles. It's better to catch a few and raise them. I heard that this bee demon turned into a human form. Hey 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 bee demon, hey 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 hey. How come there is a tide of beasts? In Nuan Pavilion, Shin Feiyu still frowned. Young Master Hong regained his composure, turned around and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist Lu, are you interested in coming with me to see the beast tide? This beast tide is crossing the border, and there are dangers and opportunities. Maybe we can catch a few bloodline mutated thunder beasts. This is not good. Luli pondered for a moment and agreed on the spot. Although he knew that the beast tide was never that simple. The more dangerous the situation, the more he should stay by young Master Hong's side. It will also be convenient to run away at that time. Immediately, the two flew out of the Nuan pavilion and shot towards the distant city wall. At this time, the spiritual light shone on the city wall, condensed into a thunder shield, spread towards the sky, and finally connected together to form an edge, L-like dome shield, covering the entire Liyuan city. Outside the city, thunder pillars also rose up, and the lightning flashed, transforming into thunder arrow towers and turrets. Soon, Luli followed young Master Hong, and Shenfeiyu arrived in front of a tower at the top of the city. I've met young Master Hong. The burly man guarding the tower immediately bowed to see him. No gift. Master Hong waved his hand and led Luli into the tower, where he saw a middle-aged man in black robes. He also has a strong back and strong waist, thick eyebrows and leopard eyes. His cultivation level is the same as that of Shenfeiyu, who has perfected his cultivation. Uncle Qing, how is the situation? Young Master Hong asked towards the middle-aged man in black robe. The middle-aged man turned around when he heard the sound, with a kind smile on his face. It turns out to be Hooer. Don't worry. This is just an ordinary wave of beasts. As he spoke, he waved his hand casually. Swish, swish, swish. Pieces of light curtains emerged in midair. According to the footage returned from 30 Thunder Arrays in the ancient land of Thunder Prison, this beast wave did not alarm any of the combined realm Thunder Beasts. It was just a small scene, and there was no need to alarm the city lord. The middle-aged man said calmly. That's good. When young Master Hong heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Shenfeiyu on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, this is Lei Luan who casually killed the Red Gold clan. He is a genius from the Thunder clan? He is actually in the middle stage of nascent soul? The middle-aged man in black robes, his leopard eyes flashing with red gold lightning, stared at Luli and said in shock, I've met Senior. Luli felt like he was being pricked by needles, tingling slightly. He knew that this person was spying on the secrets of his body, but he didn't care. He smiled and held his hand. You are indeed very magnanimous. The sharp lightning in the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed and he praised. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. He couldn't actually see through this kid's physical body. Uncle Qing, I want to take this fellow Lu Dao out of the city, broaden his horizons, and kill a few waves of beasts. I would also like to ask Uncle Qing for some advice. At this time, young Master Hong smiled. Leave the city? That's okay. There are 3 groups of Thunder Beasts in the first wave of beasts. Here are the Golden Thunder Bees. In the South City are the Mountain Thunder Beasts. And in the North City are the Black Anacondas. The Golden Thunder Bees cover the sky and the sun, and there are tens of thousands of them. Among them, they will be immediately besieged and their mana will be exhausted. The Black Water Pythons in Beicheng are extremely poisonous and are not suitable for you. It is best to kill the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros. It's cut through mountains and has rough skin and thick flesh, so it's good for testing the power of spells. The big man in black robe pointed at the water mirror and introduced. Luli followed his fingers and swept them one by one. The Golden Thunder Bees are the terrifying swarm of bees surging outside the city. Black Anacondas are giant pythons that are hundreds of feet tall, covered in black scales, and extremely fast. While swimming, it crushed all rocks and trees, and sprayed out pieces of black poisonous mist. Moreover, there were strands of silver lightning flashing in the black poisonous mist. It's obviously the poison god Thunder. Look at the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros again. It has dark lush skin, is 10 feet tall, has a waist as thick as a mountain, and bears a lightning rhinoceros horn that is dozens of feet long. They came in groups and ran towards Liyuan City. The ground shook and the mountain shook, and their momentum was very frightening. Everything in front of them seemed to be exploded. Fellow Taoist Lu, let's go! Go to Nanchang and kill the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros. Young Master Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Young Master, you've seen this tide of beasts. Why don't we go back first? It might be a bit inappropriate to risk leaving the city. Luli pondered for a moment and advised. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Brother Shen is still protecting us. Let's go! Uncle Qing, we'll come back later. Young Master Hong waved his hand confidently. Seeing this, Luli didn't try to persuade him anymore. Soon, the three of them came to the top of Nanchung. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. Hundreds of miles away in the distance, Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros came galloping forward with thunder and lightning at their feet, like a mountain torrent. And it was unstoppable. The big ones are hundreds of feet long. The small one is more than 10 feet tall. The weird thing is, these Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros just rushed towards Layuan City with a completely fearless attitude. They are not afraid of the thunder towers and cannons outside the city at all. Soon, a Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros rushed 30 miles away. Boom! A thunder cannon flashed with thunder light and ejected a divine thunder as thick as a pillar, which exploded on the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros. Bang! The powerful power of thunder and lightning directly smashed this Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros in the late stage of foundation building to pieces. All flesh and bones were burned to ashes in the violent thunder and lightning. However, the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros behind them didn't care at all and continued to rush towards Layuan City. The speed is getting faster and faster. Charge! Charge without fear of death. Luli looked at it and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Is this the beast tide? Fellow Taoist Lu, don't worry. This is just a wave of small beasts. And they can't be charged at all. No matter how powerful these Mountain Thunder Rhino are. They are only golden elixirs. Even the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros King is only in the middle stage of divine transformation. I'm afraid it has just charged through. Come over and be slapped to death by Brother Shin. Young Master Hong on the side saw that Luli looked a little strange. So he smiled and said, Really? That's good. That's good. Luli laughed dryly. I'm afraid young Master Hong doesn't know how serious the matter is. Now there's trouble. Little Lord. Young Master. Are you okay? Young Master. We are here. Young Master. Just be fine. I don't know how worried I am about you. At this moment, streaks of escaping light flew over and landed on the side. It was the short, fat, red gold Han Lord Lei, the golden-browed old man, and several other Lei realm monks he had seen in the stone tower. I'm fine. Young Master Hong waved his hands, turned around and continued to talk to Luli about the beast tide. His attitude was very close. When Venerable Lei, the golden-browed old man, saw this, a jealous and malicious light flashed in his eyes. At this time, some monks had already shot out and began to fight to kill the Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros under the protection of the Thunder Tower Thunder Cannon. Friend Lu Dao, the skin of this Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros is used to refine treasure armor, and its horns are ground into powder and made into elixirs for consumption. They can last for 9 days and are quite useful. However, these ordinary Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros there's nothing to kill. If you want to kill, just kill the mutated Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros. Young Master Hong said, raised his eyes, looked into the distance, and began to search. Luli had no intention of taking action. He had to conserve his mana to use it to save his life and run away. Boom. At this time, young Master Hong had already shot out, like a tiger coming out of its cage, and suddenly shot to the head of a Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros. When he grabbed it, thunder and lightning flashed, and a huge mace was in his hand. Then knock it down with a stick. The momentum is like groundbreaking. There was a shocking bang. This Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros in the nascent soul stage was hit by a stick, and its whole body trembled violently. Its legs went limp, and it fell to the ground. Seeing this, Luli raised his eyebrows. This young Master Hong is born with divine power. This stick has at least the power of 80 dragons. If nothing goes wrong, this Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros will die under young Master Hong's mace after 30 breaths. But, at this moment, an accident occurred. Chapter 369, The city is broken, and the power to overcome the tribulation appears. Boom. There was a loud bang. The Mountain Thunder Rhinoceros was hit hard by the mace, and its body exploded and fell into pieces. But at this moment, a jet of black light shot out from the flying flesh and blood, as fast as lightning, and rushed in front of young Master Hong. It turned out to be a black gold poisonous scorpion as big as a thumb. The barbed tail thorn shines with an unusually emerald green light, like a cold light from a crescent moon, piercing young Master Hong's eyebrows. Soul-stinging scorpion? As soon as young Master Hong saw the poisonous scorpion, his pupil shrank, his face changed, and before he exclaimed, he punched the poisonous scorpion without thinking. Above the fist, a white light flashed, and a glove like ice crystal appeared. When? The fist was so fierce that it hit the black gold poisonous scorpion with the force of breaking mountains. directly punching through the space and exploding the world. The black gold poisonous scorpion flew backwards for several miles, turned around, and paused with a flash of black lightning on its body. Unscathed, young Master Hong is also safe and sound. Others, however, were not so lucky. Ah! Not good! Help! Who will save me? A group of monks were stung by poisonous scorpions that exploded from their bodies. Their faces were instantly covered with bruises. Blood was vomited at the mouth, and their skin festered in the blink of an eye. Then, he lost control of his body and fell towards the ground. He was hit by the mountain thunder rhinoceros speeding by and exploded into bloody flowers, which were extremely gorgeous. What's going on? The black gold poison scorpion and the mountain thunder rhinoceros are mortal enemies. How can they cooperate? On top of the city, Shen Feiyu's face was filled with surprise and confusion. When Lu Li heard this, he frowned and quietly retreated behind everyone. Light green lighting shines behind him, ready to inspire Kunping to fly away at any time. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the earth shook. The ground outside the city suddenly started to churn. Pieces of earth, like broken biscuits, flew into the air. The next moment, the armadillo thunder beast, covered in ink-black scales and as huge as a mountain, leaped out from the fragments of the earth and slammed into the city wall. Before anyone could react, these pangolin-like thunder beasts opened their long and strange mouths, shook off their sharp claws, and began to bite at the city wall. Crackling, crackling. Suddenly, the city wall was torn into pieces like paper tofu. There were also some mutated golden armadillo thunder beasts that stuck out their tongues, which were as long as lightning, and spanned 3 miles, just like frogs curling up to eat mosquitoes, and directly swept away some monks watching the fun on the city wall. After grunting, he ate it raw and swallowed it directly into his belly. No need to look. These monks are dead. The monster is seeking death. Seeing that these armadillo thunder beasts were about to attack the city, Shen Feiyu finally couldn't sit still anymore. He shouted coldly and waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of cold light flew out and hit the charging armadillo. Immediately, these thunder beasts were directly chopped into thousands of pieces by the cold light, falling to the ground with a crash, and blood sprayed all over the sky. Little Lord, Lord Lei, the old man with golden eyebrows, and others also rushed out and welcomed Honghu back to the city wall. Young master, let's go. There is something very wrong with this beast hide. It is safer to retreat to the center of the city, Shen Feiyu said coldly, protecting young Master Hong. Good. Young Master Hong had no objection and nodded sharply. At the moment, when everyone wanted to fly away, roar. A beastly cry as loud as a heavenly bell resounded throughout the world, suppressing the explosions of all the Thunder Arrow Tower turrets. Sound waves visible to the naked eye rushed out from behind the beast hide and swept across. Everyone suddenly trembled and their magic power was out of control. The thunder shield condensed on his body suddenly shattered. Thunder Beast? Shen Feiyu blurted out a horrified voice and fell straight to the ground. The words had not yet fallen. A huge thunder beast with a dragon head, a snake body, bat wings and a long tail spread its sky-covering wings and leapt out from behind the beast hide. It flashed across the sky and appeared in everyone's eyes. An aura of the arrival of a king spreads out from it, covering the heaven and earth, shocking all things. What's even more terrifying is its level of cultivation. Fit. This turned out to be a combined realm thunder beast. Why is this happening? How come the thunder beast of the fusion realm appears here? How come there is no observation on the other side of the tower? Shen Feiyu's expression changed drastically, and without any hesitation, he forced his magic power to grab young Master Hong and shoot him out. However, someone was a step ahead of him. Lu Li was not affected by the roar of the Oblivion Thunder Beast at all. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed young Master Hong. He stepped out like a breeze, soaring up into the sky, fanning a pair of crystal clear pure blue thunder. Wing. He could fly 3,000 miles away in one go. Boom. Just at this moment, he was stunned. The thunder beast swooped over and seemed to be 30 miles outside the city. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Faintly, everyone saw a circle of gray light, sweeping across and hitting all the Thunder Arrow towers, turrets, and thunder formations on the city wall. Crackling. After a burst of explosions, these Thunder Arrow turrets were used to defend the Thunder Array, and were all annihilated, losing the power of the array. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. The mountain thunder rhinoceros crashed into the city wall like a comet hitting the sun, directly knocking dozens of cracks out of the city wall and spreading like a spider web. At the same time, the giant armadillo thunder beast swung its claws, and in just a few moments, the city wall was torn into pieces. Boom! The huge city wall finally collapsed, revealing a gap. Leiyuan City.is broken. When Luli heard the noise, he looked back and was shocked. Ruined? The GK incident is a big deal this time. Fellow Taoist Lu, don't worry. Leiyuan City will be destroyed every 1 or 2,000 years, and some people will die. I didn't expect it to be so many years earlier this time. Let's go! Young Master Hong said coldly. At this time, Shen Feiyu led Venerable Lei, the old man with golden eyebrows, and others to chase him. Took Honghu directly, and solemnly said, Let's go! Follow me back to the City Lord's mansion. Although the combined Thunder Beasts were dispatched in this Thunder Wave, but, with the power of the City Lord to overcome the tribulation, they will retreat soon. Naturally, Luli would have no objection. Immediately, a group of people flew toward the center of Leiyuan City. It's young Master Hong. Young Master Hong. Save me! The slave family has met young Master Hong. As long as young Master Hong saves my life, the slave family is willing to work for you. Young Master Hong. I am your brother-in-law. Please take me into the City Lord's mansion. The monks in the city also saw young Master Hong and immediately chased him, seeking shelter. However, Shen Feiyu ignored them and rushed out with a bang. A few blinks of an eye, a group of people rushed to a huge and majestic palace. The terrifying Cyan Thunder Shield has already risen, shrouding this palace covering an area of 10,000 acres. The moment Shen Feiyu and others approached the Thunder Shield, a rainbow light flew out of it and rolled up, pulling young Master Shen Feiyu and others in together with Luli and others. The other monks who followed could only stare, fall down, and find a place to stand around the palace. Soon, there was a sea of people outside the palace. Call! Entering the palace, young Master Hong breathed a sigh of relief and landed in a gorgeous courtyard. An old man in green robes with a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly appeared and asked with a smile, Are you okay? This person is actually in the realm of fusion. I've seen Uncle Meng. I'm fine. Hongwu quickly saluted respectfully. It's okay. The old man in green robes smiled kindly, nodded. His eyes fell on Luli, and he was surprised. Hey, your thunder wings are made from Kuinping's feathers? Senior is well informed. Indeed. Luli held his hands indifferently, and put away Kuinping's thunder wings without saying a word. Uncle Meng, I have to thank this fellow Taoist Lu. When the Oblivion Thunder Beast appeared just now, his magic power was out of control. He was the first to recover his magic power and lead me to escape first. Honghu smiled. To be able to recover mana instantly in the roar of the Oblivion Thunder Beast. This little brother is really secretive. It seems that there should be a nascent soul clone. However, I have to thank my little brother for his help. The old man in green robe nodded and smiled. You're welcome. Young Master Hong treats me sincerely, and I naturally respond with sincerity. Luli smiled calmly. Okay. I like brave and loyal people like little brothers. Come. Follow me into the palace. Have a rest. And drink a cup of good divine tea. Don't worry too much. The beast tied outside the city will recede soon. The old man in green robes smiled confidently. As soon as these words came out, Shen Feiyu, Lord Lei and others' eyes lit up. Is father going to be released from prison soon? Young Master Hong asked in surprise. Yes. The old man in green robe nodded, smiled proudly, and turned to look at the back of the palace. At this time, a huge coercion suddenly rose from the depths of the palace into the sky. Its divine power was like a sea and a prison, and it suddenly spread in all directions, covering a radius of 100,000 miles. This is the aura of the late stage of transcending tribulation. Chapter 370 Fears. The great power to transcend tribulation finally appears. Luli sensed the supreme divine power as vast as the sea and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It should be okay now. Right. At this time, a huge golden lightning suddenly shot up into the sky from the depths of the palace, spreading out and sweeping across the vast world. Crackling, crackling. Outside the city, all the thunder beasts that invaded and destroyed the city were instantly reduced to ashes in the golden thunder light. Even the thunder beast in the combined realm had to turn around and flee. The power of transcending tribulations is so terrifying. Ha 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 ha. At this time, a burly figure more than 10 feet tall appeared in the golden thunder light like a heavenly pillar. He laughed heartily and resounded throughout the world. I have perfected the 100 refinements of God's hegemony technique, and I am already invincible in the world. Ha 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 ha! The laughter is heroic and inspiring. Father has achieved great success in his 100 refining divine hegemony. Now, even if the Condor King from the depths of the Thunder Hell ancient land comes, he will have to retreat with hatred. Young Master Han clenched his fists. Excited? So strong? When Luli heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Furthermore, what he pulled out today was a lucky one, so he should be fine. Let's go! Fellow Taoist Lu, I invite you to drink the divine tea. It's the real divine tea. One sip will refresh your mind, strengthen your waist and kidneys, and slightly improve your cultivation. Unfortunately, only the first drink has any effect. Young Master Han laughed. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Luli smiled and nodded. The moment the two of them were about to lift their legs and take a step forward, an eagle's roar was extremely sharp, suddenly piercing the eardrum and shaking the soul. Old Ghost Hong, so what if you have achieved great feats? You dare to touch my reverse scale and steal my heirs. Today, I will expel you from the ancient land of Thunder Prison. The next moment, an extremely cold voice resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned around when they heard the sound, and their hearts were shocked. I saw only a golden condor, spreading its giant wings thousands of miles away, sweeping the stars, wind and clouds, and coming through the sky. The pair of blood-red eagle eyes were as big as the sun, and their divine light was stunning. The aura of the tribulation transcending realm is as fierce as the sea, rolling in and rushing in. Condor King? Young Master Hong screamed. How is it possible? Isn't the Condor King nurturing its infant? How could it escape from the ancient land of Thunder Prison? Shen Feiyu also had a look of shock and confusion on his face. Don't worry. It's just a Condor King. The City Lord can handle it. Unless another tribulation-ending thunder beast from the ancient land of Thunder Prison also comes, there is no need to worry. The old man in green robes smiled calmly. As expected, the burly figure in the golden thunder pillar laughed. Condor King, 3,000 years ago. I would have respected you 3,000 years ago. But now I am in the late stage of transcending the tribulation. And I have achieved great success, and am almost invincible in the world. You still dare to take the lead? It's just looking for death. Is it? Before he finished speaking, an extremely old voice suddenly came from a distance. Boom, 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 accompanied by the sound of a heavenly drum. A golden toad standing tall in the sky jumped up and down, leaping across the stars, sun and moon, and landed suddenly outside Leiyuan City. On the forehead, a thunder and lightning pattern with a crescent moon mark shines. The realm is also the middle stage of transcending tribulation. King Tian Toad? You old guy is also out of seclusion? Seeing the giant golden toad appear, the burly figure in the golden thunder let out a startled look. That's right. Old Ghost Hong. You have gone too far this time. There will no longer be a place for you in the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Get out! Otherwise, I will swallow you all up. The golden toad spoke human words, and the threat was clearly evident. Humph. You guys also want to expel me from the ancient land of Thunder Hell? Dream on! That burly figure was still fearless and domineering. The Lord of Leiyuan City looks very strong. It should be fine. Right? Luli couldn't help but frown slightly. Young Master Hong on the side saw Luli's expression was strange, and said with a smile. Friend Lu Dao, don't worry. My father has powerful magic power. He is based in the ancient land of Thunder Prison, and has never been defeated. Although the Heavenly Toad King and the Condor King are powerful, they are together. They are no match for my father. Even if the strongest ancient thunder dragon in the Thunder Hell ancient land appears, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat my father. There was pride in his tone. So powerful? Luli was a little skeptical. But he didn't raise any objections, and planned to prepare a few compliments. Roar. At this time, the blood in his body condensed, and stopped functioning. The whole heart seemed to be held by something terrifying, and stopped beating. The next moment, the fear originating from the blood instantly annihilated the soul, making people unable to help but fall to the ground and tremble. Roar. The sound of dragon roar. The world shook violently. All things surrender. Rolling thunderclouds surged out from the depths of the Thunder Prison ancient land, covering the sun and moon. Powerful thunder and lightning tore apart the heaven and earth, drowning everything. In the dark thunderclouds, It seemed as if a huge dragon shadow could be seen, as if the might of a dragon rushed out from the ancient times. It was brilliant, vast, boundless, like a mountain, suppressing everyone's heart. Heaven and earth were silent. Only the sound of the dragon's roar governs all things in the world. Tai! Ancient! Thunder! Dragon! The Lord of Leiyuan City slowly spit out 4 words. Every word is full of fear and solemnity. Suddenly, outside the palace, there was a cry of despair and fear. It's over! It's really over! The Condor King, the Heavenly Toad King, and the Ancient Thunder Dragon, the 3 tribulation-transcending thunder beasts have arrived. And Leiyuan City is really doomed this time. What on earth is going on? Isn't the Ancient Thunder Dragon sleeping? How did it wake up? Run! Take other people's wives and run! The entire Leiyuan City instantly burst into commotion. Countless rays of escaping light shot up into the sky and flew towards the outside of the city. This time Leiyuan City is really over. Even if the city lord of Leiyuan City repels the 3 great tribulation thunder beasts, the entire Leiyuan City will be destroyed in the aftermath of the war, and nothing will remain. If you don't run, it will be too late. Luli. Dot! He looked at young Master Hong, Shinfeiyu, and the old man in green robes, and secretly took a step back. Have these guys opened their mouths? Uncle Meng, what should we do now? Young Master Hong looked shocked. Don't panic. The city lord will definitely have a solution. The old man in green robe comforted him. However, his brows also wrinkled slightly, with a look of worry on his face. At this moment, the city lord of Leiyuan City said coldly, The Condor King, the Heavenly Toad King, and the Ancient Thunder Dragon. With the 3 of you here together, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as destroying Leiyuan City. Right. That's right. Old Ghost Hong, you have plundered so many good things in the ancient land of Thunder Prison. It's time to hand them over. Also, your life must be kept. The Condor King roared loudly, his murderous intent reaching the sky. Walk! As soon as these words came out, the old man in green robe did not hesitate. With a flick of his sleeves, Luli and others were rolled up, and they escaped directly into the void, moving time and space. Just 10 breaths after the group left. Boom! A shocking explosion roared loudly. The powerful aftermath of the impact actually blasted several people out of the void. Several people looked back, and their expressions changed drastically. I saw the colorful thunder light that destroyed the heaven and earth shining in the direction of Leiyuan City. The war breaks out. Where to escape? Before anyone could react, a gloomy cold shout came. In the distance, a huge black water Xiantian electric python shook its body and chased after it, mouthing human words. Give back my Yangshan Thunder Fruit and the leading machine Thunder. Xiantian electric python? Late stage of integration? The old man in green robe looked at it, and his face darkened. Boom! His whole body flashed with cyan lightning, wrapping around Luli and the others, turning into a cloud of thunder that shot out, swept across the sky, and shot away towards the east. Seeing this, the Blackwater Xiantian electric python chased after him. Uncle Meng, where are we going now? Young Master Hong couldn't help but ask in the light of thunder, with a trace of panic on his face. Go to an ancient teleportation formation. The old man in green robes replied in a deep voice. There is an ancient teleportation formation in the east that can teleport you to the Sea of Yishao continent. However, that ancient teleportation formation is very fragile and can only be used once. Upon hearing this, young Master Hong looked happy. Luli also raised his eyebrows. It should be stable now. Wrong. Luli raised his head and glanced at the 10 golden moons hanging in the sky filled with stars, and his expression darkened. Morning has arrived. With a flick of his sleeves, a crystal dice appeared in his palm, and he blew on it. The crystal dice spun in the palm of my hand. A trace of cold breath came out of Tianling Gai and blended into it. Soon, the crystal dice buzzed and glowed with dangerous red light. On the 6 faces, there is a bloody word the size of a green pea. Fierce. Chapter 371, Repaying Kindness with Hatred. Fierce. Still a victim. Now there's trouble. Luli couldn't help but frown. Boom. At this time, blue lightning swept across the ancient forest, landed suddenly on a mountain, and exploded. The violent lightning poured out in all directions, like mercury pouring down the ground. In a blink, mountains, rocks and trees within 100 miles of radius burned into ashes in an instant, and were annihilated into nothingness. The green-robed old man waved his hand, and a hurricane rose into the sky, sweeping away all the smoke and dust. A huge ancient mysterious stone formation was immediately revealed on the ground. Hurry into the formation! The Blackwater Shention electric python is chasing after us, and will be here soon. The old man in green robe flicked his 5 fingers, shooting out lightning crystals that embedded themselves into the core of the stone formation. When young Master Hong and others heard this, they did not dare to neglect and flew in immediately. The same goes for land carp. Sizzle, sizzle, along with a low thunder and explosion. Silver thunder surged along the lines of the stone formation, like flowing water, washing away in all directions. Seeing that the lightning was about to spread all over the stone formation. At this moment, on the horizon in the distance, a black electric python swung its body and tail, swung across the nine sky galaxy, and rushed towards it. I smashed the darkness with thunder! In the blink of an eye, the electric python came across the sky, opened its mouth to swallow the sky, and violently sprayed out a pillar of divine lightning. It was like a giant sword that cut through the darkness of the world, tearing apart the eternal road, and blasting towards the stone array. This is the terrifying power of the Shention Thunder Python in the combined realm. How Tian Divine Light Mirror! Facing such a ferocious attack, the old man in green robe raised his hand, and a clear light rose into the sky from his palm, turning into a huge jade mirror, blocking the boundless thunder pillars that came down. Crackling, crackling, lightning exploded in all directions. The jade mirror shines with bright white light and is shaking to pieces. But, blocked. The lines of the ancient teleportation formation under your feet lit up one by one. The void rippled, and the thunder light shone, wrapping the land carp, suddenly rising into the sky, breaking through the void, and it was about to teleport thousands of miles away. Want to leave? It's not that easy! At this moment, a giant tiger roared from the sky, shaking the stars. I saw a huge red-winged thunder tiger, ignoring the limitations of time and space, leaping over. Its 1,000-foot thunder wings crossed, like a pair of scissors, cutting hard towards the sky-high thunder pillar. Tear! The thunder pillar that teleported the ancient formation was cut in half. Boom! The lightning shattered. On the ground, the ancient teleportation formation was full of cracks. And cracks opened up. It was obvious that it could no longer be used. I'll stop these 2 thunder beasts! You guys leave quickly! The old man in green robe gave a sharp shout, took out his sword finger and flicked it into the sky. Wow! Thunder sword shot out all over the sky, forming a rain of swords that covered the sky and the sun, and blasted towards the Shention electric python and the giant winged thunder tiger. Let's go! Shenfeiyu didn't say anything nonsense. He flicked his sleeves and released a 10-foot-long jade shuttle. The aura of the jade shuttle shone brightly, and the 4 of them, young Master Hong, Lu Li, Venerable Lei, and the old man with golden eyebrows, blasted into the void and roared away. However, not long after, a slender golden thunder light carrying a rolling sonic boom caught up with him. When Shenfeiyu heard the sound, he turned around and his face changed slightly. This turned out to be a red gold queen bee, late stage of virtual refining. Taking a closer look, on the back of this thumb-sized red gold queen bee, there is also a black gold poisonous scorpion king with a black body and purple hair. A barb on the tail shines with golden light, and the cold light is frightening. It is also the late stage of refining the void. If they are entangled by this queen bee and scorpion king, the thunder beasts in the combined realm will chase them and capture them, and the end will be extremely miserable. Master Lei, take the young master away. I'll stop these 2 void refining thunder beasts. Shenfeiyu's face darkened. He stepped on the tail of the jade shuttle, and rushed out like an arrow from a string. The tip of the dragon's horn on his forehead shone with green light, like a continuous spring rain, blocking the sky and the sun, blocking the killing queen bee and scorpion king. Taking advantage of this gap, Lord Lei took up the jade shuttle, increased his speed to the extreme, and shot hundreds of miles towards the source of the distant galaxy. Never look back. Run away. I don't know how much time passed. Above the vast ocean, the jade shuttle suddenly stopped. Young Master Hong looked back with a rather ugly face. Brother Shen, Uncle Mang didn't follow? Could it be that they were killed? Don't worry, young master. Senior Mang has boundless power and Commander Shen is extremely resourceful. They are just 2 thunder beasts, and it is impossible to hurt them. We should escape to a safe place first and wait for them to catch up. Lord Lei advised. Friend Lu Dao, what do you think? Young Master Hong pondered for a while. then turned around and asked, "This? How about we split into two groups? Those thunder beasts are chasing after us, and they look like they won't give up. If we go together, it's easy for us to get blamed. So, why don't I pretend to be young Master Hong and distract them? The thunder beast that is chasing me all the way? In this case, if I am caught by the thunder beast, you still have hope of escaping. Master Hong," Lu Li suggested. Since he has found a lucky one, the next step must be a series of dangers. Staying with young Master Hong and the others may implicate them. Lu Daoyu is unparalleled in his benevolence and righteousness. Young Master Hong bowed his hands in admiration. This great kindness will be unforgettable for my whole life. Hong Hu, young Master Hong, you are serious. I can escape here only because of young Master Hong. Otherwise, I would have died in the beast tide. As the saying goes, repaying kindness with kindness. And now I am helping young Master Hong divert a thunder beast. It is natural that I should. It's just that I don't have much thunder crystal left in me. Lu Li asked with some difficulty. It's just thunder crystals. I have plenty of them. All these 1,000 thunder crystals will be given to you, fellow Taoist Lu. Young Master Hong generously grabbed a large handful of square silver thunder crystals. Thank you. Lu Li flicked his sleeves and took away the 1,000 thunder crystals without any courtesy, and said, Young Master Hong, it is easy for me to pretend to be you, but it is a bit difficult to pretend to be this venerable Lei, the golden-browed old man. So, you have to spend more mana to condense the clones of the two. What does it mean? Young Master Hong was stunned for a moment. It's not interesting. I just need more thunder crystals. As the saying goes, add money. Lu Li smiled calmly. That's it. Quick. Venerable Lei, old man with golden eyebrows, give all the thunder crystals and high-grade spiritual stones you have to fellow Taoist Lu. After hearing what Lu Li said, young Master Hong suddenly realized and said quickly, Venerable Lei. Dot. The old man with golden eyebrows. Dot. Both of them looked a little ugly. However, young Master Hong had no choice but to listen to what he said. He could only take out the thunder crystal on his body, with a sullen face, and throw it directly to Lu Li. A total of 288 thunder crystals. Thank you both. Lu Li cupped his hand and accepted it happily. When Master Lei and the other two heard what Lu Li said, their expressions became even more ugly. Then, please leave it to friend Lu Dao. Young Master Hong bowed solemnly. Good. Lu Li nodded. It's very simple to take people's money and eliminate disasters for them. Just thinking about it, the galaxy in the distance trembled in the sky, and a jet of black lightning tore the galaxy in half. It shot out quickly, and an angry shout resounded throughout the world. Young thief! Return King Xuantian's Sun God Thunder Fruit and the Condor King's leading machine Thunder. It turned out to be the black gold poisonous Scorpion King. The expressions of Lu Li and others changed. At this time, I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Lu. Young Master Hong gave a deep shout and threw it away. And a light green rattan cage was thrown directly over. A silver ptarmigan fluttered inside. Boy, just take care of yourself. Venerable Lei smiled sinisterly and pointed towards Lu Li. A golden thunder light spurted over, and with a gentle twist, it turned into a thunderous rope and wrapped around Lu Li's body. The powerful thunder power exploded and locked Lu Li's body. Next moment, the golden-browed old man stamped his foot, and the jade shuttle flashed with silver lightning. It carried young Master Hong Lei Venerable and blasted the vacuum. The electricity shot out. After a few flashes, it turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li became an outcast. Delay the abandonment of the Thunder Beast. Want to leave? Lu Li sneered and his figure shook. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 clones of wind, fire, thunder and lightning immediately appeared in front, back, left and right. Next moment, the 4 clones collided into the middle. Boom! A shocking thunder and intense lightning exploded in all directions, filling the area for hundreds of miles in an instant. Then, thousands of clones burst out from this piece of silver lightning, shooting out in all directions, all over the world. What kind of magic is this? The black gold poisonous Scorpion King who was chasing him was stunned and paused when he saw it. However, it took a slight sniff, and its red gold eyes lit up. The aroma of Yanshan Thunder Fruit! Over there! Before it could chase it out. Boom! Thousands of miles away in the sky, silver thunder light shines brightly, and mysterious golden thunder patterns condense out of thin air, inlaying and bonding with each other to form a circular array that is more than an acre in size. which is mysterious and unusual. Then, the mysterious magic circle flashed. The void swayed, and the universe moved. On a speeding jade shuttle thousands of miles away, an equally mysterious golden thunder array emerged. Lu Li's figure slowly solidified in the middle, with a sneer on his face, looking down at the shocked young Master Hong in the jade shuttle. The Lord, Venerable Lei, and the golden-browed old man spoke out. "Hey, isn't this young Master Hong? Venerable Lei? What a coincidence! We meet again." Chapter 372. Fang Yanli has made a meritorious service. Lu Li had already made preparations. Once the poisonous Scorpion King chases after him, he directly activates the Void Movement Thunder technique and teleports it to young Master Hong's jade shuttle. Here, the mark of the Thunder Array has already been imprinted. When encountering danger, teleport to a fixed point instantly and escape from danger. However, he never expected that young Master Hong would repay kindness with hatred and let him stay as an outcast. He also asked Master Lei to strike hard and form a thunder rope, trapping Lu Li's footsteps. In this case, Lu Li would naturally kill him directly. "Kill him!" Seeing Lu Li appear, young Master Hong was suddenly startled. His face changed slightly, but the next moment he immediately narrowed his eyes and shot out a cold light. "Kill!" Venerable Lei, the golden-browed old man, looked ferocious and immediately flew up to kill Lu Li. Venerable Lei roared wildly, and his body suddenly expanded into a giant ball. His whole body crackled like a hedgehog encountering a natural enemy, and he directly shot out thousands of lightning and cold needles. On the other side, the old man with golden eyebrows raised his hands, shook his long sleeves, and a large piece of forest green lightning spurted out, hitting Lu Li. The two attacks have the power to shatter mountains and seas. The power of becoming a god is undoubtedly revealed. 10-step lotus flowers will die on the spot. Facing such a powerful attack, Lu Li looked coldly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, and made no move. With a golden light flashing all over his body. Swish, swish, swish. 3 Buddha heads and 6 giant arms appeared behind him. Then, 8 giant hands clenched into fists, and golden fist shadows filled the sky. Boom! The void exploded directly. Those thunder and lightning cold needles that sprayed out cracked inch by inch, exploded into dots of lightning, and were annihilated in the sky. At this time, the forest green thunder light also rushed in front of Lu Li. It was extremely strange, and there was actually a strange thunder power that corroded and melted all things. And there is also a strong fishy smell that captivates the soul. Lu Li's eyes turned cold. The 4 heads all opened their big mouths, sucked in suddenly, and sucked it into the mouth like a dragon sucking water. Next moment, under the horrified gazes of young Master Hong, Venerable Lei, and the old man with golden eyebrows, the 4 heads chewed a few mouthfuls, grunted, and directly swallowed these forest green poisonous thunders. "Not good! This guy is definitely not from the Thunder Clan. Who is he?" Young Master Hong and the other 3 were horrified, especially the old man with golden eyebrows. The forest green thunder just now was the divine thunder poison that he had been smelting for many years. It melted everything and corroded everything. Even those who saw it in the later stages of transformation would be wary and avoid it. But the guy in front of me swallowed it directly. "Your poisonous thunder and lightning tastes good. As delicious as the Banbanjan chicken foot soup cooked by my grandma." Lu Li showed his white teeth and smiled ferociously. "So, in order to thank you, I will send you to see my grandma." After saying that, the 8 giant arms were suddenly raised, and countless silver lightning arcs shone in the palms, condensing into a 10-foot-long bronze cannon in the blink of an eye. At the muzzle, a strong silver light shone like a thundering sun. At first glance, Lu Li is like the ancient god of war, holding an ancient thunder cannon to destroy the world. "This kid isn't human. Fight him!" Venerable Lei and the old man with golden eyebrows showed no slightest contempt anymore, roared angrily, and each used his trump card. I saw 2 snow-white teeth suddenly bursting out in Venerable Lei's mouth. Among the splashing blood, 2 thunder lights, 1 black and 1 white, flew out from it. His figure suddenly grew sharply, and with a sudden twist, he turned into the huge double dragon scissors fiercely cut off Lu Li's body. This cut has the power to cut off the entire galaxy. Obviously, these 2 Yin and Yang thunder dragons have been raised by Venerable Lei for many years with his own essence and blood. Once sacrificed, they will be the ultimate killing move to kill immortals and gods. At the same time, 1 knife separates Yin and Yang. The old man with golden eyebrows flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. raised his right arm high, and slashed towards Lu Li in the air. This right arm, like a sharp blade of a divine weapon, was slashed out directly, turning into a forest green sword light as thin as a blade, more than 10 feet long, breaking through the limitations of time and space, and slashed in front of Lu Li. Create the world. Split the universe. Unstoppable. This old guy actually gave up an arm, and used the blood sacrifice technique to activate a supreme thunder sword technique. There was a supreme and mysterious artistic conception that divided the world into two halves. Yin and Yang. Too fast. Lu Li had no time to dodge. Phew. The newly formed silver thunder cannon above his head was cut into two halves. The forest green sword light is as powerful as a broken bamboo, driving straight down. However, at the critical moment, Lu Li's 8-shaped arm suddenly came together and clamped the supreme sword light that was 10 feet long. The powerful force exploded suddenly, shattering the dagger light that created the world, scattering into little green lights, disappearing invisible. However, at this time, the black and white Yin and Yang double dragon scissors had already strangled him and cut off Lu Li's head. The cold breath that cuts through everything makes people's hair stand on end. Can't stop it. The supreme secret technique that Venerable Lei has cultivated for thousands of years is impossible to block. What's even more sinister is that thousands of feet away, under the Milky Way, young Master Hong is standing at the front of the Jade Shuttle with cold eyes, a thunder talisman stuck to his fingertips, and he is facing Lu Li a little further away. The mysterious and powerful force surged out of thin air, causing Lu Li's figure to suddenly freeze in place, unable to escape at all. This is not the power of nascent soul at all. Obviously, this is the divine thunder talisman given to young Master Hong by his father, the Lord of Leiyuan City. However, what is even more strange is that in this moment of life and death, Lu Li actually laughed. I've been waiting for a long time. And finally today, the magic talisman I deceived from that stupid foodie girl is finally put to use. Lu Li smiled coldly and uttered the 9-character mantra. Xian Tian has a skill. The stars change. Change. The words fell. Young Master Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked down. At some point, a small man with a yellow jade thumb appeared on his right golden boot. Ha ha ha. Dare you harm the land carp? Give birth to a good child in your next life. The Yahuang Yu villain sneered, and with a snap of his thin round hand, he slapped a starry mysterious talisman on the back of his boot. Boom! Next moment, before young Master Hong could react, a huge starlight beam shot out of the spiritual talisman and shot straight into the 9 heavens galaxy. At the same time, on Lu Li's body, there was also a silver starlight rising into the sky. 2 giant pillars of starlight crossed each other in the sky. Then, the person who was about to have his head cut off by Xuanlong became young Master Hong. No! Young Master Hong's eyes widened in fright. His liver and gallbladder trembled, and he shouted quickly, Lord Lei! Stop now! That's the young master! The golden-browed old man reminded loudly in fright. No! Double dragon scissors! Come back! Venerable Lei's expression also changed drastically, and he quickly used his magic skills to forcefully stop the black and white dragons that were being handed over. Puff. Of course, Venerable Lei felt uncomfortable if he forcibly stopped the secret technique. His face turned pale on the spot. His throat felt sweet, and a trace of blood spilled from his mouth. Call. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his head. There seemed to be a breeze blowing. Not good. Venerable Lei's pupils shrank. He saw it, in the reflection of young Master Hong's pupils. A handsome man wearing a black robe, with a cold expression, and fanning pure green thunder wings, has appeared behind him. The big hand was gentle, light, and caressing his Tianling cap, just like the Buddha caressing the bald heads of Buddhist monks and imparting the supreme secret. It's like an immortal caressing my head, nodding my hair and granting me immortality. Then, the big hand came down. Boom. Watermelon bursts. Red and white things were flying everywhere. Only a short, fat Han Yuanshan made of red gold thunder and lightning was left, floating alone on the spot. Chapter 373 Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. At the first fight, Lu Li used a talisman to break up the alliance of Lei Zun and other 3 people and killed one of them. The situation reversed instantly. How dare you kill me? Venerable Lei Yuanshan was frightened and furious. He no longer hesitated and was about to escape in a flash. But, it's too slow. Lu Li opened his 5 white fingers, shining with a dense demonic aura. With a sudden spin, He condensed into a Hunyuan black hole, emitting extremely powerful pulling and devouring power, and directly swallowed the soul. Bang! The Hunyuan black hole exploded. Venerable Lei's soul was annihilated. Die! You. Who are you? This demonic energy. Is it the demonic energy from which world? In the distance, the old man with golden eyebrows was protecting young Master Hong. With a look of surprise on his face, golden thunder light emitted from his body and wrapped around young Master Hong, ready to lead people to escape at any time. You don't know this yet? It seems that my reputation is not that great. Lu Lisan smiled coldly with cold eyes. But it doesn't matter if you don't know. Just ask the King of Hell directly after you die. As he spoke, he turned his hand over, and the silver thunder light shone in his palm. A cute silver bird condensed and took shape in the thunder light. This silver bird is covered in snowy silver, as if it were cast from mercury. Leading machine mine? Young Master Hong screamed in surprise. How could you refine the torpedo so quickly? Are you just a nascent soul? The golden-browed old man was also horrified, his face full of disbelief. At the moment when the two screamed in terror, the silver bird let out a crisp chirp, spread its wings, and turned into a blazing white light as thick as a thumb, tearing through the darkness of the world and killing from across the air. Ah! Thunder Palace Lantern! When the golden-browed old man saw the bright light coming, his face changed as if he had seen a ghost. He opened his big mouth and spit out a snow-white and exquisite crystal palace lantern. As soon as it appeared, the palace lantern immediately turned around and sprayed out pieces of light yellow thunder like catkins in all directions, condensing into a light yellow thunder curtain, covering the whole body. Boom! There was a loud bang. The silver lightning formed by the lead machine thunder struck the light yellow thunder curtain, causing the thunder curtain to shake violently. The next moment, the silver light dispersed, spread like a flame, filled the surrounding area, and merged with the pale yellow thunder. Silently, this piece of light yellow thunder curtain quickly became thinner, and it was actually melted and evaporated by the poison of the machine mine. Moreover, there is also a layer of mercury mist, shining with a faint silver thunder light, penetrating the light yellow thunder curtain, and rushing towards the face of the golden-browed old man and young Master Hong inside. Lead the machine to thunder. Extremely poisonous. Hateful. Young Master Hong couldn't help but curse. He bought this mechatronic mine with Tianshan Dan. He just threw it to Lu Li to use it as bait so that he could survive. I never expected that this guy would refine the lead machine for his own use in the blink of an eye. However, I don't care about that much now. This guy is extremely ferocious. If he doesn't leave, his life may be at stake here. Thinking of this, young Master Hong gritted his teeth, rolled his tongue, and spit out a red jade huang. This scarlet jade is half a piece, in the shape of a crescent, with extremely mysterious dark gold thunder patterns flashing on the surface, which is mysterious and unusual. Young Master Hong spit out the red jade huang, grabbed it with his big hand, and crushed it violently. Boom! A piece of red lightning immediately erupted from the gap between the 5 fingers, covering a 10-foot radius. As soon as the mist that led to the thunder touched this piece of red lightning, it immediately burned and turned into nothingness. Huh? Seeing this, Lu Li was surprised and suspicious. Boy, I remember. In 3 days, my father will come and chop off your head. Young Master Hong's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. The old man with golden eyebrows on the side breathed a sigh of relief and also threatened. Boy, this is the flame thunder jade huang given to the young master by the lord of Leiyuan City. It can burn everything. When combined, nothing can be broken. After 3 days, the city lord is here. Let me see how arrogant you are. This young Master Hong is indeed a character. For the sake of his own life, he will fall out at any time. The supreme divine thunder throws it away at will, making decisive decisions and full of courage. Once he is allowed to escape this time of enmity, it will be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain, with endless troubles. Snap, snap, snap. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly clapped his hands and praised. As expected of the heir of the great master of overcoming tribulations, he is full of treasures. However, I wonder if this treasure of yours can block the sneak attack of the great master of refining the void? What? Young Master Hong and the old man with golden eyebrows couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Before the two of them could react, a black figure appeared out of thin air above them. Next moment, the golden barbed spikes, like the moonlight cast by dark clouds, drew a huge half-arc in the air, arrived in an instant, and pierced the red lightning. There was a crisp crackling sound, The red lightning exploded directly. Then, the long ditch barbs drove in, like a white rainbow penetrating the sun, directly piercing the chest of young Master Hong and the golden-browed old man, skewering the two of them like a skewer on a barbecue. The two of them stared wide-eyed, looking at the protruding black spiked scorpion tail barb, their pupils trembling. This is the black gold poisonous scorpion king. Unfortunately, by the time the two of them reacted, the violent toxin had already spread throughout their bodies along with the blood, as if they had been struck by thunder, making their whole bodies paralyzed. Thoughts stopped turning and thinking. The magic power is more like the morning mist under the scorching sun, melting directly into the invisible form. Humph! I've been chasing you for so long, so I'll give you a heart-wrenching blow first. At this time, the figure above the two of them was completely solidified. It was a poisonous scorpion that was 3 feet tall, with a waist as thick as a bucket, and its whole body shone with black gold thunder and lightning, and its claws shone with sharp cold light. It looks very ferocious, making people's hearts tremble. This is the big poisonous scorpion in the late stage of void refining that came after him. Luli had already activated his netherworld ghost eyes, and sensed that the poisonous scorpion was hiding not far away. He was waiting for an opportunity to make a sneak attack. He simply used a trick to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, after the poisonous scorpion was obtained, it still seemed dissatisfied. Its blood-red eyes were as big as winter melons, staring straight at Luli, revealing pure killing intent. Boy, you didn't run away? Do you really think I can't kill you? The black gold poisonous scorpion king speaks human words, and is cold and cold. Hearing this, Luli raised his brows, shook his sleeves and robe, and a 4-foot-long brass sword fell into his hand, pointing diagonally at the ground. At the same time, a small yellow jade thumb figure emerged from the cuff, slithered, and stood on Luli's shoulder. The pupils of the black gold poisoned scorpion king trembled, sensing the power of the avenue emanating from the brass sword, and a very human shock appeared on his face. Is this a Taoist weapon? That's right. It's a Taoist weapon. Luli held a sword flower on his arm and smiled calmly. You? Who are you? The black gold poisonous scorpion king waved his pincers, ready to kill. Hearing this, Luli did not answer. Hum. At this moment, Jean K on his shoulders suddenly raised his chest and raised his head, with his little hands on his waist, and said proudly, Listen carefully. Standing in front of you is the son of destiny at the center of all heavens and worlds, the future head of the Huangquan sect, the most evil genius since the beginning of time, the coin-throwing maniac, the great demon Buddha of 10,000 swords, the reincarnated Buddha, the creator of the myth who killed the gods, the reckless hero, the fishing expert. Luke Carp is the same. Black Gold Poisonous Scorpion King, _ Chapter 374 Good luck. How's it going? Are you scared? GK said proudly. Humph. I'm afraid of you. No matter how long your name is, you are still not a nascent soul. You can let me manipulate you. Quickly, hand over Xiantian King's Yangshan Thunder Fruit. There is also the Condor King's Leading Thunder. If you don't hand it over, just wait to be in a string with these two guys. The Black Gold Poisonous Scorpion King said fiercely. Obviously, it does not recognize the land carp. GK was suddenly discouraged and his head drooped. This is simply a chicken and duck talk. Luli looked calm and said slowly, You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that my magic power is like a god. I can activate this Dao sword with all my strength and strike with one blow, which is enough to threaten you. A refining spirit. Later, you will be seriously injured. Is it? The Black Gold Poisoned Scorpion King smiled ferociously. So what if your magic power is like that of a god? After all, you are still a nascent soul. If you use all your strength to activate the Taoist weapon, your magic power will definitely be exhausted. Where else can you escape in this ancient land of Thunder Prison? Run away? Why should I run away? Do you want to hide in the ancient land of Thunder Prison all your life? Wait for the next lord of Lei Yuan City to come. Build another Lei Yuan City, and then cultivate your elixir for thousands of years. Did Shen Lei Tong Tong steal it? Luli said it calmly. However, when these words fell into the heart of the Black Gold Poisoned Scorpion King, they were like thunder and meteors falling into the sea. Boy, what do you mean? The Black Gold Poisoned Scorpion King asked coldly. It's not interesting. I just want to cooperate with your Thunder Prison ancient land. As the future leader of the Huangquan sect, please take me to see the Lord of the Thunder Prison ancient land. Luli put away his sword and said something unexpected. You're just a nascent soul boy. You don't even know how much you weigh. And you still want to see the Dragon King? The black gold poisoned Scorpion King smiled disdainfully. No wonder you thunder beasts can only be slaughtered by others. It turns out you are such an arrogant, short-sighted person. That's all. Luli shook his head and sighed. The words fell. The person jumped forward and suddenly shattered into 4 clones. Wind, fire, thunder, electricity. Next moment, the 4 clones collided into the middle, and the electric light exploded. Countless figures of wind, fire, and lightning shot out from it, some flying into the sky, some escaping to the ground, and some escaping into the void. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the earth were filled with the figures of Luli, making it impossible to distinguish the true form. Humph! Still want to do the same thing again? What a dream! The black gold poisoned Scorpion King couldn't help snorting when he saw this strange scene. There was no movement seen from it, and a black thunderstorm burst out of the void. Countless electric arcs exploded, rolling up the stars in the sky and rushing down to the earth in all directions. Wherever it passed, Luli's clone melted on the spot and turned into wisps of black smoke. Finally, all the black electric arcs swirled like a whirlpool and rolled up suddenly, melting away the last few Landcarp clones. Huh? The black gold poisoned Scorpion King was surprised, because Luli's true body did not appear. The poisonous shield it secretly set up failed to force Luli out? Where will this kid hide? Void. The black gold poisoned Scorpion King reacted immediately. With a click, the first section of the Scorpion L on his back cracked open, revealing a crystal blue vertical eye that flashed a strange white crystal light, allowing him to see through the void. Sure enough, I found it. Luli activated Kunping's thunder wings and quickly shuttled through the void. After a few flashes, he disappeared from the Scorpion King's sight. This kid has so many treasures. But, can this kid still escape from the ancient land of Thunder Hell? Can he still outrun the Condor King? The black gold poisoned Scorpion King sneered and was not in a hurry to chase after him. But the next moment, he tilted his head and couldn't help but wonder. No. Why did this kid run back to Leiyuan City? No matter what. Chase him. The black gold poisonous Scorpion King swung his barb, flinging out young Master Hong, the old man with golden eyebrows, and swallowed him in one gulp. Then he threw off his claws and turned into a ball of thunder and roared out, chasing after Luli. This pursuit lasted all day and all night. The black gold poisoned Scorpion King still hasn't caught up with Luli. Every time he saw Luli's figure, Luli split into 4 clones and collided violently, exploding with lightning all over the sky. Then, in the lightning, countless clones of wind, fire, thunder and lightning emerged, shooting towards the 10 heavens and 9 places to escape, unable to lock on it all. By the time it sensed the Landcarp's aura, the person had already fled thousands of miles away. In this way, 1 scorpion and 1 person, chasing and escaping. The day and night passed. Damn it! Why is this kid so powerful? Moreover, this kid seems to be constantly changing directions. He doesn't go straight to Thunder Abyss City? Is he going in a circle? The poisonous Scorpion King stopped, his face uncertain, and he almost wanted to give up. However, it then thought about it. As a powerful person in the late stage of void refining, he couldn't catch up with a kid in the middle stage of nascent soul. Wouldn't he be laughed to death when he went back? No. This guy needs to be caught. Revenge. A ray of cyan lightning swept across the sky, breaking through the sea of clouds 3,000 miles away in an instant. Under the sun, Luli used all his strength to activate Kunping's thunder wings and the wind and fire immortal thunder escape technique. He kept shuttling and escaping between the reality of the void, shooting in the direction of Leiyuan City. Luli, why did you run back to Thunder Abyss City? There is a battle over the tribulation there, and you will definitely die if you go there. You don't really want to cooperate with the Thunder Beasts in the Thunder Prison ancient land, do you? On the shoulder, GK asked anxiously. Why not? Luli asked calmly. Those are Thunder Beasts. After all, they are a group of savage and ferocious beasts. When they see you, they will only want to kill you and take away your Taoist weapon. They will not cooperate with you at all. You still turn around and run quickly. When those void-refining fusion Thunder Beasts catch up, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Jing's milky voice persuaded him. This statement does make sense. Luli also nodded and agreed. Normally, This is indeed the case. However, I have a way to make the Thunder Beasts in the Thunder Prison Ancient Land cooperate with me. Any solution? Gene K couldn't help but widen his eyes. Curious. It's very simple. Just drive the tiger away and devour the wolf. Luli smiled. Driving a tiger to devour a wolf? I don't quite understand. Gene K shook his little head and said with admiration on his face. However, if Luli really lets the Thunder Beast cooperate with you, then you are really like a cow, showing off your awesomeness. Ha ha. Then watch out. Luli chuckled, suddenly increased his speed, turned into a green light, broke through the void, and rushed straight towards Layuan City. This plan to drive away tigers and devour wolves was something he just came up with. Obviously, the mysterious doll owner selling Toad Machine Thunder is one of the 3 kings of the Thunder Prison Ancient Land. The Condor King. The Condor King is a cultivator of overcoming tribulations. Even though Luli repeatedly activated the Void Movement Thunder technique, he was still not as fast as the Condor King. He was probably caught before he even took out the Thunder Prison Ancient Land. Rather than being caught by the Condor King, it is better to take the initiative and try to win over these Thunder Beasts from the ancient land of Thunder Prison for their own use. Even if the negotiation fails, Luli is very likely to escape unscathed. Because, just now, Luli threw the fortune-telling dice again. This time, a gold character the size of a peanut appeared on all 6 sides of the dice, shining with supreme divine light. This should be good luck, right? Stable. Luli was determined and rushed towards Layuan City. Chapter 375 Alarmism. Half a day later, the devastated land of eternity was revealed before Luli's eyes. Collapse. Complete collapse. The entire Thunder Prison ancient land seemed to be bombarded and destroyed by billions of meteors, with countless huge craters. There are also chasms and canyons, crisscrossing and unfathomable. Going further into the direction of Layuan City, lakes, magma volcanoes, are scattered like stars in the broken and ruined land. The collapsed black stone city wall looked like a fallen stone giant, which was shocking to see. The battle to overcome the tribulation will destroy the heaven and the earth. Luli secretly marveled. Hiss. At this time, a black light was like a torrent, rolling in from the horizon, covering the sky, and appeared in front of Luli's eyes in an instant. It was the Blackwater Xiantian electric python in the fusion realm. Huh? Boy, you have the aura of the Yang God Thunder Fruit on you. Die. This Blackwater Xiantian electric python seemed to be injured. It was covered in blood, and its bones were visible. As soon as it saw the land carp, it immediately roared and hissed, opened its blood basin, and swallowed the sky, and was about to swallow the land carp directly. The combined divine power shocks the soul and covers the heaven and earth, leaving nowhere to hide. At the critical moment, Luli's expression remained calm, and he just shouted, I am the messenger of the devil. The sound fell. Sen's white fangs suddenly stopped falling and settled 3 inches above Luli's head, exuding bursts of cold smoke that lingered around Luli's body. Are you the messenger of the devil? The Blackwater Xiantian electric python stared straight at Luli, with a hint of surprise in its blood-red snake eyes. I'm not. I just lied casually to tell you not to eat me first. My true identity is the center of all heavens, and the future leader of the overseas underworld sect. Luli. I came here to see the Dragon King, the 3 kings of Thunder Beasts, the Condor King, and the Heavenly Toad King. Luli said calmly. Hearing this, the Blackwater Xiantian electric python shouted angrily. What bullshit, land carp? I've never heard of it. Die. Say it. The bloody mouth must be bitten hard. The sharp fangs will penetrate directly through Luli Tianlingai. Slow. At this moment, a cold voice came. Call. People come with a sound. A monster with an eagle head and human body fell from the sky and appeared in front of Luli in an instant. Vast and majestic pressure emanates from it, filling the sky and the earth with divine power like the sea. Condor King. Are you Luli? The most evil genius in the center of all heavens and worlds? The Eagle King's sharp eyes shot out 2 rays of golden light, piercing Luli's body, as if they were going to penetrate Luli's internal organs. That's right. It's just me. Luli cupped his hands calmly. Humph. So what if you are the most talented person over there? This is the Thunder Realm. Even if I kill you, no one will know. However, you are really brave enough to come back? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you alive? The Condor King's eyes flashed fiercely. Afraid? Luli shook his head and said neither humble nor arrogantly. It should be you, the Eagle King. Who should be afraid? No, it should be everyone in the Thunder Prison ancient land. You? A disaster is coming. Scaremongering. With this level of scaremongering, you are not even qualified to be a fortune teller. You are looking for death. The Blackwater Shantion electric python on the side couldn't bear to listen, and roared angrily, trying to swallow people. This King Shantion, if you want to be skinned and cramped by the time I'll sect in the future and cooked into a pot of dragons, tigers and phoenixes, then you can just eat me. Luli seemed completely unafraid and acted as if nothing had happened. The words just fell. The Golden Eagle King narrowed his eyes and glared at Shantion Python. Immediately, the Blackwater Shantion electric python obediently closed its big mouth, shook its body, and slowly retreated, expressing submission and fear. Explain! The Condor King turned his head and stared at Luli coldly with his sharp eagle eyes. This is not the place to talk. I won't be able to explain this matter for a while. Why don't we go into Layuan City and sit down? I can't run away anyway. Luli took out a 5-color spiritual fan from nowhere, opened it, and shook it gently. This calm and relaxed posture really looks a bit like a strategist and scribe. Okay, if you are not convinced by me, I will directly pierce your stomach with my claws, take out your intestines, and spread them all over the ancient land of Thunder Prison. The Condor King threatened coldly. The words fell. It didn't make any movement. It soared into the sky, and the strong wind that followed it hit suddenly, taking Luli to fly into the sky. A few blinks. The strong wind around him dissipated, and Luli appeared among the ruins. The Condor King stood on the boulder and looked down at Luli. The Blackwater Shantion electric python is entangled in the snake's body, watching eagerly, ready to pounce at any time and eat the land carp directly. Say, what kind of disaster is coming? At this time, the Condor King gave a cold shout. Shenshao continent is about to invade the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Luli shook his fan and answered immediately. Impossible. Shenshao Daozun and Shalong King of Shishao continent have already made an alliance, and will not invade the Thunder Prison ancient land within 1,000,000 years. The Condor King said coldly. That was before. Now the situation has changed drastically. The whereabouts of Lei Zhu, the Lord of the Thunder Realm, are unknown. The Layuan continent is leaderless. The Shishao continent and the Demon Realm are in collusion. The Yushao continent and the Demon Realm have formed an alliance. A war is about to break out in the entire Thunder Realm. Victory! He will take control of the Thunder Realm and become the new Lord of the Thunder Realm. Luli smiled and shook his spiritual fan, pointing out the country. Hearing these words, there was a trace of disdain in the golden eyes of the Condor King. So what? What does it have to do with our Thunder Prison ancient land? Of course it's related. Taoist Shishao, Lei ancestor, and Taoist Yushao have ruled the Lei realm together for tens of thousands of years. Their relationship is complicated. Even if a war is about to begin, neither Taoist Shishao nor Taoist Yushao will be the first to attack. Lei Yuan continent has ruined its own reputation and is trying to convince others. Therefore, these two Taoists will first clear out other small forces in the Lei realm, such as the ancient land of Lei Yu. Luli smiled and said. As soon as these words came out, the Condor King's expression darkened. The Blackwater Shantion electric python that was waiting to swallow people over there also raised its head suddenly and hissed, as if it was threatened. At this time, Luli gently shook his spiritual fan and continued. In addition, I, Luli, a peerless genius, once turned the sky with one sword, interrupted the arrival of the devil, and ruined the devil's plan to dominate the world. Therefore, I became a thorn in the side of the demon envoy from the demon realm. Do you think that when the demon realm hears that I am in the ancient land of Thunder Hell, will they immediately send someone to catch me? What a joke. I will send you directly to Taoist Master Shishao, and then take refuge with Taoist Master Yushao. Both parties will not be offended. In this case, nothing will happen in the ancient land of Thunder Prison, the Condor King said with disdain. This is indeed a good approach. Luli nodded and changed the topic. However, if both sides are not offended, in fact, both sides are offended, Jin K, why don't you predict the fate of these thunder beasts? Hey, it's my turn to appear. With a swipe, Jin K came out of his arms, rushed to Luli's shoulder, and pointed with his thin round hand. The eagle eggs of this Condor King will be made into salted eggs. The Condor King's pupils shrank. Then, Jin K turned his finger. This big electric python will be captured to make wine. When Heishuishian Tian Electric Python heard this, his whole body immediately tensed up. Then, Jean K clasped his little hands and said in a sweet voice, "As for that Sky Toad King, it's ugly and smelly. I'm afraid it can only be taken away to refine elixirs and weapons. The best thing to happen is this Condor King. There is also that ancient Thunder Dragon. It is so powerful and domineering. It will definitely be captured and used as a mount." "Being a mount? That's really good." Luli nodded and acted as a compliment. Hey. Jean K shook his little head and laughed strangely. "However, most monks will gelding the horses they have conquered before riding them again. In this way, the horses taken back will become honest, well-behaved, and not cause trouble. So, there is a thunder beast that needs to be castrated." Chapter 376 Key Figures in the Alliance. The last sentence is full of gloating. The expression on the Condor King's face was very ugly. This could really happen. Thinking about the scene of being raped, I shudder. Boom! At this time, a ray of golden light soared from the sky and suddenly landed next to the Condor King. It turned out to be a round and fat man with a head full of golden bumps. He was shirtless, wearing a golden and red cassock and a gold pearl necklace. Middle-aged fat man. He is also so short that he is only 5.5 feet tall. It can be said that it is extremely ugly, extremely short, extremely fat. However, the aura on his body was no weaker than that of the Condor King next to him. Even better by 3 points. This short and fat middle-aged man wearing a golden and red cassock is actually the Sky Toad King, one of the 3 ancient thunder beasts in the thunder-prisoned ancient land. "Humph! How dare you say that I am ugly and smelly? You magical spirit! Believe it or not, I will eat you right away." King Tian Toad stared at Jean K fiercely, bared his teeth, and revealed 2 rows of golden teeth. The sound is very crisp and pleasant. "I didn't say it. Luli asked me to say it." When Jean K saw this fierce look, he was so frightened that he immediately shrank back into Luli's sleeve robe. This little guy betrayed his teammates pretty quickly. Luli smiled, nodded and said, "This King Tian Toad, what I just said was indeed what I asked Jean K to say." "Huh? How dare you admit it? Do you believe that I ate you and turned it into a lump of sheep shit in my stomach?" The Heavenly Toad King is fierce and evil. Alas, Toad King is a bit vulgar today. Luli raised his eyebrows, looked calm, and nodded. "I believe it. But before you eat me, can you lend me a beauty so that I can keep a seed?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you are a toad. I can't even eat swan meat. So how can I get this beauty? Damn it! Boy, how dare you ridicule me? Gua!" The Tian Toad King's face was filled with anger, and his figure rapidly expanded as if inflated. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3-story fat man, and golden bumps and bubbles began to grow all over his body, which looked a bit creepy. It's going to transform and swallow people. Slow! At this time, the Condor King standing on the boulder spoke again to stop him. "King Tian Toad, this kid is still useful. Don't eat it yet. What's the use of this kid? It's better to just swallow him. Take his Taoist weapon. When the time comes, even if the head of the Huanquan Sect comes to seek revenge, I have a Taoist weapon. So what should I be afraid of? I'll still fight him back." The Tian Toad King's winter melon-sized eyes widened, filled with evil energy. "This kid is not simple. Don't think he is just a genius from the sect, but he is also a reincarnated Buddha. Once you eat the reincarnated Buddha, you will definitely be in a lot of trouble. I'm afraid you won't be able to relax for the rest of your life," the Condor King said. There was a hint of fear in the voice. "What? This kid is still a reincarnated Buddha? If I eat him, won't I get arsenic from salt?" The Tian Toad King rolled his eyes, and his face also showed a bit of surprise and fear. "It's more poisonous than arsenic. If you eat it, a bald donkey will come to bother you every day," the Condor King said coldly. "Then what should we do now? Could it be that I was frightened by this kid's few words? Isn't my face completely lost?" King Tian Toad glanced at Luli fiercely. Luli sensed it, and responded with a friendly and elegant smile. He knew that the Condor King and the Heavenly Toad King were communicating spiritually, and did not rush them. "Ask the Dragon King." After the Condor King pondered for a moment, he said solemnly. King Tian Toad had no objection. Next moment, the 2 tribulation-transcending thunder beasts fell silent. Luli shook his fan and sighed as he looked at the ruins of Leiyuan City around him. What a city! So ruined. Then again, where is the Lord of Leiyuan City? Luli looked at the Blackwater Shintian electric python and asked curiously. Humph. That old guy thought he was invincible with his magical power. Unexpectedly, the Dragon King broke his magical power as soon as he took action. He directly chased him to the ends of the earth and escaped like a bereaved dog. Blackwater Shintian electric python said proudly. Ran? This may have consequences. Luli was thoughtful. Just as he was thinking about it, a black lightning rolled from the horizon in the distance. In the lightning, it was the ferocious black gold poisonous Scorpion King. You kid! You really dare to run back to Leiyuan City? You're looking for death! The black gold poisoned Scorpion King roared angrily and charged towards him in a menacing manner. I have become the Eagle King and the guest of the Heavenly Toad King. Do you still dare to be so presumptuous? Luli turned around when he heard the sound and scolded. What? The black gold poisoned Scorpion King was startled when he heard this. His lightning flashed, and he suddenly stopped 100 feet away in the sky, his face full of surprise and confusion. At this time, the Condor King suddenly turned his head when he heard the movement and glanced sharply. Divine power is like a mountain. Seeing this, the black gold poisoned Scorpion King immediately retreated obediently. What do you think of the Condor King? Luli asked. What exactly do you want to do? The Condor King's eyes were sharp and cold, revealing a trace of murderous intent. If you can't tell me the reason, don't blame me for killing you. It's very simple. I just want everyone in the Thunder Prison Ancient Land to cooperate with the Huangquan Sect to fight against the Shishao continent and the Taimao Sect, Luli said calmly. Humph. Just because of your words. You want us to cooperate with you? Why? Even if we really want to cooperate with you, it won't be your Huangquan Sect's turn. In your Huangquan Sect, the only one who can overcome the tribulation is the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Cultivation. The others are all crooked melons and cracked jujubes. Are you worthy? The Condor King mocked unceremoniously. What the Condor King said is wrong. However, Luli was not angry and said slowly. The ancient land of Thunder Prison is indeed very powerful, but it is actually just a basin of loose sand and cannot form a climate. The land is filled with 10,000-year elixirs and various rare treasures. It is also easy to become a target for others. Once Taimao Sect joins forces with Shishao continent to attack together. How long can your Thunder Prison ancient land last? Condor King. Tian Toad King. Although the words were unpleasant, what Luli said did make some sense. Several major Thunder tribes from the Shishao continent came to attack, and the Thunder Prison ancient land could only defend once or twice, and then they were defeated and fled in all directions. After all, the ancient land of Thunder Prison is just a place where thunder beasts gather. It is normal for them to fly away when disaster strikes. At that time, they can only be reduced to bereaved dogs like the Lord of Leiyuan City. However, with the Huangquan Sect, the ancient land of Thunder Prison will still exist. Luli spoke again, showing invincible confidence. Snort. King Tian Toad snorted coldly, with a face full of contempt. As for your Huangquan Sect, I will pee to death in a big area when I urinate. Why do you have such a loud voice? Of course, it's with the 2 Taoist weapons I have. Luli said proudly. Oh, 2 Taoist weapons? If I kill you, won't they belong to us? Tian Toad King Donggua's big golden eyes revealed a greedy and fiery light. You want? Luli raised his eyebrows, flicked his sleeves, and 2 rays of light, one yellow and one green, flew out and floated in front of him. It is a 4-foot bronze sword. There is also an unusually green double-layered jade ring. The power of the avenue immediately filled the world. Taoist weapon. The Tian Toad King's eyes immediately widened, and he exclaimed. Without saying a word, a bolt of red gold lightning shot out from his mouth and rolled towards the Golden Case sword and the Chaos Divine Mill. However, at this moment, Luli smiled half-heartedly and said, the Taoist weapon is here now. I can give it to you directly now. But as soon as the news gets out, you will be on the run. Do you dare to take this Taoist weapon? Ga. The red gold lightning suddenly stopped and revealed its true appearance. It's the tongue of the Heavenly Toad King. Its eyes rolled wildly, and it suddenly retracted its red gold tongue and snorted. Boy, you want to harm me. I won't fall into your trap. Luli smiled, flicked his sleeves, took back the 2 Taoist tools, and said slowly, in addition, not only our Huangquan Sect, but also a big force can help the Thunder Prison ancient land stay safe and sound. What big force is it? Buddhism? The Condor King asked in surprise. No, it's the Zhongzhou Dao League. Luli smiled mysteriously. It's just that if you want to get help from the Zhongzhou Dao League, you have to save someone first. A person? Who? The Condor King frowned. Luli smiled slightly and uttered 3 words. Ling Jianshuang. Chapter 377 Looking for Ling Jianshuang. Ling Jianshuang? The Eagle King was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly asked, the future leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect? Huh? This Condor King actually knows? That saves the effort of explanation. Luli nodded, shook his spiritual fan and said, that's her. She is the future leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect and the future leader of the Zhongzhou Taoist Alliance. She is in trouble now. Find her and save her, and she will remember you. Favor. When the time comes, the Dao Alliance will help, and the Lei ancient land will be safe. After hearing this, the Condor King and the Heavenly Toad King looked at each other with expressions of emotion on their faces. If the Dao Alliance really takes action and helps secretly, then it will be really stable. Roar. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded, reaching the ears of the Condor King and the Heavenly Toad King. The 2 Tribulation Thunder Beasts heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Next moment, the Eagle King's golden eyes were sharp, and he said in a cold voice, Luli, I, Thunder Hell Ancient Land, have decided to cooperate with your Huangquan sect. Wait a moment. And King Tian Toad will go with you to rescue Ling Jianshuang. Is it the only one? Luli raised his eyebrows. He thought he could trick the 3 Tribulation Transcending Thunder Beasts into coming out together to fight for him this time. Unexpectedly, I only managed to trick a Sky Toad King with a bad temper. Not even the legendary Ancient Thunder Dragon was seen. Humph. One is enough for me. King Tian Toad felt that he was being despised and snorted. Even if the 3 Thunder Taoists come, I will still stun them with a drop of toad urine. Luli. Dot. On this day, the Toad King was not only vulgar, loudmouthed, and had a bad temper, but he also got angry? Take him there? I'm afraid it's going to be a lot of trouble. Why? Do you want to go back on your word? King Tian Toad looked down. His pupils suddenly turned green, as wide as a water tank, and his mouth slowly opened. If you go back on your word, I will swallow you up on the spot. Leaving you and me alone. A rotten-tailed whale swallowed 3,000 years ago stayed there for 10 days and 10 nights. How is that possible? Happy cooperation. Luli smiled friendly. Okay, let's go then. The Sky Toad King suddenly opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of green thunder, which enveloped the land carp and then shot out with a bang, escaping into the void. Then, it leaped through the 9 heavens and flew towards it. King Tian Toad, where are you going? Luli asked quickly. Of course we're going to Lei Yuan Continent, the largest fairy city in the Lei realm there. Jiuxiu City. You can buy the news about Ling Jianshuang there. As the Tian Toad King spoke, he opened his mouth and swallowed the land carp directly. 10 days later, in an extremely lively and prosperous city, Luli transformed into a handsome young man wearing green clothes, a qibao belt on his waist, hardware boots on his feet, and a 5-color spiritual fan in his hand. The god of Feng is handsome, and the jade trees are facing the wind. Beside him was a short, fat, round man wearing a golden red cassock, his head covered with golden lumps. It looks a bit ugly. This combination of handsome and ugly is quite eye-catching, attracting a few glances from the passing Lei realm monks. Obviously, the two are Luli and Tian Toad King. The 2 of them traveled under the stars and the moon, and finally arrived at the 9 heavens city 10 days later. During this period, Luli glanced at his friend. Ling Jianshuang did not refresh the event. This made Luli a little worried. However, he and Ling Jianshuang already had a spiritual connection, and as long as they were close enough, they could immediately sense Ling Jianshuang's presence. Although Ling Jianshuang is not bad looking, her feet are not bad too. It would still be really sad if she was injured or died. Therefore, Luli planned to bring King Tian Toad here to save people first. Senior, I've been gone for a long time. Where is the place where I can buy information about Ling Jianshuang? Luli turned around and asked. What's the hurry? We're here. The Tian Toad King's round body suddenly paused. Luli stopped and looked up, and saw a 10-story ordinary restaurant. Above the main entrance, there was a gold lacquer plaque with the 3 characters, Jiuzhou Alliance, engraved with flying dragons and phoenixes. Huh? This plaque. Luli took a closer look and suddenly let out a startled cry. I saw this plaque shining with silky crystal light, as if it was constantly absorbing the essence of sunlight. That feeling was exactly the same as when he took off his clothes before. Could it be that this plaque has become a spirit? Luli was secretly surprised. Two fellow Taoists. Are you here for dinner? Please come upstairs. At the gate of the 9 Provinces Alliance, a beauty in green clothes with a late-stage golden elixir and an emerald green leaf on her head stepped forward and asked with a smile. Golden elixir guards the gate? This Jojo Alliance has some strength. I'm here to buy something. And I'm a regular customer. You take me up to the 7th floor and call Fairy Onion to serve me. King Tian Toad swaggered forward and said with arrogance. As he spoke, a trace of the aura of transcending tribulation emitted, suppressing the beauty in green. Then take it back instantly. Overcoming the tribulation? The beauty in green clothes felt the suppression of the tribulation aura for a moment, and her expression suddenly condensed, showing great awe. Turns out he is a distinguished guest. I'm sorry. Senior, please follow me upstairs. I will immediately send word to Fairy Onion to greet you. She did not dare to be negligent, and bowed slightly to invite Lu and Li into the building. Once you enter the building, it's an ordinary restaurant. But after passing through the thunder curtain in the lobby, the world suddenly changed in front of my eyes, and patches of purple bamboo forests appeared, and spiritual energy rushed towards my face. Later, under the leadership of the beauty in green, Lu and Li walked through the purple bamboo forest and came to an elegant courtyard. The Onion Fairy is inside. The beauty in green bowed slightly and retreated from this fantasy land of purple bamboo forest. I asked which distinguished guest came. It turned out to be King Tian Toad. It's really unlucky. The person had just left. At this moment, a melodious and sweet voice of a lark came from the courtyard. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. Humph. Onion Fairy, if you don't open the door, do you believe I'll have sex in front of your door? King Tian Toad acted very rogue. When Luli heard this, he secretly took a step back and pretended to look at the surrounding scenery, indicating that he was not familiar with this Tian Toad King. But there was a squeak. The wooden door to the courtyard was opened. A young girl wearing green clothes and a white skirt, full of anger, came into view. Although she has a puffy face, it can still be seen that her eyes are like paint. Her skin is like cream, and she has a slim figure. She is a beautiful beauty. What's even more amazing is that she is a powerful combination. King Tian Toad, weren't you a coquettish toad who was attacking Lei Yuan City in the ancient land of Thunder Prison? Why did you suddenly run out? Don't you know that your ugly appearance will scare other guests? The girl glared at King Tian Toad and mocked him directly. Only then did Luli realize that she had no legs. No. It should be said that her feet were directly connected to the soil, just like flowers and trees. She is not human. Hey, it's good to scare people. It's best to scare you. The Green Onion Fairy. And then I can carry it home and give birth to a little toad for me. The Tian Toad King bared his teeth and grinned, becoming even more fierce and uglier. As soon as these words came out, the girl named Onion Fairy frowned, and the displeasure and disgust on her face became even more intense. She grabbed the wooden door with her green fingers and was about to close it. Wait! Seeing this, Luli finally spoke. Now he knew that this Tian Toad King was only here to cause destruction and had no intention of saving people. Luli could only come to the rescue. Who are you? Huh? Thunder Robe? Are you from the Lei Ming clan? Fairy Onion's green eyes glanced over, and she immediately saw through Luli's silver thunder robe under her green clothes, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. It doesn't matter whether I'm from the Lei Ming clan or not. I'm here this time to inquire about information. No, I'm here to buy someone's information. Luli got straight to the point. No nonsense. Who? Fairy Onion asked with a frown. Ling Jianshuang. Luli replied immediately. Ling Jianshuang? When Fairy Onion heard this name, a look of surprise appeared on her snow-white face. She glanced at Luli suspiciously and said something unexpected. You also want to marry that Ling Jianshuang as your concubine? Luli was stunned on the spot. Chapter 378 Ling Jianshuang, who lost his memory. Do you also want to marry that Ling Jianshuang as your concubine? Concubine? Also? When Luli heard this, he immediately felt bad and immediately asked, Who wants to marry Ling Jianshuang as a concubine? Where and when? This is secret information collected by our 9 Provinces Alliance. Want to know? Come in and talk. Onion Fairy looked cold and opened the wooden door. Fairy Onion, your place is really nice. The stone chair is so high. The stone table is so short. And the fence is so green. However, it is still much cramped compared to the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Otherwise, consider returning to the ancient land of Thunder Prison. King Tian Toad took the lead and stepped forward, making comments in a carefree manner. Luli. Dot! He finally understood why the Onion Fairy hated the Heavenly Toad King so much. Everyone would hate it. If he hadn't been unable to defeat the Tian Toad King, Luli would have thrown him to the edge of the sky to avoid getting in the way. Fairy Song rolled her eyes, and didn't bother to pay attention to the Toad King. She floated and sat under the great trellis in the corner of the courtyard. She said coldly, "You asked 3 questions just now. According to the rules of the JoJo Alliance, it is 3 pieces of information, and you need to pay 3 times. Okay. No problem. King Tian Toad. Pay quickly." Luli readily agreed and turned around. What? When King Tian Toad heard this, his green eyes immediately widened. You are obviously here to buy the information? Why should I pay? What matters in cooperation is sincerity. I went deep into the Thunder Prison ancient land alone, and my sincerity is already obvious. How about the sincerity of your Thunder Prison ancient land? Luli asked calmly. After hearing this, King Tian Toad frowned. He couldn't refute it. Therefore, King Tian Toad could only bulge his chin and look at Fairy Onion. How much do these 3 pieces of information cost? The first news is worth 3,000 Thunder Crystals. The second news is worth 1,000 Thunder Crystals. And the third news is worth 100 Thunder Crystals. However, because you came to buy it, this girl is in a bad mood. So I have to hand over 900 Thunder Crystals, which adds up to 5,000 Thunder Crystals. Onion Fairy said with a cold face. What? 5,000 Thunder Crystals? Why don't you go grab it? King Tian Toad was very angry. That's right. I'm just robbing you of your money. If you don't want to, just leave. Onion Fairy said with a cold face. Humph. Just leave. I'm still afraid of you. King Tian Toad snorted coldly, turned around and left. Ahem. Luli immediately coughed twice and said through the message. Senior Tian Shan, if you want to continue to stay peacefully in the ancient land of Thunder Prison, you'd better pay for the Thunder Crystal. If you don't have enough money, I still have 1,000 Thunder here. Crystal. The Heavenly Toad King immediately paused, turned around and walked back. With a bang, he spit out 4,000 Thunder Crystals and piled them in the courtyard. Then, without saying anything, he raised his hands and stared directly at Fairy Onion. Luli shook his head helplessly and flicked out 1,000 Thunder Crystals. This time I brought the wrong person. If I had known earlier, I would have brought the Condor King out. Wrong. The guys in the Thunder Prison ancient land probably also knew about the urinary nature of King Tian Toad, so they specially asked him to follow them. 5,000 Thunder Crystals. That's enough. Fairy Onion stretched out her slender fingers, grabbed them all, and took away all the 5,000 Thunder Crystals in the courtyard. She said coldly, that Ling Jianchuang came to the Thunder Realm and stayed on Tianyuan Island in Leiyuan Continent for a while. She found someone to learn how to fight, and was eventually promoted to Nascent Soul. Later, she went to Shishao Continent with the Taoist League, and was ambushed on the way. When she appeared again, she was rescued and prepared to be married as a concubine. Who? Where? When? Luli asked with a frown. One of the 5 major Thunder clans in the Leiyuan Continent. The young master of the Tianqing clan, Fang Yin. The location is within the secret place of the Tianqing clan. And the time is just 5 days later. Onion Fairy replied simply and neatly. 5 days? So urgent? Wrong. Luli raised his eyebrows. Ling Jianchuang is an unusual woman. Her head was caught by a crab. But she would marry someone she has known for a few days? Or work as a concubine? Ling Jianchuang is the future leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect. He is also the future leader of the Dao Alliance. She actually became someone's concubine just because she was saved once? This is definitely not ordinary. Could it be that the story of the tragedy of the female sword fairy has come true? Luli was secretly surprised. You're right. At this moment, Fairy Onion said coldly, Ling Jianchuang's head was indeed pinched. But it was not pinched by a crab, but by someone. She lost her memory. Amnesia? So bloody? Luli was stunned. No nonsense. After all, she is just a nascent soul. She was ambushed, and many of the people who protected her died. She was able to escape, and it is normal for her brain to be seriously injured. However, our Jojo Alliance also found out a news about her. Onion Fairy said coldly. What news? Luli asked. Onion Fairy said nothing. He just raised his green hands, rubbed his fingers, and signaled for money. Luli didn't speak either. He just turned around and looked at King Tion Toad. The Tion Toad King snorted softly, raised his hands and looked up at the sky, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Luli smiled. King Tion Toad, if something happens to Ling Jinshuang, the first person to cause trouble for you will be the head of the Tianhe Sword Sect. This head of the Tianhe Sword Sect is very insidious. He has been pretending to be a licker for thousands of years. The second person to cause trouble for you is the leader of the Dao Alliance. She may look for opportunities to beat you to the point of peeing in the future. What? So cruel? When King Tion Toad heard this, he couldn't help but clamp his legs. He was afraid. How many thunder crystals? The fat on King Tion Toad's face trembled, and his face was filled with pain. No thunder crystal this time. Fairy Onion said something surprising. She squinted her green eyes and stared directly at Luli. If you tell me, who are you? I can tell you the information I found. Okay. Luli nodded. Next moment, sizzle. A small yellow jade thumb came out from the cuff, flickered, and appeared on Luli's shoulder. His thin round hands were on his hips, and he started to speak with a proud face. Listen carefully. What is in front of you is he is the son of destiny at the center of all heavens and worlds. The future head of the Huangquan sect. The most evil genius in all eternity. A coin-throwing madman. The great demon Buddha of 10,000 swords. The reincarnated son of the Buddha. The creator of the myth of slaying gods. And Chow Meng. A hero and a fishing expert. He loves catching land carps that urinate from toads. Alright. Luli nodded, reached out to touch Jean K's head, and handed him a sword pill. Thank you, Luli. Call me next time you have a chance. Jean K thanked him with a sweet voice, hugged Jianwan, and slipped away happily. Tion Toad King. Dot. Onion Fairy. Dot. How about it? Fairy Onion. This introduction is clear enough. You can tell me the information you found out. Luli said with a smile. Dot. Fairy Onion was silent for a while, with a look of shock and surprise on her face. So you are the unparalleled genius in that world. Luli. No wonder. No wonder. Then, let me tell you, Ling Jinshuang's amnesia is fake. It's just that it's fake. It's just a strategy for her to preserve herself. Fake amnesia? Hearing this, Luli nodded suddenly. Really? Ling Jinshuang is still smart enough. I haven't been infected with low IQ by that stupid girl who only knows how to eat. But, let's put it this way. The young master of the Tianqing clan. Is he forcibly marrying Ling Jinshuang as his concubine? Is he so brave? Aren't he afraid that the Tianhe Sword Sect and the leader of the Dao Alliance will cause trouble later? Luli asked with a raised eyebrow. Fairy Onion replied expressionlessly. I can answer this for free. The young master of the Tianqing clan just wants to cook the rice. Then, with the help of the power of the Tianhe Sword Sect and the Dao Alliance, the Tianqing clan can regain the throne. With the help of the top 5 Lei clan, we control the Lei Yuan continent. Oh! After Luli heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He smelled a hint of conspiracy. Chapter 379 Two Choices. He was ambushed, lost his memory, took a concubine, and took the opportunity to rise to power. As soon as Luli picked it up, he immediately felt something strange in it. What a coincidence. Then again, who is Fang Yin from the Tianqing clan? Luli shook his spiritual fan and asked with a frown. There is no charge for this news. I can tell you for free. Fang Yin is a famous immortal cultivation wizard of the Tianqing clan. He was born with a thunder soul. He was born with the ability to leave the body and travel through the thunder of heaven and earth without any harm. He is less than 80 years old. Years later, he has cultivated to Yuanying. Fairy Onion sat across from the stone table and said in a crisp voice, giving birth to a nascent soul at the age of 80? A bit awesome. Luli couldn't help but nodded secretly. Suddenly, he thought of something again and asked with interest. Fairy Onion, you just said that someone wants to marry Ling Jinshuang as a concubine. Who else is there? There is also Tang Yuan of the Thunder Emperor clan, who is also a proud man of heaven who is famous all over the world. Onion Fairy replied. The Thunder Emperor clan. Like the Tianqing clan. is one of the 5 major thunder clans in Leiyuan continent. Interesting. Is this Ling Jinchuang so popular? Luli couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the Tian Toad King, who was standing aside, said impatiently, "Now that we know the whereabouts of Ling Jinchuang, let's go over and save him. This cannot be done rashly. The 9 Provinces Alliance has already found out about Ling Jinchuang's whereabouts, and the Dao Alliance must also know about it. However, the Dao Alliance probably hasn't taken action yet, so we can't be anxious," Luli said slowly. As soon as these words came out, King Tian Toad immediately squinted over. "Boy, isn't it? I see that you have done so many things, just to use the power of the Thunder Prison ancient land to save this Ling Jinchuang. This Ling Jinchuang should be your old friend. You're about to get married, but you're not in a hurry anymore? Do you have any special hobbies? The Dao Alliance is not made of clay. The woman who is the leader of the Dao Alliance is not easy to bully. That Tianqing clan dares to mess around. So what if the raw rice is cooked into popcorn? Hee hee. I guarantee that they will be exterminated soon," Luli sneered. This sentence made King Tian Toad and Fairy Onion raise their eyebrows and feel startled. Is the strength of the leader of the Dao Alliance already comparable to that of a true immortal? "Fairy Onion, how did you find out that Ling Jinchuang was pretending to have amnesia?" Luli asked again. "No comment." Onion Fairy shook her head slightly. It seems that this Jojo Alliance is very mysterious. However, is the news that Ling Jinchuang lost his memory true or false? Luli was thoughtful and fell into deep thought. Now it was King Tian Toad's turn to sit still and asked in shock. "The Tianqing clan is just one of the 5 major thunder clans in Leiyuan continent. It is not the largest in power and not the oldest in seniority. Even if Lei Zhu disappears, it's not their turn to jump out. Why should they?" Snort. Fairy Onion snorted softly and turned her head away, not giving the Tian Toad King a good look. Seeing this, the fat on King Tian Toad's face shook, opened his mouth, and spat out a bunch of thunder crystals on the ground. "Thank you, King Tian Toad." Fairy Onion immediately smiled politely and replied, "This is because the Tianqing clan has refined a powerful Taoist weapon, so they dare to covet the position of the Lord of Leiyuan continent." After saying that, Song Sungyu flicked her hand and took away the pile of thunder crystals on the ground. With a snap, his face turned cold and returned to its original state. "Taoist weapon?" Luli exclaimed in surprise. Could this be the upcoming Taoist weapon that Yiming Ghost Emperor mentioned before leaving? This needs to be thought about carefully. Save people? Although the Tian Toad King is a cultivator of overcoming tribulations, the Tianqing clan is one of the 5 major thunder clans in Leiyuan continent. And there are also overcoming tribulations in the clan. If they come directly to kill them, they may be beaten out. Furthermore, the toad spirit of King Tian Toad is very unreliable. Wanted to help save people desperately. Disaster? Luli shook his head secretly. "Boy, what are you going to do? Are you going to find the people from the Dao Alliance? Or are you going to rush directly to the Tianqing clan's secret place and secretly rescue them?" The Heavenly Toad King sent a message and asked, with senior strength. "Of course, I should save people first," Luli replied with a smile. "What? You want me to be a lone hero, breaking into the Tianqing clan's secret place to save people? Do you want me to die?" King Tian Toad opened his blue eyes and huffed angrily. "Senior, didn't you say just now that your power is boundless and that the 3 great Thunder Taoist masters can be knocked unconscious by just soaking in urine? Now you are actually afraid of a small Azure clan? No way! No way! No way!" Luli pretended to be very surprised. You. Being moved away by Luli in such a sarcastic way. King Tian Toad was so angry that a big bubble bulged out from his chin and his face turned red. But I couldn't find a word to refute. Before it was changed, it could indeed be rude. But after learning that the Tianqing clan had refined a Taoist weapon, it really couldn't be rude. Huh? Wrong. It also has Taoist tools. Although the Taoist weapon is on Luli's body, if he borrows it for use, doesn't it mean that he also has a Taoist weapon? Thinking of this, King Tian Toad raised his forehead and showed a bit of arrogance. Boy, if you are willing to lend me your Taoist sword to use it, let alone the Tianqing clan, even the 3 Thunder Taoist masters, I will one by one chop them all into 18 pieces. Borrowed Dao sword? Luli raised his eyebrows. To be honest, the violent and arrogant nature of this Tian Toad King is clearly revealed. If I really want to lend him the Dao sword, I don't know what kind of disaster it will cause. Boy, is there anything else you want to buy? At this moment, Fairy Onion spoke calmly. Luli looked at King Tian Toad. The Tian Toad King's forehead was still facing the sky. He snorted softly, turned around and walked away. Farewell. Luli cupped his hands and followed Tian Toad King as he turned around and floated out of the courtyard. You two go slowly without seeing me off. Onion Fairy stood up and bowed ying. The words fell. The space in the purple bamboo forest ahead rippled, revealing a thundering light gate. Luli followed the Tian Toad King into the light gate. The moment the two were about to be teleported away, a crisp and sweet voice came into my ears. Little friend Lu, I am selling you a piece of information privately. For free. Just 3 days ago, someone bought your information here. Immediately afterwards, the world is spinning. Lu Li's eyes flashed, and the person had appeared in the bustling Jade Street of Xiansheng. Has anyone bought their own news? Friend or foe? Most likely they are enemies. Lu Li thought for a while, and determined that he had few friends, and no one would come to Lei Realm to buy information about him. So, who could it be? Luo Rujin from Taimo Sect? Jinji, the son of the God clan? The Eldar step into the Lotus? Or maybe they are from the Wu tribe. Boy, can we save this person? If not, I will go back to the ancient land of Thunder Hell. I've been wandering around with you every day, and even my poisonous spots have faded away. At this time, the King of Heavenly Toad stood beside him. He touched his head full of fleshy bumps and felt very unhappy. Of course people need to be saved. Lu Li nodded immediately and hesitated slightly. The question now is, rush directly to the Tianqing clan's secret place, and then secretly rescue Ling Jinshuang? Should we wait 5 days for Ling Jinshuang to get married before we come to visit? The first method has a high success rate and a high chance of saving lives. The second method will definitely be blocked by the Tianqing clan. By then, there will definitely be a fight. In a chaotic battle, your own life is in danger. Snort. King Tian Toad glanced at Lu Li with disdain. Are you still the unparalleled genius? You can't even make such a simple choice? Oh, please ask King Tian Toad for advice. Lu Li humbly asked for advice. King Tian Toad snorted proudly. Of course he rushed over by himself, then secretly entered the Tianqing clan's secret place, came to rescue the person with Li Daigao, and then disguised himself as Ling Jinshuang, and revealed himself directly when the wedding ceremony was held. The man's true identity scared Fang Yin to the point of being inhumane for the rest of his life. Lu Li was completely speechless after hearing this. This Tian Toad King is really a bad guy. He suddenly thought of something, tilted his head, frowned and asked, Then, what if that Fang Yin gets more excited? Tian Toad King. Chapter 380. Kung Fu is deployed. Find someone. After much thought, Lu Li decided to go to the Tianqing clan's secret place first and meet Ling Jinshuang first. If Ling Jinshuang faked amnesia and was plotting against others, there would be no need to save them. Senior, let's go to the secret place of the Tianqing clan. Lu Li made up his mind and said through the message. Okay. The Heavenly Toad King was too lazy to talk nonsense and flew into the sky. Soon, the two stepped into a teleportation formation in Jioshia's city. As thunder shot into the sky, the figures of Lu Li and Tian Toad King disappeared into the teleportation array. The Tianqing clan is one of the 5 major thunder clans in Leiyuan continent. Ranking third. The first and second are the Thunder Emperor clan and the Tianyuan clan respectively. The third and fourth are the Fabian tribe and the Spirit Fish tribe. The 5 major thunder clans jointly worship Lei Ancestor and control the Cave Heaven Paradise and the Spirit Vein Immortal Mountain in the Leiyuan continent. They have incomparable power and jurisdiction over hundreds of millions of miles. The jurisdiction of the Tianqing clan is in the southeast corner of Leiyuan continent, adjacent to Shenshao continent and Yunshao continent. It is a truly dangerous place. Therefore, as the masters of this central area, the Tianqing clan has gained extremely huge benefits from guarding this place. The tolls are collected mercilessly. With so many cultivation resources, the Tianqing clan naturally cultivated many geniuses, all of whom are famous in the Thunder world. Today, the most famous one is undoubtedly Fang Yin, the innate Thunder soul who gave birth to a nascent soul in 80 years. It is said that when young Master Fang was born, there was a huge thunderstorm in the 9 heavens. There was a supreme divine thunder that turned into light and struck straight down. It hit his body and formed a lightning mark on his forehead. At this time, on the 3rd floor of a luxurious Xinjiao restaurant, An old storyteller was telling the legendary story of Fong Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan. In the corner of the restaurant, a young man in black robe was slowly shaking his fan while sipping tea. There was also an ugly, fat monk wearing a golden and red cassock, sitting aside, listening to the story of the old storyteller, with a look of disdain on his face. These two people are naturally Lu Li and Tian Toad King. The two did not hesitate to spend money, teleporting all the way, and finally arrived at Bailonglei City 3 days later. This is the fairy city closest to the secret land of the Tianqing clan, and it is extremely prosperous. The monks from the entire Thunder Realm gathered here. Lu Li took a casual glance and saw a member of the Thunder clan with thunder and lightning seals in his eyes, a Dragon Wing clan member with green dragon horns on his forehead, a Fadian clan member with a human body on his upper body, and a ball of thunder and lightning on his lower body. The strange shapes made him an eye-opener. Boy, that Fong Yin had various visions when he was born. You are the reincarnated Buddha. You are extraordinary. What visions did you have when you were born? King Tian Toad suddenly asked out of curiosity. Have. Lu Li put down the jade crystal cup in his hand and nodded. When I was born, the entire world had something to say, and all living creatures were calling my name. What the H.L.? Your name was already known all over the world when you were born? You don't even have to make a draft when you're bragging. King Tian Toad glared at Lu Li angrily. It's just a joke. King Tian Toad, how should we enter the Tianqing clan's secret place now? Should we knock someone unconscious and disguise ourselves? Or should we sneak into the void and sneak in? Lu Li asked with a smile. Neither of them. The Tian Toad King's expression rarely showed a hint of solemnity. Oh! Hearing this, Lu Li was a little surprised. Then, King Tian Toad began to explain. It turns out that the Tianqing clan's secret place is in a secret realm of the void. If you want to enter, you must have the secret realm key with you. This secret realm key was automatically generated by the Tianqing clan's secret realm guarding formation, and was imprinted on every monk who entered and exited the secret realm. If you want to disguise yourself and sneak in, it's impossible without the key to the secret realm. In addition, this secret realm of the void has been refined by the powers of the Tianqing clan for who knows how many years. If there is any disturbance, the powers guarding the formation will be discovered immediately. It is impossible to escape from the void and sneak in. It can be said that the secret place of the Tianqing clan is an airtight iron barrel that cannot be entered at all. Is it true that no one has sneaked in? Lu Li asked curiously. Boy, don't even think about it. If the Tianqing clan really wants to marry that Ling Jinshuang, the guards will definitely be tighter and tighter now, and no one will find any loopholes. I was robbed of several thousand-year-old plants by the people of the Tianqing clan before. The elixir wanted to dig their ancestors' graves in a secret place and help them travel from the underworld to the palace of hell with just 1 pea. But I couldn't do it after trying many times. The heavenly Toad King gritted his teeth, and the bad breath in his heart was obviously not yet gone. No wonder this guy was willing to follow him without any slack in his work. It turns out that there is an old feud with the Tianqing clan. Lu Li suddenly realized it, and frowned slightly. Do we really just have to wait? Wrong. He has helpers. Xiaoyu. Lu Li silently called out in his heart. Uh-huh. A small person with green and white light immediately appeared in front of Lu Li and saluted to Lu Li respectfully. This is the Sutra of Feathering and Ascension. Xiaoyu, you swallow a ray of my consciousness, and then eavesdrop on other people's thoughts to see who is an important figure in the Azure clan. Possess that person, and follow him into the Azure clan's secret place. Then, you act according to the opportunity and change possessions until you find Ling Jinshuang. Lu Li ordered. The words fell. This green and white little man jumped excitedly, flew out of the window like a joy, and disappeared in a few seconds. On the street where people were coming and going and strange animals were flying all over the place, a little man was flying around like a butterfly, sniffing at this person and sniffing at that person a few times. He was very busy. Start eavesdropping. What's for dinner tonight? I'm so tired from practicing. It's time to go to Tianyu Water Pavilion to relax. I heard that young Master Fong is marrying a concubine again. I wonder which beauty got lucky enough to be accepted by young Master Fong as a concubine. Ha! It turns out there is a secret treasure under the Eternal Mountain. I have to go back quickly and tell the Master the good news. Old Ghost Jean Yu is here to trouble my senior brother again. TSK, TSK, TSK. Doesn't this mean that Old Ghost Jean Yu's wife is alone at home? This is all a mess. The little blue-white ray of light heard the sound from the end of the street, then flew to another lively street and eavesdropped carefully. The strange thing is that no monk has discovered its existence. About an hour later, it suddenly paused and listened intently. It's troublesome. I went out for fun this time and wasted time. I will be scolded by my wife again when I return to the secret place. The person who spoke to me was a girl in gold, who was cultivated in the golden core, and was as fast as lightning. You are the one. The little green and white figure flew out with a whoosh, and suddenly got into the dark cloud hair of the girl in gold. The girl in gold didn't notice. In this way, the girl in gold flew all the way to the center of Bay Longley City, and entered a gorgeous palace that was tightly guarded. Then, she entered the depths of the palace with ease, and stood in a mysterious thunder formation. Buzz! A bolt of lightning shot into the sky. The girl in golden clothes disappeared into the thunder formation. After the world turned upside down, she appeared in a mysterious void and secret realm. After identifying the direction, she flew out into the distance. She did not notice that a blue-white light flashed behind her head and disappeared. Soon, it's dark. The blue-white light was like a firefly, attached to the clothes of a gorgeous and charming woman in silver thunder clothes, following her into a spiritual mountain peak. As soon as she entered, the woman saw a clear figure dancing a sword on the top of the mountain. The light of the sword was as cold as frost, as cold as the moon, but it also had an astonishing air of being as graceful as a swimming dragon, and as graceful as a startling giant. She is just like a female sword fairy in the world. Chapter 381 Ling Jinshuang's Self-Rescue. After a cup of tea, the sword dance stopped. A tall and exquisite woman in purple clothes floated down. She looked to be about 21 or 12 years old, with delicate and beautiful features, and a hint of cold pride between her eyebrows, like a plum blossom blooming proudly in the frost and snow. She was noble and compelling. It was Ling Jinshuang. Seeing the gorgeous woman, Ling Jinshuang smiled lightly, held her sword, and stepped forward to salute. Schwanger has met Aunt Lon. Schwanger, there's no need to be polite. You danced with a sword like a dragon just now. So stunningly cool that even Aunt Lon was amazed. It can be said that no one in the entire Thunder world can compare with you. The gorgeous woman smiled softly and praised. Aunt Lon, thank you very much. Ling Jinshuang, accompanied by the gorgeous woman, walked lightly into an elegant and simple bamboo house. Aunt Lon, please sit down. She casually hung the thunder sword in her hand on the wall, and began to make tea for the gorgeous woman. The gorgeous woman sat down casually, and looked at Ling Jinshuang with a smile. Schwanger, you are getting married in 2 days. So just let the maid do the work for you. Aunt Lon, although I don't remember what happened before, I vaguely remember that I am not a pampered person. I like to do everything myself. Aunt Lon, please have tea. Ling Jinshuang smiled lightly, and held the tea in front of the gorgeous woman with respect. What a fragrant tea. Schwanger, your tea art has improved. The gorgeous woman took the jade cup and said comfortingly. Schwanger, you don't have to worry too much. The clan will soon find the magic pill to cure your soul injury and restore your memory. Aunt Lon, I'm not in a hurry. I'm living a very relaxed and satisfied life now. Ling Jinshuang sat opposite the gorgeous woman and said calmly. That's good. The beautiful woman smiled. As she spoke, she picked up the jade cup and took a sip of fragrant tea. The corner of her eye glanced over Ling Jinshuang's face, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She always felt that Ling Jinshuang was lying and her memory had been restored, but no clues were found. So, the gorgeous woman rolled her eyes, put down the jade cup, and asked with a smile. Schwanger, you will marry young Master Fong as your concubine in the future. Do you have any other requests? You are a girl, so it is not convenient for you to speak. Aunt Lon will tell you for you, and I will definitely make your marriage beautiful. I have no other requirements, but I like to practice swordsmanship. If there is a place where people can practice swordsmanship in peace in the future, it will be fine. Ling Jinshuang said softly. A hint of just the right amount of shyness flashed across his face. Of course there is no problem. You will be young Master Fong's concubine in the future, with young Master's love for you, let alone one place. Even if the entire secret place is for you to practice swordsmanship, there will be no problem. The gorgeous woman joked. Well, the young master has so many concubines. I don't dare to ask for the young master's favor. It would be better if I don't get relegated to the coal palace. Ling Jinshuang shook her head and sighed softly. How could it be? The young master liked you the most. However, The young master has been busy organizing the concubine-taking ceremony these days, so he didn't come to see you. When you see the grandness and splendor of the ceremony, you will know how much the young master has. I like you." Seeing that Ling Jianchuan was a little unhappy, the gorgeous woman quickly explained. At the same time, she had been observing Ling Jianchuan's expression. Ling Jianchuan's expression didn't look strange at all. "Aunt Lan, don't worry. I know the overall situation is important. It doesn't matter if the young master comes to see me for a day or two." Ling Jianchuan smiled lightly. Hearing these words, the gorgeous woman immediately beamed. "Chuan, you are so sweet, considerate and sensible. The young master will definitely like you more." Ling Jianchuan hummed slightly, picked up the jade cup and took a sip. "By the way, this is the Baichao Phoenix Heart Pill that the young master just found for you. After taking it, it can repair the damage to the soul and improve your cultivation level a little. Take it quickly." The gorgeous woman suddenly took out a round white jade elixir bottle and blew it in front of Ling Jianchuan with a gentle flick. Ling Jianchuan took a closer look. This crystal clear elixir bottle actually contains a magical elixir with colorful colors that looks like a crane and a phoenix. Baichao Phoenix Heart Pill. It can not only repair the soul, but also improve the cultivation level. Such a precious pill must be very precious. Right. Ling Jianchuan hesitated. The gorgeous woman was suddenly startled. At this time, Ling Jianchuan also reflected and smiled apologetically. "Aunt Lan, my 3 souls and 7 souls have been damaged, and I can't even speak. It was the last time I said such words. I'm really sorry. ... The gorgeous woman was stunned again, and said with a gentle and kind smile, "Your injury is not healed. How could Aunt Lan blame you? You'd better take this elixir first to treat the injury of the soul. Aunt Lan is here to help you refine it." "Good." Ling Jianchuan nodded and poured out the 5-color elixir. Without suspecting him, she raised her moth head and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. The next moment, she crossed her knees, and traces of purple thunder began to shine all over her body. Soon, Ling Jianchuan was wrapped into a ball of purple lightning. Seeing this scene, a sharp look flashed in the eyes of the gorgeous woman. She stood up and walked behind Ling Jianchuan. She gently tapped Ling Jianchuan's back with one finger. Shen transformation magic power poured out and began to help refine the power of the elixir. Soon, 5-colored medicinal gases rose above their heads, steaming like clouds. When the 5-color medicinal energy was completely refined and disappeared, Ling Jianchuan's mana began to slowly increase. Puff! A soft whistle sounded. Ling Jianchuan directly broke through to the 2nd level of nascent soul. The purple lightning on his body instantly converged into his body and disappeared. "Thank you, Aunt Lan." Ling Jianchuan stood up and bowed her hands in thanks, with a hint of joy in her eyes. "How do you feel? Is your soul's injury feeling better? Do you remember anything?" the gorgeous woman said with a gentle smile. "This?" Ling Jianchuan frowned slightly, tilted her head and pondered for a while, then shook her head. "That's not true. However, my realm has broken through to the 2nd level of nascent soul, and my magic power is much more powerful." "That's good." No. Aunt Lan is saying that your strength has improved, which proves that Baichao Fingxin pill is effective. Your soul injury should be repaired soon. Maybe you can take a nap and wake up tomorrow. Come, and you will remember something," the beautiful woman said with a smile. "Aunt Lan is right. Then why don't Aunt Lan stay and sleep with Schwammer tonight?" Ling Jianchuan smiled lightly. "That's not possible. Aunt Lan will help you with the ceremony tomorrow, so you should rest first. But don't worry. Aunt Lan will help you light the calming incense and watch you fall asleep before leaving." The beautiful woman has a kind face. Then bother Aunt Lan. Schwammer won't send Aunt Lan away. Ling Jianchuan didn't refuse. She stepped out with a gentle step and rolled onto the thunder crystal bed. With another move of her jade hand, the thunder sword flew over and landed beside her. The next moment, Ling Jianchuan slowly closed her eyes. Breathing becomes longer. The gorgeous woman kept watching with a smile. When she saw Ling Jianchuan fell into a deep sleep, she turned around, took out a stick of snow-white sandalwood, and flicked it with her fingers. Call! Blue flames flashed across the tip of the sandalwood. Suddenly, a wisp of white smoke rose up, exuding a calming fragrance, filling the entire bamboo house in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the gorgeous woman, and she inserted the sandalwood into the copper stove with the head of a tiger or an animal on the table. watching the white smoke disperse throughout the bamboo house. She dodged and came to the bedside, spraying a mouthful of pink mist towards the sleeping Ling Jinshuang, covering Ling Jinshuang's face. Then, she slowly floated up, turned around, flew out of the bamboo house, and closed the bamboo door. Then, Feiyan left. Just an hour after she left, Zheng, Ling Jinshuang, who was sleeping soundly on the bamboo bed, stood up straight like a corpse. Her eyes as cold as frost and as sharp as a sword. She looked at the sandalwood burning in the copper stove on the table and frowned. The fragrance of the forget-the-soul brass? Give me a stick of forget-the-soul incense? Huh? This Tianqing clan is really insidious. But, how could they do that? Do you know how powerful my void-shattering sword pill is? But now I am under house arrest and surveillance. And if I want to save myself, I can only ask for help at the ceremony tomorrow. Ling Jinshuang frowned even more tightly. In the end, she bit her lips lightly with her silver teeth, silently recited a person's name, and fell into a false sleep again. Land carp, land carp, land carp, land carp. Base carp. Braised sea bass carp, boiled sea bass carp, fried sea bass carp. Well, I call land carp every day to strengthen my memory. Will you wait? Like Ainley, dreaming of being chased by a lot of Lu Li's children and asking for milk. Chapter 382 Fan Yin's Plan. At this time, the gorgeous woman has returned to a gorgeous palace. In the middle of the palace, there is a huge dragon bed. This dragon bed shines with 4 terrifying divine thunders. The divine thunder of chaos, the divine thunder of destruction, the divine thunder of destruction, and the divine thunder of death. The 4 kinds of divine thunder collided and swirled like turbulence, condensing into mighty thunder dragons, and let out a roar that shocked all living things. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a jet-black chaos thunder cannon was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dragon bed. He looked to be about 30 years old, in his prime, with majestic weapons, breathing in and out of thunder and lightning, giving people a boundless domineering aura that swallowed up the heaven and the earth. This kind of person is simply born to be an emperor. Taking a closer look, this middle-aged man has a sky-blue divine thunder mark between his eyebrows, exuding a mysterious aura like the charm of the great Tao. This person is Fan Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan. The realm has reached the early stage of becoming a god. I've met the young master. The gorgeous woman floated into the palace and bowed respectfully to Fan Yin on the dragon bed. Hearing the sound, Fan Yin slowly opened his eyes. All of a sudden, a gaze that shocks all things, enough to make many thunder surrender, shoots out, staring at people, making people tremble in fear. Adlon, how is that Ling Jinshuang? Fan Yin spoke slowly, with a cold expression. The voice conveyed an astonishing aura that was not angry but powerful. There is nothing strange about Ling Jinshuang. I watched her take the Baichao Phoenix heart pill that I just gave her, and even helped her refine it with my own hands. The gorgeous woman said solemnly and coldly, Where's the forgetful soul fragrance? Fan Yin had a cold face and asked again. The soul-forgetting incense has also been lit, with the soul-cleansing Ainlei poison mixed in Beikafeng's heart. Even if Ling Jinshuang regains some memory, he will soon forget it. Having said this, the gorgeous woman showed a proud sneer. Yes, very good. However, after all, Ling Jinshuang is a genius of the Tao Alliance in that world. She has a special status and extraordinary talent. We must not take it lightly, and let her recover her memory before the ceremony. Fan Yin said coldly. Young master, please rest assured. Ling Jinshuang is only a nascent soul after all. Under the control of the elixir, the soul-forgetting incense, and the concubine's poisonous mist, she should not be able to recover her memory. The gorgeous woman sneered. Should? Fan Yin narrowed his eyes. What I want is certainty. The ceremony tomorrow is very important. There must be no accidents. That's all. On the day of the ceremony, you should directly control her and let her be psychedelic. Technique. This. Hearing this, the gorgeous woman frowned slightly. Just do as you are told. Fan Yin's eyes turned cold. Yes. When the beautiful woman heard this, her heart tightened, and she immediately responded respectfully. Also, there is news about going to the Kyushu League to buy the land carp tomorrow. Fan Yin ordered again in a cold voice. Land carp? Hearing this familiar name, the gorgeous woman was stunned again. That's right. It's Lu Li. Fan Yin's eyes were cold. Lu Li is the son of destiny in that world. The Lei Ming clan wants to hunt him and get the luck of this son of destiny. I also want to hunt him and get his luck. As long as I get his with luck. It is easy to break through the void refining within 200 years. In addition, this Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang seem to have a romantic entanglement. Find him to prevent him from causing trouble. Young master, don't blame me for talking too much. That Lu Li is hard to kill. That Lu Li is a battle of destiny. With a Taoist weapon pressing down on his body. He cultivated to nascent soul before he was 20 years old. His talent is terrifying and unparalleled. If you want to kill him, he probably has to design a foolproof layout. The gorgeous woman frowned and advised. Humph. I am a born emperor. Everything in the world. Treasures, beauties, magical arts, Taoist tools, are all mine. No one can stop me. When the two worlds merge in the future, Lu Li, the son of destiny, will follow. I'm fighting for the opportunity. If I don't kill him now, when will I wait? Fang Yin's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was extremely determined. In his words, there is also a domineering greed that takes possession of everything in the world. The gorgeous woman was frightened by Fang Yin's gaze and was shocked. She quickly lowered her head and said, Yes, young master. I will go find out about Lu Li right now. After saying that, she was about to turn around and fly out of the palace. Wait a minute. At this moment, Fang Yin coldly ordered, After you go out, ask my concubines number 32 to number 76 to come over to serve me and help me practice. Yes. The gorgeous woman bowed respectfully again. Bowed and retreated. All this happened in just one cup of tea. No one noticed that there was always a small green and white person as big as a peanut attached to the corner of the beautiful woman's thunderclothes. In this way, the green-white little man followed the beautiful woman and flew around for several times, and finally left the secret place of the Tianqing clan again and returned to Beilungliai city. At this time, the stars were shining brightly. Lu Li stood by the window of the private room on the 7th floor of an Xinjiao restaurant, looking at the 3 huge silver moons in the Jiutian galaxy with a calm expression. Behind him, King Tian Toad was sipping wine. The news has almost been explored. Fang Yin's concubinage ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. The location is the secret place of the Tianqing clan. Only those who are invited are eligible to enter to participate in the ceremony and congratulate them. It is simply impossible for a casual cultivator like Lu Li to enter. This is a bit troublesome. However, Lu Li was not in a hurry, because there is a freebieter here. Senior, you've drank so much. Haven't you thought of a way to sneak into the ceremony? Lu Li shook his spiritual fan and asked slowly. Of course not. It's not my old friend anyway. Why should I be anxious? King Tian Toad rolled his eyes at Lu Li and continued to drink heavily. Senior is right. However, I will go back and tell all this to the leader of the Tao League. Senior, what do you think will happen? I forgot to tell you. That leader of the Tao League is really fierce. A real person in my world long. She used a Taoist weapon to kill her third leg, but it hasn't healed yet. There is also a black market shop owner who lost half of her body with a Taoist tool. Lu Li is not sick and does not know how to do it. Boy, are you threatening me? King Tian Toad slammed the bowl. His eyes widened with anger on his face. How dare you? I'm just reminding Senior. Lu Li smiled harmlessly. Snort. King Tian Toad snorted coldly, turned his green eyes, touched the fleshy bumps on his head again, and said coldly, Don't worry. I still have some friendship with an old guy from the Feiyu tribe. When the time comes, I will let him take us in. But if your identity is exposed and someone catches you, I won't save you. The Flying Fish Clan? One of the 5 major thunder clan in Leiyuan continent. That's okay too. Lu Li nodded, temporarily relieved. At this time, a blue-white light flashed like lightning in the distance, swept across several times, and suddenly rushed in front of him. It is the Sutra of Feathering and Ascension. Finally home. Lu Li couldn't help but feel happy. Next, the Ascension Sutra began to twist its body and dance about what it saw and heard. Jean K was on the side helping to translate. Soon, after Lu Li heard this, his eyes turned cold. Fang Yin actually wanted to hunt him and rob him of his luck. Just like the people from the Lei Ming clan in Shishao continent. Snort. Since you are unkind, then don't blame him for being unjust. He wants to accept this Taoist weapon of the Tianqing clan. Golden Tower. Vajra Tathagata Dharma Body. 24 Swords of Heavenly Demon. Brahma Demon's True Sacred Technique. The Stars Transformation Sutra. Line up! Lu Li shouted coldly. Swish, swish, swish. A little man with a yellow jade thumb appeared in front of Lu Li, leading a group of colorful little men, arranged vertically and horizontally, saluting and standing at attention. Go ahead. Use all your strength to bring back the Taoist weapons of the Tianqing clan. No. Let the Taoist weapons of the Tianqing clan abandon darkness and turn to the light. By the way, there are also dozens of concubines from Fangyin. If possible, let them abandon the dark side and come to me. Lu Li ordered coldly. As you command? Jin Kai shouted in a sweet voice. After that, with a swish, it roared out, leading a group of colorful kung fu villains. At this time, Lu Li's eyes flashed sharply, and he issued another order. System. Start searching for geniuses from all heavens. Connect to the All Heavens Palace. Chapter 383 Thunder Technique. Lu Li is now at the 5th level of Nascent Soul. The All Heavens Palace can accommodate 16 All Heavens geniuses. However, there are only 3 land carps now. Step Lotus, Emperor Agu of the Wu clan. There is also a White Thunder Turtle. Lu Li rushed all the way from the Thunder Prison ancient land, and did not have time to search for the geniuses in the heavens. So his cultivation speed was a bit slow. It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is the Tianqing clan Fangyin's concubinage ceremony. The 5 major Lei clans in the Leiyuan continent gather together, and the geniuses will follow. Searching for the geniuses in the world at this time will definitely yield something. As expected, a clear ding sounded in my mind. The system has searched for 3 geniuses in the heavens. Are they connected? 3? Lu Li raised his eyebrows, but did not connect immediately. He turned to look at King Tian Toad, who was drinking heavily at the table. Senior, when will you take me to meet the people from the Fagian tribe? Why are you so anxious? I'm so exhausted from taking you here and there. We'll talk about it tomorrow. King Tian Toad was a little impatient. Okay, Senior. You can go and have some rest. I will call you on time early tomorrow morning. Lu Li smiled. Death Rusher. King Tian Toad rolled his eyes, muttered, picked up the wine bottle, turned around, and left the private room to rest. As soon as the person leaves, Lu Li immediately looked solemn, inspired Yejian's exquisiteness, and said silently, System, start connecting. The words fell. A buzzing sound. An invisible wave swept out. The next moment, in a mysterious hall, the galaxy was vast, shining with infinite star brilliance. And 2 mysterious energies, one black and one white, lingered and converged, condensing into the figure of Lu Li. He looked down. There are already 3 more figures in the hall. The first one is a middle-aged man in green clothes. He has a slender figure, a fair and beardless face, and an aura as deep as the sea. He stands proudly in the palace, as if the divine emperor has descended, and his aura is astonishing. The realm is the early stage of becoming a god. The second statue is a middle-aged man wearing a 4-color thunder robe, about 30 years old, with a majestic appearance and boundless domineering power. There is a sky-blue divine thunder mark between the eyebrows, a mysterious temple, and the power of the sky is brilliant. It is also a form of spiritual cultivation. The last person is not simple either. He is a young man in his mid-20s. He is wearing a light red thunder robe. His figure is as tall and straight as a spear. He is 9 feet tall, full of heaven, and has a majestic appearance. At first glance, people will feel that this man is extraordinary. Generally speaking, they are like dragons and phoenixes among people. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the middle of the hall, giving people a majestic air of standing tall and holding up the starry sky. It is also the early stage of spiritual transformation. These 3 proud men suddenly appeared in the mysterious and unfamiliar Zutian temple, and their expressions only changed slightly. Next moment, the 3 of them raised their heads together and stared at the galaxy with their feet, filled with black and white aura. Like Lu Li, the emperor of the galaxy, their gazes all became sharp as arrows. Seeing the 3 of them, Lu Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The middle-aged man in Singi on the far left is an old acquaintance. It is Jinji, the son of the god clan. As for the other 2 geniuses, wearing thunder robes, they should be powerful figures in the thunder world. This is the Temple of War. At this moment, Lu Li spoke calmly, and his voice was as loud as a heavenly bell or a divine drum, exuding brilliant divine power and shocking all living things. War Temple! Hearing Lu Li's words, Jinji's eyes were excited and fiery. The legendary Temple of War? No wonder it can forcefully capture my soul here. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yin's eyes. Interesting. This war temple can absorb people's souls out of thin air and ignore all obstacles. It's really amazing. But, Fang Yin, are you here? With your qualifications, you can actually enter this war temple? At this time, the young man smiled with interest. There is a hint of schadenfreude in the words. Tang Yuan, do you think you really defeated me last time? Fang Yin turned around and said coldly when he heard the sound. Isn't it? You and I are competing. And you're a little behind. The young man named Tang Yuan smiled calmly. There was a hint of pride in his voice. Tang Yuan? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Could this be one of the 5 major Thunder clans? The proud son of the Thunder Emperor clan? Tang Yuan, you won that time. But, don't you know, your childhood sweetheart, Sister Chu, has been taken as my concubine. The innate treasure Thunder Soil she wanted to give to you has been taken by me. I've got it in my pocket. Fang Yin sneered proudly and disdainfully, full of dominance. What? As soon as these words came out, the face of the young man named Tang Yuan changed drastically, and anger flashed in his eyes. No! You are talking nonsense! Sister Chu is in retreat. In seclusion? The child in her belly is almost 8 months old. And she is still in seclusion? However, I have to say that you have a good vision. Her innate thunder water holy body is very suitable for me. Just now, she was still standing. He had a big belly, and asked me to drink sugar water very gently. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Fang Yin's mouth. Murder and heart-wrenching. You? Suddenly, Tang Yuan's eyes became bloodshot. His heart filled with anger, and his murderous intent was clearly revealed. It seems that these two people have a deep grudge. At this moment, Tang Yuan's face returned to calmness, and he said calmly, A confidant is just a red and pink skull. Only immortality can prove the truth. Fang Yin, you lost to me once before, and you will lose to me again in the future. You will lose to me. You will always be my loser. Really? We'll see. Fang Yin was extremely arrogant and invincible. At this moment, Lu Li said calmly, You too. Why don't you have a spar here? I'd really like to see it. The words came out. The 3 people in the hall all looked solemn, and their pupils shrank slightly. The glances between each other were filled with fear and suspicion. No fight? That would be a pity. Lu Li said slowly, Since you don't want to fight, are the 3 proud men of heaven ready to change their martial arts with me? If you don't change, I will send you back. I come. Fang Yin immediately spoke. I want to change to a supreme thunder technique. However, I want to use a self-created technique to change it. Oh, a self-created skill? Yes. However, according to the rules of the Temple of War, if the skill level is not high enough, it cannot be exchanged. Lu Li said calmly, I am the innate thunder soul. I have practiced for many years, smelting the thunder of the heavens, and created a self-evolving thunder technique that can devour the thunder and evolution of the gods. Can this thunder art be replaced by any technique in the Temple of War? Fang Yin said proudly. A technique that can swallow the evolution of divine thunder? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Why does this feel familiar? At this time, Fang Yin said proudly, My thunder art has been modified by Lei ancestor. After practicing it to the depths, I can refine the thunder blood. Once the blood is stimulated, it will evolve into a thunder field of thousands of miles, and condense the supreme thunder avenue. Body! Suppress all the Thunder clan. As soon as these words came out, even Jinji, the son of the God clan, couldn't help but show emotion on his face. Snort. Tang Yuan on the side immediately snorted coldly. Fang Yin, by telling me this thunder technique in public, you just want to tempt me to exchange it for your thunder technique later. Unfortunately, your plan was miscalculated. I practiced it. Lei Fa is the best in the world. Unrivaled. After saying that, he cupped his hands towards Lu Li and said invincibly, Senior Palace Spirit, please send me away. If I need it in the future, I can come back in exchange for the supreme magic secret. Interesting. This Tang Yuan is really confident. It's a pity that there is one less cultivation tool person. Lu Li sighed secretly and waved his hand gently. Boom. A huge wave of starlight surged in, sending Tang Yuan directly out of the All Heavens Palace. At the same time, a starlight fell down and condensed into a star crystal book and a star pen in front of Fang Yin. You can start writing the magic formula. Don't worry. This person can't see or hear, Lu Li said slowly and pointed out. A ball of starlight shot out from the fingertips, directly covering the god Jinji. Seeing this, a strange color flashed in Fan Yin's eyes. He picked up the star pen and wrote like the wind. Half an hour later, a ding. A crisp system prompt sounded in Lu Li's mind. You learned the Thunder Technique. Chapter 384 Pan Wu's Powerful Magical Power. Thunder Technique. Lei Jie Fan Yin's self-created skill was transformed into a mysterious skill that swallowed the evolution of the Supreme Divine Thunder after being greatly modified by Lei Zhu Lei. The upper limit of the magic formula. No upper limit. Current state. First level. Progress 1%. Will the Devouring Thunder Tribulation Sky Thunder break through? Does it swallow the Torpedo Mine breakthrough? Note, the Divine Thunder is violent and ferocious. When swallowed, there is a high chance that the Divine Thunder will conflict and the body will explode and die. Unlimited skills? Lu Li looked at the records on the system log and couldn't help but feel shocked. This is the first time I have seen this kind of technique. Moreover, there is a high chance that the body will explode and die? Very dangerous. Senior Palace Spirit, what kind of thunder technique can this technique be replaced with? At this moment, Fan Yin asked with sharp eyes. What thunder technique do you want? Lu Li naturally wanted to pass on the secretly modified version of the wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique to him. But this was too obvious. So he had better ask first. I want a powerful physical thunder method, Fan Yin said solemnly. Strong body? This guy still really wants to practice this thunder technique? Lu Li thought thoughtfully and shook his head. You are an innate thunder soul. The physical body is already indestructible under the tempering of the true power of thunder. It will not be of much benefit to practice another thunder method to strengthen the physical body. I pass on. How about your method of cultivating with the help of starlight, which also strengthens the physical body? Starlight? Fan Yin frowned, hesitated, and asked, Senior Palace Spirit, can you teach me 1 or 2 levels of this starlight cultivation method so that I can try it first? Hooked. I'm not afraid that you'll dislike me. I'm just afraid that you won't want me. Lu Li sneered secretly in his heart and nodded calmly. Of course. After that, point out. Boom. A ray of starlight shot out and hit Fan Yin, lingering like a dragon and wrapping around his whole body. In a blink, the secretly modified version of the first and second layers of the star transformation scripture entered into his sea of consciousness. This, Fan Yin felt as if he was enlightened, and the supreme and wonderful insights washed through his soul. He immediately learned the first 2 levels of the star transformation scripture. I also immediately sensed the mystery of this technique. Senior, I will choose this method. Fan Yin's eyes flashed sharply, and he said solemnly. Good. Lu Li didn't waste any time, and snapped his fingers again. Uh-huh. The stars surged and rushed out, turning into the supreme magic formula and pouring into Fan Yin's sea of consciousness. Soon, the indoctrination of the method is completed. Thank you, Senior. Fan Yin bowed his hands, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Senior, please send me out of this war temple. I want to go back and practice hard. Can this war temple really be exchanged for such a wonderful magic technique? Simply incredible. However, it's worth using an extremely dangerous technique in exchange for such a supreme magical skill. That guy Tang Yuan is so arrogant that he doesn't take any chance he gets. He is simply an idiot and incompetent. Good. Lu Li nodded and waved his hand. With a snap, another starlight rushed out, blasting Fan Yin out of the Star Hall. Suddenly, only Jinji from the God clan was left in the entire Star Hall. Lu Li's thoughts moved. The starlight that shrouded Jinji dissipated immediately. Senior Hall Spirit, I would like to replace Lu Li's body with the Supreme Buddha's body with 4 heads and 8 arms, Jinji said directly without saying any nonsense. Okay. What do you give me in exchange? Naturally, Lu Li would not refuse. A supreme skill. Pan Wu's powerful magic skill. Jinji seemed to have planned it for a long time and answered simply and neatly. Let's write it down and see. Lu Li nodded slightly and waved his hand gently. Crash. Another giant pillar of starlight fell down and condensed into a star crystal book and a star pen, which appeared in front of Jinji. Without saying a word, Jinji picked up the star pen and wrote dragon and phoenix characters. 3/4 of an hour later, there was a clear ding. You have learned the great power of Pan Wu. Pan Wu's powerful magical skill, an unknown skill discovered by the gods near the remains of an immortal. After practicing it, it has the power to move the stars and capture the moon. The upper limit of the magic formula, 18 levels. Current state, first level, progress 1%. The power to move the stars and capture the moon? Received. Luli felt happy again and waved his hand again, throwing out a beam of starlight and crashing into Jean G. Directly start teaching this person the secretly modified version of Vajratathagata Dharma body. Half an hour later. Boom! The Buddha's voice was loud. 3 Buddha giant arms and 3 Buddha heads suddenly grew out of Jinji's body, blooming with supreme golden Buddha light. Extremely powerful. It is the Dharmakaya of the Supreme Buddha. Ha 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 ha! Only a wild laugh was heard. Jinji raised his 8 giant arms with a proud and fierce look on his face. Luli, are you still alive this time? I will use your skills to kill you. Just wait. Ha ha. Ha ha. Hong Honghua is in a trance. Seeing this, Luli sneered. Ding ding. 2 system beeps immediately sounded in my mind. A genius is practicing your star transformation scripture. You have a great understanding of the star transformation scripture, and the effectiveness of your practice has been increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%. A genius is cultivating your Vajratathagata body. Your Vajratathagata Dharmakaya has great insights, and the effectiveness of your cultivation has been increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%. Senior Palace Spirit, please send me back. Jean G suppressed the infinite excitement in his heart and bowed his hands. There was still uncontrollable ecstasy in his words. Good. Luli nodded and waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a ray of starlight washed out gently, sending Jean G directly out of the war temple. The entire temple of war returned to tranquility again. It's a pity that Tang Yuan from the Thunder Emperor clan didn't change his technique. However, it would be good to be able to get Fang Yin's thunder technique and Jean G's Panwu powerful magic technique. A sharp light flashed in Luli's eyes. It's time to evolve. The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao. And the name can be named, but it is very famous. Luli didn't waste any time and started reciting the Heart Sutra silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Thunder Jew has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra, and evolved into the innate Thunder True Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Panwu powerful magic power has been greatly enlightened by listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra, and has evolved into the Panwu powerful power. The true form of innate thunder? Never mind. Run, Panwu Hercules. Directly. Although only one word has been changed. It should be 3 points better. Luli didn't say a word and suddenly started using the magic formula. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. It's like all the beasts roaring together, and like 1,000 volcanoes erupting, almost in an instant. A domineering and boundless force suddenly burst out from Lu Li's limbs and bones. Lu Li's physical strength, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually started to increase steadily from the strength of 200 dragons, 205 dragons, 212 dragons, 223 dragons, 250 dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The blood surged like giant dragons roaring inside the body. Every heartbeat is like 1,000,000 drums beating on the battlefield, shaking the world and mountains and rivers. The power of 250 dragons. Just practicing Panwu's powerful magical power has directly increased the power of 50 dragons. What a ferocious skill! It is worthy of being Dali! The power of these 250 dragons, after the powerful Vajra spell increases by 256 times, which is exactly 640 dragon power. Luli calculated silently, feeling shocked. 640 dragon power. The power of 640 real dragons. What a huge force this is. Which avatar can withstand a punch? This time it's really fried cow joy. The beef is fried. Where's Do D? I want to hit 10. Luli clenched his fist, feeling his body surge with terrifying power that could destroy stars and explode the sun. And he was so ambitious. Correct. And this thunder technique. Luli suddenly remembered that as long as he devoured his own thunder calamity thunder, led the machine thunder, and then devoured another thunder, he could use that powerful thunder secret technique. The Three Realms Thunderous Seal of Destruction. Chapter 385 Thunder Bloodline. The Three Realms Thunder Fury Destruction Divine Seal is a forbidden technique of the Lei Ming clan. Once activated, it will destroy heaven and earth. And its power is endless. The power is so ferocious that once activated, it can kill almost all monks in the same realm. However, this forbidden divine thunder technique requires 3 mysterious divine thunders to be fused and condensed together to explode with incomparable power. Once the activation fails, the divine thunder explodes, enough to blow itself to pieces. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. Even people from the Lei Ming clan would not dare to activate this forbidden technique easily. Huh? At this time, Lu Li was suddenly surprised to find that this move 3 realms Thunder Fury World Destroying Divine Seal was somewhat similar to the thunder technique he had just obtained. The training process is very dangerous and requires the fusion of several kinds of divine thunder. If you are not careful, you will explode and die. Forget it. Let's practice this thunder technique first. No. It should be called the innate thunder true body. A sharp light flashed in Lu Li's eyes. This innate thunder avatar swallows the divine thunder, can condense the thunder blood, and can also evolve the body of the supreme thunder avenue. It is worth training. Immediately, Lu Li floated into the air out of thin air and sat down cross-legged. Sizzle. Sizzle. Wisps of silver lightning arcs burst out from under the skin, traveling throughout the body in the blink of an eye. This is the thunder calamity thunder that Lu Li condensed when he was promoted to nascent soul. The thunder of the avenue creates destruction and smelts my body, making me immortal. Lu Li spit out the thunder spell. His magic power surged like a sea, and he began to run the thunder spell. Rumble. Along with the roar of thunder, Lu Li's body suddenly expanded, and streams of silver thunder coiled like dragons, and thunderbolts flashed wildly. The power of thunder is violent and intense, penetrating the surrounding real void. Suddenly, the entire elegant room was filled with silver lightning, as rich as water, turning into a world of thunder. Very scary. Destroy. This is the real power of destruction. Next, what Lu Li has to do is to swallow these destructive thunderbolts and merge them into his own flesh and blood. If he is not careful, his body will turn into nothingness and his soul will be annihilated. Boom! There was a thunderous sound. All the silver thunder suddenly surged and spun, and in the blink of an eye, they formed into thunder dragons that roared out and rushed into Lu Li's eyebrows. The devouring has begun. Lu Li's expression was calm and composed. His magic power was moving like a dragon, and his body glowed with dazzling Buddha light, like an immortal Buddha that existed forever. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and his physical body began to become crystal clear. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, the veins of flesh and blood dot the threads are transmitted through and visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, threads of silver thunder and lightning penetrate into the body, merging with the internal organs. 3 souls and 7 souls. Lu Li's golden body began to reveal a light silver color, as if it had been painted with a layer of silver paint, shining with astonishing thunder. There was a clear ding. Your innate thunder body swallows the thunder calamity thunder and is greatly satisfied. Your cultivation speed increases by 1,000,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Swallowing went smoothly. That's all. An hour later. Ding sound. Your innate thunder body has broken through to the 2nd level. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes, looked down, and was shocked to find that his body seemed to be cast from mercury, melting at any time. However, if you take a closer look, you will see that this is nothing but mercury. It is clearly the ultimate pure power of thunder. He became a real thunder man. Every hair, every inch of skin, every bone, every cell, is pure power of thunder, commonly known as shocking. It's so easy to swallow a kind of divine thunder? At this moment, Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. A burst of lightning flashed all over his body, and his body returned to normal instantly. He slowly raised his palm, stretched out his fingers, and the pores opened, and drops of silver blood immediately seeped out. This silver blood is condensed from the pure power of thunder and lightning. After careful sensing, the power of thunder and lightning in the blood also carries a supreme divine power that obliterates everything and destroys all things. This is a pure thunder calamity thunder. The phantom thunder avatar of the Thunder Clan can freely transform a person's body between thunder and lightning and virtual reality. However, practicing this thunder technique can directly transform flesh and blood into thunder and lightning. It is immortal and indestructible. It is simply overbearing. Moreover, this swallowing the thunder and calamity of heaven are transformed by the way of heaven, which shock all monks. In the eyes of others, don't I become the incarnation of thunder and calamity of heaven? Lu Li murmured, his eyes flashing with astonishing sharpness. And his sharpness was frightening. The words fell. He grabbed it out of thin air with his 5 fingers. Boom! A ball of lightning condensed out of thin air. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into a thundering hand as huge as a house. The thunder was densely packed, and the overwhelming pressure of thunder poured out in all directions. As if thunder appeared and destroyed everything. It was as if he was facing the lightning tribulation of the transformed god. With this palm, nascent soul is unstoppable. With a casual strike, the pressure of thunder was suppressed by the law of heaven and wiped out everything. It was boundless and vast. In other people's senses, it was like a god who controlled the thunder. Domineering and terrifying. Luli thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Moreover, this is just refining a kind of divine thunder. If you refine the tractor mine again, who knows how terrifying its power will become? Then again, now that he has refined the bloodline of thunder, will his words sound like thunder and lightning? Forget it. Never mind this. Continue refining. Luli was full of energy. Opened his mouth and sprayed out. A ball of silver lightning shot out, circled in the air, and turned into a silver bird. This is an extremely poisonous triggering mine. Call. Luli spurted out a powerful mana and landed on the torpedo. In the blink of an eye, the body of this small silver bird expanded and turned into a huge thunderbird as big as a house. It opened its big mouth, pecked it down, and swallowed the land carp in one mouthful. Boom, boom, boom. There were several more thunderous earthquakes. The entire body of the silver thunderbird began to shine with thunder, emitting wisps of poisonous thunder mist, enveloping the entire thunderbird. Soon, a huge silver thunder light group condensed and took shape. Within the thundering light group, there was a terrifying destructive force that expanded and contracted, as if it would burst out at any time, collapsing the space within a radius of thousands of miles. This is where thunder begins to clash. The Tianlei bloodline that Luli had just refined began to produce fierce conflicts and explosions during the process of merging and devouring the torpedo mines. If you are not careful, your body will explode and you will die on the spot. But that's it. Deep in the thunderous light group, the three nascent souls, black, white, and gold, sit opposite each other, and their mana flows and swirls, producing a force of Hunyuan Yin and Yang, regulating Yin and Yang, transforming heaven and earth. That terrifying destruction, the strength actually gradually weakened. This is the mystery of Lu Li's Wanfa nascent soul. In this way, the extremely dangerous danger of devouring the refining lead machine thunder was quietly resolved. Lu Li's thunder bloodline is about to refine the second type of divine thunder again. Ding. The system prompt also sounded. Your innate thunder body swallows the supreme divine thunder and the machine thunder, and is greatly satisfied. Your cultivation speed increases by 1,000,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. The next day, the thunderous light group disappeared. Luli sat cross-legged in midair. Next moment, his eyes shot open. Boom. He didn't see any movement, and a thunder exploded out of thin air. A silver giant figure suddenly appeared on Luli's body, with thunder rolling under his feet like a sea, and a giant thunder bird hovering above his head, with an extremely terrifying aura. It's like the incarnation of heaven's thunder. Innate thunder true body. Third level. Completed. Chapter 386 The True Form of Innate Thunder. Is this the true form of the innate thunder? Luli looked at the terrifying thunder in the room, and was secretly surprised. In his senses, this elegant room has turned into a terrifying minefield. The life and death of all things in the thunder territory depend on his thoughts. Moreover, this innate thunder body exudes pure and incomparable power of the Great Avenue. It is the real power of Thunder Avenue. Any living being will be frightened by this supreme thunder avatar. Their souls will be frightened and their magic power will be out of control. They can only lie on the ground, begging for mercy and horror. It is indeed the supreme thunder technique modified by Lei Zhu himself. Only, Luli took another look at the innate thunder avatar, and found that the thunder avatar was somewhat illusory and transparent. It seems that swallowing two kinds of divine thunder is still a bit weak. If you want to reach the level of evolving the 1,000 miles of thunder domain, condensing the true form of the supreme thunder avenue, and suppressing all thunder tribes, you have to swallow several more supreme divine thunders. Thinking of this, Luli opened his mouth and took a breath. The innate thunder avatar, the rolling thunder sea, and the silver thunderbird all instantly condensed into a ball of silver lightning, which was swallowed by him and disappeared. Luli once again became an ordinary person. However, any monk who stands in front of Luli will feel a trace of fear originating from his blood, as if he is facing the nine heavens' divine thunder, and his strength can only be used at 70%. This is the power and terror of thunder bloodline. At this time, colorful little figures emerged from the void and poured into Luli's body. Ding 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 ding. A crisp reminder immediately sounded in my mind. Your Brahma demon true holy art went out and found nothing. Your Quimping demon god skill went out for a while and secretly devoured some ownerless thunder crystals. You were greatly satisfied and your cultivation progress increased by 3%. Your immortal poison sutra went out and found nothing. When you went out to watch the stars in the sky, you gained some insights from the star transformation scripture, and your cultivation level increased by 2%. Your Ascension Sutra asked around and found 36 beauties who are eager to have sex with Hongxing. Your Vajratathagata Dharmakaya met a stranger, had a fight, lost, and became depressed, and the effectiveness of his cultivation was reduced by 100%. Your 24 swordsman of the demon went out and met a genius from the Thunder World. He challenged him and was slightly better. He gained a lot of enlightenment and his cultivation progress increased by 4%. The wind and fire immortal Lei Dunfa goes out and flies freely, and the cultivation progress increases by 1%. It seems that the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya has not hooked up with the Taoist weapon spirit of the Tianqing clan. Then again, where are the locations of the 36 beauties that Yuhua Fei Xingjing found out about? You can go and have a look when you have time. Lu Li was about to open the system log record to check. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Luli, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. GK suddenly emerged from nowhere and shouted loudly. What happened? Lu Li said a little speechlessly. Last night, I went out with the great Tathagata Buddha Palm to find the Taoist weapon spirit of the Tianqing clan. Unexpectedly, as soon as we met, I was beaten by the weapon spirit. I haven't recovered my strength yet. I can't beat it. So I retreated first and called for reinforcements. But I didn't expect that I was almost arrested on the way. GK blinked his black eyes as big as sesame seeds, his face full of fear. Caught? By whom? Lu Li looked solemn. It seems to be a guy from the God clan. No, I have to hide first. After GK finished speaking, he slipped into Lu Li's sleeves and hid. Gods? Could it be the mighty one from the God clan? It should be. Jinji, the son of the God clan, appears here, and the great power of the God clan should also come. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The harsh and unpleasant voice of the heavenly Toad King came in. Open the door! Open the door quickly! Hearing this, Lu Li waved his hand and dispersed the restrictions in the elegant room. Boom! The next moment, King Tian Toad opened the door and walked in. He looked around and said angrily, Boy, why did it take you so long to open the door? I thought you were hiding a few beauties here. As soon as he opened his mouth, he smelled of alcohol. Huh? Something's wrong. Something's wrong with you. Before Lu Li could say anything, Tian Toad King suddenly shot over like a rubber ball and came close to Lu Li. Bio stared at Lu Li with his eyes. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Li said calmly. There's something wrong with you. Golden crystal light flashed in Tian Toad King's eyes. He looked Lu Li up and down several times and frowned. You are not a human being. Senior, why are you swearing? I haven't even called you a toad. Lu Li was immediately unhappy. I'm not scolding you. Your physical body actually has a powerful thunder power, rushing like the sea. Moreover, the thunderous aura of your physical body is like the way of heaven, vast and boundless, and it actually makes me a little afraid. Boy, what magic medicine did you take? King Tian Toad was surprised and full of doubts. This toad spirit's eyes are really sharp. You can actually see this? Lu Li's heart was moved, and he said calmly, I have been here last night. What kind of magic elixir can I take? Senior, it's better to stop talking nonsense. Take me to see the Fadian clan first, and help me sneak into the Tianqing clan. Let's talk about the secret place. You really didn't take any medicine? The Toad King still asked with a suspicious look on his face. No, I just made a slight breakthrough in my practice. Lu Li replied calmly. Is it? King Tian Toad looked at Lu Li deeply for a few times. Seeing that his expression did not look like he was faking it, he had no choice but to give up. He turned around and said, Let's go! I will take you to see an old guy from the Fadian tribe. However, this old guy has something to do with me. Some old grievances are the kind of things we don't get to know each other. So we might get rejected later. But don't worry. I've already thought of a way to get that old guy to come out and greet us. When Lu Li heard this, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Correct. Throw the fortune-telling dice. Lu Li suddenly remembered something, And while following King Tian Toad out of the restaurant, he secretly turned the fortune-telling dice in his palm. And yet, nothing. Neither the golden word lucky nor the blood-red word lucky emerged. What is this? Luli was a little surprised. The next moment, the Sky Toad King flew into the sky. Luli could only follow. Soon, the two of them crossed half of Belungliai City and landed in the sky above an endless desert. In the desert, there are pieces of large and small five-color thunder crystals suspended in various shapes, such as triangles, squares, flowers, birds, fish and insects. There are all kinds of strange shapes. This is the Thunder House, where the Fadian tribe lives and practices. Inside every Thunder House is a mysterious thunder space. Moreover, every member of the Fadian clan has lived in the same Thunder House since birth, and it will never change. Very strange. At this time, Tian Chan looked into the desert and shouted, "Old man Zhao, I'm here to pay you back. If you don't pay back, I'll cut off your useless lower body to pay off the debt." Dot! When Luli heard this, he immediately secretly took 3 steps back. It's a miracle that the Toad King has survived to this day and hasn't been captured to make soup. The words have not yet fallen. A cold snort came from the depths of the desert. "So it's you. You stinky toad? Since when did I owe you money? Get out! Get out of here!" King Tian Toad suddenly laughed. "I have found a peerless disciple this time, and I have come here to challenge you. I am ready to knock down all the rubbish from your Fadian clan. Old man Zhao, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Luli frowned. Could it be that the peerless disciple the Toad King was talking about today was referring to him? Before he could figure it out, in the desert ahead, powerful thunderbolts shot up into the sky, forming a sea of thunder that blocked the sky and the sun, rushing towards them ferociously. At this moment, King Tian Toad turned around and smiled proudly. "Look, I was right. This old guy came out to greet us in person." Luli. Dot! Toad King is a real dog today. Chapter 387. I'm fighting the god of transformation. Just when Luli was secretly cursing King Tian Toad, rays of colorful electric light, like a rain of swords, flooded the sky and covered the earth. The lightning suddenly stopped. A figure emerged, with a powerful aura. At the front is an old man wearing a black and white Taoist robe and 4 eyebrows. He is as thin as firewood and as tall as a bamboo pole. But his aura is extremely powerful, no less than that of King Tian Toad. If you look closely, you can see that the eyebrows of the old man in Taoist robes are clearly 2 streaks of pure black lightning. Lightning black to the extreme. It's as if the darkness of the entire universe has been condensed. It gives people a feeling of immeasurable vastness. This old man.is extraordinary. Old man Zhao, have you actually found the divine thunder of annihilation? King Tian Toad saw the old man in Taoist robes. His face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "Snort." The old man in Taoist robes snorted softly when he heard the words, stared at King Tian Toad, and said angrily, "Why did you come to Lei Yuan continent to show off your power in front of me? You stinky toad! If you don't stay in Lei Yu ancient land?" As he said this, he glanced at Lu Li, and his pupils shrank. He seemed to have noticed something strange about Lu Li. "Is this person your apprentice?" The old man in Taoist robes said in surprise. "Ha ha ha! That's right. This kid is my new apprentice. Although he is only 1% as powerful as I was when I was young, it is effortless to sweep away the pile of crooked melons and cracked dates behind you." "Right. Apprentice?" King Tian Toad smiled proudly and turned back to wink at Lu Li. This toad mirror takes advantage of others. Lu Li felt helpless and could only nod his head and responded, "Yes, master. He is not going to die soon. So he thought of taking me out to see the world and find some old friends to support me." "You brat. I'm helping you. But you actually cursed me to death?" King Tian Toad immediately glared and said. However, at this moment, the old man in Taoist robes frowned, his face full of surprise. "Stinky toad, are you really about to die?" "No way. But if it is true, can you remove your skin before you die? Take it off and send it to me so that I can refine it into a piece of leather armor. Get the hell out of here. I'm not dead even after you die." When King Tian Toad heard this, he couldn't help but curse angrily. "Looking at how angry you are, you shouldn't die so quickly. It's a pity. It's really a disaster for thousands of years." The old man in Taoist robe shook his head regretfully. Dot! Hearing this, King Tian Toad was so angry that his eyes bulged out, and he roared like a goldfish. Old man Zhao. Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to fight with you this time. Bah. It's my apprentice who's looking for your descendants. Fight. King Tian Toad. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Tell me. What exactly do you want to do? The old man in Taoist robe seemed to know King Tian Toad very well, and asked with a frown. Hey. I didn't want to do anything. I just found a monstrous genius, and wanted to combat the arrogance of this old man like you. Boy. Come on. Show them some color. After King Tian Toad finished speaking, he took a step back. Lu Li's figure immediately stood out in front of everyone. He cupped his hands towards the old man in Taoist robes and smiled politely. Everyone. I am a nobody. I came with King Tian Toad today just to ask for advice from the Fadian tribe. Of course, if I accidentally beat you to death, please understand me and forgive me. The smile is friendly. He speaks very arrogantly. In an instant, the old man in Taoist robes frowned. The expressions of the Fadian clan members who followed behind him changed. And angry, indifferent, and sharp gazes swept over them. Ha! How about it? Old man Zhao, do you dare to send your descendants to fight? King Tian Toad laughed proudly. This? The old man in Taoist robes glanced at Lu Li and Tian Toad King suspiciously. Hesitating a little, he suspected that the Toad King had some conspiracy this day. Isn't it? It hasn't changed in several years. Old Zhao, have you become so timid? I brought a nascent soul to come to fight with you. But you don't dare to challenge me? TSK. 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 King Tian Toad sneered, pretending to be surprised. This is obviously a provocation. It's still the simplest, direct and crude kind. The old man in Taoist robe still had some scruples. However, the Fadian tribesmen behind him couldn't help it. Grandpa Zhu. He's just a middle-stage nascent soul. I'm here to fight him. With a crisp cry, a girl in gold clothes with a double-ring bun flew out. She was short and exquisite, with delicate facial features and black eyes. Bright. Looks very cute. It is also the 5th level of nascent soul. Okay. Be careful. Don't beat anyone to death. The old man in Taoist robes nodded. Sister Ling. Come on. Ling. Go all out and beat this arrogant guy. Don't lose the face of the Fadian tribe. Hit. 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 The group of Fadian clan members also shouted. At this time, the girl genie flashed, flew into the sky, and said softly to Lu Li, I possess the supreme divine thunder. I will hurt you later. You? Don't blame me. The most I can do is compensate you for some soup and medicine. Okay. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Li smiled and nodded. Next moment, a black figure appeared in front of the girl in gold. Boom. A sonic boom visible to the naked eye spread out between the two of them like ripples. Then, the girl in gold was hit in the stomach. She arched her body like a prawn, flew into the sky, spun around, shot out, and disappeared into a black dot on the horizon. Dot! Everyone was stunned. Under the stupid gazes of everyone, the residual image of the land carp slowly disappeared. Lu Li, who was in midair, slowly retracted his fist, looked at the disappearing girl on the horizon, shook his head and sighed softly. Such a cute girl. If you hit her with one punch, she will cry for a long time. It's a pity that the shot was a bit heavy, and she hit her directly. People are knocked unconscious. Dot! Everyone was speechless again. The next moment, the figure of the old man in Taoist robes flickered on the spot, and an unconscious girl in golden clothes appeared on his hand, and the black lightning flashed several times in his eyes. Then, he raised his head and took a deep look at Lu Li. Little friend, you have infinite power. You can knock people away with one punch, but it doesn't hurt the person's clothes or flesh at all. Your use of strength is simply superb. Moreover, what you just did, this punch probably doesn't even have 10% of its power. Just this one punch makes you almost invincible in Yuanying. However, your physical strength is so amazing. Why do you need to sneak attack? As soon as these words came out, the Fadian clan members behind him all exclaimed and were shocked. Even the Tian Toad King slightly widened Bio's pupils. Quite shocked. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lu Li smiled slightly. Such a cute little girl. I don't want to hurt her self-confidence. The words just fell. The girl in gold woke up and asked with a confused look on her face. What happened? Next moment, when she saw Lu Li, she immediately reacted and her eyes widened. I lost? I lost in one round? The old man in talus robe sighed and nodded. Whoa! 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 I lose! In an instant, the girl in gold covered her face, turned around, turned into a golden light and flew out, disappearing without a trace. It was obvious that his self-confidence had been severely damaged. Everyone died. At this moment, Luli smiled slightly. Senior, I think you can let the real genius of your Fadian tribe fight against me. Of course, it is best if this person is a god former. Become a god? Hearing Luli's words, the old man in talus robe shrank his pupils, and his voice rose an octave. That's right. I'm fighting the transformation god. Luli nodded and glanced at the people behind the old man one by one with a gaze that looked like he was picking a defeated enemy. He chuckled and said, If you weren't a god, I'm afraid you'd be knocked away by my punch again. Come on. I'm afraid you Fadian tribe don't look very good. What do you think, Senior? As soon as these words came out, the expression of the old man in talus robes darkened. All the Fadian clan members could not help but show angry expressions. This guy is so arrogant. At this time, the old man in talus robes said coldly, Young master, come and fight him. Chapter 388 Shocking the Fadian tribe. The voice of the old man in talus robes fell. A figure floated out. She is a tall woman wearing a snow-white crane robe. The initial cultivation level of becoming a god. I am the young master of the Fadian tribe. Zhao Yu. Who are you? Tell me your name. The woman in the crane robe stared at Luli coldly. There was a bit of arrogance in his expression. He didn't seem to take Luli seriously at all. Young master of the Fadian tribe? Luli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In his perception, this crane-robed woman named Zhao Yu was indeed extraordinary, with profound magical power, equivalent to at least 60 steps of lotus. This is just the magic power revealed. The real strength will probably be even stronger. He is worthy of being a genius of one of the 5 major thunder clans in Leiyuan continent. However, since she has not been recruited by the All Heavens Palace, she is probably not a real genius. Luli naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Come on! Since you are making such arrogant words and challenging my Fadian clan, you must have some skills. I want to see how much you weigh. The woman in the crane robe said arrogantly. Wait! At this moment, King Tiantou jumped out and smiled coldly. Old man Zhao, this fight between a man and a woman is not interesting at all. Why don't the two of us join in and have a bet? No gambling. The old man in talus robe shook his head firmly. Hey, old man Zhao. Aren't you afraid that the young master of your own clan will lose to a nascent soul? King Tiantou touched the fleshy bumps all over his head, and still used the provocative method to sarcastically say, What dot are you betting on? The old man in talus robes frowned. It's very simple. If my apprentice wins, you can take us two to the Tianxin clan's secret place tomorrow and join in the fun. If I lose, I will call you Grandpa 3 times when I see you in the future. How about it? King Tiantou made an astonishing bet. Okay, it's a deal. The old man in talus robes agreed without saying a word, for fear that King Tiantou would regret it. Then, let's get started. Wait a minute. At this time, it was Luli's turn to shout. What's wrong? Are you scared? The crane-robed woman asked with narrowed eyes. Of course not. Luli slowly turned his head and looked at the curious monks in the distance. I just don't want to defeat you in front of so many people, so I can save some face for you. You? Hearing this, the woman in the crane robe suddenly looked as cold as frost, and there was a bit of anger in her eyes. Okay, come with me. I will take you to a battlefield. After that, he turned around and shot towards the depths of the desert. Lan Karp followed closely behind. The Tiantou king, the talus-robed old man, and a group of Fadian tribe members naturally followed. A few flash shots. The woman in the crane robe flew into a snow-white thunderstone tablet 100 feet high. Luli rushed in after him. A flower in front of my eyes. Luli found himself in a world of thunder. Underfoot is a sea of snow-white thunder. In all directions, the vast sky was filled with snow-white thunder and lightning. 3,000 feet away, the woman in the crane robe looked cold and evil. Soon, King Tiantou, the old man in talus robes, and the others rushed in, floating thousands of feet away, ready to watch the battle. You are the nascent soul, and I am the incarnation god. You go first. However, I can tell you that once the battle begins, I will not hold back. At this time, the woman in the crane robe said coldly, Good. Luli nodded and smiled. then raised his hand and pointed at the woman in the crane robe. There was a bang. Intense light shines on the fingertips. An extremely thick silver thunder column suddenly shot out, piercing through the sky and the earth. And in a 10 millionth of a second, it hit the woman in the crane robe. The power is so ferocious that it can kill all nascent souls. The power of becoming a god. Godlike magical power? Brilliant heavenly power? Thunder calamity and thunder? No wonder you have so much confidence. The woman in the crane robe shrank slightly. By this time, she had no time to escape, seeing that the woman in the crane robe was about to be hit on the spot. Certainly, at the critical moment, the woman in the crane robe opened her mouth slightly and highlighted one word coldly. A strange scene appeared instantly. The thick silver thunder pillar that popped up from Lu Li's fingertips was frozen in midair, spanning the sky and the earth. Motionless. The Flying Lightning Tribe, commanding the thunder of the heavens. The Thunder God technique? The Heavenly Toad King exclaimed. That's right. It's the Thunder God technique. I am the God of Thunder. I command the thunder in the heavens and follow my words. Even the Supreme Thunder God of the Thunder Emperor clan must obey his orders. The old man in Taoist robe smiled proudly. Destroy. At this moment, the woman in the crane robe spoke coldly and uttered another word. Boom. The silver lightning pillar exploded with a bang, turning into dots of silver lightning and dissipating around it. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Follow your words? Command the heavens to thunder? Is it really that powerful? Before he could take action again, the woman in the crane robe slowly raised her jade hand toward him, turned her purple lips, and said coldly, Thunders in the sky. Listen to my command. Turn into supreme thunder cannons. Obliterate everything. The voice rang out. Behind her, ripples rippled into space. Huge and terrifying thunder cannons slowly stretched out from the ripples of space. At the mouth of the cannon, the seven-colored thunder of the heavens that destroyed the heavens and the earth shone with dazzling lightning. Next moment, boom, boom, boom. Thousands of guns fired. Countless columns of terrifying lightning cannon shot out, penetrating the sky, the earth, the sun and the moon, and bombarded Lu Li from the air. The powerful power is enough to annihilate any mid-stage god transformation into dregs. This move is clearly the thunder secret technique of the Lei Ming clan. Extremely powerful thunder cannon. The ultimate thunder cannon of the Thunder clan in the Shishao continent. This woman actually used it? The thunder god technique was really tricked by her. No! That kid is in danger! King Tian Toad exclaimed and lost his voice. I won! Toad Spirit, I will take your 3 calls of Grandpa! The old man in Taoist robes had an expected smile on his face. Behind him, a group of Fadian clan members were also proud. This move of the young master is used to deal with Fang Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan. He is preparing to make a big splash. Now, it would be good to give this extremely arrogant nascent soul boy a taste of his power. Well done! Just when everyone thought that Lu Li was bound to lose, Lu Li showed an admiring look on his face and nodded in praise. There was no escaping. Next moment, thousands of thunder cannon beams bombarded his body, and the dazzling light, accompanied by violent thunder, immediately erupted. At that moment, it was as if thousands of bright suns were exploding. Mushroom cloud-like thunderous rays of light slowly rose up, violently shaking the entire snow-white sea of thunder, setting off a thunder wave tsunami thousands of feet high. Wait until the thunder light fades and the tsunami subsides. A black figure is still tall and straight, like a pillar supporting the sky, as motionless as a mountain. It's the land carp. However, the skin, eyebrows, and hair all over his body turned into extremely fine silver lightning, surging like water. The whole person is a silver liquid thunder. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Lu Li disappeared with lightning all over his body and returned to his normal human form. Transformation of physical divine thunder into reality? Are you a member of the Thunder clan? No. Even a member of the Thunder clan, under the circumstances of the thunder bombardment just now, had no time to transform into a physical body, and could not withstand my violent thunder attack from the heavens. The eyes of the crane-robed woman high in the sky could not help but shrink. There was a hint of horror in the voice. The old man in Taoist robes, who was watching the battle from a distance, also opened his eyes in disbelief and murmured, Unscathed? How is that possible? Could it be the legendary bloodline of thunder? Thunder bloodline? No wonder. When Tian Toad King heard this, he was shocked and stunned. He was extremely shocked and said, You actually turned your mortal body into thunder blood? This kid has simply used the power of thunder to show off. No. This is already a trick. What kind of monster is this guy? Chapter 389 Testing and Fooling. There are all kinds of strange creatures in the world. However, in the thunder world, all creatures are half human and half thunder. Even if you practice the most mysterious and powerful techniques, you are still a human being. The Thunder Clan transformed into thunder and lightning, seemingly no longer human. But in fact, they are still half human in their blood. Therefore, pure thunder bloodline does not exist, unless it is the reincarnation of the innate god. The land carp in front of me turned out to be the extremely rare and magical thunder bloodline in the legend. This shocked the two great tribulation masters, the talus-robed old man and the heavenly toad king, into disbelief. That feeling was like seeing your daughter-in-law give birth to a ball of flesh after 3 years of pregnancy. When the ball was split open, a boy who looked exactly like his dead father popped out of it and opened his mouth to call him daddy. Damn it! I surrender! Just when everyone was shocked, the woman in the crane robe said 3 words. Luli couldn't help but be stunned. You haven't fought enough yet, and you're giving up? The woman in the crane robe flew over and stared at Luli, with a look of surprise in her eyes. You have transformed your body into thunder, and you are already invincible. If I want to defeat you, I need to use all my cards. A transformed god. To defeat a nascent soul, you still need to use all your cards, which is no different from losing. So, I give up. The young master of the Fadian tribe is quite impressive. After hearing this explanation, Luli nodded, withdrew all his magic power, cupped his hands and smiled. I admit it. Toad Spirit, where did your apprentice come from? I have lived for so many years, and I have only seen one of the Thunder bloodline. That is the reincarnation of the legendary ancient Lightning Mother. At this time, the old man in talus robes looked at Luli with the eyes, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. His face was full of disbelief. Hey, old man Zhao. Don't think that I don't know. You want to poach me again? Right. I won't tell you. It will make you extremely itchy. The heavenly toad king chuckled. Extremely proud? You stinky toad are still so stingy. The old man in talus robes rolled his eyes, and suddenly showed a friendly and kind smile to Luli. This little friend. I don't know your surname. Which clan is he from? My surname is Lu, and I am a nobody. Luli replied with a smile. Nobody? Ha ha. That's interesting. Come on. I hit it off like old friends with you, and we are very attached to each other. Why don't you have a glass of wine with me? The old man in talus robes smiled and extended the invitation. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Luli smiled and nodded. Then, he followed the old man in talus robes and flew out of the thunder steel and headed towards a thunder palace in the distance. Hey, old man Zhao. You old guy really wants to poach me. If you dare, don't blame me for finding your old lady for fun. The heavenly toad king followed, shouting threats. However, the old man in talus robe didn't care at all and said casually, That woman has such a bad temper that even I can't stand it. When Lei Zhu comes, she will be so angry that she will hang herself. You can also play with such an old woman. I will write to you the word service. Tian Toad King. Just like that, Luli entered a thunder palace. This is a spacious palace. All tables, chairs, doors, windows, stone pillars and floors are made of 5 colors of thunder, which looks quite magical. The Fadian clan, have always liked living in the thunder house all my life. Are you still used to it, little friend Lu? The old man in talus robe sat in the main seat and asked with a smile. Luli sat in a big green thunder chair. He suddenly felt refreshed and full of energy, as if he was being recharged. He couldn't help but praise, as expected of one of the 5 major thunder clans. This thunder house is really magical. It's very comfortable. I feel like a fish in water. Ha ha. As long as you like it, little friend Lu. Come and offer me all kinds of rare spiritual fruits. The old man in talus robe laughed and gave an order. Immediately, a group of beautiful maids wearing various colored robes filed in, holding various Ganoderma jade fruits in front of Luli. Before Luli could start eating, the woman in the crane robe sitting opposite her eyes flashed sharply, and she asked directly, Is the thunder bloodline a fellow Taoist Lu innate? Or is it acquired? This woman is too outspoken. Directly inquire about the secrets of cultivation? Luli frowned. Seeing his displeased look, the old man in talus robes quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, little friend Lu. Our young master mainly wants to ask you if you know someone. Who? Luli raised his eyebrows. Who else could it be? The Lord of Layuan Continent. Lei Zubai. The Tian Toad King sat down next to him, his body fat leaking out from both sides of the thunder chair, and he trembled twice. That's right. It's Lei Zu. The innate thunder bloodline can only be possessed by the reincarnation of the legendary ancient thunder god and the ancient lightning mother. However, I don't think you are the reincarnation of the legendary thunder god and lightning mother. Your thunder bloodline should be acquired through cultivation. In the entire thunder world, there is only one person who can help people cultivate the power of thunder bloodline. Lei Ancestor. The old man in Taoist robe said solemnly. Lei Zu? I don't know him. Luli shook his head and said with a smile. If I knew Lei Zu, would I still need to follow this weird-tempered King Tian Toad? Ha ha. That's true. When the old man in Taoist robe heard this, he thought it made sense. King Tian Toad rolled his eyes. Then again, Toad Spirit, Xiao Yu Lu, you will follow me to the Tianqing clan's secret realm tomorrow. I'm afraid you have some special purpose? Why don't you tell me so that I can be mentally prepared? The old man in Taoist robe asked tentatively. The people from the Fagian clan go straight and don't go around in circles, which is quite refreshing. When Luli heard this, he nodded secretly but did not speak. Old man Zhao, are you suspecting me of causing trouble? What can I do by myself? King Tian Toad asked angrily. That's hard to say. Back then, you turned into a rare toad, took the opportunity to get close to beautiful women, sneaked into their boudoirs, and stole personal belongings. I don't know how many girls suffered. I still remember this incident. It's crystal clear. The old man in Taoist robe said solemnly. Suddenly, Luli glanced at him with a slightly contemptuous look, smoothly moved the thunder chair 1 foot away. The woman in the crane robe opposite also frowned, her face full of alertness. Hack your mother's chili pepper. When have I ever done such a shameless thing? You slandered me. King Tian Toad was so angry that he slapped the table and stood up. Boom. His snow-white thunder table was directly blasted, causing thunder arcs to shoot out. But in an instant, the thunder arcs gathered back and formed a thunder table again. Luli understood. This Fagian clan member lives in the thunder house, which is a great way to save money. What slander? I saw it with my own eyes. But I didn't accuse you. A toad spirit. Maybe you followed me and infiltrated the Tianqing clan this time, aiming at the Taoist weapons of the Tianqing clan. At this time, the old man in Taoist robe frowned and said, Bullshit Taoist weapon. I don't even look down on it. King Tian Toad immediately glared and retorted angrily. Real? The old man in Taoist robes was still a little skeptical. Of course it's true. If it's false, I will be tortured by your old sweetheart until my body is completely broken and my bones are broken. King Tian Toad swore poison on the spot. It seems to be true. You Toad Spirit is not aiming at that Taoist weapon. You probably won't cause any big trouble. So I can rest assured. Where is Xiao Yu Lu? The old man in Taoist robes was determined. He turned his eyes and looked at Luli with a smile. This is an old fox. It seemed that he would not lead them into the Tianqing clan's secret place unless his wariness was eliminated. Luli changed his mind and said with a smile. Actually, I want to enter the Tianqing clan's secret place because I want to find someone. Oh, who? The old man in Taoist robes continued to ask. To tell you the truth, it's my Taoist companion. I did something wrong, which caused her to run away from home. Luli sighed softly, with a bit of self-blame on his face. That's it. If a husband and wife are at odds, just try to calm them down. The old man in Taoist robes said with a smile. Yeah. Didn't I just mistake her twin sister? She was so angry that she ran away from home. Alas, only women and villains are hard to raise. Luli sighed helplessly. As soon as these words came out, the old man in Taoist robe. Dot. Woman in crane robe. Dot. Chapter 390. A very bad omen. Little friend Lu, you didn't lie, did you? The old man in Taoist robes frowned and stared at Luli, still seeming a little suspicious. Of course not. Luli smiled. Senior, please don't worry. I'm just a nascent soul. What trouble can I cause? This is true. Upon hearing this, the old man in Taoist robes nodded secretly and explained with a smile. Don't blame me for worrying. After all, tomorrow's ceremony is quite important. Oh, Senior, why don't you elaborate? Luli had a curious look on his face. Actually, it's nothing. Even after Lei Zu's disappearance, the 5 major Thunder clans must choose one person to lead the 5 clans and govern the Leiyuan continent. Tomorrow, the 5 major Thunder clans will discuss this matter. However, I heard that the Shishao continent, several major Thunder clans from Yushao continent are here. I'm afraid something will happen. The voice of the old man in Taoist robes was somewhat solemn. Misfortune? Will someone cause trouble? No wonder this old man is so cautious. At this time, King Tian Toad said angrily, Old man Zhao, when you choose the person in charge of the 5 major Thunder tribes, you must choose someone with a big fist or someone with a high reputation. You Fadian tribe can't choose at all. What are you afraid of? Follow, just mix it up. Humph. What do you know? You Toad Spirit? Tomorrow's ceremony is related to the overall situation of the entire Thunder Realm for 10,000 years. Even the leader of the Tao Alliance in the center of the world will come. How can we slack off? The old man in Taoist robes snorted coldly and rolled his eyes. What? The leader of the Tao Alliance in that world? The Heavenly Toad King was shocked. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Li from the corner of his eye. Lu Li couldn't help but be slightly startled. Will the leader of the Tao League also come? Senior, is this fake news? Lu Li couldn't help but ask. With the character of the leader of the Tao League, she wouldn't want to be the talker of Leiyuan continent. Right? Or is she just here to save people? It's true news. The expression of the old man in Taoist robes became more serious. Moreover, I also heard a rumor that the messengers from the demon world, the God Emperor of the God clan, and the High Priest of the Witch clan will all appear at tomorrow's ceremony. This tidbit is really amazing. Lu Li couldn't help but be shocked. Magic Messenger? God Emperor? Will the High Priest of the Witch clan appear? Are these guys coming here to plot the Tianqing clan's Taoist weapons? Boy, why don't we run away? The Demon Envoy and the God Emperor are not good people. The High Priest of the Witch clan is even more ferocious. I heard that he can curse people from a distance and kill people invisibly. The King of Heavenly Toad arrived with a message. This guy is not only bad-tempered, but also cowardly. Lu Li was too lazy to pay attention to him, and continued to say to the old man in Taoist robes, Senior, you can rest assured. The battle will be so big tomorrow. I will definitely not cause trouble for the Fadian clan. With these words from little friend Lu, I feel relieved. By the way, little friend Lu should not go out tonight and stay in this desert. Every grain of sand in this desert has been refined by my Fadian clan for millions of years. Any foreigner who sets foot on the Leisha will be instantly detected by induction. The old man in Taoist robe reminded, Yes, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful tonight. Then, I would like to thank you, Senior, for taking me in. Lu Li smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Come on. Come on. Eat the spiritual fruit. The old man in Taoist robes greeted him warmly. He seemed to appreciate Lu Li's Thunder bloodline and was interested in making friends with him. Lu Li also thinks this Fadian tribe is good. Suddenly, the guests and hosts in the palace were enjoying themselves, except for King Tian Toad, who was running away muttering. At night, the stars shine brightly. In a mysterious stone house, demonic energy lingers, and the blood is enchanting and as rich as water. It condenses into a demonic portal as it flows turbulently. The 2 nascent soul Lei Xiu who were guarding outside the stone house suddenly felt fear. Before they could escape, a flash of blood came out from the stone house and gently circled around the 2 of them. Suddenly, the 2 of them turned into a blood mist and were directly absorbed by the blood light. He died on the spot. Only a few treasure clothes fell to the ground, and the aura dimmed. A breeze blew, and it turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind. This bloody light actually annihilated even the magic weapon. Boom, boom, boom! At this moment, 3 golden thunderbolts came and landed outside the stone house, instantly transforming into 3 powerful monks wearing golden thunder robes. The first person is an old man with white hair like snow, an immortal spirit, and a golden divine lightning mark in his eyes. His cultivation is perfect for overcoming tribulations. Magic Envoy, why did you devour the members of my Lei Ming clan? The white-haired old man asked in a cold voice. His face was very ugly. At this time, a hoarse and gloomy voice came from the stone house. It's an honor for just 2 ants to become my blood food. The voice carried a strange magic power, pulling the blood and spirit of the 3 white-haired old men, as if they were about to be lifted out of their bodies. The eyes of the 3 people also turned blood red instantly, as if they were losing their minds. But, at this moment, above the heads of the three people, a powerful silhouette with a bird's head and a human body, holding thunder hammers and awls, flashed past, and the golden thunder light flashed, directly exorcising the strange state of the three people. There are also traces of golden thunder arcs wrapped around the three of them, allowing the three to isolate themselves from the influence of the stone house's magic light. Magic Envoy. I'm warning you again. The Laming clan, are seeking an alliance with you. We just want to borrow your hand to seize the Taoist weapon of the Tianqing clan. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame me for inviting Taoist Master Shishao. Directly destroy your clone. There was a murderous look in the eyes of the white-haired old man. How presumptuous. Even you Lei Zun dare not talk to me like that. However, seeing that some of your trash can still be of some use, I will let you go this time. Go away. I will help you get the Taoist weapon tomorrow. In the stone house, that gloomy voice was still arrogant and domineering. Obviously, he did not take the white-haired old man and the three tribulation perfection cultivators seriously. The words fell. A terrifying demonic power burst out, directly extinguishing the golden lightning arcs on the three of them. At that moment, the three white-haired old men seemed to be in a sea of blood, with countless terrifying, ferocious and man-eating demon gods rushing towards them. The three white-haired old men couldn't help but take a step back. His face was pale and frightened. This demon is stronger. Almost a true immortal Taoist. But it's no wonder that this guy has stayed in this world for so long, and has understood the rules of the avenue. His upper limit of strength is gradually increasing. Walk! Thinking of this, the white-haired old man turned around and left, not daring to stay any longer. Just at the same time, on the other side of Bailong Thunder City, on a spiritual mountain filled with fairy spirit, thunder and lightning flashed, forming a sea of thunder that covered the stars and the moon. It also covered up the boundless and terrifying demonic energy rising into the sky. It was a golden demonic energy that was as straight as wolf smoke and as thick as a sky pillar. Underneath the demonic aura is a majestic palace. Inside the palace, it is magnificent. A 3-foot-tall golden man was sitting in the middle of the hall, with feathers all over his body emitting a bright golden light like the sun. His pupils are as bright as gold and as sharp as hooks, even sharper than the Condor King. The aura is 100 times more terrifying than that of the Condor King. His pair of golden claws shone with the sharpest cold light in the world, as if they could tear apart the sun, moon and stars if they burst out. On his left and right, all the elders of the Abyss Spirit Clan, Abyss Fox Clan, all knelt and waited on him with utmost respect. The Spirit Clan Saint Maiden Stepping Lotus is also among them. King Dapeng, who did you sense? At this time, in the middle of the hall, a woman wearing snow-white cloud clothes asked calmly. Hearing the sound, the 3-foot-tall golden man suddenly raised his golden eyes and spoke slowly. I have sensed the breath of the demon world, the breath of the gods, the breath of the witch clan, and the breath of that world. Leader of the Tao Alliance. They are in the residence of the Thunder Clan and the 5 Thunder Clan. Then, may I ask King Dapeng, can we defeat them all tomorrow? The Yunshang woman asked again. When the golden man heard this, his eyes soared with pride. Tomorrow, if they dare to stop me, Lei Zhu will be their fate. Okay, if King Dapeng helps my Yushao clan to dominate the Thunder Realm, my Yushao clan will definitely help the Demon Realm to capture that world. The Yunshang woman bowed deeply on the spot. The cold voice spread throughout the world. The same scene happened everywhere in the fairy city. This night, all kinds of conspiracies were as silent as the stars, moon, heaven and earth. Lu Li knew nothing about this. He was resting in a thunder house. It's early morning. Lu Li took out the crystal clear dice, blew on it, and threw it upwards. Buzz! The crystal dice flashed with golden light. Then, an unprecedented bloody light suddenly erupted, dazzling and illuminating the entire thunder room. A water tank-sized word fierce was projected from the crystal and appeared in front of Lu Li's eyes. The color is red to purple and black. This is very, very bad. Chapter 391, Colorless Phoenix Wings. Bad luck. Lu Li was shocked. If it's so bad, could it be that tomorrow is the end of the world? Did the demon come directly to kill him? No matter what. Run. Lu Li remembered the Yinming Ghost Emperor's instructions, stood up suddenly, put away the fortune-telling dice, and was about to leave this thunder room. However, he paused and frowned slightly. Where to run? Where is it safe? Lu Li's thoughts suddenly changed, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Boom! He rushed out of the thunder house. turned around, came to another thunder palace, and slapped the thunder gate without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise shook the sky. Boy, are you giving birth? Why are you banging the door so loudly? I just fell asleep. The thunder door opened, and the Sky Toad King flew out from inside, saying in a bad mood, It's dangerous. Please help me. Senior. Luli held his hands in awe. What danger? Hearing this, Tian Toad King Bio's pupils shrank. I don't know, but the danger will come soon. Senior, please take me away quickly and take me to a safe place to hide for a day. Luli solemnly begged. Such a bad omen means almost no chance of death. It may be impossible to escape on your own. Therefore, Luli might as well ask the Tian Toad King, who was barely trustworthy to overcome the tribulation, for help. A safe place? Hide for a day? Boy, are you going crazy with your practice? Causing your inspiration to go crazy? I finally brought you here, and you want to leave now? Are you kidding me? King Tian Toad looked at Luli suspiciously. I didn't. There is really a huge danger. Luli looked serious. All right. Seeing that Luli didn't look fake, King Tian Toad nodded and asked, But, are you going to save someone at the concubinage ceremony tomorrow? Since the leader of the Tao Alliance has arrived, Ling Jianshuang should be fine. We should protect ourselves first. Luli's expression became more solemn. He felt more and more dangerous. Senior, let's go! I can already feel the slightest hint of murderous intent coming from the void. Luli suddenly felt a little uneasy. The hairs all over my body stand on end. Okay. King Tian Toad didn't say any more nonsense at this time. He opened his mouth and swallowed the land carp directly into his stomach. This kid is the destined son of that world. On a whim, he senses danger. Maybe there will be some killing disaster. No, I have to hide. But where to hide? After King Tian Toad swallowed a person, he rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of a good place. The boudoir of the young master of the Fadian tribe. The Sky Toad King flew directly into the sky and escaped into the darkness. Not long after he left, in the void, a circle of space ripples rippled slightly. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow seeped out of thin air, like mercury pouring down the ground, slowly flowing into the thunder room where Luli was, searching inside and outside. Huh? A voice of surprise suddenly sounded. The Taoist weapon spirit clearly said that the master of the Taoist weapon spirit who provoked yesterday is here. How could it not be there? Could it be that he sensed danger? Is he gone? The voice fell. The black shadow quickly gathered up, regrouped into a ball of mist, merged into the void, and disappeared. At this time, Luli seemed to have returned to the original chaos. All around was darkness. All senses are gone. Even the passage of time cannot be sensed. Fortunately, the system is still there. Luli muttered silently and directly called up the panel to check. Realm, Nascent Soul 5th level, progress 36%. Lifespan, 24/5200/13299. Race, Kung Fu. Brahma Demon's True Holy Skill, level 2, 99%. Kunping Demonic Skill, level 35, 36% progress. Magic Weapon, Kunping Thunder Wings. Golden K Sword, Taoist Sword. 5 Elements Death Destroying Fan. 6 Character Mantra. Chaos Divine Mill, Taoist Weapon. Mana, Bu Lianhua, X15. The realm is still a bit low. Luli looked at the system and frowned slightly. However, after practicing Panwu's powerful magical power in his physical body, he can exert the power of 640 dragons, and it is not a problem to transform into a god with one punch in the early stage. Once the Brahma Demon True Saint skill is activated, the mana is doubled, and with the blessing of 2 clones, the mana can reach 90 steps of lotus. Enough to compete with the late stage of divine transformation. It feels still a little weak. We must quickly devour the 3rd Supreme Divine Thunder, enhance the Thunder Bloodline, and evolve the Thunder Domain. In this way, any god transformation monk in the Thunder Realm whose strength is greatly suppressed by his Thunder Realm will not be his opponent. Barely reaching the level of invincibility, Luli thought to himself, and began to calm down, waiting for the arrival of the next day. I don't know how much time passed. Wow! The world was spinning for a while, and Luli's eyes lit up. He appeared again in the desert. In all directions, there are suspended thunder houses, shining brightly under the sun. Ha ha! Boy! Feel comfortable in my stomach. King Tian Toad touched the fleshy bump on his head and smiled proudly. Thank you, Senior. Luli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Then, he pulled out the fortune-telling dice again and blew lightly. The crystal dice rolled several times in the palm of my hand. Finally stopped. Nothing is revealed. No surprises. Stable. Luli put away the fortune-telling dice and said with a smile. Senior, we can set off to the secret cultivation place of the Tianqing clan. No hurry. No hurry. King Tian Toad glanced at Luli's palm and licked his lips. Boy, you rely on that dice to ensure good luck and avoid disaster? Can you show it to me? This is not okay. This is my lucky treasure. If others see it, it will become invalid. Luli casually gave a reason. Humph! You stingy one. I saved your life, and you didn't even show me a thing. The Heavenly Toad King snorted. A little displeased. This guy is greedy. Luli was instantly alert. So, he smiled. Senior, I also found someone to customize this thing. If you want it, you might as well follow me to my side of the world and ask that Senior to help you customize one. Oh, okay. Okay. When King Tian Toad heard this, he immediately beamed. Then let's go to the Tianqing clan's secret place. I wonder if the concubinage ceremony is over. Luli frowned slightly. He is a woman who likes other people. However, he didn't want Ling Jianxuan to become someone else's wife. He just wanted Ling Jianxuan to become one of his wives. Don't worry. The concubinage ceremony is not over yet. At the beginning of yesterday's ceremony, the demon king from the demon realm brought by Yushao continent had a direct fight with the demon envoy from the demon realm. Half of the secret land almost collapsed. Even the tribulation, several people died. It was so ferocious. Fortunately, I didn't go there yesterday. King Tian Toad grabbed Luli by the shoulders, flew into the sky, and turned into a golden light that shot away. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Magic messenger? The demon king of the demon world? As expected, yesterday was a very bad omen. Once he rushes to the secret place of the Tianqing clan and reveals his identity, he will definitely become the target of the demon envoy. By then, your life will be at risk. Luli secretly rejoiced, and then frowned and asked, Doesn't that mean that the secret land of the Tianqing clan is now tense? That's not true. Taoist Shinshao and Taoist Yunshao from the Thunder Realm have both appeared. Whoever dares to take action again will be killed directly by the two Taoist Thunders. Therefore, the secret land of the Tianqing clan is peaceful, festive, and auspicious. Let's go over now. Just in time to have a meal. King Tian Toad chuckled. Luli looked solemn. The demon envoy. The demon king. The Thunder Taoist Lord. The Taoist Alliance leader. In this case, wouldn't it mean that all the big guys from all over the world are gathered together? The Evening Ghost Emperor should be here too. Arrive! Suddenly, the Tian Toad King froze. Just at this moment, Luli also sensed a slight connection with Ling Jianxuan. That kind of feeling is like a connection between the two minds. Chapter 392. I object to this marriage. In a thunder palace, Ling Jianxuan was draped in colorful clothes and red cloth, sitting in front of a gorgeous dressing table. In the mirror, there is a stunning woman who is full of heroism and cold and arrogant. Sister Ling is so beautiful. The girl in silver, who was waiting on the side, praised her sincerely. Sister Ling? Hearing these three familiar words, Ling Jianxuan subconsciously thought of the girl in gold who kept talking all day long. Like a hamster. Fawn Yinli. Unfortunately, Yinli is not here. Yinli once said that on the day she gets married, she will treat herself to food for 10 days and 10 nights until she is full. Then, the child who was born also asked her to play with one. Unexpectedly, Yinli would have to get married before she found her husband. Thinking of this, Ling Jianxuan looked slightly cold. Originally, she was supposed to marry the young master of the Tianqing clan yesterday, but no one expected that a big war would directly postpone the concubinage ceremony for one day. But the ceremony was still not cancelled. Keep going. Fortunately, the alliance leader and leader have arrived. As long as she shows up later, she will be out of trouble. Just at this moment, Ling Jianxuan suddenly felt like there was an electric shock all over her body. An extremely familiar breath surged out from the depths of his soul, like the Milky Way washing down from the sky. Her right ankle became inexplicably hot. Ling Jianxuan's cold eyes lit up. It's that guy. That guy is here. Isn't this guy practicing in the Huaquan sect? Why did you come here? Could it be? Shuang, you are as cool as a fairy today. Suddenly, A gentle voice came from behind, and a gorgeous woman wearing a silver thunder suit came slowly. It's that Aunt Lan. The joy in Ling Jianchuang's eyes faded, and she returned to calmness. Aunt Lan was joking. Xuan, you don't have to be modest. Today is your wedding day, and you are the most beautiful woman. When the young master sees it, he will definitely be moved by it. The gorgeous woman smiled slightly. While speaking, she waved her hand gently to signal the maids in the palace to retreat. Ling Jianchuang felt a little uneasy for no reason, and said calmly, Aunt Lan is right. The young master will definitely be moved by me when he is moved by me. Hearing these words, the gorgeous woman sighed softly. Alas, Xuan, your soul hasn't recovered yet? Yes, I feel that the soul's injury is only 70 to 80% healed, and there are still 20 to 30% left. Ling Jianchuang also sighed softly. Continue to let this person's guard down. However, at this moment, snap, a cold light flashed in the gorgeous woman's eyes, and the jade hand hidden in the silver thunder robe came out like a snake and slapped Ling Jianchuang on the back. In the palm of his hand, a thunder talisman engraved with mysterious thunder patterns began to shine with black light. Next moment, black lightning flashed. Ling Jianchuang's whole body was frozen in place. Her soul seemed to be pulled out of her body, and she lost control of her body. Xuan, I'm sorry. This concubine-taking ceremony is a top priority, and there must be no mistakes. Therefore, I have wronged you this time. You can also rest assured that this soul-dispelling thunder talisman is only it can last for an hour. When the hour is up, your soul will return to its original position, the gorgeous woman said, twitching her brows. Zila. A streak of azure thunder and lightning appeared, ejecting a streak of cyan lightning that hit Ling Jianchuang's Tianling cap. Ling Jianchuang's body trembled. Her eyes blinked, and a cold light that did not belong to her emerged. Her body has been changed. I hope this concubinage ceremony will be completed smoothly without any accidents. Our Tianxing clan will also be able to get what we want. Ling Jianchuang said something, stretched out her green hands, took a piece of red cloth, and covered her moth head. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning. Her appearance and aura were completely obscured. Now no one can recognize that she is the senior sister of Tianhe Sword Sect. Ling Jianchuang. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Soon, a clear bell sounded. The auspicious time has arrived. With the support of the maid, Ling Jianchuang walked out of the Thunder Palace, walked through several corridors, and passed through a giant thunder door. Suddenly, fairy flowers flew down from the sky. Immortal music then sounded. A snow-white and flawless spiritual stone and jade staircase extends under the feet, all the way to the high altar in front. This is a huge square. In the middle of the square is a jade statue of Lei Zhu, 100 feet high. At this time, a gorgeous altar carved from thunder crystals, 30 feet high, was placed in front of the jade statue of Lei Zhu. Fan Yin, the young master of the Tianxing clan, stood under the altar, waiting quietly. Look at the stands on the left and right. To the east is the Thunder clan of Shishao continent. To the south is the Yunshao clan of the Yunshao continent. Directly to the west are the other four major Thunder clans in Leiyuan continent, the first and second Lei Emperor clan and the Tianyuan clan. There are also the fourth and fifth Fabian clan and the Spirit Fish clan. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is the extremely beautiful woman next to the Thunder Emperor clan. She is dressed in a luxurious phoenix robe and is unparalleled in elegance. Leader of the Tao Alliance. In addition to the leader of the Tao Alliance, there are also Chen Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect, Shuyu Master, the leader of the Shuyu Temple, and many other great tribulation masters. A little further away, there are some specially invited powerful masters from the Thunder World. The auspicious time has arrived. The concubinage ceremony begins. An old man shouted loudly. Immediately, the maid standing next to Ling Jianchuang led Ling Jianchuang along the long white jade steps, step by step, towards the young master Fan Yin. At this moment, the fairy music sounded loudly. Thunder flashes all over the sky, condensing into patches of colorful clouds, as well as cranes, unicorns, thunder dragons, and other auspicious scenes. It looks very festive. Leader, it's almost done. In the west stand, Chen Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect, with eyes like swords, said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tao Alliance flashed a golden crystal light in his cold eyes, and slowly scanned the whole place. Get ready. As soon as I open my mouth, I will directly grab people. I will deal with that demon envoy. Amitabha. Master Shui's face was still full of golden Buddha light. As she trembled slightly, a heavenly voice came out. Then I will deal with the God Emperor of the God Clan. As he spoke, a green light flashed above his knees. An emerald green cucumber sword with jade dew on it emerged. At the same time, Qin Jiuchuan slowly pulled out the black iron sword half an inch from his waist. These small actions of theirs naturally fell into the eyes of all the powerful people in the field. Due east, a ball of blood began to shine with a coquettish red light, and the demonic power spread silently like a prison. Due west, the 3-foot-tall golden man gently hooked his sharp claws. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space instantly, and they were shattered inch by inch like a mirror. The tense atmosphere emerged again. But that's it. A black shadow appeared between the eyebrows of the Lei Ziyu statue. The Lei Ziyu statue suddenly opened its eyes. A vast and boundless aura, as bright as the power of heaven, suddenly enveloped the 10 days and 9 places. Everyone felt as if they were suppressed by heaven in an instant. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Tao Alliance. You actually used the power of the Tao weapon to activate Lei Zhu's remaining true immortal power. At this moment, the demon envoy, the demon king, and the leader of the Tao Alliance did not dare to act rashly, because whoever moves will suffer a fierce blow from the Taoist weapon activated by Lei Zhu Zhenxian's magic power. Whoever you hit will be seriously injured. This is the confidence of the Tianqing clan. Obviously, the Tianqing clan used this concubine-taking ceremony to invite all the forces from the heavens to come, just to take this opportunity to reorganize the world. Whoever disobeys will be beaten, because no one knows whether there is a second or third true immortal magic power in this jade statue of Lei Zhu. At this moment, the old man who just drank loudly spoke again. The auspicious time has arrived. The newlyweds come to the church. The sound resounded throughout heaven and earth. The leader of the Tao Alliance, Qin Jiuchuan, and Master Shuyi frowned when they heard this. However, they were locked by Lei Zufa's energy machine and could not speak easily at all. They could only watch helplessly as Fan Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan, was about to take the red belt from the maid's hand, lead Ling Jianxuan to the altar, and come to the altar to get married. Suddenly, a faint voice suddenly sounded. I object to this marriage. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but follow the sound and found that the person who spoke was actually a fat man wearing a golden and red cassock and a head full of fleshy flesh next to the Fadian tribe. Toad King? Uh-huh. In the sky, a great master of the Azure clan, who had successfully overcome the tribulation, appeared. He was an old man in golden armor. He said coldly, My young master and his concubine, the talented and beautiful girl, will it be your turn to oppose this monster? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, King Tian Toad quickly jumped out of the way, revealing the man in black robe behind him. Yes, that's what I said. The man in black robe stood up, straight as a spear, and said calmly, the real name system object to this marriage, because this young master's concubine already has my child in her belly. Chapter 393. Let's take action. Wow. This short sentence caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. Countless looks of shock, curiosity, and anger were directed at the man in black robes. Who is this guy that appears out of nowhere? This guy. The leader of the Taoist Alliance tilted his head slightly, stared at Lu Li, and raised his eyebrows. Similarly, Chen Jiuchuan and Master Shuiyu on the side couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. This man in black robe is very familiar. Who is it? Who are you? At this time, the powerful man of the Azure tribe, the golden-armored old man in midair, asked with a cold face and murderous intent. I! The man in black robe smiled calmly. Didn't I make it very clear just now? I am the father of the child in the belly of this young master's concubine. As soon as these words came out, the golden-armored old man's eyes showed a cold light. The young master Fan Yin on the high altar looked even more gloomy. Murderous intent appeared all over his body. Dare to cause trouble at his grand ceremony? Let him become a joke in other people's mouths? Then don't blame him for killing him. Fellow Daoist Zhao, you brought this person in. Right. Who is he? At this moment, the golden-armored old man turned his eyes coldly and looked at the Taoist-robed old man from the Fadian tribe. His voice was extremely cold. If he is from your Fadian tribe, then you have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't it's my fault that the Tianqing clan declared war on your Fadian clan. I don't know him. It's none of my business. You can do whatever you want. The old man in Taoist robes from the Fadian tribe also looked a little ugly. Thinking about it carefully, It is better to disassociate the relationship directly. At the same time, I was also secretly surprised. Where is this guy from? How dare you cause trouble in this place? Humph. Since you are not from the Fadian clan, then just turn into ashes. The old man in golden armor was so murderous that he raised his hand, and boundless golden lightning appeared. It condensed into a powerful divine thunder and was about to blast out, killing the man in black robe to pieces on the spot. Once the great power to overcome tribulation takes action, this person will definitely die. But that's it. The man in black robes smiled nonchalantly. I know where Lei Zhu is. What? When these few words were heard, the entire huge square erupted in commotion. A series of powerful auras erupted, surging like a sea, and locked onto the black-robed man. Where is Lei Zhu? A phoenix-robed girl from the Thunder Emperor clan asked coldly. Do you know where Lei Zhu is? Tell me quickly. The Tian Yuan clan is a tall and powerful man with red hair. A point of thunder between his eyebrows flashes with thunderbolts and cold light, shocking all things in the world. The Taoist-robed old man from the Fadian clan and the Great Tribulation Master from the Lingyu clan also stood up suddenly and stared at Lu Li. There is also the Yunshang woman from Yunshao continent, the white-haired old man from the Thunder clan from Shishao continent. Almost at the same time, all the Thunder Realm Tribulation Masters on the field were shocked and locked on the black-robed man in front of them. Lei Zhu, one of the 3 Thunder Taoist lords. Whereabouts unknown. Now, this man in black robe who suddenly appeared actually knows where Lei Zhu is? Who are you? Do you actually know where Lei Zhu is? In the sky, the old man in golden armor asked with sharp light in his eyes. In the palm of my hand, thousands of golden thunderbolts exploded, shattering the sun and moon, and bombarding them at any time. Under the spotlight. Who am I? The man in black robe raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. Listen carefully. It's you? Dad. The last 4 words popped out one by one, resounding throughout the world. All of a sudden, there was dead silence. Countless people stared at this man in black robes with wide eyes and disbelief. Did this guy eat 30,000 pounds of bear heart and leopard gall? How dare you be so rude to a great tribulation master? Doesn't he know how to write the word death? However, at this moment, some people frowned. Some people stretch out their embroidered eyebrows and smile at the corners of their mouths. How brave! The golden-armored old man's face was full of anger, and he gritted his teeth. You kid! How dare you play tricks on me? I will make you disappear today! As he spoke, the golden thunder in his palm exploded and was about to be blasted out. Suddenly, an extremely sharp and resentful female voice sounded from the stands due east. It's Lu Li! She is a beautiful woman in black with a good figure. Almost at the same time, directly to the west, 2 people jumped up from the stands of the Tian Yuan clan and the Thunder Emperor clan. Directly south, beside the golden man, a person also jumped up. One is a middle-aged man in Xingyi. One is a burly man with a face full of oil paint. One is a woman in green clothes who is pregnant with 8 children. The 3 of them stared at Lu Li with blood-red and angry eyes, gritted their teeth and said, It's him! It's him! It's him! He is Huang Quan Sect! Lu Li! These 3 people are surprisingly Jin Ji from the God clan, Emperor Aga from the Witch clan, and the holy maiden Bu Lianhua from the Spirit clan. As for that beautiful woman in black with a good figure, she is clearly Yangsu's mother, Liu Rujin. These 4 people were the first to recognize Lu Li. What? He is Lu Li? Is it the Lu Li who used his nascent soul body to kill the transformed gods and the peerless evildoer? I heard that this person has been practicing for less than 30 years. So terrifying. TSK. This Lu Li actually has a child with the concubine of the young master of the Tianqing clan. This looks great. That's not right. I heard that the land carp has 8 heads, 8 arms, is 8 feet tall, and has an 8-foot waist. He is as ferocious as a demon and as strong as a donkey. He can make 18 women pregnant at one time. Fetal. An even more astonishing commotion broke out in the whole place. Countless people looked at the land carp with the same eyes as looking at exotic animals. Yes, I am Lu Li. At this moment, Lu Li did not continue to hide anything. There was a crackling sound all over his body, and he regained his rich and handsome face. All of a sudden, the eyes of Jin Ji from the God clan, Bu Lianhua from the Spirit clan, Liu Rujin from the Tai Mo clan, and Agu Emperor from the Wu clan became colder and more murderous. There were also two boundlessly terrifying and mighty gazes, staring at Lu Li. It's that demon envoy, and the golden demon king from the demon world. Suddenly, Lu Li, who was being watched, felt as if his body was about to collapse and his soul was annihilated. Just at this moment, a ray of green light and a golden Buddha light flew from the side and wrapped around Lu Li's body, blocking out all pressure. It was the Dao League leader and Master Shuiyu who took action. Lu Li, it's really you. It's true that wherever there is excitement, you will be there. The leader of the Dao Alliance smiled with a bit of surprise in his eyes. That's right. I always like to join in the fun. Besides, Ling Jianchuang still owes me a few things that I haven't done yet. I don't want her to marry someone else. Lu Li smiled. At the same time, he gave a secret order. Sizzle. A small man with a yellow jade thumb emerged from the sleeves of the robe and went up to the shoulder. He put his thin round hands on his waist and looked around the audience. He said in a sweet voice, "Listen carefully. What is standing in front of you is the heavens. The son of destiny at the center of the world. The future head of the Huangquan sect." Snort. At this moment, a cold snort interrupted. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you know the whereabouts of Lei Zhu. Now, it's my concubinage ceremony. You can either sit quietly and watch, or get out, or die. The person who spoke was none other than the middle-aged man on the high altar. Fang Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan. Lu Li heard the sound and took a closer look. I saw that Fang Yin looked to be about 30 years old, with a slender figure and majestic weapons. When he talked, he swallowed up the world and was extremely domineering. There is also a sky-blue divine thunder mark between the eyebrows, which actually exudes a mysterious aura like the charm of the Great Avenue. It's like an emperor descended from heaven to dominate the three realms. Oh, is it so? You want me to get out? You want me to die? Lu Li raised his eyebrows and stepped into the sky step by step. He looked arrogantly at Fang Yin. I am the husband of your concubine, and I am here to take her away. Do you want me to get out or die? Can! Take action! Chapter 394 Battle. Take action. Just 3 words, revealing invincible confidence. It seems that in Lu Li's eyes, Fang Yin is just an ant that can be easily kneaded. How dare you challenge me? Fang Yin stared at Lu Li with cold eyes. He is the young master of the Tianqing clan. It is the body of innate thunder soul. Now, in front of so many people, he is so despised by a nascent soul boy. But the weird thing is, Fang Yin felt the slightest threat from Lu Li, especially after seeing the bud topaz thumb figure on Lu Li's shoulder. Do not worry. Lu Li sensed Fang Yin's gaze and smiled disdainfully. It's just a deal with you. I don't need to use the Dao sword at all. You are not qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Kai slipped away and disappeared into his sleeves and robe. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar again. What an arrogant guy! This kid is really arrogant. How dare he look down on an avatar? Humph! Dare to despise our young master? You don't know whether to live or die. This concubine-taking ceremony was worth it. I just saw the demon envoy of the demon world and the demon king of the demon world fighting yesterday. And now I actually see 2 men robbing a girl? What's so good about 2 men fighting over a woman? It's more about 2 men fighting against a woman. Everyone cheered up. I originally thought that after the Tianqing clan activated the Taoist weapon and suppressed everything with the help of the lazy jade statue, the excitement would be gone. I didn't expect that there would be such a good show. Lu Li, the son of destiny in the other world, fought against Fang Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan in Leiyuan continent. The 5th level of nascent soul. Challenge. Early stage of divine transformation. Boy! You? At this time, the golden-armored old man in the sky, the Azure clan's great power to overcome tribulations, spoke coldly and seemed to be about to force Lu Li back. However, Fang Yin suddenly shouted, Elder, I will deal with him. When the golden-armored old man heard this, his expression condensed. Then, slowly step aside. This is an opportunity. Let the young master of the Tianqing clan prove himself and become famous all over the world. Going to fight. Seeing the golden-armored old man retreating, all the monks in the room were excited. Shishao continent, Leiming clan, Taimo sect, Yushao continent, Yushao clan, Demon realm, Abyss demon clan. There are also the Tianyuan clan, the Thunder Emperor clan, the Spirit Fish clan, the Fadian clan, the leader of the Dao Alliance. Master Shuiyu. All of them are looking at Lu Li and Fang Yin in the sky. It's going to be a big fight. Will the land carp win or lose? If he lost, Fang Yin would probably kill him and turn Lu Li into ashes on the spot. Lu Li, I'll give you one last chance. Either you kowtow and apologize, and leave here. I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, die. Fang Yin's face was as cold as ice, and he slowly rose into the sky. Groups of terrifying four-color divine thunder suddenly appeared on his body. It's the Chaos God Thunder. God of Destruction. God of Destruction Thunder. Death Thunder. Four kinds of divine thunder surround him like the sun, moon and stars, setting him high, like the Lord of Thunder, controlling the life and death of all things in the world. The power of becoming a god is unparalleled in horror. It's just a transformed god. I just killed a transformed god not long ago. So, I will give you a chance to kowtow to me and confess your guilt, and return Ling Jinshuang to me. I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will follow that you will end up like a god. Prepare to be buried with your parents. Lu Li's robes fluttered. Sizzle. Silver lightning arcs emerged from under the robes and spread all over the body, exuding the supreme will to destroy and obliterate everything. The thunder is brilliant. Suppress everything. Thunder Tribulation Divine Thunder? Fang Yin sensed the aura of the silver lightning arc and his pupils shrank slightly. Next moment, boom! There was a thunderous explosion. Thousands of four-color divine thunder suddenly flashed and burst out, carrying terrifying power, like meteors and fire that covered the sky, and fiercely shot towards the land carp thousands of feet away. The powerful and violent thunder power directly twists and tears the void. This move is enough to wipe out thousands of miles of mountains and seas. Facing this move, Lu Li's response was simple. Thumbs up lightly. Silver thunder arc surged around him, and in an instant, they condensed into a silver thunder sword, which suddenly shot out, turning into 1,000 feet of rainbow light, splitting the sky. The clear sky was split open by a sword. Even all the four-color divine thunder that hit him were shattered in half under this sword. Then, crackle. All the four-colored thunder groups exploded into lightning arcs under the extremely fierce sword intent. The silver sword light has endless power, opening up the world, and then cuts through the air. In the realm of swordsmanship, the refined sword is like a rainbow. The mana is like a god. Crush it forcefully. How is it possible? Your magic power is stronger than mine? Fang Yin's pupil shrank, and he raised his eyebrows. Ice Crystal Divine Thunder, freezing the world for thousands of miles. The words fell. The azure divine thunder mark flashed between Fang Yin's eyebrows. A ball of snow-white thunder suddenly erupted from the center of his eyebrows, suddenly spreading in all directions like a snowstorm. Click, 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 click. In the space of thousands of miles, frost condenses, ice air emerges, everything, light, dust, thunder, sword light. Everything is frozen and frozen. Lu Li's silver sword light was frozen directly in front of Fang Yin's Sanchi. Even more amazing, streams of snow-white thunder and lightning flashed and jumped, intertwining like hemp, densely covering the 100-foot space around Lu Li. In the blink of an eye, the thunder and lightning turned into layers of ice crystals, sealing the land carp in ice. This is obviously a kind of supreme divine thunder. Seeing that the land carp was about to be completely frozen, just at this moment, Lu Li clenched his fist and struck forward casually. Bang! There was a shocking explosion. The surrounding thunder and lightning ice crystals, which were frozen for thousands of miles, together with the void of heaven and earth, were directly shattered by this punch, turning into countless thunder and lightning crystals, floating in the air, shining with incomparably bright light under the sunlight. What? Such divine power? Fang Yin's pupils shrank. Before he could react, Lu Li's fist opened suddenly, like a lotus flower blooming. He made a lotus seal, and slapped him in the air. A huge golden Buddha palm flashed between heaven and earth. Then, with a bang, Fang Yin was directly blasted away and shot backwards for hundreds of miles. Snow-white ice crystal thunder and lightning crackled all over his body, resisting the attack of the invisible Buddha's palm. But in the end, the ice crystals exploded, emitting a terrifying cold air that froze the world for thousands of miles. Immediately, the four-color thunder robe on his body exploded inch by inch, flying like butterflies, revealing the thunder inner armor. At this time, his figure could hardly stand still. His face was quite embarrassed. He inspired his own supreme divine thunder and destroyed a thunder robe before he could withstand Lu Li's invisible Buddha palm move in front of him. It has obviously fallen into a disadvantage. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was shocked and looked in disbelief. How is this going? Is Nascent Soul suppressing the transformation god and fighting? Moreover, it is so casual. Just like a father beating his son. This land carp is actually so strong? Almost at the same time, two killing intents emanated from the demon envoy and the golden man from the demon world. This boy is such a monster. He must not be allowed to stay. At this time, that Fang Yin's eyes turned cold, and he uttered a thunderous sound. The thunder of the heavens, the divine thunder gathered, turned into the original body, and was lawless. The words fell. The entire square. No. The entire Tianqing clan's secret place began to tremble. The leader of the Dao Alliance looked at it, and his expression changed. No! This Fang Yin is shameless. He actually wants to use the power of the entire Tianqing clan's divine thunder to infinitely increase his level of mana. The words just fell. Rolling thunder appeared in the sky, gathering into a sea of thunder. Surging. Then, bolts of thunder struck Fang Yin's body. Fang Yin's realm aura rose steadily in the blink of an eye. The early stage of becoming a god. The middle stage of becoming a god. Late stage of divine transformation. Chapter 395. The true form of the innate thunder appears. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yin's realm was elevated to the late stage of divine transformation. The huge magic power is like a torrent, like a scorching sun, rolling in all directions. Boom! The whole world was filled with thunderous thunder, which was running wildly, connected to Fang Yin's body, emitting a loud roar that shattered the sky and the earth, and a blazing and violent thunder light that shone in thousands of worlds. Next moment, the image of the 10,000 Zhang Thunder Lord rose majestically on his body, standing tall against the sky and the earth. The entire world, wherever you look, is filled with terrifying, heaven-destroying divine thunder. Fang Yin's whole body is embedded in the heart of Lei Zun Dharma, like the Lord of Thunder in all realms, with boundless power and dominating the world. Die! He slowly raised his big hand and pointed towards Liu Li in the air. The words fell. The 10,000 Zhang Lei Zunfa moved accordingly, raised his boundless thunder palm, and the thunder was dense. He grabbed it from the air and wanted to catch Liu Li directly. With just one click, the magic power is comparable to that of 100-step lotuses. This guy used the thunder from the entire Tianqing clan's secret land to increase his mana to the limit. The power of his thunder method increased dramatically, making it impossible to stop him. It's over. At this moment, many people shook their heads and sighed. Such a terrifying attack cannot be stopped by a nascent soul cultivator. The leader of the Dao Alliance, Song Songyu, moved his fingers and frowned, as if he was about to take action. However, she glanced at him with cold eyes, still held back, because Liu Li still looked calm and calm. I'm coming! At this moment, the Taoist-robed old man and the crane-robed woman from the Fadian tribe could not help but widen their eyes and murmured 4 words. A miracle is about to happen! The Tian Toad King also showed excitement in his eyes. Just at this moment, the thunderous hand that was as big as 10,000 miles grabbed Liu Li in the palm of his hand like a thunder dragon probing its claws, blocking out the sky and the sun, and gave it a firm squeeze. Boom, boom, boom. An astonishing thunderstorm immediately occurred in the palm of his hand. The blazing light that shone out was like the explosion of 10,000 bright suns, blooming into circles of astonishing thunderous apertures, sweeping across all directions. The terrifying power of thunder can annihilate the sun and the moon, and shatter the eternal mountains and rivers. With such tyrannical and terrifying power, even 10 or hundreds of land carp, let alone land carp, would be caught and exploded, and they would be wiped out in ashes. Humph! I don't know whether to live or die. Fang Yin snorted coldly, showing disdain. How dare a mere nascent soul be arrogant in front of him? Huh? No! At this moment, the expression of the old man in golden armor, who was watching the battle in the sky, changed. Seems to have noticed something. Huh? This is. In the stands due east, the white-haired old man of the Lei Ming clan also exclaimed in surprise, his pupils widening slightly. Isn't it possible? In the stands due to the south, the pupils of the woman in snow-white Yunshang from the Yunshao clan could not help but shrink. Almost at the same time, swish, 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 the Great Tribulation Masters from the Tianyuan clan, the Thunder Emperor clan, and the Spirit Fish clan all stood up and stared at Wanli Thunder's giant hand. The faces were all in disbelief. Seeing the strange behavior of these great tribulation masters, Fong Yin couldn't help but feel surprised and confused. Wanli Thunder's big hand slowly opened. Then, he saw arcs of silver thunder light, twinkling and twinkling, exuding vitality. There was a sizzling sound. Before Fong Yin could react, these thousands of silver thunder arcs gathered in the middle, and formed a silver thunder ball the size of a winter melon. The thunder ball sparkled, squirmed, stretched and changed, and finally, a silver thunder light person appeared in front of Fong Yin. The bright face was clearly that of Luli, who was destined to die. You didn't die. Impossible. Under my thunder palm, you didn't die. Well, no. You are of thunder blood? How is this possible? Fong Yin was shocked and lost his voice. His eyes were wide open, and there was a billions of turbulent waves in his heart. He is an innate thunder soul who practices thunder techniques and painstakingly refines various kinds of supreme divine thunder. However, the acquired thunder bloodline was still not refined. But the Luli in front of him now, a human race, actually cultivated the bloodline of thunder? This kind of feeling is like the arrogant and cold goddess who wants to spend a lot of money and lick without limit. She unexpectedly found out that one day she came out of the inn with someone, and she was clinging to others, gentle and considerate, as if she had taken the shape of someone else. Appearance. It's unbelievable. At this time, the same exclamation sounded in this square. Thunder bloodline? Become a divine thunder. Immortal. It's the true blood of thunder. Is this impossible? Is this kid the reincarnation of the legendary ancient thunder god? The ancient lightning mother? Incredible. Incredible. No wonder this boy dares to challenge the young master Fong Yin, who is a god. It turns out that he has such a big support. Thunder bloodline. This is a bloodline that is expected to rival the three great Thunder Down masters. Whether it's innate or acquired, there is no doubt that this boy is of thunder blood. Hurry up. Pick out the beauties in the clan. Whether they are maidens waiting for marriage or those whose husbands have died. Find them all. And then wait for me to invite this land carp back for breeding. Ah no. It's about multiplying the bloodline. Quick. 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 The same goes for us. Those who are older are also picked out. Maybe this land carp will be good at this. In an instant, the whole square was in commotion. Countless looks of shock, envy, jealousy, and fiery gazes were directed at Liu Li from all directions. Most of those present were members of the Leijia clan. They all know what thunder bloodline means. Once he is allowed to grow up, maybe in 10,000 years, there will be another thunder Taoist in the thunder realm. Even if he doesn't grow up, catching him back to give birth to children can greatly increase the power of thunder in the blood of the descendants of the clan and give birth to various thunder gods. Humph. So what if you are of thunder blood? At this moment, Fong Yin gave a cold shout. Boom. There was a loud bang. Above his head, thunder shook, and a huge crystal bell suddenly appeared. I saw this big clock exuding an extremely terrifying aura of chaos. As soon as it appeared, silky black chaotic thunder arcs immediately penetrated and tore apart the space. Next moment, terrifying chaos thunder frogs, chaos thunder dragons, chaos thunder tigers, and chaos thunder pythons suddenly appeared on the surface of the big clock. At the same time, the divine thunder mark of the Tianqin clan appeared between the eyebrows of the thunderous Dharma form. Click, 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 click. Silks of ice and thunder appeared, filling the sky in an instant. This is the chaos bell of the Tianqin clan. This Fong Yin is going to directly disperse Liu Li's thunder bloodline and then freeze it. Kill! In this instant, he thought of a way to suppress and kill the thunder bloodline? This guy is really awesome, King Tian Toad exclaimed, seeming to be admiring. The huge sound shook the sky. It also reached Liu Li's ears. This was obviously a tip-off to Liu Li. At this time, Liu Li smiled calmly. Do you think you have the Thunder Dharma body? I do too. The words fell. Hey. A bird chirping suddenly came from his body. Then, a huge silver thunderbird appeared behind him, soared into the sky, and while spinning, attracted thunder from all directions and turned into a boundless thunder sun. Boom boom boom. Thunder flashes and light dazzles the eyes. This ball of thunder exploded into thousands of forked lightning bolts. Immediately afterwards, a huge silver thunder Dharma body, more than 10,000 feet high, appeared above Liu Li's head and caught everyone's eyes. Stepping on the boundless sea of rolling thunder, the momentum is extremely terrifying. Like the Lord of Thunder in the heavens and the Emperor of the gods, Thousands of miles in radius turned into a thunder field. The life and death of all things depend on his thoughts. The true form of innate thunder. At the moment when this true form appeared, a huge, vast and brilliant thunderous pressure swept across the wilderness, permeating the 9 heavens and 10 lands, suppressing everyone. At this moment, all the Thunder Realm clan members felt as if they were facing the 3 Thunder Tao's true immortals, feeling infinite fear and awe in their hearts. Some even trembled and wanted to kneel down and pray devoutly. One mana was directly suppressed by 30%. Chapter 396 Big Burning Ding Buddha. As soon as the Wanzhong Thunder Dharma body came out, all the Thunder clan present felt extremely suppressed. Under the transformation of the gods, I was extremely frightened. Strength dropped by 50%. After transforming into a god and refining the void, his magic power was directly suppressed by 30%. Even if he is a powerful person above the realm of refining the void, he still feels a trace of shock coming from his soul. What kind of Dharmakaya is this? They were all shocked when they saw the Silver Thunder Giant standing tall on the ground, the golden-armored old man in midair, and the Flying Lightning Clan Taoist-robed old man. His expression was even more shocked. Huh? This Dharma body summons a thunder field of thousands of miles, and actually suppresses all Thunder clans? At the same time, the white-haired old man from the Shishao clan swept across the audience and found that all the Thunder Realm monks were affected. His pupils shrank, and he was extremely surprised. This is impossible! Even the Thunder bloodline cannot suppress the entire Thunder Realm. Lake Clan monk, what kind of magic is this? As a great expert in overcoming tribulations, this old man from the Shishao clan is only inferior to the 3 Thunder Taoist lords. It can be said that he is the first person under Dao Zun. He is immortal, well-informed, and has personally seen the reincarnation of the real ancient Lightning Mother. However, even the innate thunder bloodline of the ancient Lightning Mother cannot condense such a terrifying thunder body to suppress the entire thunder world. Monk. Unless it's the 3 Thunder Taoist lords. This little guy is becoming more and more mysterious. He has stopped being a human being and refined himself into a thunder bloodline? The leader of the Dao Alliance looked at the thunder giant in the sky, raised his eyebrows, and said with interest, No! Impossible! At this moment, a loud roar resounded throughout the world. Fang Yin looked shocked and stared at Liu Li in disbelief. You are clearly the Thunder Jew. You have also practiced the Thunder Jew. No! You only have 2 auras of supreme divine thunder in your body. How could you possibly refine thunder? Bloodline can also condense the supreme thunder body? He finally reacted and recognized Liu Li's body. I was even more surprised and confused and found it difficult to accept. How can this be? That's right. It's the Thunder Jew. And it's a modified version of the Thunder Jew. Sensing Fang Yin's gaze, Liu Li sneered. Guess who taught me this thunder technique? Lei Zhu. Fang Yin's eyes suddenly widened to the extreme, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy and livid. Impossible. How could Lei Zhu teach you the thunder technique? You are not a person in the thunder world at all. How could Lei Zhu teach this thunder technique to you? I taught you the thunder technique? I clearly created it myself. How could Lei Zhu pass it on to you, but not to me? There was extreme unwillingness and anger in his voice. That's true. However, have you ever thought that maybe it was because you were so bad that Lei Zhu passed on this thunder technique to me? Liu Li sneered directly. This sentence is tantamount to heartbreaking. Moment. Fang Yin's eyes were blood red, and he clenched his teeth. At the same time, a series of surprised and suspicious glances came over, nailing Liu Li. This guy has practiced Lei Zhu's supreme magic. Does he really know where Lei Zhu is? No! Impossible! Suddenly, there was another roar, and Fang Yin's whole body flashed with thunder, and the huge, crystal-clear Chaos Thunder Bell rotated violently and shot into the sky. As soon as Thunder's big hand grabbed it, he held the Chaos Thunder Bell. Then, without any hesitation, the 10,000 Zhong Thunder body held the Chaos Thunder Bell, swept across the sky, and violently suppressed Liu Li. Buzz! The Thunder Bell pressed down. A huge bell rang, extremely clear, as if it resounded throughout the 3 realms of heaven and earth, reaching beyond the ancient times. At the moment the bell rang, the big bell sprayed out thunderous rings one by one, divided into 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, white, gold, and black. They overlapped together, like a boundless and huge 9-color jade ring, and fell towards Liu Li's head. Everyone sensed carefully that this ninefold thunder aperture was clearly made up of 9 kinds of 9-color divine thunder that destroyed the heaven and earth. Chaos divine thunder. Destruction divine thunder. Termination divine thunder. Decay Shenlei. Death divine thunder. These 9 kinds of supreme divine thunder merged together, flashed suddenly, and with extremely violent destructive power. They violently bombarded Lu Li's innate thunder body. Click. The true form of the innate thunder actually shattered into pieces, with countless cracks appearing all over the body. The thousands of miles of thunder sea beneath my feet exploded, evaporated, and was annihilated. Thousands of miles of thunder field was directly shaken by the sound of a bell. Die! Only a roar was heard. The thunderous Dharma body suddenly exploded. Boom! A ball of extremely blazing snow-white thunder light rose into the sky. The astonishing cold air swept across the world along with the lightning. Wherever it went, it instantly condensed into ice, sealing everything in it. The world.is frozen. The entire square, except for the surrounding stands, was all frozen. Even the jade statue of Lei Zhu, the high altar, the Ling Jinshuan on it, and the chaos thunder bell in the sky were all frozen in the crystal ice. Naturally, the land carp was also frozen at high altitude. The innate thunder body that shocked and suppressed the entire audience was still full of cracks and covered with countless ice. Looking carefully, there are streaks of snow-white thunder and lightning in the ice, like maggots on the tarsal bones, tearing apart and annihilating silently. The entire innate thunder body is melting at a rapid speed, like a candle beside the oven. Within 3 breaths, this innate thunder body will be completely annihilated and obliterated. Lu Li also perished in the ice and thunder. Puff. At this time, Fang Yin flashed and appeared behind the huge snow-white crystal bell. He bit the tip of his tongue, sprayed a mouthful of blood on it, and smacked it with his big palm. When another bell rang, resounding throughout the world, the ninefold thunder circle flashed and turned into ripples visible to the naked eye, bombarding the innate thunder body. Boom! The true form of the innate thunder was completely shattered. Then, countless snow-white ice crystal thunder arcs, like thousands of snakes, shot out and jumped, penetrated the gap of the innate thunder body, and shot towards the land carp inside. The astonishing power of ice and thunder spread in an instant, causing Lu Li's eyebrows, hair, and thunder robes to condense into a thin layer of frost. Mana, flesh and blood, and soul were all completely frozen. I couldn't even turn my thoughts. But, at this moment, a Sanskrit sound suddenly sounded, vague and vague, as if coming from the horizon. Immediately afterwards, on Lu Li's left arm, golden light shone, condensing into an image of the wrathful Buddha, wearing a cassock, exposing his breasts, holding a mysterious seal in his left hand, standing on his chest, and holding a large Buddha lamp in his right hand, with a golden lantern burning on it. At the moment when the Buddha's Dharma was condensed, golden lotuses floated out of the void, spinning brightly. Then, the Sanskrit sound came, sacred and solemn, vast and boundless, resounding throughout the 3 realms. The great burning Dang Buddha! The great Buddhas! The world-honored Ksitigarbha! Prajnabhama! Crackle. A clear sound. The golden lantern burning on the big Buddha lamp suddenly burned brightly, like a 9-petal golden lotus, slowly rotating. Chapter 397, Stealing Your Divine Bell. As soon as the 9-petal golden lotus emerged, all the light between heaven and earth was snatched away by it. At this moment, it seems like it is the only light in the universe. The billowing heat wave then rose up, actually forcing away the surrounding ice crystals and lightning, and the frozen world began to melt. This is... In the west stand, Master Shuiyu stood up abruptly. The golden Buddha light on his face trembled violently, and uttered a heavenly voice, extremely surprised. What an amazing world-burning power! This is a Buddhist lamp that purifies all the filth, darkness, and filth in the world. Is this the light of the Buddha King? She is a powerful Buddhist, and she can tell at a glance that this lamp-burning Buddha King is extraordinary. What's even more astonishing is that this golden lantern contains the supreme power to destroy the world. This is simply not a power that mortals can master. Sure enough, he is the reincarnated Buddha. Amitabha. Master Shuiyu sighed softly, clasped her hands together, and chanted a Buddhist chant. The voice contained immense respect and piety. This sentence spread throughout the world. Suddenly, the whole place broke out into commotion again. What? This Lu Li is actually the reincarnated Buddha? Impossible. Isn't he from a demon sect? Did you say he was a reincarnated demon Buddha before? This is really a tortoise laying a snake egg. It's absolutely unimaginable. It's absolutely unimaginable. Madam, come out quickly to see the reincarnated Buddha. Tell me, if we make a wish to this reincarnated Buddha now, will the wish come true? Dream. This fight is not over yet. Maybe this reincarnated Buddha will be beaten to death by Fang Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan, in the blink of an eye. This reincarnated Buddha actually has a wife? He also wants to have children. TSK. 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 The world is declining. And the Buddha's heart has deteriorated. Reincarnated Buddha? In the Jingdong stand, the group of bloody demonic shadows sect uttered a hoarse and unpleasant sentence. It turns out to be the reincarnation of the bald donkey from the Buddhist world. No wonder this kid has ruined my affairs again and again. Today, I want him to die. Humph. Buddha? You've come just in time. I have eaten more than a dozen Buddhas from the Buddha world. And this one is not missing. On the other side of the stands, the golden man from the demon world was full of murderous intent, with sharp eyes like hooks, ready to pounce at any time. TSK. This guy's identity has been exposed. At the same time, the stunning alliance leader curled up his lips and said softly with his red lips, "It seems that it is time to bring him back to my Dao Alliance Immortal Palace and protect him well." All eyes were fixed on Lu Li. It's too late. It's fast. Sizzle. Fang Yin's snow-white ice crystal thunder arc spread and finally touched Lu Li's hand. The powerful ice thunder power exploded suddenly and was about to freeze Lu Li's entire body and completely annihilate him. This is the supreme divine thunder of the Tianqing clan. Under Fang Yin's urging, the power exploded to the extreme of the realm of God transformation, making even the monks of Xiefeng feel the slightest threat. Any nascent soul will definitely die. Even the thunder bloodline refined by Lu Li would be destroyed by this terrifying and violent thunder power, and he would die on the spot. Go! At this critical moment, Lu Li flicked his fingers and knocked the golden lotus-like lantern away. Crackle. There was an extremely slight crackling sound. The golden lantern flew out from the lamp, turned into a golden electric light, shot across the sky, and shot toward Fang Yin, who was thousands of feet away. A shocking scene appeared immediately. The entire frozen world was actually burned by this golden lantern, creating a huge passage 100 feet wide. The snow-white ice crystals melted instantly like morning mist under the scorching sun. The thunder and lightning inside cannot be resisted for even a moment. This is not good. Chaos Bell. Go! When Fang Yin looked at it, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he smacked his palms out fiercely, hitting the snow-white crystal bell in front of him. The boundless mana immediately burst out, and he concentrated all of it without any reservation. Ho ho ho! Guaguagua! Chirp! In an instant, the phantoms of countless terrifying thunder beasts appeared on the giant bell, roaring, holding up the snow-white crystal giant bell, shaking out circles of ninefold thunder aperture, and bombarding the flying lanterns through the air. Past. Then, the giant bell thunder beast and the lantern flower collided violently. At that moment, boom! It was like two bright suns colliding, exploding boundlessly, and making a loud roar that shattered the sky and the earth. Like the god of thunder, thunder hammer, and sky drum. Another example is the world collapsing. Immediately afterwards, at the center of the explosion, extremely blazing nine-color lightning and a stream of golden flames expanded violently, sweeping towards the world in all directions. These terrifying and violent thunder and lightning flames, ball lightning, flying fire and flowing gold, silver snakes and electric pythons, billowed in all directions, exploding the void, the entire world, thousands of miles of space, is shattered inch by inch. Then, a hurricane rose into the sky. An astonishing energy shock wave swept across all directions, destroying the heaven and earth. Ah! My eyes! I'm blind! What a terrifying thunder flame! At this moment, the monks who were illuminated by the strong light couldn't help but scream, and their eyes shed tears of blood. Bang 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 bang. There are also Thunder Realm monks. Half of their bodies are condensed with snow-white thunder and lightning, and half of their bodies are burning with golden flames. One ice and one fire, and all their defensive treasures are instantly reduced to ashes. Someone is about to die. Snort! At this time, a cold snort sounded. The golden-armored old man who had been watching the battle wiped away all the lightning and flame light with a flick of his hand, and the world returned to peace again. The shattered void slowly recovered under the powerful laws of space. A huge pit with a depth of 10,000 feet appeared in the huge square. The only ones that are intact are the jade statue of Lei Zhu and the high altar. And, boom, a figure fell hard from a high altitude and landed at the feet of the Lei Zhu statue. The chaotic thunder robe on his body had long been shattered. His hair was disheveled, and his face was as pale as paper. It is none other than the young master of the Tianqing clan, Fang Yin. Then, poof, Fang Yin shuddered. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the magic aura on his body fell rapidly. Late stage of divine transformation, middle stage of divine transformation, early stage of divine transformation. Injured. Just at this moment, a clear light flashed past in the sky, and Lu Li fanned the whipping wings behind him. As fast as time, it swept across the sky. His long, snow-white hands gently scooped up the aura, dimming the aura, and falling down the snow-white light. Group caught. In this ball of snow-white light, there is an exquisite little clock, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. You actually took the chaos bell from me? Fang Yin's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. He no longer had the aura of an emperor who ruled the world and dominated all realms. He stood up quickly, glared and shouted, "Not only do I want more of your chaos clock, I also want to take away your woman. No, I should say, save my woman." In midair, Lu Li sneered. The words fell, and one step was taken. The person appeared on the high altar, and in front of him was Ling Jianshuang, who looked frightened. Lu Li didn't waste any time. He took out his sword fingers. His fingertips shone with silvery white lightning, and he touched the center of Ling Jianshuang's eyebrows. Ah! Only a vague scream was heard. The panic on Ling Jianshuang's face dissipated, and the cold and arrogant light reappeared in her eyes. Seeing the handsome and familiar face in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Landcarp? Yes, it's me again." Hearing this, Lu Li smiled tenderly at her. "In total, this is the third time I have saved you. If I save you 2 more times, I will be able to get the word positive, and you can officially repay me with your life." "You?" Ling Jianshuang couldn't help but blush when she heard this. But in an instant, his face changed and his pupils shrank. "Be careful." The words fell. Behind Lu Li, a dark thunder light struck as fast as a divine sword. Chapter 398, Fighting to Conquer the Galaxy. Sneak attack. It's Fang Yin. This man was surrounded by a strange black aura. He flashed like a ghost and turned into a dark thunder light. He suddenly appeared behind Lu Li. His big palm suddenly spurted out and struck hard. "Boy! Die!" Fang Yin's killing intent was boiling. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes became cold and scarlet. Before the attack came, a soul-stirring force surged in, as if it was going to take Lu Li's soul directly out of his body. Extremely weird. If you look closely, you will see that the source of this strange power is a moon-like black jade that seems to be inlaid in Fang Yin's palm. Not a trace of thunder and lightning power. This is obviously not something from the Thunder World. This is the soul-breaking jade from the Soul Realm. At this time, the demonic envoy suddenly rose into the sky, and the demonic power exploded, revealing a body with 5-colored demonic eyes and gilded demonic wings. He looked very shocked. "Soul-shattering jade? Is the Soul World also involved?" On the other side, the domineering golden man from the demon world was also shocked. He suddenly stood up, and his sharp golden eyes swept across the world. Seeming to be looking for the existence of the Soul World, he said. At this time, Fang Yin's big palm had already struck 2 feet in front of Lu Li, and a huge and terrifying force surged in, swaying the soul and dragging the 3 souls and 7 souls out of the body. Roar! At the critical moment, a dragon roar resounded throughout the world. The Sanskrit sounds were like heavenly bells, rolling and exploding. The mighty heavenly dragon, the great Buddhas, the world-honored Siddhagarbha, Prajna. Moment. On Lu Li's back, there was a sudden heat. Golden light shone and soared into the sky. The 9 mighty golden dragons seemed to have gathered the greatest power in the world, and they were all powerful and powerful. They roared out and rushed out, frightening thousands of monsters and monsters. Bang, 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 bang. I saw a circle of strange black light flashing from the black magatama in Fang Yin's palm, and the 9 mighty dragons exploded into golden light all over the sky. However, in this 1 billionth moment, strange magic lines appeared on Lu Li's body. The blood light then shone. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of a white-boned demon god condensed into shape in the blood light, tilted up, and stood tall against the sky. Boom! Lu Li's mana doubled instantly. At the same time, Blazing white flames spurted out from under the skin, spread throughout the body, and began to rapidly increase Lu Li's mana level. The middle stage of nascent soul, the late stage of nascent soul, the perfection of nascent soul. This golden chariot captured from the halberd god king of Tianwai Palace has once again exerted great magical effect. Finally, the three white and plump nascent souls in Lu Li's Dantian Zifu looked at each other, collided violently, and merged into one. The mana tripled again. How is it possible? This guy's mana has soared to 180 times as much as mine at this moment. At the Demon King's feet, the spiritual Saint Bulianhua screamed in horror. The words just started. Bang 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 bang. The golden lotus lingering all over Lu Li exploded and turned into pure golden flames, like fire and gold flowing from the sky, wrapping around his right palm. This is the supreme world-burning flame of the Lantern Buddha. Then, the big hand tightens and forms a fist. Punch out. In an instant, everyone seemed to see countless gods and Buddhas. And the giant immortal dragon leaned up behind Lu Li, together with the white-boned demon god. They all turned into rays of divine light, shot out, and merged into his fist. This punch is blessed by hundreds of millions of Buddhas, demons, gods, immortals, and true dragons. As the fist blasted out, in the eyes of the supreme power, one seemed to see a pure and incomparable fist, fierce and unforged, breaking the long river of time, blasting straight at it, shattering the sun and moon, and shaking the world. It seems as if all the avenues have been destroyed. This is an invincible punch. Fists rule the galaxy. Amitabha! He is worthy of being the son of the Buddha. In the midst of the battle, he infinitely integrated his own essence, energy, and spirit, and integrated the three realms of immortality, Buddha, and demon into his own boxing techniques. He unified all the techniques into one, and struck out a punch that shattered the void. Master Shui, you couldn't help but praise again. Puff! Fists and palms exchanged. An extremely low muffled sound suddenly sounded. The next moment, the black energy on Fan Yin's body rotated violently, forming a vortex of black energy as big as a house. Under the gaze of everyone, a colorful one-horned soul snake with thick arms wriggled its black scales from the center of the vortex, swam out, and opened its blood. With its big mouth, it extended its 5-foot-long sharp fangs and bit down hard on the land carp's head. Burst. At this time, Lu Li uttered one word coldly. Snapped. It came out extremely crisply from between the fists of the two people. There was a click. Something seemed to be broken. The next moment, a force visible to the naked eye turned into a circle of ripples, spread out suddenly, and swept over Fan Yin's body. The black energy on Fan Yin's body was like burning cotton wool. In an instant, the entire black energy vortex was burned out and turned into nothing, along with all his clothes, treasure armor, thunder robes, eyebrows. Every inch was turned into ashes. In the end, only a sharp and soul-piercing scream was heard, and the colorful one-horned soul snake exploded on the spot, exploding and disappearing on the spot. Ah! As soon as the soul snake was destroyed, Fan Yin immediately let out a scream of extreme pain. His facial features twisted and distorted, as if he was in great pain. His face was also as pale as paper. Immediately afterwards, he felt a boundless and destructive power, majestic and surging, rushing into his body and destroying everything. The whole person's internal organs, flesh and blood, and bone seem to have disappeared. The body becomes an empty shell, but in fact, his whole body of flesh and blood was blasted with an invincible and terrifying force of pure fist power, including his 3 souls and 7 souls. As long as Lu Li has a thought, his whole person will explode out of thin air. Die! At this moment, Lu Li's eyes turned cold. His big fist suddenly opened, and he grabbed the void. The space of 100 feet in radius solidified tightly, revealing a big hand in space, which directly grabbed Fan Yin's entire body in the palm of his hand. Hold. At first glance, Fan Yin looked like a bug frozen in the amber of time. Seeing that Fan Yin was about to be crushed on the spot, that's when a huge coercion suddenly shrouded down. It was the golden-armored old man of the Tianqing clan, who was aloof and shouted coldly, Stop! Stop! When Lu Li heard this, he raised his eyebrows and chuckled disdainfully. Am I your father? Do I need to pamper you and obey your words? Hearing these words, the golden-armored old man's face instantly turned gloomy and livid. Lu Li, this is the secret place of the Tianqing clan. If you dare to hurt the young master of my clan, you will never get out. Is it? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Li interrupted him with a cold look. The words fell. The fist power exploded. Half of Fan Yin's body exploded with a sound like exploding bamboo joints, and then disappeared directly. Witness this scene. The face of the golden-armored old man changed greatly, and he shouted quickly, Lu Li, if you let the young master of our clan go, I will try my best to satisfy your request. Whatever you want, I can give you. Also, Ling Jianchuang, the young master of our clan says if you want to save your life, you won't refuse to save it. Right? He turned to look at Ling Jianchuang beside Lu Li. This old man has perfected his tribulation and can kill land carps with just a snap of his fingers. However, there are people protecting the land carp. What's more, once Lu Li dies, the invincible fist power concentrated in Fan Yin's flesh, blood, bones, and even soul will burst out. Fan Yin will still die. What do you think? Lu Li chuckled and looked at Ling Jianchuang. Ling Jianchuang frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and said solemnly, this Fan Yin is indeed my savior. But you, Lu Li, are also my savior. Moreover, you saved me first, and your kindness will be my first priority in this life. Let's repay his kindness in the next life. Okay. Then, I'll send him downstairs to wait. Lu Li nodded and smiled. The words fell. In Fan Yin's body, the invincible fist power that shattered the galaxy erupted like 10,000 volcanoes, sweeping through Fan Yin's body, and was about to completely kill this person. Chapter 399 Soul Clan in the Soul Realm. Boom. The fist power exploded. Fan Yin's whole body was shattered and turned into countless white lights. These white lights are all the supreme flesh, blood, thunder and bones he once cultivated. Under the terrifying power of the fist that destroyed the world and shattered the sun and the moon, it could not hold on for a moment and was directly annihilated into nothingness. The physical body was completely destroyed. Only a lone four-color innate thunder soul was left floating in the air. Witness the scene. The whole audience was shocked. Defeated? Fan Yin really lost to Lu Li. A god-transforming monk was really defeated by a nascent soul monk. The defeat was completely logical. This is another god-killing myth. How can it be? Liu Ruji was extremely shocked, and there was a huge storm in his heart. Is this land carp actually so powerful? Damn it! How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? On the other side, Jin Ji, the son of the god clan, had a gloomy face and clenched his fists tightly. My heart was filled with unwillingness, anger, and fear. Under Lu Li's hands, I'm afraid he would die faster than Fan Yin. He is stronger. Bu Lianhua, the saint of the Abyss Spirit Clan, also widened her beautiful eyes and was extremely shocked. This proud man of the human race is truly terrifying. Emperor Agu of the Wu clan was also so scared. I couldn't help but feel a trace of awe in my heart. Then, a thought came to the minds of these four people. Lu Li is so strong and has such terrifying magic power. It must be because of the magic techniques he cultivates. After you go back, you must practice Lu Li's supreme technique even more. Sure enough, he won. This kid never disappoints. At the same time, the Dao Alliance leader showed admiration in his beautiful eyes, seeing that the supreme fist power was about to destroy Fan Yin's innate thunder soul. It's too late. It's faster than that. A streak of blood-colored magic light as thin as blue silk suddenly shot out and slammed towards Lu Li. It's the magic light of that magic envoy. The devil takes action. At the critical moment, the leader of the Taoist Alliance snorted softly, raised his jade hand, and flicked his sleeves towards the sky. The world was spinning for a while. Lu Li and Ling Jianchuang were rolled back by their sleeves and fell beside her. On the other side, Fan Yin, who was missing half of his body, was directly hit by the magic light. The strange blood light penetrated into his body and swallowed Lu Li's supreme fist power silently. Fan Yin was actually saved. Under the gaze of everyone, the magic envoy with five-colored magic eyes slowly flew into the sky, sweeping the entire place, and its magic power rose into the sky. At the same time, the golden man from the demon world also stood up, step by step, and ascended to the sky, facing the demon envoy from a distance. The demonic aura soars into the sky and shakes the sun. Who came to the soul world? Don't you dare to show up? The demon king of the demon world has boundless arrogance, a pair of golden eyes, and a sharp look, staring at a certain place in the void on the left. Almost at the same time, the demon envoy also turned his colorful magic eyes and stared at the strange void. The demon envoy of the demon realm? The demon king of the demon realm? Next moment, accompanied by a clear and pleasant sound, a group of gray shadows, like flowing water, seeped out from the void and condensed into a fist-sized gray will-o-wisp, floating in the air. The moment the will-o-the-wisp appeared, an incomparable power of the soul suddenly erupted, filling the sky and the earth, suppressing everyone's soul. Fear. All the monks felt a kind of fear originating from their souls, just like a mouse sees a cat, or a rabbit sees a ferocious wolf or tiger. Everyone is horrified and frightened when they see this gray will-o-the-wisp. Soul Realm! Soul Clan! The golden-bodied man in the demon world snorted coldly, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. It is indeed you. Only you can take advantage of Lei Zu's injury to severely injure him and seize his true immortal spirit. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. What? Lei Ancestor was seriously injured by this Soul Clan from the Soul World. Kill this Soul Clan! Revenge for Lei Zu! What's going on? The Soul Clan will appear here. Could it be that the Tianqing clan has colluded with the Soul Clan to plot against Lei Ancestor? A series of suspicious and horrified voices sounded. As expected, the golden-armored old man unexpectedly floated to the side of the gray will-o-the-wisp, his cold gaze sweeping across the whole place. Everyone. As the saying goes, a country cannot live without a king for a day. There is no way that this huge Lei Yuan continent will fall apart and be swallowed up by the demon world. So, I invite the Soul Clan from the Soul Realm. Now that the Soul Clan has arrived, they will temporarily become the new Lei Ancestors and dominate the Lei Yuan continent. Wow. This sentence spread, and the whole square rioted again. The talus-robed old man from the Fadian clan shouted in a deep voice. You are betraying. You colluded with the Soul Clan and betrayed Lei Zu. And there will be no good end for you. Those who betray Ancestor Lei will die. The clan will be exterminated. From the Thunder Emperor clan, a phoenix-robed girl with boundless arrogance had a face as cold as frost and a murderous intent. Oh Ghost Fang, did you fall into the toilet and get the smell? How dare you collude with the Soul Clan and betray Lei Zu? From the Tianyuan clan, the tall and powerful man with red hair showed cold eyes. No need to say more. The Tianqing clan will be removed from the Lei Yuan continent from now on. An old woman from the Lingyu clan, with a face full of snow-white fish scales, said firmly. Humph. Lei Zu is about to die. He wants to sacrifice the entire Lei Yuan continent, transform it into supreme energy, and be reborn. You are still in the dark and don't know anything. Idiots! The old man in golden armor shouted coldly. That's right. At this time, the demon envoy suddenly spoke, and his hoarse and unpleasant voice resounded throughout the world. That's right. Lei Ancestor is about to fall. The same goes for Taoist Shishao and Taoist Yishao. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again, in disbelief. How can it be? These are the three great Thunder Dao Lords in the Thunder Realm, the supreme beings supported by hundreds of millions of living beings. How could they fall into oblivion? What exactly is going on? Lu Li was also a little surprised. Actually, it's very simple. Even gods will die. The leader of the Dao Alliance sighed softly and sent a message. The three Thunder Dao Lords in the Thunder Realm have reached the limit of their lifespan. Similarly, this Thunder Realm has also reached the end of its lifespan. The limit. The moment the three Thunder Dao Lords died, the Thunder World would also die. Therefore, for the sake of the Thunder World and eternal life, the Shishao Dao Lord and the Yushao Dao Lord suddenly took action against Lei Zu and captured half of Lei Zu's true immortals. The power of the soul. Then the Soul Clan from the Soul Realm takes away the other half? Lu Li asked again. It should be. The leader of the Taoist Alliance nodded slightly, with a solemn look on his face. The Soul Realm is a supreme realm like the Demon Realm. Rumor has it that all living things, even gods, Buddhas, dragons and demons, may be forcibly taken into the Soul Realm after their death, become a slave to the Soul World. Is the Soul World so fierce? At this time, the demon envoy's hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded. Soul Clan, I can join forces with you. The Tianqing clan. I only want that boy. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying gaze was cast. What it was staring at was Lu Li. What a coincidence. We in the demon world also want this Buddha's son. The golden man from the demon world said proudly. His soul is very rare and delicious. so it naturally belongs to my soul clan, the Grey Will-O-the-Wisp said crisply. Next moment, the demon envoy, the Grey Soul Fire, and the Golden Man from the demon world looked at each other. Then, grab it! The words just fell. 3 boundless magical powers shattered the sky and suppressed them fiercely. Chapter 400 Chasing Troops. The devil takes action. The demon king of the demon world takes action. There are also extremely weird soul tribes. The 3 supreme powers took action in unison. The sky and the earth collapsed. Thousands of suns and moons fell. And the whole world seemed to be annihilated at this moment. Obviously, they all want to rob Luli, the reincarnated Buddha. After all, Luli is too evil, and may not even be the reincarnated Buddha. But, Buddha reincarnated? Huh? I guessed you guys a long time ago. The leader of the Tao Alliance snorted. And he grabbed his jade hand out of thin air. And a crystal green jade rui appeared in his palm. Next moment, Master Shuiyu and Tianhe Sword Sect leader Qin Jiuquan took a step forward together. Then, the 3 of them waved the supreme divine light together. The great seal of the 6 ultimate divine kings! At this moment, a golden divine light rose into the sky, turned into a large hand seal that destroyed the heaven and earth, and suppressed it with a crash from the air. The person who took action turned out to be the God Emperor, Ahamacula Tata. The high priest of the Witch clan did not show any weakness. He suddenly rose into the sky from the Tianyuan clan, chanting strange spells in his mouth, and the witch aura surged from his body like a sea, and he transformed in an instant. 12 huge witch gods appeared, forming a terrifying formation to refine the heaven and earth. 2 more powerful figures, who have successfully overcome the tribulation, have taken action. The power is so terrifying that even the 3 leaders of the Tao Alliance may not be able to withstand it. Luli, take Jian Shuang and leave first. At this time, the message from the leader of the Tao Alliance came and turned into a force as soft as water, gently pushing Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang. The 2 of them appeared in front of King Tian Toad in a flash. The heavenly Toad King has long opened his copper plate's mouth. Roar. Only an ancient dragon roar was heard. A vast river of silver thunder light shot out from it. In the boundless thunder light, a mighty and powerful divine dragon loomed, swaying its body and tail, and swung out its huge claws that tore apart the heaven and earth, destroying everything. This is the ancient thunder dragon from the Thunder Prison ancient land. The ancient thunder dragon has been hiding in the belly of the Sky Toad King. Boy! Remember, you owe me a favor from Thunder Prison ancient land. The Tian Toad King roared, swallowed Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang directly, then turned around and jumped into the void. Boom! The boundless and terrifying wave of destructive energy exploded, shattering the void of all realms. Ah! The heavenly Toad King seemed to be affected by something, and he let out a painful scream. He actually showed his original form, and his legs suddenly jumped and shot out. I don't know how much time passed. Boom! The void explodes. On a thundering island on the sea of clouds, a golden toad, whose body was burnt black, exploded into the void, fell out, rolled several times on the island, and crushed countless ancient trees that were thousands of years old. It turned over on its belly and lay in the valley, breathing heavily. Sudden, the golden toad turned over and spit out 2 figures, a man and a woman. It was Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang. Thank you, Senior! As soon as Lu Li appeared, he immediately held up his hands and thanked him. Ling Jianshuang thanks this senior for saving his life. Ling Jianshuang also held her hands in awe. No! Stop talking nonsense! Give me some healing elixirs first. I was hit by the aftermath of the war just now, which directly damaged my foundation. Without thousands of years of cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover. The golden toad shouted feebly. Good! Lu Li didn't waste any time. He grabbed all the elixirs in the storage ring and threw them into the mouth of King Tian Toad. Click! 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 King Tian Toad ate the elixir after chewing it for a few times, and his chi immediately recovered to some extent. It turned over, sat up, turned back suddenly, stared at Bio into the void, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay! Okay! No one is chasing me! Who said no one came after me? The words just fell. Boom! The void exploded like a mirror. Immediately afterwards, a girl in phoenix robes, extremely arrogant, moved lightly on lotus steps and fell out of thin air. Behind her, there was also a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in a light red thunder robe, with a tall and straight figure, as if he was hiding 9 feet tall. And his aura was astonishing. Astonishingly, it was Tang Yuan, the proud son of the Thunder Emperor clan. Thunder Emperor clan? Tang Wu? When King Tian Toad saw the girl in phoenix robe, his eyes could not help but shrink and his whole body tensed up, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. King Tian Toad, last time you sneaked into my Thunder Emperor clan and prepared to steal my Thunder Emperor clan's supreme thunder fruit. However, I found you and stabbed you with a needle. Does your forehead still hurt now? The phoenix-robed girl looked down at the heavenly Toad King from afar, with a cold expression and a hint of contempt. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. I'm not. King Tian Toad quickly denied it. However, it subconsciously moved half a step back, as if it could turn around and slip away at any moment. Luli, take care of yourself. I'm afraid I can't beat this bitch. This bitch's divine thunder is so terrifying that I've been cast into a shadow by her. King Tian Toad sent a message. Luli. The Toad King is indeed unreliable today. This time, I just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth again. Why? You still won't leave? Do you want me to catch you and make you into soup? At this moment, the girl in phoenix robe said coldly. Light cyan lighting began to shine on his body. It gives people the feeling that if they are bombarded by this electric light, they will be wiped out and cease to exist. King Tian Toad looked a little ugly. It glanced at Luli, and then at the phoenix-robed girl, with a hint of retreat in its pupils. What? The leader of the dignified Thunder Emperor clan is going to do despicable and shameless things, like bullying the young with the big and the weak with the old? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. It was Luli who spoke. When Ling Jianchuang heard this, he immediately cast a worried look. People from the Lei Emperor clan are good people, and will not come here. Luli responded with a reassuring look. As expected of the reincarnated Buddha, he did not change his color despite the collapse of Mount Tai. His magnanimity is extraordinary. The phoenix-robed girl stared deeply at Luli, and said with admiration. Because of this, I want to invite you back to my Thunder Emperor clan. By the way, I want to ask you for advice. What is the Thunder bloodline you cultivated? And, where is Lei Zhu? Sure enough, this is what I came for. Luli raised his eyebrows. I can't tell you directly where Lei Zhu is. What I can tell you is that Lei Zhu has not truly fallen. The phoenix-robed girl narrowed her eyes. Then, please ask fellow Taoist Lu to return to our Thunder Emperor clan and rest for a few days until we find Lei ancestor. The tone was a bit cold and tough. She's going to get hard. What if I say no? Luli also narrowed his eyes, and his voice was slightly cold. Then I have no choice but to personally invite fellow Taoist Lu to go back. The phoenix-robed girl said coldly, turning her gaze to King Tian Toad. If anyone dares to stop you, then don't blame me for being rude. This woman really wants to do it hard. King Tian Toad was shocked and took a step back again. Judging from the frightened look on his face, he was probably really shadowed by this woman. Can't count on it. Luli shook his head secretly. Luli, what should I do? Ling Jianchuang frowned slightly and asked via voice transmission. If she wants to take me away by force, I can just go with her. She can't do anything to me. She can at most let me pass on the incense to her. I will do as she wishes. By then, she will give birth. 108 babies. I'm afraid she just can't bear it and will let me back. Luli smiled calmly. Pooh! When Ling Jianchuang heard this, her snow-white face couldn't help but blush. At this moment, the woman in phoenix robe asked coldly. What? Have you thought about it? Fellow Taoist Lu? Luli looked cold and was about to say yes. No need. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded from the side. The next moment, a middle-aged man in green clothes, stepping on the blood-stained ancient golden bridge, burst out of the void and landed on the island in the sea of clouds. This person is the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Chapter 401 Thunder Blood Relics. Headmaster! When Luli saw it, he couldn't help but have a hint of joy on his face. As expected of the elusive leader, he always appears at the last moment. Are you the leader of the underworld sect? Seeing the sudden appearance of the Yiming Ghost Emperor, the phoenix-robed woman looked stern and narrowed her eyes. Is this golden bridge of yours a Taoist weapon? I am the leader of the underworld sect, the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Fellow Taoist, it would be a bit inappropriate for you to forcefully invite me, the future leader of the underworld sect. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's sleeves fluttered, and he stood proudly in the world. The ancient golden bridge under your feet spans the sun and the moon, with boundless momentum. exuding the power of Taoist tools and shocking all living creatures. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, the Tian Toad King burst into laughter. Smelly bitch. Are you still arrogant? Get out of here. If you don't get out, I will join forces with the Evening Ghost Emperor to arrest you and suppress you. 10,000 years. You can't live without death. Dot. Hearing these extremely proud and arrogant words, the Phoenix Robe girl looked cold. Fellow Taoist, you can go. If you don't want to go, I can also compete with you on a few moves to determine the winner. I just don't know if your clan has prepared any spiritual cards for you. The Evening Ghost Emperor said calmly. So domineering. This obviously means that the Phoenix Robe girl has been regarded as his defeated enemy. What? At this time, Tang Yuan, the proud man following the Phoenix Robe girl, glared angrily. How dare you insult my Thunder Emperor clan? Tang Yuan, step back. As soon as he spoke, the Phoenix Robe girl scolded him coldly. Clan leader. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth and stepped back unwillingly. This Evening Ghost Emperor. I have no intention of offending your Huangquan sect. I asked fellow Taoist Lu to return to my Thunder Emperor clan because I just wanted to know the whereabouts of Lei ancestor from him. The Phoenix Robe girl's voice softened, revealing a hint of apology. In that case, let's go. The Evening Ghost Emperor waved his hand unceremoniously. Quack quack quack. The Tian Toad King on the side also took this opportunity to shout a few times, full of gloating. It seems to be saying, go, 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 go. When the woman in Phoenix Robe heard this, her expression remained unchanged. She just turned her head slightly and looked at Lu Li. I can leave. But before I leave, I have a small request. Explain. The Evening Ghost Emperor had no expression on his face. I want to use a supreme treasure to call the Chaos Bell in the hand of fellow Taoist Lu. The Phoenix Robe girl said something surprising. Hearing this, the Evening Ghost Emperor did not speak, but turned to look over. Chaos Clock? Lu Li was also stunned. The next moment, he turned his hand over, and a small, snow-white crystal bell appeared in his palm. It was exquisite, and it was engraved with various mysterious, powerful and ancient thunder beasts. He snatched this chaos bell from Fang Yin, the young master of the Tianqing clan. Although it is not a Taoist weapon, it is close to a Taoist weapon. The moment he took out the chaos clock, Tang Yuan, the peerless genius, cast a fiery gaze. That's right. It's this chaos clock. The girl in Phoenix Robe said softly. This chaos bell was refined by Lei Zhu, and it has 36,500 kinds of thunder beasts in the thunder realm engraved on it. This bell is not of much use in the hands of fellow Taoist Lu, but it has special meaning to my Thunder Emperor clan. So I want to exchange this chaos bell in the hands of fellow Taoist Lu for a supreme treasure. Lu Li, don't listen to this bitch. This bitch must know some secrets of the chaos clock. So she started the exchange. At this time, Tian Toad King loudly advised from the side. As soon as these words came out, the Phoenix Robe girl rolled her eyes again. However, King Tian Toad smiled proudly and continued to stir things up. Lu Li, think about it. This is a supreme spiritual treasure. It contains the power of 9 supreme divine thunders. As long as you understand its power thoroughly, your cultivation can definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Hearing its words, Lu Li was also moved in his heart. The more divine thunder he cultivated in the Thunder God technique, the deeper the thunder bloodline became, and the more powerful the condensed innate thunder avatar became. During the battle with Fang Yin, the true form of the innate thunder appeared and suppressed Fang Yin by 30% of his strength, which was extremely mysterious. This is just 2 kinds of divine thunder. If he could swallow and refine 9 kinds of supreme divine thunder, how powerful would his Thunder God technique be? How ferocious the innate thunder body can be? I'm afraid, once summoned, it will directly suppress the enemy's strength by 10%. The enemy directly changes from a giant dragon to an ant, allowing them to be slaughtered. Lu Li was moved. Friend Lu Dao, the 9 kinds of supreme divine thunder contained in this chaos bell are just superficial and have no real origin of thunder. Even if you refine it, you won't get much improvement. It seemed that he saw the meaning on Lu Li's face. Looking excited, the phoenix-robed woman quickly interrupted. Lu Li raised his eyebrows and asked directly. So, Senior, what supreme treasure are you going to use in exchange for this chaos bell? It's this thunder blood relic. The phoenix-robed girl stretched out her jade hand, and in her palm appeared a golden, round, Blood-colored stone. This is something like a bloodstone. Crystal clear. Luli took a closer look and saw an extremely mysterious pure gold Buddhist inscription shining inside the bloodstone. It was twisted like an earthworm, and was extremely mysterious. If you take a closer look, you will see that this pure Buddhist inscription is made up of tens of millions of extremely small and pure swastika characters. Sizzle. There is also a trace of golden thunder and lightning, bursting out from the inside of this pure Buddhist text. The majestic mysterious power immediately filled the sky and the earth. Huh? The Evening Ghost Emperor couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. This is... King Tian Toad couldn't help but widen Bio's eyes. A little unbelievable. Willing power! This is wishing power! Luli looked slightly shocked. This is a supreme and mysterious power in Buddhism. The power of wish. When Luli once made a great wish, I will never become a Buddha until L is empty. The boundless power of his wish poured into his body to help him break through the nascent soul. Now, he actually sensed the familiar wish power on the bloodstone at this moment. Fellow Taoist Lu, this is a relic that has been passed down from the Buddhist world. It contains the supreme power of aspiration and will definitely be of great use to you. I wonder if this Thunderblood relic can be exchanged for the Chaos Bell in your hand. The phoenix-robed woman asked calmly. Headmaster, what do you think? Luli pondered for a moment and looked at the Evening Ghost Emperor. This is your thing. You can take care of it yourself. Evening Ghost Emperor said calmly. Jian Shuang? Luli turned his eyes again. Now that your identity as the reincarnated Buddha has been exposed, you are being watched by all the heavens. It is important to improve your cultivation strength. Keep whatever is useful. Ling Jianshuang thought about it carefully and smiled. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, if you want to change it, you can, but it's best to pay more. Ha ha ha! It's true that they are in harmony, and the husband and wife are of the same mind. When Luli heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Suddenly Ling Jianshuang rolled her eyes, and Xiaofei blushed. Senior, you must have heard it. Although I easily defeated Fan Yin to get this Chaos Bell, it took me a lot of effort, and I offended the Tianqing clan for it. If you want to change it, why don't you do it? You have to pay more. Luli said with a smile. Can! The phoenix-robed woman nodded cheerfully. What do you want? I want 3 more treasures. 1 is suitable for the shark clan, preferably the water type. 1 is suitable for the woman who transformed into a god. The last 1 is suitable for sword cultivators, preferably for her. Luli smiled gently and pointed at Ling Jianshuang. Ling Jianshuang. Dot! This feels a bit complicated. Okay. The phoenix-robed girl frowned slightly, nodded, and agreed. Besides, Luli said again. What else? The phoenix-robed girl frowned. There is one last request. After the transaction is completed, please go back to the battlefield and assist the leader of the Tao Alliance and others. This is the most important condition. If you don't agree, I won't replace the Chaos Clock. Luli said calmly. Good. The phoenix-robed girl took a deep look at Luli and finally nodded. Then deal. Chapter 402 Refining Thunder Blood Relics. Luli got a Thunderblood relic as he wished. As soon as I took possession of this Thunderblood relic, I immediately felt a sense of coolness, as if I was immersed in the water of an ancient well in late autumn. Immediately afterwards, a peaceful atmosphere poured into the sea of consciousness. The 4-sided Buddha Dharma in the sea of consciousness moves. On the chest of the Dharma, the 6-character mantra suddenly brightened, bursting with mysterious divine light. Before Luli could refine it, the Thunderblood relic flew up, automatically got into Luli's eyebrows, and appeared in the sea of consciousness. Then, gently stick it to the center of the eyebrow of a Buddhist image, as if dotting a red mole. This side is not the great formless Buddha, nor the great Amitabha Buddha, nor the great Tathagata Buddha, but the side of Luli. At first glance, with the red mole inlaid with the Thunderblood relic, Luli suddenly felt that he looked a bit like the Buddha in the Great Lane Temple in Journey to the West. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the Thunderblood relic contains a kind of supreme divine thunder. Once refined, his thunder bloodline will be more powerful and pure. You can also start practicing the 3 realms Thunder Fury Destruction Buddha Seal. Thank you Taoist Lu for the Chaos Bell. Don't worry. I will go back to the battlefield now to support the leader of the Tao Alliance. After all, I don't like the demon world either. I am only loyal to Lei Zhu. There are also 3 treasures to get to you. At this time, the girl in Phoenix robe also took the Chaos Bell and put it into her sleeve robe. And at the same time, she flicked 3 thunder crystals. Among the thunder crystals are 3 mysterious treasures. A black pearl, a red gold thunder sword, and a thunderstone. Thank you very much. Lu Li cupped his hands and put away the treasure. Yes, fellow Taoist Lu, the head of the Huangquan sect. We will meet again in the future. The phoenix-robed girl nodded lightly to Lu Li, and the Yiming Ghost Emperor turned around and broke through the void and stepped into it. Tang Yuan, the proud man of heaven, followed closely behind. However, before leaving, this person still took a deep look at Lu Li. He had already made up his mind. After returning home, you must enter the Hall of All Heavens to cultivate Lu Li's Buddha Dharma body. This Lu Li is the reincarnated Buddha, which is no small matter. The Buddha's Dharma body he has cultivated points directly to the Great Road. If he doesn't cultivate, he will be in trouble. Wait for the 2 of them to leave. The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked solemn. Lu Li, return to Huangquan sect as soon as possible. I'm afraid there will still be a war in this Thunder Realm. Headmaster, please be careful. Lu Li didn't ask any more questions and bowed his hands. Don't worry, although I am only in the middle of the tribulation. With this Naiha bridge, even if the Demon King and the Demon King join forces, they can escape unscathed. The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked proudly. Then, I wish the master the best and return victorious. Lu Li cupped his hands and smiled. Good. The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded, turned his eyes, and cupped his hands towards King Tian Toad. Fellow Taoist King Tian Toad, please trouble you again to send Lu Li and the future leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect back to the Xianwang world. Xianwang world. King Tian Toad was stunned. Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang were also a little surprised. That's right. It's the Xianwang world. Now, the land of Zhongzhou is the center of the heavens and the world. And the fate of it is the Xianwang world. So it's called the Xianwang world. Fellow Taoist King Tianshan, I see that you have suffered some injuries. There are some healing elixirs here, as well as a rare 10-year-old elixir. Please accept it. The Yiming Ghost Emperor smiled in a friendly manner, flicked his sleeves and robes, and a bunch of pill bottles and jade boxes flew out. Huh? The Heavenly Toad King sniffed sharply, with his nose pointed upward, and Bio's eyes instantly dilated. He grabbed one of the jade boxes with one claw and said in disbelief, Is this the elixir of 10,000 years? The ghost-faced immortal heart lotus root? Really? The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded. Isn't this the Thunder Clan's treasure? How did you get it? King Tian Toad grabbed the jade box and took a few deep sniffs, becoming even more surprised and confused. It's nothing. I just went for a walk in the forbidden area of the Thunder Clan in Shinshao continent. I found that this ghost-faced fairy heart lotus root was an ownerless thing. So I took it back and prepared to plant it. By the way, I also took these top-quality elixirs. Come back. This Lei Ming clan colluded with the demon world and once wanted to hunt down Lu Li, the son of destiny. I will take the opportunity to teach them a small lesson. Yiming Ghost Emperor Yun Danfeng said lightly. Hearing what Yiming Ghost Emperor said, King Tian Toad was extremely shocked. It took him a long time to give a thumbs up. Fellow Taoist, your methods are really good. Master, please support your disciples. Hard. Lu Li also raised his hands in admiration and praised. The master is tall and hard. Oh. Jean K popped up at some point and stood on Lu Li's shoulders, raising his hands in the air and shouting in a coquettish voice. When the Yiming Ghost Emperor heard this, he smiled nonchalantly and said, Then, I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist Tian Toad King. The words fell. Boom! The ancient golden bridge broke through the void, carrying the Yiming Ghost Emperor through thousands of miles, and disappeared in front of Lu Li. It really comes and goes in a hurry. Boy, you have a good leader. He is generous and considerate. He is courageous and strategic. King Tian Toad couldn't help but admire. The leader is indeed good. Lu Li also agreed and said with a smile. Then, I'll trouble you senior to send us back again. Hee. You can rest assured. After I collect the treasures from your Huangquan sect, I will naturally send you back. You can stay in my stomach with peace of mind, and there will never be any bumps. Ha. After getting the treasure, King Tian Toad was very happy. He laughed and opened his mouth suddenly. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang were swallowed into the belly of King Tian Toad. This time, the surroundings were not dark, but a huge white space, surrounded by a white mist. Lu Li sensed it carefully and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This mist is surprisingly pure spiritual energy. Boy, you can practice here with peace of mind. This is a top-grade spiritual vein that I have swallowed and accumulated spiritual energy for thousands of years. In order to repay your kindness as the head of the Huangquan sect, I will give you a Ghostface Fairy Heart Lotus Root. The spiritual energy here, use it however you like. The mighty voice of the Heavenly Toad King came down. Oh, are you serious about this? Luli raised his eyebrows. Seriously? Use it. Use it. Use it boldly. King Tian Toad said extremely boldly. This is what you said. Luli smiled secretly in his heart and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Ling Jianchuang also sat on the ground in front of him. How's it going? How much better is your soul injury? Luli asked gently and handed over the red gold thunder sword. This thunder sword is a water and fire sword. It combines the strong and soft power of yin and yang into the sword body. When the sword is swung out, millions of thunders will strike. It is extremely ferocious and is a supreme spiritual treasure. Thank you. Ling Jianchuang took the red gold thunder sword and couldn't put it down. She said with a smile. My injury was 70% to 80% better before. But I was possessed by that Adlon just now. And my soul was still hurt. However, I will practice some alliance leader pass on my star strengthening technique. And you will recover from your injuries soon. Star body training technique? Isn't this the star transformation god scripture that is not evolved? Hearing this, Luli raised his brows and said with a smile. There is no need to practice the star body training technique. I will teach you a technique called the Star Transformation God Manual. It is an improved version of the star body training technique. After practicing it, you will recover. The Divine Soul can also strengthen the Divine Soul. Improved version? Ling Jianchuang was a little surprised. Yes. The Alliance leader also taught me the star body forging technique. And someone helped me improve it. Now, I will pass it on to you. Luli smiled. After saying that, he thrust out a finger and touched Ling Jianchuang's eyebrows. The magic formula of Kungxing Henshin can be passed directly. An hour later. What a profound method. It's 3 points better than the star body forging technique. Ling Jianchuang secretly exclaimed. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. The star body forging technique was created by the Alliance leader after he understood the mysteries of the sun and the moon. He refined it to the depths and condensed the body of the stars. With a wave of his hand, he has the power of the galaxy and is invincible in the world. But now, this star transformation scripture, he actually wants to score a 3-pointer? Who improved this? Ling Jianchuang was surprised. She raised her head, bit her lips slightly with her silver teeth, and looked at Luli with her eyes filled with water. The law is not passed down to the 6 ears. Are you? Do you really regard me as your Taoist companion? There was a hint of emotion in the voice. Of course. From the moment I met you, the hardest thing in the world is no longer diamond. Luli smiled half-heartedly. Bah! A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. When Ling Jianchuang heard this, she thought of something for a moment. The heroic Leng Ao's face instantly turned red, and she couldn't help but spit. TSK. Where did you go? I'm talking about my heart. The moment I saw you, my heart stopped beating. It was as hard as a stone. Alas, I have told you not to watch the female swordsman in trouble a long time ago. You are disobedient. Luli shook his head and sighed. You? When Ling Jianchuang heard this, her face turned as red as a steamed prawn, with hot steam coming out. She glared at Luli and couldn't help but kick her long jade legs. However, Luli had a tacit understanding, stretched out his claws, grabbed her ankle directly, and asked with a smile, Madam, are your feet sore again? This sentence made Ling Jianchuang instantly recall the embarrassment he felt in the big pit on the unknown island. In an instant, the silver teeth were bitten, the eyes were drooped, and the roots of the ears were bleeding. Just at Juai, the surrounding fog shook, and the strange smile of the Tian Toad King came. Quack, quack. It's so interesting. I've learned it. Start talking. Ling Jianchuang immediately retracted her jade feet and closed her eyes. Damn it. This toad spirit is not nice to anyone. Luli cursed secretly, waved his hand helplessly, and scattered thunder in the sky, covering the world in all directions. Then he raised his middle finger to the Toad King as a cordial greeting. The Sky Toad King responded with a burst of joyful ridicule. This toad spirit deserves to be single. Luli rolled his eyes, then calmed down. preparing to refine the Thunder Blood relic in the Sea of Consciousness to improve his strength. Immediately, his mind moved. The golden light of the four-faced Buddha's Dharma in the Sea of Consciousness shines brightly, erupts with majestic magic power, and begins to refine this Thunder Blood relic. At the same time, the phantom of the Kunping demon god swam out from the Tianling cap. Its body grew infinitely, and turned into the ancient true spirit Kunping. Its demonic energy was overwhelming, and it began to swallow up the rich spiritual energy of this mysterious space. The spiritual energy in this space has become thinner visibly to the naked eye. Ah, boy, what kind of weird magic trick are you talking about that's so edible? King Tian Toad's voice sounded in surprise and anger. Quack, quack. King Tian Toad, you just said that the spiritual energy here was allowed to be refined by Lu Li. Are you going back on your word? That's too stingy. It's too stingy. It's too stingy. Jean K stood on Lu Li's shoulders, folded his hands, and made a milky sound, with a look of disgust on his face. Ah, 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 ah. You, a little Taoist weapon spirit, actually despise me so much? Humph. Of course what I said counts. Let me swallow this spiritual energy for you. Let's see how much you can swallow. The Heavenly Toad King snorted disdainfully, but there was a hint of guilt and reluctance in the voice. At this time, crackle, there was a shocking thunder. The pores of Lu Li's body were opened, and golden lightning sparks were sprayed out, shining brightly and violently. This golden thunder arc is extraordinary. It seems to carry the supreme evil-suppressing divine power, the most powerful force. The most powerful force to slay demons. King Tian Toad was also secretly frightened. This is clearly a kind of Buddhist divine thunder that suppresses all evil spirits. With this kind of divine thunder body protection, ordinary extraterrestrial demons cannot invade at all. And neither the demonic energy of the demon world nor the soul charm of the soul world can easily seize the body. Yeah. 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 What a fierce thunder and lightning! Jean K also screamed strangely and jumped away. Ling Jinshuang couldn't help but open her eyes when she heard the movement. Under her gaze, Lu Li could be seen being wrapped in dense golden lightning arcs, forming a thunder and lightning man. Ling Jinshuang was shocked. This extremely powerful divine thunder is tempering Lu Li's body. Once the tempering is completed, I don't know how powerful Lu Li's body will be. At this time, a strange scene appeared. A little blood appeared between Lu Li's eyebrows. Gradually, this bloody smudge became larger and soon became the size of a peanut, like a congenital red mole embedded in the center of the eyebrow. If you look carefully, in the middle of the red mole, there is a mysterious and unusual pure gold Buddhist inscription, looming like breathing. A supremely sacred aura of the Buddha immediately emanated. If someone with a low level of cultivation took a look at it, they would probably immediately prostrate themselves devoutly, as if they were seeing a real Buddha, and make offerings to him. Even Ling Jinshuang, who devoted herself to sword cultivation and moved forward indomitably, was slightly affected by this moment and couldn't help but worship devoutly. But soon, the red mole disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. However, everyone could sense that Lu Li's physical body had undergone tremendous changes. Under Lu Li's inner view, every inch of skin, every muscle and bone, and every organ became snow white and crystal clear under the tempering of the golden fry, like balls of gold and silver thunder and lightning shining. Immortal and immortal. Obviously, the essence of his life has undergone a fundamental transformation. Sublimation. Lu Li is no longer a human. A piece of his hair can be refined into a terrifying thunder magic weapon that can kill all monsters and monsters. A piece of his nail, worn directly, can suppress inner demons and prevent all evil from invading, especially Lu Li's blood. When it condenses into blood beads and is ejected, the boundless evil-killing and demon-killing power contained in it can directly destroy a half-step god on the spot, killing him beyond death. The thunder of the avenue creates destruction and smelts my body, making me immortal. Suddenly, Lu Li opened his eyes abruptly, uttered a thunder curse, and boundless magic power rushed out of his crown, swallowing up endless spiritual energy. Boom! 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 Thunder crackles. The golden Buddha light all over Lu Li's body suddenly emitted Buddha's light. As it expanded, it condensed into powerful golden dragons, wrapping around the body and flashing like thunderbolts. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with golden lightning, as rich as water, turning into a world of thunder. Next moment, Kunping demonic gods Fa Xiang swallowed up the golden thunder light and boundless mana, and refined it into his body. This is Lu Li starting to practice the Thunder God technique and refining the third supreme divine thunder. There was a clear ding. Your innate thunder body devoured the mysterious free and was greatly satisfied. Your cultivation speed increased by 1,000,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Chapter 403 The Sixth Level of Nascent Soul. That's all. 3 days flew by in a blink of an eye. The golden lightning arc around Lu Li finally absorbed it. And all the fog, thunder and lightning in the mysterious space were swallowed up completely. Obviously, the power of the Thunder Blood Relic has been completely refined. Lu Li opened his eyes suddenly. Boom. There was a thunderous explosion. An astonishing aura erupted from Lu Li's body, like a volcano erupting, pushing up Lu Li's level of mana. Then, with overwhelming momentum, he broke through directly. In my mind, a system prompt dinged. Your Kuenping demonic art has swallowed up a huge amount of spiritual energy, and you have been making progress bravely. After a night of hard training, your cultivation progress has increased by 4%. Kuenping's demon power has broken through to the 6th level. Congratulations to the host. You have broken through to the 6th level of Nascent Soul. Lifespan, 24/14999/14999. Mana, Bu Lianhua, X18. Nascent Soul 6th level. Crackling. At the moment of breakthrough, the crisp sound of bone explosions was heard from Lu Li's body, and strands of golden divine light burst out from under the mutton-fat white jade-like skin. Shining dazzlingly, the figure rises like a majestic mountain, and it actually becomes taller again, giving people great impression. If you look closely, you will see that this golden divine light is a kind of marvelous real power of thunder and lightning. When it shines, it seems to have the power to tear apart the mountains, seas, sun and moon. If an attack were to hit him, he would be directly annihilated by these divine lights before he could hit him. Yeah. Lu Li, you become so scary. At this time, Jean K suddenly appeared and praised. In its induction, Lu Li's whole body is like a small universe. Every vein in it is like a galaxy. Every organ is like a vast and endless nebula. And endless thunder and lightning fills the entire physical universe. It's simply a world of thunder. This, Ling Jianchuan was also deeply shocked. Her sword mind was psychic, and she sensed that Lu Li was full of flaws. However, every pore of Lu Li's body seemed to contain a sea of violent and destructive thunder. Once poured out, it would be enough to shatter the sky and crack the earth, destroying the world. No magic sword would be able to pierce his body. Even every black hair seems to be condensed from the laws of the Thunder Avenue, possessing the supreme power of thunder. At this moment, he is the God of Thunder. The God of Thunder, who commands the thunder of the heavens. Ah, boy, you actually devoured all my spiritual veins? At this time, a heart-rending scream suddenly sounded. It's King Tian Toad. This, I can only say I'm sorry. However, Senior, you don't have to panic. When we get to the Xinhuang world, I will treat you to delicious mountain delicacies as compensation. Lu Li smiled. What nonsense mountain delicacies are delicious? I want spiritual veins. I want spiritual veins. The voice of the Heavenly Toad King was full of anger. It was obviously extremely painful. It's just spiritual veins. You can pick them up anywhere in the Xinhuang world. By the way, have you returned to the Xinhuang world now? Senior, you are a bit slow. Could it be that you have accepted something from me, the headmaster of Huaquan Sect? Are you procrastinating and slacking off? Lu Li changed the topic directly and asked. Humph. How could I be such a person? Wait for a stick of incense. King Tian Toad snorted angrily, as if he was greatly humiliated. Then he stopped making any sound, obviously speeding up. In response, Lu Li and Ling Jianchuan looked at each other and waited quietly. After a stick of incense, suddenly there was a whirlwind. Lu Li and Ling Jianchuan were spit out violently, flying into the sky like cannonballs. Here it is. Lu Li paused and looked around. I found that there were thousands of miles of dense forest under my feet, lush and green. This should be the land of Zhongzhou, near a Taoist gate called Yinfu Sect. Ling Jianchuan turned his jade hand over, and a star compass appeared in the palm of his hand, shining with a little silver light. Zhongzhou land? This is the Xinhuang world. At this time, a golden light fell from the sky and transformed into a fat-headed middle-aged man, wearing a golden-red cassock and a head full of flesh. It is King Tian Toad. Senior Tian Toad King. Thank you for sending us all the way. However, Instead of sending Buddha to the west, why don't you send us on another journey? Lu Li said with cupped hands. Give it back? When King Tian Toad heard this, Bio's eyes widened as wide as bells. Do you think I'm a donkey? And you can drive me around? I'll say low to you. The words fell. He turned around and shot into the sky with a bang, then disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Toad King actually left like this today? Lu Li felt a little sorry. He also thought of tricking King Tian Toad, a thunder beast with tribulation cultivation, into the underworld sect and become the mountain-preserving beast of the underworld sect. But then I thought about it. King Tian Toad's bad temper and urinary nature might bring disaster to Huangquan's sect. That way, it feels okay to let it go. Lu Li, are you going back to the overseas underworld sect? At this time, Ling Jianshuang bit her lips lightly and glanced at Lu Li. I should go back. After all, the Huangquan sect is protected by the true dragon and the ancestors of Mermaid Island. It is indeed quite safe, and I can practice with peace of mind. Lu Li nodded. The world is turbulent, and the Xianhuang world is the center of all heavens and worlds. When the time comes, more and more monks from other worlds will come. He must quickly advance to become a god. Then, okay, you go back first. Here is a detailed map of the teleportation array. Ling Jianshuang handed over a scroll without hesitating. Good. Lu Li took the scroll and asked with a half smile. Are you going to take me back to see your parents? So soon? Ah? Ling Jianshuang was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned red instantly. You? How did you guess that? Guess? Lu Li smiled secretly. He heard it. This little guy from the Feathered Ascension Meridian came forward automatically and told Lu Li what he had overheard. Lu Li didn't even think about it. I didn't guess that. You and I are inseparable, and we have a clear understanding of each other. There is only 2 words difference. Lu Li smiled mysteriously. Pooh! Ling Jianshuang seemed to guess that what Lu Li said was not good. Qingli's face turned as red as a peach. And then she turned her head slightly and whispered, You saved me several times. Due to emotion and reason, I should take you back to let my parents see you. My parents have long wanted to thank you solemnly. What's more, you came to the Thunder Realm specifically to save me. It would be rude for me not to take you back. Okay, I'll go back with you. Lu Li agreed. Ah? This time it was Ling Jianshuang's turn to be a little shy. How about next time? Forget it. Just follow me. Hey, you have to bring some gifts when meeting your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Let's go to Diamondfang Market ahead to buy some gifts. I don't know what my father-in-law and mother-in-law like. I hope Fairy Aoshuan can give me some guidance later. Lu Li smiled politely and invited him with his hand. You guy. Ling Jianshuang rolled her eyes at Lu Li with a hint of anger, but did not refute. She turned around and turned into a golden sword light, soaring into the sky. Lu Li smiled slightly, stepped on the wind, soared into the sky, and followed closely, ready to meet the parents. Chapter 404 Return. The Tianhe Sword Sect sits on a fairy mountain in the southeast of Zhongzhou. Sichuan Mountain. This mountain is 9,000 feet high and extremely steep. Among them, a waterfall pours down from Sichuan Mountain. From a distance, it looks like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. But at this moment, a golden electric light, as fast as thunder and lightning, swept across the sky thousands of miles in an instant, and rushed outside Sichuan Mountain in the blink of an eye. Then, there was a flash of sword light, and 2 figures were revealed. A woman in purple, proud and frosty. A man in singy, extremely handsome. The 2 of them seemed like a couple of gods and goddesses, appearing outside Sichuan Mountain. This is Senior Sister? Senior Sister is back. Someone immediately recognized the woman in purple and exclaimed with joy. The sound spread throughout heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire mountain gate was in commotion. Thousands of sword lights covered the sky and sun, like a rain of colorful swords, shooting out. Greetings, Senior Sister? I just said that Senior Sister will be fine. Hey, Junior Sister Jianshuang actually broke through to the nascent soul realm? It's impossible. 20-year-old nascent soul. Hee. God bless my Tianhe Sword Sect. No, that guy is Lu Li. What? Land carp? At this time, someone finally saw Lu Li standing next to Ling Jianshuang and recognized him at a glance. An even greater commotion broke out. It's really a land carp. So the #1 evildoer in the Xianhuang world actually looks like this? It's so beautiful. Why did this guy come back with senior sister? Could it be that senior sister and him have made a private lifelong commitment? It should be. If my guess is correct, the senior sister may have a dark knot, and they are here together to propose marriage. A series of gossipy eyes swept over. Listening to these messy words, Ling Jianchuan couldn't help but feel speechless and helpless. Lu Li, on the other hand, was very calm, letting the angry, jealous, indifferent, and admiring eyes sweep over him, while smiling and nodding in all directions. Sister, you are finally back. I miss you so much. Suddenly, an extremely delicate voice sounded. Then, with a whoosh, golden light shot out and slammed into Ling Jianchuan's arms. She is a chubby little girl in gold clothes, about 4 or 5 years old, with all kinds of gold, silver and jade ornaments all over her body. At first glance, she is not an ordinary person. You're fat again. Ling Jianchuan rubbed the girl's little head and smiled lightly. I'm not fat. The girl in gold shook her little head, raised her head, and showed a smile as bright as the sun. I have been thinking about my senior sister recently, and I have lost 3 kilograms. As he spoke, he raised a small slap. This guy is a bit stupid and can't even count. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Who are? Let's go back first. Junior brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Jianchuan thanks you all for coming to greet us. Thank you very much. Ling Jianchuan slightly cupped her hands towards her classmates from all directions. She has the demeanor of a heroic female knight. Everyone naturally returned the favor. Immediately, under everyone's surprised gazes, Ling Jianchuan took the girl in gold, nodded to Lu Li, and flew out towards the Zichuan mountain shrouded in divine light in the distance. Jianchuan, you are finally back. At this time, an old man in green clothes descended from the sky and landed in front of several people. Smiling kindly, meet Elder Tianjin. Ling Jianchuan immediately saluted solemnly. Haha. There is no need to salute. I am very pleased that you have returned safe and sound. By the way, the deputy head and a group of elders are receiving a group of distinguished guests in the main hall. So I delayed some time and did not come to greet you. You came just in time. Let's go and see it together. Elder Tianjin stroked his short beard under his chin and said with a smile, Dignified guest? Ling Jianchuan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a senior sister, when she returned to the mountain gate, an elder should come out to greet her immediately. But unexpectedly, it took a while before Elder Tianjin showed up. What kind of distinguished guest is this? Land carp? Elder Tianjin turned his eyes and saw Lu Li. His expression suddenly shocked. You actually broke through to the 6th level of nascent soul? There was incomparable shock in the voice. It's just the 6th level of nascent soul. This senior Tianjin shouldn't be so surprised. Lu Li smiled calmly. How can I not be surprised? Elder Tianjin opened his eyes wide and glanced at Lu Li in disbelief. During the war between immortals and demons, you were still a young foundation-building monk. But in just a few years, you actually broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul? Are you like this? What is the training speed? I just use the time of others to practice. So I am just a few 100 million points faster than others. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Lu Li is very humble. Elder Tianjin was speechless. Elder, I'd better go back and see my parents first. Are my parents out of prison? Ling Jianchuan asked. Your parents are both in the main hall of the sect. During the time you left for the Thunder Realm, there was another mysterious world connected. It was still the world of sword cultivators. Now, this world of sword cultivators has set monks to communicate with our Tianhe sword sect, and also brought a lot of novel sword skills. Because of this, the old guys from the sect are watching the masters in the hall. Elder Tianjin said something unexpected. No wonder. Ling Jianchuan suddenly realized. Most of the people in the Tianhe sword sect are sword enthusiasts. Now that a world of sword cultivation has arrived, the elders of the sect are naturally very curious and go to observe. And her parents are no exception. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Is another world connected? Very good. In this way, he will soon be able to add a cultivation acceleration tool man to his All Heavens Palace. Elder, I will take Lu Li to the cave to have a rest first, and then come back to the sect hall to meet with the elders and deputy headmaster. At this time, Ling Jianchuan said, she also wanted to see the monks in the world of sword cultivation. But the land carp is here, so it's inconvenient. Luli has a supreme Taoist weapon, or a Tao sword. If the person who cultivates the world of swords has other ideas, then Luli will be in danger. Good. Elder Tianjian also woke up and nodded. Then you take Luli first. I paid homage to the elder. Ling Jinchuan cupped her hands, led Luli, pulled the girl in gold, and flew towards the fairy peak on the other side. Soon, a white stone cave mansion came into view. It is only 3 stories high, simple, and can be seen through at a glance. This is your cave? Luli was a little surprised. He thought that the Tianhe Sword Sect's senior sister's cave was very luxurious, but he didn't expect it to be so simple, even a little crude. What's the use of the cave? Can it increase the effect of sword practice? Senior sister only focuses on the sword and doesn't ask for anything outside herself. This is the real sword practice, the girl in gold said proudly. Hearing this, Luli glanced at her in surprise. This little guy quite understood. Then again, who is this little guy? She is my sister-in-law. She is also a talented swordsman. She has been practicing swordsmanship with me before. Ling Jinchuan seemed to see Luli's question and explained with a smile. While talking, the 3 of them landed. Boom. The cave door opens automatically. Before the 3 of them could enter, a voice shouted from the distance. My dear daughter, I heard that you kidnapped an extremely handsome man and came back? Let me come and have a look. Chapter 405 Sword Immortal Stone Tablet. People come with a sound. A woman in green clothes flashed and appeared in front of Luli. The woman looks to be in her mid-30s, with an oval face and dignified facial features. She simply wears a hasta, but it gives people a feeling of elegance like clouds and clouds. The appearance is similar to Ling Jinshuang's. This person should be Ling Jinshuang's biological mother, Fairy Qingjian. Cultivation in the later stages of becoming a god. Before Luli could bow to him, Fairy Qingjian came up to her with bright eyes like stars. She stared at Luli and praised in a sweet voice. He is really a man as graceful as jade, with elegant demeanor. He is much better looking than your father. More. Are you Luli? Hey, how come your cultivation is so fast? You are even more powerful than the founder of the Tianhe Sword Sect in the classics. Are you so evil? Ahem. Mom, aren't you swearing? Hearing this, Ling Jinshuang's face turned slightly red, and she quickly interrupted with a slight cough, feeling a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. Is this my mother-in-law? My son-in-law. Luli. This is so polite. Luli smiled and bowed his hands. Astonishing words. Suddenly, Ling Jinshuang's face turned even redder. What? Senior sister? You didn't invite me to your wedding? When the girl in gold clothes heard this, she immediately became unhappy. Fairy Qingjian also widened her eyes. Jinshuang? Is what he said true? You have already gone to the church to get married? No way. Isn't this a bit too fast? Although a girl can't help herself, this matter is so important that she has to do it no matter what. Tell your mother and ask her to choose a good day for you. Besides, you are not very young. What if you get married at this time and someone is killed? Your father is not a swordsman. I don't even understand. I will probably ask your aunt to take care of her again. But your aunt has given birth to 4 more children, and she has more than 150 children at home. She is too busy. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. Ling Jinshuang's face turned red. Inya bit her lips, glared at Luli, and quickly explained. He just talked nonsense. Fairy Qingjian immediately frowned and squinted over. Mother-in-law, I am not talking nonsense. Jinshuang said personally that she would repay me with her love, and I agreed. Therefore, the 2 of us have already become a Taoist couple, and there is only 1 banquet left. Luli smiled and said, You? These words immediately made Ling Jinshuang look angry. Before she could speak, Fairy Qingjian immediately beamed with joy. Having a banquet? Okay. Leave it to me. I'm familiar with this matter. When the time comes, you 2 just wait to eat the banquet and receive the gifts. When the time comes, all the disciples and elders of the Tianhe Sword Sect will participate, and it will be a lively and joyful event that you will never forget until the day you die. Luli. He didn't even know how to answer this, and this future mother-in-law feels a bit secretive. Mom, I haven't even written my horoscope yet. At this time, Ling Jinshuang reluctantly persuaded. Come on, mother-in-law. This is the gift I bring you. A small greeting gift cannot be considered respectful. Luli smiled slightly and took out a crested guqin out of thin air. Is this the Qifeng Qin from Kaifeng's High? You actually bought it? Oops. It's so expensive. How can I be embarrassed? Fairy Qingjin said, taking the guqin and gently stroking the strings. His eyes were as bright as stars, as if he were seeing the treasure he had dreamed of. Naturally, Lu Li and Ling Jianchuang chose this together. It's just a low-grade spiritual treasure, although it was a bit expensive, costing more than 1,700 high-grade spiritual stones. Lu Li gritted his teeth and bought it directly based on Lu Li's current net worth. As expected, Fairy Qingjin was very satisfied. She hugged the guqin and said enthusiastically, Lear, my mother likes this qin very much. Just leave your marriage to Schwanger to your mother. She will definitely help you make it a success. By the way, do you have another wife? You are so talented and wise. But Schwanger is dull and boring. She has the same temperament as her father. She only knows how to practice swords all day, so she probably doesn't have much time to spend with you. Mother, I think you should have a few more concubines. There are many female disciples who admire you in the Tianhe sword sect. I happen to know a few of them, and I will introduce them to you later. Mom, what did you say? At this time, Ling Jianchuang finally couldn't listen anymore and had no choice but to interrupt. Mom, we'll talk about this later. Lu Li smiled and winked at Fairy Qingjin. Okay. Fairy Qingjin nodded with a fond smile on her face, pulled Lu Li into the Baishar cave. Ling Jianchuang. She felt abandoned. It felt like her mother and Lu Li were biological, while she was picked up. Hee. Senior sister, this guy you kidnapped is quite interesting. At this time, the girl in gold clothes on the side pulled the corner of Ling Jianchuang's clothes, raised her little head and smiled. This guy is very rogue. Ling Jianchuang sighed softly. Then you brought him back too, didn't you? The girl in gold said with a smile that saw through everything. Hearing this, Ling Jianchuang's pretty face blushed slightly. She did not deny it, holding the girl's little hand and walking into the cave. In the cave, Fairy Qingjin was sitting on a chair with Lu Li, talking very passionately. Li, what kind of groom's clothes do you plan to wear on your wedding day? Mom knows a few skilled junior sisters, and the spiritual clothes and treasure armors weaved are seamless and very beautiful. As long as you can tell, they will definitely be able to weave it for you. Come out. Moreover, they have grown up watching Jianchuang, so they will definitely try their best. The most important thing is that not only will they not accept spiritual stones, but they will also give you a big red envelope. You can rest assured that they also like to look good. Man, they must like you so handsome. Fairy Qingjin looked very excited. Oh, that's just right. They are so ingenious. They must be good at taking care of babies. In the future, when there are 10 or 8 babies, we can also let them take care of them. The land cart pushed the boat along the current. Okay. I'll call them over and discuss it together. Fairy Qingjin agreed immediately. At this time, Ling Jianchuang finally couldn't help it and interrupted. Mom, it's not so fast. Now, Yinli's whereabouts are unknown. I want to find her back and get married before I make plans. Yinli? When Fairy Qingjin heard this, her expression dimmed. That's right. My mother also liked this poor child very much. But now I don't know where she has lost it. She is Schwanger, your best friend, and she should wait for her to come back. Li, you are no objection? No. I quite like Yinli as a foodie. Lu Li smiled and nodded. At this moment, suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. Call out. The silver sword light roared out, rushed into the cave, and suddenly stopped, revealing a 3-inch golden sword. Hey, Schwanger, it's your father's flying sword sound transmission. Fairy Qingjin screamed in surprise and reached out to grab the golden flying sword. Suddenly, a slightly excited voice sounded. Schwanger, be happy. The monk from the sword world brought a sword immortal stone tablet. You can understand the supreme sword technique with just one look. Sword immortal stone tablet? Lu Li, Qingjin Fairy, Ling Jianchuang, and the girl in gold couldn't help but be startled when they heard the sound of the flying sword. Lear, Schwanger, do you want to go take a look? Fairy Qingjin asked. Ling Jianchuang turned to look at Lu Li. It's okay to go and have a look. I also want to see why the sword immortal stone tablet is so powerful. You can understand the supreme sword technique at a glance. Lu Li nodded and smiled. If it is true, then he should be able to learn a sword technique from that sword immortal stone tablet, which can be used to kill enemies in the future. After all, His 10,000 stars ultimate sword formation still has a long way to go before he can master it. Mom, let's go and see it together. Ling Jianchuang nodded. Then let's go! Butterfly, I'll take you. Fairy Qinjiang gave Luli a doting smile, and then took the girl in gold and flew out of the cave, straight into the sky. This is obviously an opportunity for Luli and Ling Jianchuang to be together. Mother-in-law is so considerate. Luli stood up with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Jianchuang blushed slightly and gave him an angry look. What nonsense did you just say? I don't want to accompany you to give birth to 10 or 8 children. Is it too many? Let's have 3. 1 to keep as a treasure, 1 as a pig, and 1 to play with. What do you think? If you can't take it with you, you can give it to Fan Yinli. Anyway, she does evil every day. Meng, I'm probably used to being chased by a bunch of kids for feeding. Luli asked with a smile. You think so? Ling Jianchuang rolled her eyes at him and flew out with a flash of sword light. Luli smiled slightly and followed closely. Then again, Ling Jianchuang gave birth to the child, and Fan Yinli served as the nanny. This was indeed a good match. Thinking of this, Luli was secretly ashamed. Is he a little too greedy? Forget it. When you see other beauties from now on, just treat them like pink skulls and never be tempted again. If you violate this oath, you will be struck by lightning. Luli secretly swore a poisonous oath. However, anyway, he now has the blood of thunder, and lightning and thunder can be heard every time he breathes. So what if the sky strikes like lightning? That's all. 10 breaths later, the Sichuan mountain came into view. Under the sun, the Feichuan waterfall pours thousands of miles away, just like the Milky Way in the sky, which is extremely spectacular. Looking further into the distance, a magnificent palace appeared on the top of the mountain, just like a galaxy palace. Extremely majestic. That's right. The Tianhe Sword Sect Hall is very majestic and magnificent. It is indeed the largest sword sect in Zhongzhou. Compared with the Huangquan sect, its momentum is 3 points stronger. It's no wonder that the Tianhe Sword Sect has been standing in Zhongzhou for thousands of years. On the contrary, the depth of knowledge is not comparable to that of the Huangquan sect. When Luli saw the palace, he couldn't help but think secretly. At this time, the 4 people had landed. As soon as he landed in front of the sky-reaching stone steps of the sect's main hall, Luli was shocked when he looked at the plaque with the 4 golden characters. Tianhe Sword Sect. On the main hall, these 4 words, every stroke, seemed to be a supreme sword intent, soaring straight into the sky, with a sharpness that penetrates the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the universe. Irresistible. The signature is Tianhe Sword Ancestor, the founder of the Tianhe Sword Sect. As expected of the founding master, this plaque has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and the sword intent on it has remained condensed. It has become even more powerful, and it feels even more fierce and terrifying than the Golden K sword. What happened to the Tianhe Sword Ancestor from 10,000 years ago before he ascended to the throne? How powerful! Luli was amazed. Luli, this sword intention is so fierce. It's so powerful. I want to observe and practice it. Maybe I can directly observe and practice a supreme sword move. Hee. By then, I will be able to fully regain my strength. At this time, Jing's milky voice sounded in his mind. When arriving in a new place, Jing K usually runs out to look for ownerless things. Now, it was also shocked. This shows how powerful the plaque is at this moment. While he was marveling, Luli followed Ling Jianchuang up the stone steps to the sky, passed through 12 ancient sword towers, and finally arrived in front of the Tianhe Sword Sect's main hall. At the entrance of the main hall, the elder Tianjin just now was waiting. Jianchuang, Luli, you are here. Come in. Elder Tianjin greeted with a smile. Good. Ling Jianchuang nodded in return, then walked side by side with Luli into the sect hall. As soon as I walked in, I felt a sense of grandeur. The first thing that catches the eye is a portrait of a man in white, carrying a green sword, with green lotus feet on his feet, looking at the sky. The person in this portrait is the founder of the Tianhe Sword Sect, the Tianhe Sword Ancestor. Then, under the portrait, sat a monk with a strong aura. There were men, women, old and young. The lowest were nascent soul and above. They should be the elders of the Tianhe Sword Sect. In addition, there are a group of monks dressed in black, with sharp eyes and sword intent, who are incompatible with the main hall. This is the aura of aliens from another world. It should have just arrived, and has not yet fully integrated into this world. As expected, he should be the monk from the world of sword cultivation mentioned earlier. Disciple pays homage to the deputy headmaster, and pays homage to the elders. At this time, Ling Jianshuang bowed deeply to everyone in the palace. Ha ha! Jianshuang doesn't need to be polite. Get up! Sitting under the portrait, a kind old man with white eyebrows, white clothes, and white hair waved his hands with a smile. A gust of breeze blew, and Ling Jianshuang was helped up. The face of this old man is very similar to Qin Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe sword sect. He is Qin Jiuchuan's younger brother, Qin Shichuan. Although he only practiced cultivation, he managed the entire Tianhe sword sect in an orderly manner during the period when Qin Jiuchuan was polluted by the way of heaven. Lu Li! He is indeed a monster from heaven! Qin Shichuan's eyes turned and landed on Lu Li, and he exclaimed on the spot. At the same time, sharp eyes swept over him. The Tianhe sword sect elders in the hall all sighed. This guy Lu Li has cultivated to the 6th level of nascent soul so quickly. If he continues like this, wouldn't it mean that it will take 30 years to become a god and 50 years to refine the void? Lu Li is so fast. It takes 3 years to transform into a god and 5 years to refine into a void? Lu Li is so fast that he has become weak in 3 years? This guy Lu Li is so fast. He's gone in 3 seconds? Lu Li. He finally figured out that there were bad guys among these elders of the Tianhe sword sect. However, Lu Li still raised his hands and saluted. Huangquan sect. Lu Li, pay my respects to all seniors. The voice is clear, neither humble nor arrogant, and full of etiquette. Seeing his magnanimity, everyone couldn't help but nodded secretly. Although this Lu Li is a bit arrogant, his manners and demeanor are indeed beyond words. He also has the right to be proud of his strength. In the future, the Huangquan sect will probably grow to an incredible extent in the hands of this kid. Little friend Lu, sit down. Qin Shichuan smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior. Lu Li cupped his hands and sat aside. At this moment, a slightly disdainful voice sounded. Are you the #1 genius in the Xinhuang world? Lu Li? In my opinion, it's nothing more than that. Chapter 406, The Divine Sword Delivered to Your Doorstep. The sound was very abrupt. In an instant, everyone in the hall was attracted and turned to look. Landcarps are no exception. I saw a young swordsman in black, sitting on the right side of the hall, holding a 7-star gem sword at his waist in one hand and a luminous cup in the other. He was drinking slowly with his head held high, showing his pride. If you take a closer look, you will see that this person has a crew cut, a face like a crown of jade, eyes like stars, and is dressed in plain black. He gives people a cold, arrogant, and extraordinary temperament. At this time, he raised his head slightly and squinted at Lu Li, quite disdainfully. The cultivation level is actually a round ball, and the realm cannot be seen clearly. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are too rude. Lu Li is the benefactor of our Tianhe sword sect, and is the future sect leader of the Huangquan sect. He is also a guest of our Tianhe sword sect. How can I allow you to insult me like this? Before Lu Li could open his mouth, a shout came out, and he was scolded unceremoniously. It's the Qin Jin fairy. Although she has a bit of a bad mouth, she is a rare person who protects her shortcomings. Haha. It's normal for young people to be arrogant and claim to be the most popular person in the world. Come on, little friend Lu. Please sit down first. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Qin Shichuan, the deputy headmaster of the Tianhe sword sect, interrupted with a smile. Immediately, an elder in yellow on the upper left stood up, smiled at Lu Li, and gave up a chair. This is quite a high salary. Don't dare. I'm not senior enough to give way to the great fusion. Elder in yellow, please sit down. I'll just sit next to Jianshuang. Lu Li smiled and said. The smile was genuine and showed no trace of annoyance. Moreover, he didn't even look at the black-clothed flat-headed swordsman during the entire process. Obviously not prepared to care about such a trivial matter. Make a judgment. This made the Tianhe sword sect elders in the palace secretly suspicious, especially Elder Tianjin. This Lu Li is the disciple of Demon Master. He has learned the truth from Demon Master so much that his words will be dirty, and his words will definitely hurt someone's parents. How could you endure being so scorned and provoked today? Is this Landcarp still Landcarp? Okay, little friend Lu. Please sit next to Jin Shuang. Qin Shi Chuan waved his hand with a smile. The words just fell. A jade chair appeared next to Ling Jinshuang. Lu Li casually cupped his hands. His body floated, and he sat over. In this palace, Ling Jinshuang's status is not low. She is the third person on the left, just below the two supreme elders. Her mother could only sit where Ling Jinshuang was. Now! As soon as Lu Li sat over, he took Ling Jinshuang's place and sat in third place, which was very eye-catching. When the flat-headed swordsman in black sitting opposite saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Lu Li didn't react at all to what he said just now, which made him feel depressed and uncomfortable as if his attack had failed. It felt like a low-class person provoked a superior person, only to be ignored by everyone. Zhou Ling. This Lu Li is not simple. Although his cultivation is in the middle stage of nascent soul, his aura is actually comparable to that of a transformed god. His body is weird and inhuman. What's more, this person is from a demon sect and is cruel and ruthless. He is best at stealing people. Life is just a waste of paper money. It's very small-minded. At this time, a voice came into his ears. It was an old swordsman in black sitting next to him. This old man in black has eyes like lightning, eyebrows like swords, and a lean figure. He is like a peerless assassin waiting for an opportunity in the dark. If he doesn't take action, he will kill the immortal and destroy the god. Sword Master. The Tianhe Sword Sect is the #1 sword sect in the Xianwang world. If our sword world wants to gain a foothold here, it is bound to win over the Tianhe Sword Sect. However, the Lu Li in front of us has a special status, and is closely related to Ling Jinshuang. If he interferes, we will lose. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed, flat-headed swordsman. Yes. What's more, this Lu Li also has a Dao sword on him. How could the Dao sword fall into the hands of the reincarnated demon Buddha? We should get rid of this person as soon as possible. The old man in black nodded. Just as the two secretly communicated in a unique way, Lu Li also met Ling Jinshuang's biological father. He was a middle-aged man with a bit of a nerd appearance, accompanying him at the end, and his appearance was unusually handsome. However, his eyes were unfocused and unfocused. My father is a sword fanatic. Once he sees any sword art, he will immediately become absorbed in concentration and begin to understand the mystery. At this time, nothing can disturb my father and make him wake up. So, he just ignored you. I remember one time when I was a child. My father taught me sword skills, and then he fell from the sky to the ground. Ling Jinshuang explained. So you are such a swordsman. It seems that half of your swordsmanship talent was inherited from your father. However, it sounds like you lived a miserable life before. But don't worry. In the future you and I will become Taoist couples. And I will support you from behind. Lu Li blinked and smiled. This guy. Ling Jinshuang's face showed a slight blush. At this moment, the lean old man in black clothes sitting on the upper right glanced at Ling Jinshuang and said with a smile, This is the famous senior sister of the Tianhe Sword Sect. Very Aoshuang. Ling Jinshuang. Right? It's just a superficial name. Don't dare to take it seriously. When Ling Jinshuang heard this, she immediately stood up and returned the favor. Jinshuang, I haven't introduced you yet. This is the Heavenly Army Sword Lord in the Sword World. This is the peerless genius in the Sword World. Zhou Ling. His talent in swordsmanship is extremely astonishing. Even a little better than you. And this one is the buried Sword King of the Sword World. The Hidden Water Sword Princess. Deputy Head Coach Qin Shi Chuan introduced them one by one with a smile. I have met all the seniors. Fellow Taoists. After hearing this, Ling Jinshuang bowed again with a solemn expression. The group of sword cultivators from the sword realm naturally returned the favor one by one. Miss Ling, there is no need to be polite. At this time, the Heavenly Army Sword Master smiled again and said, You are here just in time. I have brought a sword immortal stone tablet from the sword world for all the fellow Taoists of your sect to observe and understand. Miss Ling, you are also a swordsman genius. With your qualifications, you will definitely be able to understand a supreme sword technique from the sword immortal stone tablet. Sword immortal stone tablet? Ling Jinshuang raised her eyebrows. That's right. It's the sword immortal stone tablet. Tian Junjian nodded respectfully, raised his skinny hand, and pointed at a little blue light on the table next to him. Ling Jinshuang immediately looked intently. His expression suddenly shook. This glistening green light floated on the table, as thin as sesame seeds. But there was a stone tablet gestating in the blue light. A stone tablet made of thousands of divine swords. Every divine sword contains a vast and sharp sword intent. Once the stone tablet is released, it will be absolutely huge. The terrifying destructive sword intent condensed by thousands of divine swords explodes and can definitely cut off the stars and split the sky, the sun and the moon. Sumi mustard seeds contain infinite sword power? Ling Jianchuang made a sound in surprise. Yes! This bit of green light is the mustard seed space of Shumi. There is a sacred monument composed of thousands of divine swords sealed inside, which contains thousands of supreme sword techniques. As long as one sword of this sword monument is sensed, can practice one of the supreme sword techniques. The Heavenly Army Sword Master explained with a smile. There was a strong sense of pride in his words. This is indeed something to be proud of, because this is the method of immortals, even with the power to transcend tribulations. They cannot seal so many divine swords together and shrink them into a mustard space. Miss Ling, with your supreme swordsmanship qualifications, it should be effortless to sense one of the divine swords. How about you give it a try? The Heavenly Army Sword Lord smiled and extended the invitation. This? Ling Jianchuang frowned slightly when she heard this. There seemed to be some hesitation. Miss Ling, you can rest assured. No matter what supreme sword technique you comprehend, it belongs to you. Even if you sense a divine sword and make it recognize you as its master, this divine sword still belongs to you. I never break your promise. The Heavenly Army Sword Lord said firmly. Senior, you misunderstood. Ling Jianchuang shook her head. I am not a real swordsman genius. Although my swordsmanship qualifications are pretty good, they are not worth mentioning in front of a person. Oh, who is this person? Is he a mysterious genius from your sect who has been in seclusion? As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Army Sword Lord couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The flat-headed swordsman named Guo on the side, as well as all the sword cultivators from the sword world, looked curious. In terms of swordsmanship talent, Ling Jianchuang condensed the shattering void sword pill at the age of 18, and was one of the best among the geniuses recorded by the Tianhe Sword Sect. Compared to Qin Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect, he is only a little behind. However, now she actually says that her talent is just okay. But compared to someone else, it is not worth mentioning. Everyone in the Tianhe Sword Sect was also slightly surprised. They were well aware of Ling Jianchuang's swordsmanship aptitude, and they also knew how terrifying and powerful she was. But how could anyone make her so humble? This person is very close. Under everyone's curious gaze, Ling Jianchuang said 6 words. Close at hand. Who? Everyone's eyes were darting around. Lear? Is it you? At this moment, Fairy Qin Jian, who was sitting under Ling Jianchuang, exclaimed and stared at Lu Li beside Ling Jianchuang. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on it. It's him. Lu Li had a calm expression on his face. It's the land carp. At this time, Ling Jianchuang sighed softly. When I was in my mother's womb, I listened to my father teach me swordsmanship. After I was born, I followed the elders of the sect and practiced swordsmanship painstakingly under the guidance of the leader until I was 18 years old. He just cultivated a void-shattering sword pill, and after going through all kinds of dangers, he raised his swordsmanship to the level where the sword is as bright as a rainbow. However, he has never majored in swordsmanship, and his swordsmanship is also as bright as a rainbow. I am not as good as him. This is obviously true and comes from the heart. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the palace exclaimed, What? His sword shines like a rainbow too? That's impossible. Jianchuang won't lie. This kid actually practiced swordsmanship like a rainbow in a casual way. People are so infuriating. This broken sword doesn't matter if it's not repaired. This kid is truly the #1 monster. So terrifying. Brother Lu Li, do you still lack the strength to stand in front of and behind the saddle? As long as you teach me how to practice swordsmanship, I can treat you as your son. Son? I will give him all 10 granddaughters. Please teach me how to practice swordsmanship. A series of shocked, appalled, hot, and jealous eyes swept over him. At this time, Lu Li smiled slightly. You want to practice swordsmanship with me? That's fine. Come to Huangquan Sect in a few days, and I'll give you all my money. Okay. So generous? From now on, you are my brother. How about going to Huangquan Sect now? Some Yuanying swordsman elders were full of excitement and wanted to learn the sword with Lu Li right away. Ahem. Seeing this messy scene, Deputy Headmaster Chen Shichuan coughed lightly and calmed the audience. Fellow Taoists, Our distinguished guests are in front of you. What are you talking about? Why don't you retreat quickly? When everyone heard this, they immediately became solemn and quiet. At this time, the Heavenly Army Sword Master on the upper left narrowed his eyes slightly and said sharply, "This little brother Lu. Is your swordsmanship talent really so terrifying? Of course. How can the person my daughter likes have any talent in swordsmanship?" Very Qin Jian intervened. There was a hint of pride in his voice. "Well," the Heavenly Army Sword Master's eyes flashed. "Then, please invite little brother Lu to come and comprehend this sword immortal stone tablet. The one who has comprehended the most in our sword world is Zhou Ling, who has comprehended 16 supreme gates in total. With the talent of little brother Lu, he should be able to understand so many sword techniques." "Right. That might be a little difficult." Lu Li smiled calmly. If he guessed correctly, this old guy would probably do something to make him unable to understand a single sword technique later, which would bring shame on him, because the hostility of these guys is very obvious. The sword immortal stone tablet belonged to them, and they were obstructing him secretly. But there was nothing he could do against them. A certain person still claims to be the most evil genius in the Xianwang world. Why is he no longer arrogant now? I thought you would let out wild words and say that you have understood at least 20 supreme sword techniques. The young flat-headed swordsman named Zhou Ling said in a cold and sinister tone. Hearing this, Ling Jinshuang frowned slightly, and her eyes were slightly cold. Why does this guy always target Lu Li? In the past, your parents and 18 generations of ancestors are no longer here. However, today, in front of my future mother-in-law, I will leave a good impression on you. So I will not scold you. Since you want me to understand the 20 during competence, I'll give it a try then." Lu Li's expression also turned slightly cold. "Humph. I'll wait and see." Zhou Ling snorted coldly. "Brother Lu, please." The Heavenly Army Sword Lord smiled and waved his hand gently. Suddenly, that bit of green light flew up, and with a whoosh, it shot 3 feet in front of Lu Li, then stopped suddenly and slowly rotated. The thousands of sword intentions inside are ready to move. At this time, Lu Li clearly sensed the power of this sword immortal stone monument. Although it is a little blue light, but it feels like a boundless sea of swords. The thousands of divine swords sealed inside are all terrifying giant beasts. The monks emanate their spiritual consciousness, sneak into this sea of swords, and suppress the divine sword inside. Only then can they understand the supreme sword art on the divine sword. However, this is dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be injured by the sword and interrupted by the divine sword. What's even more terrifying is that these thousands of divine swords will probably swarm forward. When the time comes, the boundless sword intent will burst into the sea of consciousness and split the soul. It can range from a serious injury to the soul, to a severe state of being completely shattered on the spot. Jean K? Do you have any idea? Lu Li did not immediately release his consciousness, comprehended the sword intention of the divine sword in the blue light, and asked secretly, Yeah. No. The divine swords here are too fierce. They are like a group of piranhas, swarming up, and I am no match. Moreover, there seems to be a Tao sword here that is very powerful, unless I recover to full strength. Otherwise, it will not be its opponent. Jing's milky voice sounded in her mind. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, there is nothing that can be done about Daojian Jinke? Lu Li raised his brows, and without wasting any time, he directly emitted a trace of spiritual consciousness, blended into the green light, and began to comprehend the supreme sword intention within it. However, soon, thousands of sword lights slashed through him, and his consciousness was annihilated. Lu Li was not discouraged and continued to emit his spiritual consciousness. However, the thousands of divine swords in the green light regarded Lu Li's consciousness as an intruder, and swarmed him as soon as he appeared, cutting him into pieces. Can't surrender at all. He saw Zhou Ling next to him, with a scornful smile on his face. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. But at this moment, a crisp system prompt sounded. There is a divine sword that is very satisfied with your body, and wants to recognize you as its master. Chapter 407, The Technique of Actively Backing Up. A magical sword that is automatically delivered to your doorstep to recognize its owner. Hearing this system prompt, Lu Li couldn't help but raise his brows, with a strange look on his face. Could this be a trap? Is it the Heavenly Army Sword Lord who is causing trouble in secret? Lu Li secretly speculated. It's been so long, but you still haven't mastered a supreme sword art? What kind of genius is the best in swordsmanship? That's all. The genius of the sword world. Within this cup of tea, the worst can become a swordsman. The recognition of the stone tablet reveals a sword technique. At this moment, the Zhou Ling suddenly spoke. This is Chiguagua's contempt. After hearing this, everyone glanced at Lu Li with strange eyes to see how he would respond. Lu Li's expression was calm, but he smiled slightly. This fellow Taoist seems to be a little impatient. It's just time for a cup of tea. What if I give you a cup of tea and a stick of incense? If it doesn't work, it won't work. Zhou Ling's eyes were sharp. The words were full of tit-for-tat meaning. As the saying goes, people choose divine swords. And divine swords also choose people. What this matter is about is fate. If fate is not there, even if the supreme swordsman genius comes to the world, I am afraid he will not be recognized by this sword immortal stone tablet. Don't worry too much about this. What do you think? Seeing that the situation was stiff and cold, Chen Shichuan immediately came out to smooth things over. He is the deputy headmaster of the Tianhe sword sect, and is responsible for such a large sect. He has already developed an exquisite heart with 7 orifices, and he guessed the sword world's idea of taking out the sword immortal stone tablet in just a few seconds. It is nothing more than to win over the Tianhe sword sect and prepare to establish a foothold in Zhongzhou. Now, the Xianwang world swallows up all the heavens and realms. Its territory becomes wider and wider. The earth undergoes drastic changes, and various cave heavens and blessed places are born. Everyone wants to grab a piece of the Zhongzhou land. The same is true for the sword world. They targeted Lu Li, obviously regarding Lu Li and the Huangquan sect as potential competitors. Chen Shichuan was also very clear-minded and could see clearly. However, as the deputy head coach of a big sect, he couldn't offend and embarrass Lu Li for nothing. So he opened his mouth to smooth things over. While speaking, he also gave a few secret glances to the Supreme Elders. Several of the Supreme Elders in the hall had a clear understanding and spoke one after another to lighten the atmosphere. Yes, that's the truth. Indeed, this sword is like the top card of a brothel. Even if you are rich and have the skills to spin the wheel, there is nothing you can do if she despises you. Just like when I was extremely talented. I didn't expect that when I went to the sword pavilion to choose sword techniques. I didn't expect that I didn't choose any ordinary sword techniques. Later, I was asked to find a mysterious sword in an ancient ruins. Sword technique? Li. It's okay. As the saying goes, a hero cannot be judged by a moment. So what does it matter no matter how powerful that boat spirit is? Your talent is obvious to all the monks in the Xianwang world. Even if you can't comprehend a supreme sword technique this time. And it will not damage your reputation at all. Moreover, this sword immortal stone tablet is from the sword realm. It has been damaged since it came to the Xianwang world. So you can't sense it. It is definitely not your problem. The Qin Jin fairy on the side came over with a message and encouraged him. Ling Jinchuan cast a firm look. I know you are the best. That Zhou Ling is just a clown. You don't need to pay attention to what he said. I never took him seriously. Lu Li smiled at her, showing his invincible confidence. In the past, he would have let this Zhou Ling lose his mother and bury his father in Huangquan. But now, he is the future head of Huangquan sect. If he does such a thing again, he will inevitably fall behind and lose his status. Of course, if this kid is so provocative, Lu Li will not make it easy for him. Boom! Just at this moment, Lu Li's Tianling cap suddenly spurted out a ball of silver starlight, as bright as the bright moon, which suddenly fell on the little green light in front of him, directly covering the green light. This is all his consciousness. The star god transformation scripture has been cultivated to the 3rd level. The first level is the starlight body, which has infinite divine power. The second level is the condensed moonlight treasure body, which has boundless magic power. The third level is to strengthen the soul and differentiate the consciousness, as vast as the stars in the galaxy. What? Seeing Lu Li's starlight consciousness, the expressions of all the experts present changed, and they were very shocked. This divine consciousness is so powerful that it can be compared to the perfection of divine transformation. The eyes of the heavenly army sword master and others in the sword world also shrank. The Zhou Ling looked solemn and extremely fearful. Sword cultivator. What pays attention to is that with a flash of sword light, the enemy's head has already fallen to the ground. This kind of power that can kill the enemy in an instant is the terrifying thing about sword cultivator. The enemy didn't even react until he died. But this Lu Li's spiritual consciousness is as powerful as the perfect god, covering thousands of miles in radius. An ordinary swordsman will be noticed immediately as soon as he draws his sword. There is no way to sneak attack. Even if Zhou Ling uses the strange divine sword and activates the mysterious swordsmanship, he may only have a 20 to 30% chance of succeeding in a sneak attack. What's more, judging from Lu Liyun's calm expression, this group of powerful spiritual consciousness is probably only half of Lu Li's strength. Lu Li's true spiritual consciousness may have surpassed the perfection of divine transformation. Thinking of this, everyone in the sword world was secretly frightened, and a thought suddenly occurred to them. This land carp is simply a monster. Just when everyone was surprised, Lu Li's consciousness merged into the green light and surged towards the sword immortal stone tablet inside like a tide. Immediately, the sword immortal steel hidden in the mustard space immediately reacted. It vibrates. The next moment, powerful sword intents pierced through the sky and slashed straight out, cutting off Lu Li's consciousness like a spring rain. Oh! Lu Li sensed this change, narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at the heavenly army sword lord. Then, a thought came to me. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Above the head of the heavenly spirit cap, clusters of fist-sized starlight slowly rose up, like a barrage of cannonballs, violently bombarding the green light. Immediately afterwards, the starlight cluster dispersed and turned into countless strands of starlight. Thousands of troops rushed out and collided with the sword intent erupting from the sword immortal stone tablet. It actually emitted a crisp sound like the collision of metal. Jingle bell sound. In an instant, green light and stars intertwined together, making them dazzling. The space also rippled in circles. There are still faint cracks emerging. This is the main hall of the Tianhe sword sect. It actually shattered the entire space. This shows how fierce the battle was. It was like two perfect gods clashing in their consciousness. Landcarp can be sure. As expected, the heavenly army sword lord was up to something secretly, trying to prevent him from subduing the divine sword and comprehending the supreme sword technique. Even the divine sword that wanted to recognize him as the master before had no sound. Ding. At this moment, the clear and crisp system prompt sounded in Lu Li's mind again. Ding! The peerless sword technique, 32 swords of the Holy Spirit, is extremely satisfied with your physical body. It actively enters your physical body and becomes your martial arts. Chapter 408, The Skill of Licking. As soon as the voice fell, there was another crisp sound. Ding! The peerless sword technique, for symbol sword of heaven's will, has been guarding the sword immortal stone tablet for thousands of years. I fell in love with your body at first sight and took the initiative to enter your body and become your martial arts. The 4-elephant sword of heaven's will, 32 swords of the Holy Spirit. Lu Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the system prompt. These two swordsmanships were so proactive that they pressed against the door and automatically became his skills. This has never happened. Looking at the system log records again, Lu Li felt a sense of desolation. It felt like a disgraced concubine who had been living in the cold palace for a long time and was used to using jade horns. She suddenly saw the physically strong emperor coming to the cold palace to favor her. I can't wait to post it immediately and output like crazy. Just as I was thinking about it, there were two more ding-ding sounds. Ding! The peerless sword technique, Vital Star Destroying Sword, thinks you are extraordinary handsome, and is very satisfied with you, and actively becomes your technique. Ding! The peerless sword technique, Green Lotus Sword Technique, has been waiting for thousands of years on the sword immortal stone tablet. And finally it's waiting for you. I think you are extremely handsome, magnificent, and extremely talented. You are a genius who can practice swordsmanship like no other. Take the initiative to become your practice. Your Green Lotus Sword Technique is extremely exciting, and your mood is extremely happy. The effectiveness of your practice is increased by 10,000%, and your practice progress is increased by 5%. Qinglian Sword Technique, another peerless sword technique. Lu Li's heart was shocked, but his face remained calm as he continued to use his magic power to condense powerful starlight consciousness and blast it into the green light. At the same time, the Wanfa nascent soul and thunder bloodline in the body were also activated. As expected, the system prompts continue to sound. Ding! I am amazed by the power of your starry souls in the peerless sword art, Starry Sword, and I took the initiative to be trained by you. Ding! The peerless sword technique, Thunderlight Suppressing Prison Sword, smells the breath of your thunder bloodline, and immediately integrates into your body and becomes your technique. Ding! The peerless sword technique, Demon Sword. The system prompts one after another. Lu Li suddenly felt like a rich young man who had reserved the brothel. As soon as he entered the brothel, all the fireworks girls swarmed him. It's quite overwhelming. But at this time, his divine consciousness Starlight was still fighting against the thousands of divine swords in the blue light, creating circles of space ripples. Nothing unusual happened. No one knew that Lu Li already had a bunch of peerless sword techniques in his body at this time. In this regard, Lu Li remained calm and continued to make a fortune in silence. Soon, a stick of incense passed. Everyone in the hall had different expressions. Deputy Headmaster Chen Shichuan, Fairy Qin Jian, Ling Jianshuang and others frowned slightly, all a little confused. It shouldn't be. With Lu Li's talent, he was able to subjugate a divine sword and comprehend a supreme sword technique. But now, he only sees Lu Li's consciousness being cut into pieces by the sword's will. Apparently, nothing was found. On the other side, the Heavenly Army Sword Master, Zhou Ling and other Sword World monks looked coldly, or with a hint of sarcasm or contempt. The look he looked at Lu Li was also a look of nothing more than that. So what if the sword is made like a rainbow? Since he has not been able to comprehend a supreme sword technique for so long, I am afraid that Lu Li's swordsmanship will only stop here in this lifetime. How about this? Xuanhuang's #1 evildoer. Do I still want to give you one more time to burn the incense? Zhou Ling spoke coldly. The sarcasm in his words was clearly evident. If it's possible, then it's naturally the best. Lu Li smiled calmly. Seeing that there was no trace of anger on his face, Ling Jianshuan on the side couldn't help but secretly express surprise. This doesn't look like Lu Li's temperament. Could it be? Ling Jianshuan glanced at the sword immortal stone tablet in the green light again. Thoughtfully, okay, I'll give you a stick of incense time. I want to see if you, Xuanhuang's #1 genius, are really powerful. Or are you just an illusion? A sword light shot out from Zhou Ling's eyes, as sharp as a flying sword. This guy obviously didn't have any good intentions, and was planning to continue taunting Lu Li later. He had concluded that Lu Li could not subdue the divine sword and understood the sword technique. Li, you can do it. Fairy Qin Jin once again sent a message of encouragement secretly, as if she regarded Lu Li's hen as her son-in-law. Good. Lu Li smiled and nodded. Boom! The mana all over his body was shaken again. An extremely pure silver lightning, as big as a fist, burst out from above his head. The powerful power of the soul immediately filled the surrounding area. This is part of Lu Li's soul. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they saw it, because, in Lu Li's ball of silver thunder souls, they sensed the overbearing devouring of the devil, the supreme mystery of the Tao, the vastness of the Buddha, and the majestic power of thunder that was as high as the way of heaven and dominated the destruction and obliteration of all things, shocking everything. All of a sudden, some nascent soul elders felt infinite fear, as if they were experiencing a thunderstorm. But at the same time, they felt extremely pious, and almost couldn't help but want to kneel down and pray. Is this soul still a human being? The supreme elder of the Tianhe sword sect sitting at the top left was shocked and lost his voice. He has never seen Yuaning possess such a powerful soul. It's incredible. How did you cultivate this? Everyone was secretly surprised and speculating. In the eyes of everyone, surprise and shock, Lu Li's thunder soul flew out, wrapped around that little bit of green light, spun around, and with a crackling explosion, actually exploded wisps of terrifying silver lightning arcs. Buddha's light, demonic energy, and Tao Gang flame. There were also sword intents that split the sky and shot out. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with thunder and lightning sparks. Demonic energy, Buddha light, and sword radiance, forcing everyone to directly activate the spiritual light shield. The Sword Realm sword cultivator created a sword light like a swimming dragon, coiling around his body and extinguishing all thunder, lightning and flames. That's it. A stick of incense is passed. Snapped. The ball of silver lightning soul exploded. A flash of green light flew back to the side of the Heavenly Army Sword Master. Time is up. Tianjun Sword Master raised his sword eyebrows, stared at Lu Li, and said with a calm expression, This little brother Lu, it seems that you have not comprehended a supreme sword technique in 2 sticks of incense. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the palace whispered, No way! Do you really not have any sword skills? That Heavenly Army Sword Master probably didn't lie. How is this going? It seems that the #1 genius in the Xianhuang world is indeed an illusion. Zhou Ling's contemptuous voice sounded again. No! My eyes are not wrong. Ling Jianchuang's extremely firm voice followed and rebutted directly. That's right. That's right. My daughter never sees the wrong person. With her swordsmanship talent, if Lu Li's swordsmanship talent is said to be the best in the world, then he must be the best in the world. Your sword Immortal Stone tablet is definitely not acclimatized. No, it is suppressed by the power of heaven, so it is sometimes ineffective. Tomorrow, Lear will be able to sense the supreme sword technique from the sword Immortal Stone tablet. Very Qin Jian also argued for Lu Li. Humph. Facts speak louder than words. This fellow Taoist Lu has not understood anything about his swordsmanship talent. But if I were him, I would just lead directly to avoid embarrassment. Zhou Ling snorted coldly. Is it? Right here. Lu Li smiled slightly. I'm sorry. I seem to have comprehended a few supreme sword techniques. Fellow Taoists, do you want to take a look? Chapter 409, A Big Gamble. After hearing Lu Li's words, everyone in the hall was stunned. Impossible. The Zhou Ling had a look of disbelief and said with certainty, You haven't subdued any of the thousands of divine swords on the sword Immortal Stone tablet. How could you comprehend the supreme sword art on it? The words were still filled with contempt. It seems that it has been concluded that Lu Li cannot comprehend the sword art. Little friend Lu, sometimes it doesn't matter if you admit some failures. You are young, so you don't have to worry about being frustrated. Why should you be so stubborn? Hee hee. These words are a bit unpleasant. Sorry. I have always been so straightforward. I hope you can do not mind. The Heavenly Army Sword Lord comforted him. But the sarcasm and hypocrisy in his words were clearly revealed. As soon as these words came out, the Tianhe Sword Sect and others in the palace looked a little strange. They couldn't help Lu Li now. Everyone saw with their own eyes that although Lu Li's soul was powerful, he had not surrendered even a divine sword. So it was naturally impossible for him to comprehend the sword art on the stone tablet of the sword Immortal. Now, Lu Li forcefully claims that he has mastered several sword techniques, which is indeed a bit of a show-off. Lear is so handsome and looks very upright at first sight. How could he lie? What's more, he is the #1 genius in the Xianwang world. Everyone knows who doesn't know, and everyone gives him 3 cents of face. How could he lie just for a little face? Lie. So, he must have mastered a few supreme sword skills. But you mediocre people can't tell it. Fairy Qinjian spoke again, her tone extremely firm. Obviously, he was in a scene where Lu Li was supporting him. I also believe in Lu Li. With his status and talent, there is no need for him to lie. Ling Jianchuang also had cold eyes. The words were full of confidence in Lu Li. However, the words were not spoken yet. The boat spirit snorted coldly. Oh, some things are there if they are, and they are not if they are not. You said you have mastered a few supreme sword techniques. So show it, so that everyone can see what your swordsmanship talent is. How awesome! Of course, if it becomes a joke, it's better to leave as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment. Hearing these words, Lu Li's expression also turned cold, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Who do you think you are? A bat is tied with chicken feathers, and you don't know what kind of bird you are? Your mother gave birth to you through the rectum. Right. As soon as these words came out, Qin Shichuan and others in the hall were shocked, and their pupils widened. Appeared. This is Lu Li's ancestral trash talk. It's really rubbish. What? After Zhou Ling tasted Lu Li's words for a moment, his expression turned cold and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. How dare you insult me like this? A sword intent shot out in all directions. In an instant, in everyone's senses, they seemed to see a ball of bright sun, shooting out countless sword rays in all directions of the heaven and earth, trying to shoot through the heaven and earth, leaving thousands of holes. What an amazing sword intent! Tianhe Sword Sect and others were all shocked. Zhou Ling, seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the Heavenly Army Sword Master gave a clear shout and said coldly, This is the Tianhe Sword Sect. How can we be so rude here? This little friend Lu is known as the #1 genius in the Xianwang world. And he is also arrogant. It's normal. You're still being aggressive. Why don't you apologize to him quickly? This old guy is just showing off. When everyone heard it, they immediately saw it. Humph. I'm rude. I'm sorry. Zhou Ling withdrew his frightening sword intent, squinted his eyes, and raised his hand. However, fellow Taoist Lu, there is no need to get angry and change the subject. If you don't reveal the supreme sword art you have understood today, I, Zhou Ling, will still be dissatisfied. Of course, Fellow Taoist Lu pretends to have mastered the supreme sword technique and vows to prove his talent in swordsmanship. So that's okay. This statement obviously means that Lu Li is pretending. Since you think I haven't mastered a single sword technique, fine. I'll make a bet with you. What are you betting on? Lu Li, with his golden sword, swallowed thousands of miles like a tiger. Bet? Zhou Ling's pupils shrank. That's right. It's a bet. If I don't understand a sword technique, then I will accompany you with 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. But, if I understand the supreme sword technique, then, what do you have to pay me? The electric light crystals in Lu Li's eyes shined, and the thunder was as powerful as a prison, shocking people's hearts. Invincible confidence. Seeing how tough he was, Zhou Ling couldn't help but frown slightly and felt a thump in his heart. Could it be that this Lu Li really understood some sword skills? Or is he bluffing? Zhou Ling couldn't help but turn his head and look at the Heavenly Army Sword Master on the side. Since this little friend Lu wants to have a bet, then you can go with him to have a bet. It's just some spiritual stones. But we still have them in the sword world. The Heavenly Army Sword Lord smiled calmly. At the same time, a cold voice came into Zhou Ling's ears. Don't worry. There was indeed a divine sword on the Sword Immortal Stone tablet just now that wanted to recognize Lu Li as the master. But it was forcibly suppressed. There is absolutely no way that Lu Li could understand anything. The supreme sword technique? Humph. An outsider still wants to understand the supreme sword technique of my sword world. Zhou Ling was instantly relieved. His eyes were like flying swords piercing people, and he shouted coldly, Okay, I will make this bet with you. It's just 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I want to see if you really understand the sword technique on the Sword Immortal Stone tablet. You are wrong. Lu Li looked coldly. What I'm talking about is a supreme sword technique and 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. One supreme sword technique for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? Okay. If you can comprehend 10 supreme sword techniques, I'll give you 1 million high-grade spirit stones. So what? But if you don't even comprehend 3 supreme sword techniques, then you'll have to pay me back 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhou Ling was decisive. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. A big gamble. This is a real gamble. A top-grade spiritual treasure only costs several thousand high-grade spiritual stones. It would be too scary to bet hundreds of thousands and millions on it. There is actually no need to be so tit-for-tat. Right? Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to share their experience in practicing swordsmanship? At this moment, Deputy Head Coach Chen Shichuan also felt that the situation was a bit heated. So he opened his mouth to smooth things over. Headmaster Chen doesn't need to say much. If someone wants to give me a spiritual stone, how can I not accept it? Lu Li glanced at Zhou Ling, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Zhou Ling stared at Lu Li without showing any signs of weakness. The two people's eyes collided. Sparks of lightning burst out in the air, and their swords collided. Come on. Don't waste time. Let me see the first genius of Xin Wang comprehend the first supreme sword technique. Zhou Ling snorted coldly after looking at each other for a few breaths. Then open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lu Li narrowed his eyes disdainfully. Say it. He slowly raised his palm, and in his palm, strands of golden sword thread suddenly emerged, intertwined, and condensed into a translucent golden sword. Zheng! The 3-inch-long golden sword suddenly trembled, and an extremely sacred sword intent suddenly shot out from the tip of the sword, slashed through the air, passed through the huge door of the hall, and struck above the boundless sea of clouds. Tear! The sea of clouds was like a white cloth cut by scissors, splitting in two instantly, revealing a sliver of blue sky 9,000 miles away. In an instant, the blazing sun shines down, illuminating the mountains, rivers, springs and waterfalls into thousands of rainbow bridges, making it look like a fairyland on earth. This is the 32 swords of the Holy Spirit. The first sword, breaking away from others. Chapter 410 shocked the whole audience. One sword cuts through the sea of clouds and reveals the sun. At this moment, everyone in the hall was shocked. Impossible. The Zhou Ling stood up abruptly. His pupils widened to the extreme, with a look of disbelief on his face. The Heavenly Army Sword Master was originally leaning back in the jade chair. But when he saw Lu Li's divine sword intent rising to the sky, his pupils instantly shrank to a pinpoint, a ghostly look on his face. At the same time, the group of sword cultivators from the sword realm were shocked and dumbfounded. Next moment, they were horrified and silent. This Could this be the first of the 32 swords of the Holy Spirit? Duan Shelley? Isn't this possible? The 32 swords of the Holy Spirit are engraved on the Holy Spirit Divine Sword. The cultivation qualifications are extremely strict. The number of cultivators can only reach 4 figures. How can this guy? How did he do it? This is simply unbelievable. A series of extremely shocked glances swept over Lu Li. Even everyone from the Tianhe Sword Sect is like this. They stared at Lu Li in surprise and confusion, with 10,000 question marks floating on their heads. How is this done? Lu Li clearly didn't subjugate a divine sword just now. So how could he comprehend the supreme sword technique on the sword Immortal Stone tablet? This is like a sow giving birth to a turtle egg, which is puzzling. Facing everyone's unbelievable and suspicious looks, Lu Li looked coldly and glanced at Zhou Ling. This is the first sword of the 32 swords of the Holy Spirit. Duan Shelley, you should be very clear about it. I have said it before. You came out of your mother's rectum, and you don't have anything good in your head. Zhou Ling's expression darkened, and his face looked a little ugly. He just thought that Lu Li was just holding on, but he didn't expect that this guy actually understood the supreme sword technique on the sword Immortal Stone tablet. What happened? What happened? What happened? What exactly is going on? Zhou Ling was filled with surprise and anger. He was ridiculed by Lu Li, but he couldn't say a word to defend him. So, bring it to you. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Lu Li waved his hand casually, scattering the golden sword, and said with a cold expression, Zhou Ling's face was even more ugly. This is 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Just send it away. Wrong. This Lu Li was provoking the general just now, deliberately pretending to be a tough-mouthed duck to lure him into the game. This guy is indeed insidious. At this moment, the Heavenly Army Sword Master said calmly, Little friend Lu, you are really hiding your secrets. I will give you these 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, I want to see more. What are you going to do? No matter how lucky you are, how can you rely on external objects to understand a supreme sword art? It is still a sword art that you can understand by relying on your own strength. Huh? What do you mean? Lu Li asked with narrowed eyes. It's nothing special. I just heard that you have a Taoist sword called GK. The spirit of the sword is a yellow jade-colored little person as big as a thumb. He comes and goes without a trace, and hides without a trace. It is extremely mysterious. If it takes action, it might actually be able to help you secretly learn a supreme sword technique from the sword Immortal Stone tablet. The words of the Heavenly Army Sword Lord immediately awakened Zhou Ling. I see. It's just relying on the Taoist weapon spirit, I thought. Zhou Ling suddenly understood and nodded. Although the last sentence was not completely uttered, the mocking meaning of those 2 words was undoubtedly revealed. Taoist weapon spirit? That makes sense. No wonder. However, even though he is a Taoist weapon spirit, this Lu Li has mastered the first of the 32 swords of the Holy Spirit in a short period of time. His swordsmanship is indeed very good. Junior sister, which side are you on? Even if you look at that guy's handsomeness, you will fall to his side. The Tianhe Sword Sect and others in the hall looked at each other and nodded secretly. Indeed, only Taoist weapon spirits can explain it. In this way, Lu Li's victory in this huge gamble is not so glorious. After all, he relied on Taoist tools and external objects, not entirely on his own. Snort. At this moment, Lu Li was arrogant and overbearing. You are such a bunch of trash. Since you don't believe it, then I will let you know what a real genius is. GK. Come out. Bah! Accompanied by a sound of milk and a clear drink of milk, a small yellow jade figure suddenly sprang out from the sleeve robe, slithered to Lu Li's left shoulder, put his thin round hands on his hips, and shouted, I am Tao Jianling. GK. I am awesome. And my master Lu Li is the most awesome. Anyone who doesn't believe it is just a fool raised by pigs. Everyone. Is this really the Dao sword spirit? So vulgar. However, its owner is a land carp. And when you think about it, it doesn't seem strange. The sword spirit golden tower is right here. Keep an eye on it, and see if it sneaks into the mustard space of a little green light. And help me peek at the supreme sword art on the sword Immortal Stone tablet. Lu Li said calmly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. What does this mean? That's when Lu Li raised his slender hand again, and slowly raised his palm. When everyone saw it, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Could it be A ball of green sword energy as big as a lychee rose from the palm of his hand, and everyone immediately felt a surge of vitality. Immediately afterwards, there was a ball of red gold sword energy, extremely blazing, melting everything. Then, there was a ball of maple yellow sword energy, killing Kuji. Finally, there was a ball of ice white sword energy. As soon as it appeared, a dense cold air, like eternal snow, erupted, condensing the entire hall into frost. Next moment, these four sword energy slowly rotated and unexpectedly merged together, swelling to the size of a fist. During the rapid rotation, they exuded a mysterious and invisible sword energy, as panic as the way of heaven. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. The hall seemed to experience the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in an instant, and everyone felt that their lifespan was rapidly being depleted along with the cycle of seasons. This is the four-symbol sword of heaven's will. The first sword. Reincarnation. Boom! At this moment, the Zhou suddenly squeezed the jade chair and stood up suddenly. His pupils dilated. There was an extremely complicated look of shock on his face. It's like coming home and finding out that your wife has just given birth to a bunch of twins, only to be told that none of them are of your own blood. But after an examination, you find that they are actually your own children. But in the end you find out that they are actually your brother's blood. Heaven? Meaning? Four? Elephant? Sword? He murmured and uttered four words, as if he was demented. Similarly, the sword cultivators from the sword world were also stunned, with their mouths wide open, as if they had lost their souls. The heavenly army sword master also had a sullen face, staring, his pupils trembling. The four-symbol sword of God's will is one of the most famous and supreme sword techniques in the sword world. Once you practice it to the depths, you can reverse the cycle of yin and yang with one strike, and may even reverse the will of God, which is extremely terrifying. This sword art can only be practiced by 100 people in the entire sword world. But now, this Luli has actually figured it out in a short period of time. Moreover, this boy still mastered two supreme sword techniques in such a short period of time? This shocked Jianjia and others even more. So does Zhou Ling. Back then, he had to go through a lot of hard work to be inspired by the 32 swords of the Holy Spirit and the four-symbol sword of God's will, and acquire several of these sword skills. However, now it seems that Luli has obviously obtained all the inheritance of these two supreme sword techniques. This. It was like seeing someone hugging her left and right, taking away the goddess he had been licking for several years in the blink of an eye. This makes people extremely unwilling and heartbroken. But there is nothing you can do. But at this moment, the sword light in Lu Li's palm was retracted, and a green lotus emerged and slowly bloomed. In an instant, the palace was filled with the fragrance of green lotus. The sword intention fell silently on everyone, turning into a green lotus between the eyebrows. And Lu Li's life depended on Lu Li's thoughts. This is the first sword of Qinglian's sword technique. Jianlian. What? At this moment, the heavenly army sword lord also stood up and lost his voice in horror. The other people, Zhou Ling and others, had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit a winter melon in, completely numb with shock. Qinglian's sword technique, one of the three most arrogant and supreme sword techniques in the Sword Immortal Stone tablet, is like a goddess in the fairy world, and countless people only dream of it. Now, Lu Li was actually impressed and understood. Damn it! Chapter 411 Adding Money. However, this is not over yet. After the Qinglian sword technique, countless starlights emerged from all over Lu Li's body, like a vast constellation of stars. Wherever the light went, the sword's intention was endless, and its edge was terrifying. The infinite sword of the stars. Immediately afterwards, its lightning, the astonishing light of thunder and lightning, like the sea of thunder, suppressed all things in the divine prison, making everyone present feel as if their heart, spleen and lungs were being pressed by the stars, and were about to break into powder and blood. It was extremely uncomfortable. The magic power of the soul cannot be turned at all. Lightning suppressing prison sword. At this moment, the heavenly army sword master and others were completely shocked and numb, dumbfounded, and could not even speak. The entire hall also fell into an eerie silence. Only the various sword intentions erupted from Lu Li's palm, and the light shone like a miracle. Ling Jianchuang and Fairy Qin Jian were also stunned. Even Ling Jianchuang's father woke up from his dementia and stared at the changes in the sword intent in Lu Li's palm in disbelief, as if he was seeing a ghost. Finally, I don't know how much time passed. Lu Li withdrew his magic power and held it with his big palm, and all the divine light of the sword disappeared, as if nothing had happened. However, in the eyes of everyone, what happened just now has been imprinted in their minds, and I am afraid that they will never be forgotten in this life or the next life. Impossible! At this moment, a voice full of surprise and horror suddenly sounded. It's that Zhou Ling. At this time, he had already lost his usual composure. His pupils were as wide as bells, and they were trembling violently. He was staring at Lu Li, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Every pore was open to the extreme, as if they were shouting, "Impossible," in unison. The huge sound echoed in the hall, like a huge thunder, shaking people's eardrums. Suddenly, everyone in the sword world came to life, as if they were rocks struck by a giant thunder, and they all gasped in unison. Then various words burst out. My eyes are not dazzled. Right. How is it possible that he has mastered the Green Lotus sword technique, the lightning-suppressing prison sword, and the Stars Wuji sword? Incredible! 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 It's simply unbelievable. It's like seeing the 3 sword queens of the Lord of the Sword Realm degenerate into prostitutes, serving a stinky beggar. Is it an illusion? Is it an illusion? Has anyone given me a big mouth? Is this an illusion? A person can actually comprehend so many sword techniques in such a short period of time. And they are all supreme and wonderful sword techniques. Damn it! Besides, he still hasn't subdued a divine sword. How did he do it? Could he be the incarnation of swordsmanship? The stalemate in the mining area of Miaohuitsang. The children were tyrannical, and the security guards had previously helped. In fact, some people were so shocked that they couldn't even speak and directly spat out a long string of words of unknown meaning. The entire sect hall suddenly became chaotic and noisy like a vegetable market. The Tianhe sword sect and others also looked at each other in shock. They didn't expect that Lu Li could comprehend so many sword techniques so incredibly. How on earth did he do it? A series of looks of shock, horror, admiration, envy, and disbelief shot at Lu Li's body, as if they wanted to pierce his body and see through all his secrets. Who are you? While everyone was in shock, the Heavenly Army Sword Lord tensed up and stood as straight as a sword. He stared at Lu Li and asked word by word. His face was full of confusion, shock, and a trace of jealousy. Hey! Without waiting for Lu Li to answer, he put the golden K on his shoulders with his hands on his hips, and with a proud face, he shouted in a milky voice. Listen carefully. Standing in front of you is the savior of the Xianwang world, the heavens, the #1 evil genius in the world, the bloodline inheritor of the supreme heavenly law, the supreme Buddha in the world of millions of Buddhas, the future master of the Huangquan sect, the 9th supreme being of Mermaid Island, the pioneer of the sword, the emperor of the sword. Lu Li it is also. Everyone. Everyone fell into silence, looking at Jean K and Lu Li in surprise. Excuse me. At this moment, Lu Li finally spoke and said with an indifferent expression, I am just an ordinary monk. Nothing extraordinary. I just have some talent in the way of swordsmanship and have learned a few ordinary swordsmanship techniques. When everyone in the sword world heard this, their faces felt hot. This is simply a huge humiliation. Especially Zhou Ling. Every word Lu Li said seemed to be a huge slap on his face, causing his face to swell like a winter melon. He was still mocking Lu Li just now. Unexpectedly, Lu Li actually understood the supreme sword technique. And it was because he had not been able to inherit the supreme sword technique. Lu Li said he was mediocre. So wouldn't he be worse than mediocre, and just a piece of trash? Li, I told you you can do it. At this moment, Fairy Qingjian smiled brightly and gave Lu Li a thumbs up. It's not like some people who can only open their mouths and chirp. Hearing this sentence, Zhou Ling's face turned even more livid. Mom, we just need to know that Lu Li is powerful enough. There is no need to ridicule others. Others have been guarding the Sword Immortal Stone Monument for so many years and have not been recognized. It is already painful and pitiful to understand the supreme sword art in it. The corner of Ling Jianshuang's mouth curled up into a slight smile. In an instant, Zhou Ling's face turned livid and black. This is no comfort. This is obviously a weird sarcasm. It's indeed a bit pitiful. If you guard this Sword Immortal Stone tablet for me, I will never go out without understanding all the supreme sword techniques on it. However, people's qualifications cannot be generalized. Some things cannot be forced. It's understandable if you can't do it. Ling Jianchuang's biological father nodded and agreed with deep approval. This sentence once again made Zhou Ling's dark complexion turn purple, then green, white and red, as beautiful as if a dying vat had been opened. You? Someone laughed out loud. Ling Jianchuang's family is really good at adding insult to injury, and adding insult to injury. But Lan Carp liked it very much. He glanced at Zhou Ling, whose face was gloomy and dripping with tears, and then at the Heavenly Army Sword Master whose face was full of surprise and shock, and said slowly, "Friends from the Sword World, the bet just now is still considered worthy. I just used it a little bit. The Supreme Sword Techniques I have comprehended include a total of 5 Supreme Sword Techniques. You just need to give me 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Of course, if the spiritual stones are not enough, you can exchange them with your Sword Realm Divine Sword. I'll give you 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones." At this moment, the Heavenly Army Sword Lord said something surprising, with a sharp gaze like a flying sword in his eyes. "As long as you tell me, how did you comprehend these Supreme Sword Techniques?" This, Luli raised his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, and smiled. "This is my big secret. How could I tell it so easily?" "You mean?" Seeing that Luli did not refuse, the Heavenly Army Sword Master looked solemn and continued to ask. Luli smiled half-heartedly and did not speak. Then, Jean K on his shoulder snorted proudly. "Is there any need to ask? Of course it's more money. Add money. Add money." Chapter 412 The Sound of Clear Spring. Add money? Everyone was silent. The Heavenly Army Sword Lord felt something bad in his heart, and asked tentatively, "How many high-grade spiritual stones do you want to add?" "Not much." Luli smiled and raised his hand. "Only add 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones." "What?" The Heavenly Army Sword Lord's pupil shrank, and his eyes glared. 500,000? Little friend Lu, aren't you robbing me? Robbing? No. 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 The sword art on the Sword Immortal Stone tablet is extremely mysterious, and it took me a lot of effort to understand it. If I tell you the secret of the sword art, wouldn't I lose an opportunity in the future? Will it happen again? Exposing my cultivation secret. Isn't this worth 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones? Luli asked with a calm expression. There is actually some truth to what he said. The Heavenly Army Sword Lord was silent. He glanced at Zhou Ling and the sword cultivators beside him. And finally his eyes fell on a charming and beautiful woman in thin clothes. He used the secret technique of swordsmanship to send a message and asked, "Sword Princess, what do you think? $500,000 is definitely not worth it." The beautiful woman took a deep look at Luli and replied, "This kid is cruel and ruthless. He wants to ask for 500,000 yuan. Even if we bargain in the end, we have to give him at least 200,000 yuan. But the problem is that 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones have almost depleted our cultivation wealth. For such a secret, is it worth paying such a high price?" The Heavenly Army Sword Lord was a little hesitant. "Of course it's worth it. We all saw clearly just now that the weapon spirit of the Dao sword has been staying on this kid's shoulder, motionless. Obviously, this kid can comprehend the supreme sword art on the Sword Immortal Stone tablet. Or there are people helping secretly. But as far as I know, the leader of the Dao Alliance and the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect have all gone to the Thunder Realm. And the entire Xinhuang world can see the sword silently before our eyes. The person who wrote the sword technique on the Immortal Stone tablet is probably gone." The beautiful woman in thin clothes frowned slightly. "So?" A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Army Sword Master. "This boy has understood the sword technique on the Sword Immortal Stone tablet purely by his own means." "That's right. If we get this secret, we can obtain the inheritance of all the supreme sword techniques on the Sword Immortal Stone tablet. By then, our sword world will definitely be able to compete for a place in the center of the world. In this way, when the Xinhuang world devours the sword world, our sword world will also be able to dominate here." The beautiful woman in thin clothes has a penetrating gaze. Hearing this, the Heavenly Army Sword Lord was moved in his heart. This is their purpose of traveling thousands of miles through the dangerous void to land here. The purpose is to dominate here in the future and inherit it for thousands of years. If Luli could really understand the secret of the Sword Immortal Stone tablet, 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones would be worth it. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Army Sword Master, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I will give you another 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones at most. 200,000 together. Make a deal." To the Sky Army Sword Master's surprise, Luli agreed readily. This made the heavenly army sword lord and the beautiful sword woman feel suspicious. It feels like I've stepped into a trap. Is this a trap? How? At this moment, Luli glanced over. You want to regret it? That's fine. But you won't let go of those 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Right. I can give you 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, I want to use the divine sword to counteract the spiritual stones, the heavenly army sword master said with a cold face. This, Luli hesitated and wanted to refuse. He doesn't major in swordsmanship. So why would he need so many divine swords? Luli, please promise him. If I swallow their divine sword, my strength will probably recover faster. By then, when you have broken through to become a god, you will be able to activate the Tao sword at will without depleting your physical body, blood, energy, and mana. Exhausted, even if you slash out with your sword, Lianqi will turn around and run away. Jean K leaned close to Lu Li's ear and quickly persuaded him. Activate the Tao sword at will? Will Lianqi also run? Lu Li's eyes lit up when he heard this, but his face remained calm. He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly answering. I'm afraid the divine sword in the sword world is not suitable for use by monks in the Xinhuang world. However, the divine sword has a spirit. It would be good to take it back to the Huangquan sect to suppress the sect. Okay, I can promise you that. But the discounted price of this divine sword will naturally be lower. No problem. The heavenly army sword lord nodded cheerfully, waved his hand, and 20 purple wooden boxes immediately flew out of his sleeves, lined up in a row, and floated in the air in the hall. They are all more than 1 foot long and vary in width and size. But the wooden box is engraved with mysterious sword patterns, which seem to be seals. There are 10 divine swords here. Each one is equivalent to the highest grade spiritual treasure, enough to be worth 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the heavenly army sword master said coldly. There was also a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. 20 divine swords? Comparable to the best spiritual treasures? Luli raised his eyebrows and shook his head gently. I don't believe this. I need to find someone to test it. Please. The heavenly army sword master also had no objections. Good. Luli nodded, turned around and said with a smile. Then, please ask your future father-in-law to come and test it. As soon as these words came out, Tianhe's sword sect and others immediately looked at Ling Jianchuang. Ling Jianchuang's pretty face blushed slightly. Husband, Lear wants you to come up. Fairy Qin Jian smiled with satisfaction and pushed the handsome middle-aged man beside her. Ling Fang, the sword madman. Me? Future father-in-law? Ling Jianchuang's sword-mad father was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lu Li, and then at Ling Jianchuang, whose cheeks were glowing. And then he suddenly understood and let out an "oh" sound. Please also ask your future father-in-law for help. Lu Li smiled at him. Ha ha! What a good son-in-law! Ling Fang, the sword idiot, laughed, his face immediately filled with joy, and he rushed over in one step, looking at the 20 wooden boxes in the air as if he had found a treasure. He didn't say anything nonsense. He grabbed a wooden box with his big hand, flicked his fingers, and opened the lid of the box. Suddenly, a ray of silver moonlight flashed out from the wooden box, seeming to shine into everyone's hearts. What a divine sword! Ling Fang, the swordsman, looked inside and couldn't help but praise. I saw a 5-foot-long snow-silver sword lying in the wooden box. The sword's body was shining like a clear spring under the moonlight. At first glance, it felt cold to my heart. Faintly, it seems that you can still hear the sound of spring water and the frost of moonlight coming from the sword body. Incomparably magical. Ling Fang, the sword idiot, stretched out his hand, and as soon as he got within 3 inches of the long sword, bloodline wounds immediately appeared on his 5 fingers, and his whole hand turned into moonlight like frost. The mana all over his body began to function sluggishly, and his blood was frozen. This sword is called Qingchuan Liu Xiang. It was refined by my famous swordsman Madame Su for 3,000 years. The sword's meaning is like the moon, and the cold air is overwhelming. With one sword strike, all magic will be shattered. The heavenly army sword master said proudly. What a sword! What a sword! Ling Fang, a swordsman who didn't know the pain, stretched out his hand to hold the snow-silver sword. He couldn't put it down immediately, as if he was seeing the most beautiful woman. Lu Li also had a flash of joy in his eyes. The 20-mouthed supreme sword was indeed released this time. Chapter 413. I'm not targeting you. The divine sword has been given to you. Little friend Lu, you should also tell me the secret of understanding the supreme sword technique. Right. The Heavenly Army Sword Master was a little impatient. Wait a minute. Lu waved his hand. This is just a test of one divine sword. There are still 19 more. Lord-in-law, please continue. Good. When Ling Fang, the swordsman, heard this, he immediately grabbed another wooden box with a joyful expression on his face. He was still holding the handle of clear spring flowing sound tightly in his hand. Seeing this, the Heavenly Army Sword Lord frowned slightly. But he had no reason to stop him, and could only continue to wait. Next moment, the second wooden box was opened, and what was revealed to everyone was a broad, extremely red sword, emitting billowing heat waves. The sword body is inlaid with 7 molten-colored gems. The light flickers brightly, twisting and melting the space. This is a divine fire sword. A good sword. A good sword. Sword Mad Ling Fang's eyes shone as he scanned the red sword in the wooden box, as if he had found a treasure. If your father-in-law likes it, please take this sword as well. At this moment, Lu smiled slightly. Really? When Ling Fang heard this, he turned his head suddenly, with a look of incredible surprise on his face. A word once spoken is hard to follow. As the saying goes, swords are given to heroes. These 2 divine swords are dazzling in brilliance and have a stunning edge. One is cold, and the other is hot. They are just right for the unparalleled handsomeness, uprightness, and noble character of the father-in-law. Mr. Yu-in-law, you can take it. Lu smiled. In an instant, Ling Jinshuang and Fairy Qin Jian blushed. Everyone. Only this guy can say such shameless praise. Unexpectedly, the sword-crazy Ling Fang didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, he was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he took away the 2 divine swords with a flick of his sleeves. As if he was afraid that Lu would regret it, he laughed continuously. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, your name is Lu. Right. You will be my brother from now on. I am the younger brother, and you are the older brother. Brother Lu, please accept me as my brother. Well, Lu was also stunned on the spot and reminded. Well, father-in-law, I want to marry your daughter. Hearing this, the sword idiot Ling Fang turned around and looked at Ling Jinshuang and his daughter, who were staring at him. Only then did he react and laughed and said, It doesn't matter. From now on, you and I will have our own affairs. You call me my father-in-law, and I will call you Brother Lu. Madam, why don't you come over quickly to meet Lu? Snapped. Before the sword idiot Ling Fang could finish speaking, Fairy Qin Jian gritted her teeth, blushed and flashed towards him. With one hand of sword, she split the mountain and cracked the ground, slashed directly on the back of his neck, and then dragged him to fly out of the hall. She can't afford to lose this person. Brother Lu, give me another divine sword. I also have a few pretty nieces. I'll help you with the matchmaking. Oops. Ling Fang, the sword idiot, still refused to give up and shouted. But mid-sentence, his whole body trembled violently. He didn't know what kind of violent attack he suffered. He fainted and was dragged away like a dead dog. Lu. I think his father-in-law is quite a nice person. Alright, little friend Lu. Let's quickly tell you the secret of your understanding of the supreme sword technique. I can't wait any longer. At this time, the Heavenly Army Sword Master spoke again with a solemn face. Wait a minute. Let me take another look. Lu was still unhurried, and with one flick of his finger, he shot out more than a dozen slender silver lightning arcs. Crackling, the lids of the remaining 18 wooden boxes were all blown open by lightning. Suddenly, sharp sword intent shot up into the sky, as if piercing the entire hall. Every sharp sword intention is no weaker than the sound of the clear spring and the long red sword. 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 Forehead drops. Forehead drops. All forehead drops. In an instant, Jing's black eyes as big as sesame seeds emitted dazzling green light, and shot out with a whoosh, flashing green lights in the air. It interspersed between the 18 divine swords like lightning, sniffing here and sniffing there, rubbing its little hands with great excitement, like a blowfly who breaks into the toilet and finds a pile of food in 18 pits. Without any hesitation, Jing's head swelled up like it was blowing, and became the size of a pumpkin. With a crackling sound, all 18 divine swords were swallowed into its belly. Then, with a silly smile on its face, it touched its swollen belly, swayed back here and there, and landed on Lu's shoulder. An astonishing aura began to emanate from it. It's the breath of the avenue. This Dao sword is rapidly recovering its strength. Little friend Lu, you have collected the divine sword. Now you can tell me how you came to understand so many supreme sword techniques. The Heavenly Army Sword Lord glanced at GK with squinted eyes and said coldly. Suddenly, everyone in the hall looked at Lu Li's face with great curiosity and surprise. Especially Zhou Ling from the sword world. His face was livid, and a bit of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. As a peerless genius in the sword world, he actually lost to a guy like Lu Li? And caused him to lose 20 pieces of the supreme divine sword? Why? He wanted to see what secret this guy Lu Li had. And he was actually recognized by the supreme sword techniques on the sword immortal stone tablet. I can indeed tell you. But are you sure you want to listen? At this moment, Lu Li seemed to be smiling but not smiling. And his slightly sarcastic gaze passed over the faces of the Heavenly Army Sword Lord, Zhou Ling and others. Certainly, the Heavenly Army Sword Lord frowned and said coldly, he paid such a high price for this. How could he not listen? All right. Lu Li nodded, and under the gaze of everyone, he slowly said the answer. Actually, the truth is very simple. I can comprehend so many supreme sword techniques, because these supreme sword techniques are automatically delivered to my door. Practice. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent. Everyone was shocked. He didn't come back to his senses for a while. The supreme sword technique is automatically delivered to your door and is practiced by others? Is this true? Impossible. How could the sword art be delivered to your door for you to practice? The Heavenly Army Sword Master's face turned cold, and his eyes showed a cold light. Little friend Lu, are you lying? Yes. This is absolutely impossible. You are definitely lying. The sword tactics on the sword immortal stone tablet are all imprinted on the supreme divine sword. You have not subdued the supreme divine sword. How could you let those supreme swords? The secret is automatically imprinted in your mind and passed down to you. You are lying. Zhou Ling immediately shouted coldly. Am I lying? I, the proudest genius in the Xianhuan world. Do I need to lie to you? Well, if you don't believe me, you can make me swear any vicious oath. Lu Li said proudly and disdainfully. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, the Heavenly Army Sword Master's eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. He turned to look at the beautiful sword woman. The two communicated spiritually, and their expressions became more solemn, because they didn't find any sign of lying on Lu Li's face just now. Lu Li told the truth. Little friend Lu, are those supreme sword techniques passed down to you on your own initiative? At this time, the deputy headmaster Chen Shirchuan asked in surprise. Certainly. Lu Li nodded confidently. If not, how could I have mastered the first sword technique in such a short period of time? After hearing this sentence, everyone from the Tianhe sword sect who was originally hesitant immediately believed it. At this time, the boat spirit shouted sternly, impossible. The sword immortal stone tablet has been in the sword world for so long, and there are so many talented people. Why has nothing like this happened? You must have used some weird secret technique. Laugh. When Lu Li heard this, he couldn't help but sneered. His eyes were slightly pitiful, and he glanced at Zhou Ling and other people in the sword world. The sword immortal stone tablet has been in the sword world for so long, but you have not been recognized and inherited by the sword arts above. Doesn't that just prove that your swordsmanship talent is not as good as mine? That is to say, all of you in the sword world. It's all fun! The expressions of the Heavenly Army Sword Lord, Zhou Ling, Sword Fairy, and the beautiful woman instantly sank. Chapter 414 Teaching Sword Techniques. Are all the sword worlds here rubbish? Lu Li's words were like thunder from the ground, causing everyone in the hall to be shocked and speechless on the spot. Next moment, the people of Tianhe Sword Sect looked at each other and secretly marveled. This guy is too arrogant. He actually called all the sword cultivators in the sword world useless? Aren't you afraid of their counterattack? As expected, Jianjia and others reacted and yelled angrily. Hateful! The thieves are too rampant! How dare you insult me? A sword cultivator from the sword realm? Sword Lord, this kid is so arrogant. Please allow me to challenge him in a one-on-one fight and beat him to pieces. Count me in! That Zhou Ling also looked livid and angry, holding the scabbard tightly with one hand. Veins appeared. The long black sword seemed to sense the anger of its master. It was trembling violently, clanking continuously, and emitting a terrifying sword intent that was so powerful that it penetrated the sun and the moon. He couldn't help but take action. Boy, do you dare to say that again? At this time, The Heavenly Army Sword Master's face was so gloomy that water dripped from his face, and a trace of sharp anger burst out from his eyes. The Sword Immortal Stone Tablet has been in the sword world for so long, but you have not been recognized and inherited by the sword arts above. Now, the supreme sword skills on the stone tablet have turned from darkness to light and come to me to let me practice. Doesn't that just prove that your swordsmanship talent is not as good as me? In other words, everyone here in the sword world is rubbish. Luli, Dama Jin Dao, sat with a calm expression on his face and said it again. Giggle. As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Army Sword Master and the others clenched their back teeth, staring at Luli with wide, angry eyes, and all of them erupted with terrifying sword intent. What? Didn't you hear it clearly? I can say it again, even if it's the same day. Luli had a calm expression on his face. His eyes swept over Tianjun Jinzuan and others one by one, and a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You? After hearing these words, Zhou Ling finally couldn't help it anymore, roared angrily, stood up, and was about to unsheath his sword and fight Luli to the death. Right now, the deputy head teacher Chen Shirchuan suddenly interjected. We are all practitioners. It is our first time to meet. Why should we get into a big fight? Why not sit down and talk calmly? Zhou Ling, sit down. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Army Sword Master narrowed his eyes, withdrew his sword intent, and ordered with a stern face. Yes. Zhou Ling gritted his teeth with great reluctance, sheathed his sword, gave Luli a sharp look, and then sat down. Little friend Lu, I believe you are telling the truth. I wonder if you can pass on the supreme sword technique you just learned to us. The Heavenly Army Sword Master asked solemnly. Sorry. No. Luli spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to. In fact, I have only comprehended the first sword techniques of these supreme sword techniques. They can only be understood but cannot be explained in words. Really? The Heavenly Army Sword Lord frowned slightly, still unwilling to give up. It's absolutely true. This kind of supreme sword art, even my qualifications can only comprehend the first sword. Perhaps thousands of years later, I can fully understand the sword art. When the time comes, I will try again to see if I can master it. I'll pass on the sword technique to you all. It's getting late, and it's time for me to say goodbye. Luli said calmly, and stood up directly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Does this guy want to leave after taking advantage of it? Little friend Lu, you are a bit unkind. There are some young talents in our sword world who want to compete with you. Are you afraid? The Heavenly Army Sword Lord asked coldly. Afraid? It doesn't matter. I am in a hurry to express my feelings to the beauty. But I don't have time to accompany you to fight with each other. However, I can feel the Sword Master's intention. I will definitely do it next time. Headmaster Chen and all the elders. I'm sorry. Luli smiled and bowed his hands to Chen Shirchuan and others. Ling Jianchuang's face turned slightly red when she heard this, but she still said goodbye. Headmaster, elders, I will go and walk around with Luli first. Okay, let's take our time. Deputy Head Coach Chen Shirchuan smiled and waved. Farewell. Luli smiled and waved his hand, turned around gracefully, and flew out of the palace with Ling Jianchuang. After a few flashes, he disappeared from the slightly angry gazes of the Heavenly Army Sword Master, Zhou Ling and others. Soon, the two returned to Ling Jianchuang's Baishur cave. You really offended Sword World and the others just now. You stamped their faces on the ground several times. I'm afraid they will beat you every time they see you in the future. Ling Jianchuang sighed helplessly and made Luli a cup of bamboo leaf tea. So what? I just don't see them. By the way, I still have 18 supreme swords. Do you want them? Luli said with a smile. No. One sword is enough. You won these swords with great difficulty, so you should just hold them. Ling Jianchuang sat next to him and shook her head gently. TSK. TSK. My father-in-law accepted my betrothal gift and betrothed you to me. You and I are both members of the same family. So why do we have to speak two different languages? Luli said with a half smile. My father was deceived by you. Besides, who said you and I are a family? My mother hasn't promised you yet. Speaking of this, Ling Jianchuangshu couldn't help but blush a little, feeling a little embarrassed. You can rest assured about this. I will soon make my future mother-in-law agree to this marriage. Don't you want to become a Taoist couple with me? Luli took a sip of bamboo leaf tea and felt quite happy. This, Inli hasn't been found yet. Ling Jianchuang's face turned red. She tilted her head and directly changed the topic. There was no rejection. Lu Li smiled secretly in his heart, nodded and said, "Okay. Then the day I find Yin Li is when you and I hold a Dao couple ceremony." "So fast?" Ling Jianchuang bit her lip. Her face flushed. "It's actually kind of cute. There is no heroic appearance like Fairy Aoshuang at all." "It's not too soon. You are already 30, and I am almost 25. As the saying goes, a female junior will hold gold bricks, and a female senior." Lu Li shook his head and sighed. "I don't have 30. Ling Jianchuang bit her teeth lightly and retorted angrily. Although she had accelerated her training in the mysterious void before, she was definitely still in her 20s, and definitely not 30. "If you don't, then you won't. By the way, it's getting late, so I'd better teach you a supreme sword technique first." Lu Li smiled. "Ah, didn't you say you didn't understand the entire inheritance of the sword art?" Ling Jianchuang was a little surprised. "With my qualifications, how could I not understand all the inheritance? Of course, I lied to those guys from the sword world." Lu Li smiled proudly. "This is not good." Ling Jianchuang's eyes flashed sharply. In this way, Lu Li began to teach everyone the Qinglian sword technique he had learned. 10 days later, the gate of Baishar Cave opened suddenly. Lu Li and Ling Jianchuang appeared at the door. I saw Lu Li tidying up the folds of Ling Jianchuang's purple skirt, and then pointing to the messy carpets in the cave. Then, she pinched Ling Jianchuang's rosy and moist face, and then flew away, disappearing into the sky under the gaze of the beauty's gentle and shy eyes. Next moment, Ling Jianchuang blushed and turned back to the cave. In front of the silver mirror, she pulled up her hair into an elegant and noble fairy bun. This means she is already a woman. Chapter 415 Return to Huangquan Sect. Lu Li left quietly. Before leaving, he left 2 messages for Ling Jianchuang to give to his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, to apologize for leaving without saying goodbye, and to inform them of the date of the future marriage proposal. This is of course done for safety reasons. After all, Lu Li offended Sword World and others, and cheated them of 20 spiritual treasure swords. If the other party wants to retaliate, it is easy to be intercepted if you act openly. It will be dangerous then. Therefore, after Lu Li waited for a little lucky, he quietly left the Tianhe sword sect, and then went straight to Feixian Temple, looking for Mrs. Honglong. By the way, he gave her a mysterious thunderstone obtained from the leader of the Yunshao clan to help her practice. By the way, please ask Madame Honglong to help you practice. Of course, before coming to Feixian Temple again, Lu Li still inspired the Dao Gang flame to burn the fragrance all over his body, and then ate a few fairy oranges to get rid of the strange fragrance on his body, so as to prevent Madame Honglong from discovering Ling Jianchuang's unique fragrance. Outstanding effect. As expected, Mrs. Honglong didn't notice that Lu Li had just crawled out of Ling Jianchuang's gentle home. Then, the two practiced together. 10 days later again, Lu Li left behind tens of billions of elite soldiers, then reluctantly said goodbye to Madame Honglong and began to return to Huangquan Sect. The trip was uneventful. Soon, he arrived at Huanglong Island and revealed his identity directly. Boom. The entire Huanglong Island boiled instantly. "Welcome. Senior brother. Elder brother is back. Madam, come out and see senior brother Lu. Meet senior brother." Countless disciples of the Huangquan sect flew over, wanting to get a glimpse of the true appearance of Lu Li, the peerless evil master. Even some Jin Dan Yuanying elder saluted and said "Lo" respectfully. The scene was extremely lively and amazing. Lu Li's ears moved slightly, and he understood immediately. His deeds in the Tianhe sword sect have spread. Now, he is recognized as the strongest, the most evil, and the most powerful genius in the entire Xinhuang world. No one knows. No one knows. "Hello, fellow seniors, brothers and sisters." Lu Li smiled and nodded in return. Then, surrounded by everyone, he returned to the Huangquan sect hall. "Let it go! Let it go!" At this time, a tall white-haired old man wearing a skull flew over and dispersed the surrounding disciples. He smiled at Lu Li and said, "Ha ha! Chief Lu, you are finally back. The deputy sect master is already in the main hall. I've been waiting for you for a long time." This person is the elder who protects the scriptures. "Elder, long time no see." Lu Li also smiled and said "Lo." Then, he floated into the palace following the elder who protected the scriptures. and at a glance he saw the man in golden clothes under the portrait of Emperor Huang Quan, who was unparalleled in beauty. It's Dugufeng. Lu Li, you are finally back. Sit down. Dugufeng casually waved his sleeves and said with a smile. Master Dugu, is there something big going on? Lu Li sat down casually, looking slightly solemn. Isn't it big enough that you are wiping out the face of the Tianhe sword sect in the sword world? Dugufeng asked back with a smile. Seeing him smiling like this, Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Sword world and others humiliated me first. I just fought back a little. This shouldn't be a big deal. Right. That's not the case. It just created another great enemy for Huang Quan's sect. However, Huang Quan's sect is surrounded by great enemies, so it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less. Dugufeng said, as if nothing had happened. Okay. Then I will stay in Huang Quan's sect during this period and won't go out to cause trouble. Lu Li understood immediately. You are indeed smart. The advent of the sword realm is bound to cause great changes in the power of Zhongzhou. If you go out rashly at this time, you may be caught and plotted by someone with intentions. It is better to stay in Huang Quan's sect. Besides, the sect master has not come back yet. Well, you need to be more careful. If you are caught and have your kidneys cut or something, the sect master cannot save you. My cultivation level is low, and I can't save you. Dugufeng's words sounded a bit impressive. Okay, I remember. Lu Li was also obedient, nodded, and continued to ask. The sect leader hasn't come back yet? Has the matter in the Thunder Realm not been settled yet? It has been nearly a month since he left the Thunder World. The Yiming Ghost Emperor has not returned yet. Could it be that the war over there is not over yet? In danger? Thinking of this, Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, the Yiming Ghost Emperor's cultivation level was still a bit low, and the Dao Alliance leader seemed to have not recovered from his injuries. There is news from the Thunder World that the war has ended. The Soul Clan and the Tianxin Clan joined forces and succeeded, occupying the entire Leiyuan continent. The Tianyuan Clan and the Lingyu Clan also surrendered to the Soul Clan. The Thunder Emperor won clan. The Fadian Clan was directly expelled and moved to the Shishao continent and the Demon Realm. And the Yunshao continent and the Demon Realm did not take any advantage. Dugufeng said with a condensed expression. What about the sect leader? The leader of the Dao Alliance? Master Shuiyu? And the leader of the Tianhe sword sect? Lu Li quickly asked. After that chaotic battle, they seemed to have retreated separately. However, it was rumored that the demon envoy and the demon king of the demon world joined forces and used the supreme magic weapon to pursue them. Dugufeng's expression became more solemn. The demon envoy of the demon world and the demon king of the demon world have joined forces? Lu Li's pupils shrank. Wouldn't this be dangerous? Don't worry. The sect leader is stepping on the Naiha Golden Bridge and can escape the reincarnation of the three realms. No one can hurt him. The leader of the Dao Alliance, Qin Jiuchuan, and Master Shui are almost the three strongest people in the Dao Alliance. They will not be in any serious trouble. On the contrary, you are in trouble. Having said this, Dugufeng looked Lu Li up and down and sighed helplessly. Hearing this, Lu Li showed a hint of astonishment. Of course it's you. Dugufeng shook his head and sighed. You are making a big splash over there in the Thunder World, showing off your mysterious Thunder bloodline, and saying that you know the whereabouts of Lei Zhu. You are in big trouble. Actually, I don't know Lei Zhu's whereabouts. I'm just bluffing people. Lu Li said frankly. Of course, I know that you don't know the whereabouts of Lei Zhu. That Lei Zhu was plotted by the people of the Soul Clan. Even the Soul Clan didn't find him. How could you possibly find him? However, the people of the Lei realm don't know that you don't know. They thought you know it. So, during this period, just stay on the island and concentrate on your cultivation. Don't go looking for your old friend or new friend. Dugufeng rolled his eyes at Lu Li. Yes. May I ask if Master Dugu has any further instructions? If not, I will go back to practice. Lu Li stood up and asked with a smile. Go. Dugufeng waved his hand angrily. Stay well and don't go out and cause trouble. I don't have that much free time to wipe your ass. Okay. Farewell. Lu Li cupped his hands, turned around and suddenly floated out of the hall, feeling extremely happy. Practice? This is just what I wanted. When he cultivates to a perfect body and holds the Tao sword, the world is vast and he can go anywhere. Chapter 416, he transformed into the demonic sword of freedom. Husband, you are back. As soon as Luli landed on his Xuanwu Island, a crisp voice filled with joy came. In the distance, hundreds of feet of waves rolled up. A golden-tailed mermaid, as beautiful as a fairy, rushed over against the white waves. After a few surges, she came to Luli, her green eyes swaying with autumn waves. It's Ji-Rong! It was obvious that she had been waiting for a long time. My beautiful lady, I have kept you waiting for a long time. When Luli saw it, he couldn't help but smile, and took out a black pearl from his sleeve. Here, this is the supreme treasure I got for you from the Thunder Realm. This black pearl is as big as a pigeon egg, crystal clear as jade, with silver lightning flashing inside. It seems as if a world of thunder and storm is sealed. Luli got 3 treasures from the Phoenix Robe girl of the Yunxiao clan, a thunder sword and gave it to Ling Jinshuang, and a thunder stone to Honglong's wife Ru Ji. This black pearl is naturally given to Ji-Rong. The black pearl contains the pure and supreme power of thunder, which can be directly refined to purify the blood of the demon clan and gain the power to control thunder. This is the supreme thunder bead. Thank you, husband. However, my husband, your safe return is more important than any other treasure. Ji-Yong took the black pearl, took a look at it, and put it away with joy in her eyes. I am the son of destiny, so I will not be in danger. Luli smiled and reassured. Yes, my husband stirred up troubles in the thunder world and became very famous. When he returned, he shocked everyone in the sword world. Now my husband's name has spread throughout the Xianwang world, and is known to all women and children. My husband is truly the greatest hero in the world. Ji-Rong smiled and praised. Luli was a little surprised when he heard this, and asked with a half smile, Madam, you are usually introverted, as quiet as a flower, and only like cooking. When you practice with me, you are also warm-hearted and taciturn. Why are you so generous with your words today? To admire? This was taught to me by my mother. It is said that men like women's admiration, and adoration most. My mother said, Husband, your reputation is getting more and more prosperous, and you will definitely attract the admiration of women all over the world in the future. Only by praising more can you lock the door. Stay in your mind. Ji-Rong's face turned red, and her eyes were lowered, showing her shyness. Don't worry. You and I have been Taoist couples for a long time, and my thoughts have been on you for a long time. Luli smiled. Oh, that's right. Then why did Chief Lu stay in the Tianhe sword sect for more than 20 days before coming back? Moreover, husband, you seem to have the scent of another woman on your body? Ji-Rong raised her head and smiled meaningfully. Huh? Is there any? It's impossible. When I came back, I burned it with Dao Gang flame and Thunder Divine Light several times. Why is there still a fragrance? Luli muttered in surprise. After saying that, he looked up and saw Ji-Rong's slightly jealous green eyes. Ahem. You listen to my excuses. No, you listen to my explanation. I am such a serious person. So of course, I am here to practice swordsmanship in Tianhe Sword Sect. Besides, it's not that I don't want to come back, but the people of Tianhe Sword Sect saw that I have an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and am the best in the world. So they forced me to stay. Otherwise, I would have come back long ago. Luli coughed lightly and said seriously, Is it? Ji-Rong still didn't believe it. Of course it's true. After all, I still want to practice with you and lend you your whip ball. Luli smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Ji-Rong's face turned red. Next moment, don't talk about anything else. Let me help you refine the Thunder Black Pearl first. Luli said, waving his hand gently. White waves rose into the sky. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky, flooding the entire Xuanwu Island. The next day, Luli woke up in his cave. As soon as I opened my eyes, ding 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 system prompts came out one after another. Your Vajratathagata Dharma body goes out to slay demons and eliminate demons. You will be in a happy mood and your cultivation progress will increase by 5%. Your burning dang ancient Buddha mantra burned an evil sect, and you feel that your merits are immeasurable, and your cultivation progress increased by 8%. Your Xian Mingqiao goddess skill has found 362 excellent furnace cauldrons for you, respectively located in. Not bad. The Vajratathagata Dharmakaya and the burning dang ancient Buddha mantra started working as soon as they came back. They worked very hard and deserved praise. Xian Mingqiao's goddess Gong Shoujiao was not idle either. She actually helped her find more than 300 excellent furnaces, which should be commended even more. Luli nodded with satisfaction. Of course he would not keep all these excellent furnaces. However, those who can be attracted by Xianmingxiao's goddess skills must have good qualifications. So it's okay to include them in the underworld sect. In this way, the Huangquan sect's power increased by 1 point. Luli felt that he, the future head of the Huangquan sect, had done a good job. At this moment, the system prompt has not stopped. You have learned a lot about the supreme sword technique of devouring the 24 heavenly demon swords. And the deduction progress has increased by 20%. The demon's 24 swords broke through to the 13th level. You have understood the 13th sword. He transformed into the demonic sword of freedom. His demonic sword of transformation. He is the secret sword that manifests the fruit of the demonic path of transformation. It can transform all things. It can transform freedom, eternity, years, and the most powerful person in the world. Current state, 13th floor, progress 1%. Did you actually comprehend the 13th sword? Luli was shocked after hearing the system prompts. Before that, he had evolved all the supreme sword techniques that he had understood. But the Tao was different, and the 24 swords of the demon began to fight with these supreme sword techniques. In the end, he started to swallow the sword art. At the same time, the progress of deducing the 25th sword began to soar. Seeing this, Luli thought about it but did not stop him. Never expected it. The 24 swords of the demon devoured these supreme sword techniques, and his level immediately soared, reaching the 13th level. After comprehending the 13th sword, he transformed into the demonic sword of freedom. This sword is very strange. He is at ease. Simply put, anything can be changed. Sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, insects, dragons, snakes, tigers and leopards. Everything is fine. Even people can change. As long as you subdue a demon that is transformed into itself, everything in the world can manifest. Even the leader of the Tao Alliance can manifest. In this way, if he subdues 100, 1,000, or 10,000 demons of his own form, then, if they are all summoned together and swarmed up, any enemy can be surrounded and killed directly. This is no longer swordsmanship, but the supreme magic art. It's a pity that the demon he transformed into is one of the weirdest demons outside the territory. It has many changes and cannot be suppressed easily even if it is a powerful tribulation. Even if suppressed in front of him, this demon may bite the master at any time. According to the records of the Yinming Sect, there are countless demon geniuses who have understood the 13th sword, and then were subdued by the self-made demon backlash. Their souls were annihilated, and their bodies were parasitized by the self-made demon. This can be said to be the most dangerous sword among the 24 swords of the demon. However, the land carp is not afraid. He has a 6-character mantra. There are also all kinds of great Rami mantras to suppress. There are also Taoist tools nearby. It's just a demon that he transformed into a demon, enough to suppress and subjugate him forcefully. So, next, practice hard. Lu Li's eyes flashed, and he entered a state of trance again. The Quimping demon god appeared above his head and began to devour the rich spiritual energy from all directions on Xuanmu Island. The cultivation level is improving rapidly. Chapter 417 Platinum Phase Rapid Progress. There is no time to practice. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. On Xuanmu Island, the 4-season cycle, and the spiritual energy surges like a tide. Extremely rich. Suddenly, the spiritual energy rioted, swept and swirled, and in a few blinks, it condensed into a colorful spiritual energy vortex thousands of miles above the sky. The spiritual energy vortex rotated violently, fell down, and turned into a huge colorful funnel that connected to the sky and the ground. The tip of the funnel is the location of Luli Cave. Boom. At this time, only a thunderous explosion was heard. The huge vortex of colorful spiritual energy shrank rapidly, as if a dragon was sucking water. In the blink of an eye, it sucked all the vortex of spiritual energy away. Then, a majestic and astonishing aura rose into the sky. Luli finally broke through to the 9th level of nascent soul, one step closer to becoming a god. The lifespan actually reaches 20,000 years? In the training cave, Luli stared at the system screen in surprise. Host, Land Carp. Race, Innate Thunder Bloodline. Lifespan, 27/20,000. Mana, Step Lotus, X56. Exactly 20,000 years old. Luli couldn't help but admire secretly in his heart. With such a huge lifespan. Of course, The first thing to do is to curse Jin Ji, the son of the god clan. Just do it. Luli took out the shaman altar and began to curse Jin Ji, the son of god. At the same time, call up the system log to view event records. Your friend by Jin Fei broke through to the 4th level of nascent soul. Your friend Yao Yao has become a little demon king in the demon world. Your friend Fan Yinli was adopted as a pet by a real dragon, but was abandoned in a mysterious demon realm because he ate too much. Your master, the true monarch of demons, lived on his own merits, married into the barbarians, rode a cart, and finally conquered the majestic and beautiful women of the barbarians and became the little leader of the barbarians. Your Taoist companion Ji Rong completely refined the million-year Thunder Pearl, and his bloodline mutated into a Thunder Shark. Your Taoist companion Ruji comprehended the mysterious Thunderstone, suddenly understood the ancient book left by Feixian Temple, learned the Supreme Thunder Technique, and broke through to the 3rd level of transformation. Your friend, Taoist companion Ling Jinshuang, entered a ruins and obtained a mysterious remnant soul. Your apprentice, the White Lightning Thunder Turtle, practiced hard in the ancient land of Thunder Prison, formed a golden elixir, survived the catastrophe, and successfully transformed. In just 3 years, his friends have had such a wonderful life? Of course, there is no need to talk about the real ghost. Old horse-drawn cart. One word. So awesome. Fan Yinli, an idiot who is also a great foodie, was actually adopted as a human pet by a real dragon. In the end, he was actually abandoned by the real dragon. Obviously, this guy abandoned the real dragon because it was almost exhausted. It's a pity that she doesn't know where she is in the demon world now. Otherwise, if there is a chance, she can be found back, and then she can become a Taoist couple with Ling Jinshuang. Luli secretly regretted it. Wrong. Why did this guy by Jin Fei cultivate to the 3rd level of nascent soul? It's only been 3 years. He just broke through from the 1st level of Yuanying to the 4th level of Yuanying? Breaking through 1 level in 1 year? Such an astonishing cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. It's simply impossible with Bai Jinfei's qualifications. Luli thought about it carefully and recalled something. 3 years ago, Bai Jinfei understood a strange method from a fairy novel. 9 heavenly sword immortals in another world, and directly broke through the nascent soul. Could it be said that he relied on this magic formula to make breakthroughs all the way, make great progress, and reach the 4th level of nascent soul? Luli couldn't help but feel curious. Immediately, Luli flicked his finger and shot out a golden arc of lightning, which flew out, flickered a few times, and landed outside by Jin Fei's spiritual island. Buzz! The spiritual island flashed with light, and Lu Li's golden thunder arc was released into it. This is a sound transmission thunder arc. Soon, the golden lightning arc entered a palace. Hey! Junior brother! Are you out of seclusion too? Bai Jinfei saw the golden thunder arc and recognized it at a glance, with a somewhat sad look on his face. Crackling. The thunder arc flashed, and the lightning took the form of Lu Li. He glanced at Bai Jinfei, and immediately saw through Bai Jinfei's cultivation. He was indeed at the 4th level of nascent soul. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. Senior brother Bai, what kind of magic formula have you practiced? And the progress of your practice has improved so rapidly? You can't is it the secret of practicing magic again? Oh, I bought a fairy tale novel from an old man, and found out a supreme secret from it. In the end, I went astray. Bai Jinfei looked up to the sky and sighed. Oh, is it really the secret of the magic way? The more Luli listened, the more curious he became, and couldn't help but ask tentatively. It's not a secret of evil. At most it's a secret of evil. Bai Jinfei sighed again and sent a message. Just send your beloved out to someone with strong cultivation, and your cultivation progress will naturally be rapid. No, my beloved has climbed to the level of nascent soul perfection again. Elder, if I retreat again, I'm afraid I can break through the 5th level of Yuanying. When I reach the perfection of Yuanying, and then give my beloved to the true master of transformation, I can continue to practice like this, merging together, overcoming the tribulation, and ascending to immortality is just around the corner. Moment. Luli seemed to see a large group of green light emerging from Bai Jinfei's head, rising into the sky, and growing into a giant emerald tree stretching to the sky. Junior brother, do you want to learn this evil method? You have saved me so many times. I can teach it to you. Bai Jinfei asked kindly. Thank you. No need. Farewell. Luli held up his hand, and his whole body exploded into golden lightning. disappearing into the air. Next moment, Xuanwu Island Cultivation Cave. Luli was secretly shocked. This is simply the evil way among evil ways. Fortunately, Bai Jinfei can also cultivate it. It's too evil. Forget it. Let's ask Ji Rong first about the changes in the Xianwang world. 10 days later, Luli woke up from Ji Rong's arms and frowned secretly. The big world of Xianwang has not changed much. The land of Zhongzhou is still controlled by the Taoist alliance. But the Sword World actually has a small fairy mountain to establish a foothold. I don't know how much the Sword World has paid. In addition, Taimo's Sect is also uneasy. The magic gate begins to expand. The demon envoy transformed various demon sect techniques and passed down the magic weapon refining techniques to the demon world, which greatly increased the strength of the Taimo Sect and began to move out of the 10,000 demon mountains. No one dares to stop it. In addition, there are also turbulent undercurrents overseas. With the support of the gods, the 10,000 Islands Alliance has greatly increased its power. And together with the 10,000 Dragon Islands, it is pressing harder and harder against the Huangquan Sect and the Divine Eagle Alliance. The demon world has also arrived in the northern abyss. The abyss monsters also began to leave the far north abyss and frequently appeared on the borders of Zhongzhou. Also, the Witch Clan. All in all, the entire Xianwang world is full of storms. Luli thought about it carefully and decided to continue practicing. The whole world is watching a war about to begin. He is at the 9th level of the nascent soul and possesses a Taoist weapon. He is no different than a 3-year-old child carrying money through the market. He can easily cause disaster. Therefore, the 9th level of nascent soul is not enough. At least he has to be a god. Lu Li's eyes were extremely firm and sharp. He turned over and continued to practice hard with Ji Rong. Chapter 418. The 10 major worlds join forces to challenge. 1 year later, Lu Li finally broke through to nascent soul perfection. As long as he takes that step, he can transform his nascent soul into a god and his strength will skyrocket. But, the moment he came out of seclusion, the call from the Yinming Ghost Emperor came. Lu Li did not hesitate and flew directly out of Xuanwu Island and landed in the Huangquan Sect Hall. In the main hall, the Yinming Ghost Emperor sat under the portrait of Emperor Huangquan, sitting upright with a solemn expression. The breath is even more unfathomable. Du Yifeng is also there. He sat on the upper left corner with his legs crossed, sipping tea leisurely. Disciple, you are polite. As soon as Lu Li entered the hall, he directly raised his hands and saluted. No need to be polite. The Yinming Ghost Emperor waved his hand. A golden light flashed in his deep blue eyes, and asked in surprise. Lu Li, it's only been 5 years, and you've reached the nascent soul consummation? This boy has good luck, is protected by Taoist weapons, and has many adventures. It would not be surprising even if he can cultivate to the point of transforming into a god. The nascent soul is still perfect now, but it is still too slow. Du Yifeng shook his head. Ahem. Is something going to happen? As soon as Lu Li saw this formation, he knew something was about to happen. Moreover, it is still related to myself. The Yinming Ghost Emperor nodded. Yes. During the 5 years you practiced in seclusion, the Xianwang world swallowed up several small thousand worlds. As soon as the aliens from those small thousand worlds arrived, they were attracted by the major forces. Yes. My Huangquan Sect failed to win over one. Oh. Do you want me to go out of seclusion and win over those aliens from the small thousand worlds? Lu Li was a little surprised. Of course not. The background of Huangquan Sect is still too shallow. Even if you try your best to win over a small world, it will still be thankless. The Yinming Ghost Emperor shook his head solemnly. Lu Li nodded, deeply convinced. Although Huangquan Sect has recruited many talents in recent years, its sphere of influence is still limited to the sea, and it is restricted by the 10,000 Islands Alliance and 10,000 Dragon Islands, and its development has been greatly hindered. Over the years, your reputation has become more and more prosperous, and your reputation as the most talented person in the world has become more and more famous. As a result, some people will naturally be dissatisfied. Speaking of this, the Yinming Ghost Emperor looked slightly cold. If they don't accept it, they won't accept it. Could they still break into Huangquan Sect and kill them by force? Lu Li disagreed. At this time, Du Yifeng on the side seemed to see through Lu Li's thoughts, and said with a half-smile, although they can't break into Huangquan Sect and cause trouble for you, however, they can unite and prepare to challenge you together and defeat you. The number one genius. Is there someone secretly fueling the flames? Luli suddenly guessed something. Most people don't have such free time at all. It is obvious that his enemy should be causing trouble in secret. Yes. Over the years, some people have been trying to kill you. There are also people who are using your name to stir up trouble and ruin your reputation. You are now the flagship of the Huangquan Sect. If your reputation is ruined, the reputation of the Huangquan Sect will naturally also be ruined. It's just ruined. There was a hint of cold light in the blue jade-like eyes of the Yiming Ghost Emperor. I see. No wonder the Yiming Ghost Emperor was so anxious to summon him. It turns out that the sect is in trouble. It seems that the Yiming Ghost Emperor is busy with other things and has no time to kill these young people. Is that so? Luli pondered for a moment and said with a smile. It's just a trivial matter. Some people are planning to join forces to challenge me. But they are just here to give me fame. And it is not worth mentioning at all. Even if the divine transformation perfection takes action, I can easily repel it. As long as it's not Lian Xiu. This sentence exudes invincible confidence. After hearing this, Ghost Emperor Yiming and Duga Feng couldn't help but look at each other, with surprise flashing in their eyes. Real? Duga Feng asked with a frown. Certainly. Luli leaned back slightly and looked around. What is the #1 genius in the world? I am the #1 genius in the world. Come 1. Kill 1. Come 2. Kill a pair. Come 10. Knock away 100 of them. It doesn't matter if he is a man or a woman. Good. The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked at it, patted the jade table, and said with admiration, with this invincible self-confidence, I believe you can defeat those 300 challengers. What? Luli was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Luli, are you scared when you hear 300 challengers? In fact, there are not many, including the Taima Sect, God Clan, Wu Clan, 10,000 Island Alliance, 10,000 Dragon Island, Sword Realm, Formation Realm, and Dan the World. The Ghost World. There are just over 300 people in the 10 worlds. Didn't you just say that if you come and fight one by one, you will be invincible in the world? Duga Feng said with a half smile. Luli was speechless. 300 powerful enemies? If it were 300 other people's beautiful ladies, he would still be able to finish the sexual fun. But if it were 300 of the proud ones from all over the world, he wouldn't have the leisure time to challenge them one by one. If you have this time, wouldn't it be nice to go back and practice with Ji Rong for a few days? Master, why don't you put up the exemption card? I'll fight these 300 people one by one. I don't know if I'll fight them until the end of the year. It's a waste of my training time. Luli frowned. I'm afraid it won't work. The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head with a stern face. Now! The news that the top 10 geniuses of the world have joined forces to challenge you has spread throughout the Xinhuang world. More than 300 people from the top 10 worlds have begun to gather. And the leaders are a group of monks watching the excitement have arrived in Huangquan Sect. Now it is difficult to ride a tiger. This wave of challenges cannot be avoided. Trouble. Luli shook his head secretly and touched his eyebrows. Suddenly, golden, white, and silver lightning flashed between his eyebrows, and a strange mark flashed past. This is the Three Realms Thunder and Fury world-destroying divine seal that he cultivated. Once the seal is printed, the world will be destroyed with thunder and fury. If this one-of-a-kind magical power is not enough, then he directly uses the 710,000 stars absolute immortal swords in the Sea of Consciousness to form a 10,000 stars absolute immortal sword formation. Cross the border to kill, and strangle the person to pieces on the spot. These two supreme magical powers are the results of his cultivation in the past 5 years. The only pity is that the demon he transformed into is very cunning, even though he tried hard to find and lure them. Luli couldn't suppress one. However, with these two killer moves, no one below the level of divine transformation can be his match. You don't have to worry either. At this moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor comforted him. Although there are more than 300 tyrannical geniuses gathered from 10 great worlds, their strengths are mixed. When the time comes, you can defeat 2 or 3 of the strongest at will, and the rest people naturally fall apart. This is indeed true. Luli nodded and confirmed again. Master, are there any Lian Xiu among these more than 300 people? Or is it possible that the combined power is disguised and hidden among them? No. The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head. I took a look and found that among the more than 300 people, the strongest one is a guy at the 6th level of God transformation. Of course, if you are afraid of this guy, you can just refuse to accept his challenge. If he is the first to challenge, then it is not shameful for you to stay behind closed doors. 6th level of divine transformation? Staying behind closed doors? Lu Li shook his head and chuckled. No need. If he dares to take action, I will let him be the first to go to his own mother. Such a big tone? How strong are you now? De Gufeng asked in surprise. Lu Li smiled and said 4 words. It's up to your imagination. Chapter 419 Geniuses from all over the world gather. Lu Li's 4 words surprised both Yiming Ghost Emperor and De Gufeng. The two immediately activated their dense eyes to spy on Lu Li's strength again. The realm is indeed nascent soul perfection. The magic power is very strong. Comparable to the 56-step lotus. It is comparable to the 3rd and 4th levels of the transformation god. However, among the more than 300 geniuses, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and all of them possess rare treasures. Maybe 1 or 2 are actually capable of reaching the realm of refining the void. The nascent soul is perfect, and the battle against Lianshu has completely defeated 2 great realms, without using the Dao sword. Can Lu Li win surely? However, Lu Li was so confident and seemed to be sweeping the world and invincible in all directions, which greatly increased the confidence of the 2 ghost emperors. Leave it to your imagination? Very good! A pair of blue eyes of the Yiming Ghost Emperor flashed a chilling light. Lu Li! This time the 10 major worlds join forces to challenge. You go ahead and fight. And unleash the majestic and evil aura of the Huangquan Sect. Of course, in a life and death fight. And the sword has no eyes. It is inevitable that there will be casualties. If you accidentally kill 1 or 2 people, that's natural. Lu Li immediately understood and nodded. I understand. I will ask someone to buy a few tons of paper money later. Okay. Then you can continue to practice with peace of mind. Those guys are still building momentum. It will take 10 days and a half to arrive at Huangquan Sect. The Yiming Ghost Emperor said coldly. Okay. Lu Li held up his hand and floated out of the hall directly. Flashed back to Xuanwu Island. And continued to practice and understand the way to transform into a god. Soon. A month passed. A piece of news swept the entire Xinhuang world. Geniuses from many small and large worlds have joined forces to challenge the chief senior brother of the underworld sect. Lu Li. The number of people reached 333. The highest level of cultivation is the 6th level of spirit transformation. The lowest ones are all half-step gods. Obviously, this group of people have their own agendas. Some want to take this opportunity to stand out. Some want to become famous in a battle. And some take the opportunity to attract bees and butterflies. However, they all shouted the same slogan. Lu Li. This mysterious world, the first genius is not worthy of his name. And his virtue is not worthy of his place. Therefore, they came to Huangquan Sect together to force Lu Li to give up this title. This reason is ridiculous. But for the monks in the Xinhuang world, as long as they can watch the excitement, it doesn't matter whether it is reasonable or not. As a result, countless monks rushed to Huanglong Island outside Huangquan Sect. At this moment, a piece of paper suddenly spread, adding fuel to this major incident. It's Old Man Tianji's list of geniuses. After the arrival of the demon envoy from the demon realm, Old Man Tianji rarely showed up. And the golden elixir list, nascent soul list, and Taoist weapon list were not updated. However, now, Old Man Tianji has once again created a list of geniuses to show to the world. On the list of geniuses, there are all peerless evildoers below the level of gods. A full 1,000 people. The first one is none other than the chief senior brother of the underworld sect, Lu Li. The second-ranked one is actually a mysterious genius named Yan Gu from the soul world. Immediately afterwards, there were actually 2 third and 4th places. One is Tang Yuan from the thunder realm. Another one is Zhou Ling from the sword world. Then came the geniuses from the demon world, the magic gate, the formation world, the alchemy world. The fire world. Naturally, there are a few acquaintances from Zhongzhou Dadi who are also on the list. For example, Ling Jianshuang, Fan Yinli, etc. What is surprising is that the genius ranked at the bottom of the 1,000th list is actually from the Huangquan sect. And his name is Platinum Fei. Although this man is only at the 3rd level of nascent soul, he is Lu Li's senior brother. Obviously, this person is quite capable to be on the list. What's interesting is that both Lu Li and Bai Jinfei are on the list. But their master, the notorious Ghost Demon Master, is not on the list. However, these are all side details and are not important at all. What is important is that when the war comes, whoever will climb to the top and win the first place will be the brightest star in the Xianwang world in the future. He can suppress the geniuses of the world and become the hegemon of the world. The entire Xianwang world was boiling again because of this. More and more people are flocking to Huangquan Sect, ready to see this great excitement. That's all. Just 1 month. The huge Huanglong Island. It was actually overcrowded and entry was restricted. But there was still an endless stream of monks coming to join in the fun. Finally, on the boundless ocean, spiritual boats and giant ships crisscrossed each other, and hundreds of ships and thousands of sails competed for the current. The scene was extremely lively. The strange thing is that the Huangquan Sect didn't react at all. And the number one evildoer in the Xianwang world didn't show up either. The entire sect was as usual, with no changes due to this challenge. It was as if he didn't take the upcoming geniuses into consideration at all. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. This made those geniuses from other worlds murmur. However, now that the words have been released, the 333 geniuses will naturally not escape and ruin their reputation, but will continue to rush to Huanglong Island one after another. Finally, on July 7th, under clear skies, the last genius from the alchemy world arrived. Geniuses from all over the world gathered in a fairy tower on Huanglong Island. In the Immortal Tower, the geniuses of the heavens are meeting. Hey, isn't your excellency the 138th one on the Tianjiao list? The genius of Dongjie. Wei He? I have admired him for a long time. And I am the 138th one. From the formation world. Wen Ji. Nice to meet you. Fellow Taoist Wei He. What are you carrying? Is it the various spiritual elixirs in the alchemy world? Can you let me have a look and open my eyes? No. It's just some zombie powder. Rotten eye powder. Ear-piercing worms. And rotten bone water. If you get even a little bit of it, your soul will be gone. Fellow Taoist, are you sure you want to see it? No need. See you later. Fellow Taoist, please stay. My poison is very cheap. How many kilograms does it cost? Okay. My pets like to eat these messy things. Oh. May I ask what your name is? Where are you from? Don't dare. The little girl is just a little corpse refiner in the corpse world. She usually likes to make beautiful things into zombie puppets. Hey, fellow Taoist Wei He, I think you are very beautiful. This group of geniuses from all over the world were chatting quite animatedly. It seems that they are not here to challenge, but to make friends. Witnessing this scene, in a palace on the 7th floor of the Immortal Tower, a mysterious being surrounded by traces of blood snorted coldly. Humph! A bunch of trash. Fellow Taoist Yin, why should you care about them? These crooked melons and cracked jujubes are just here to make up the numbers. If you want to really deal with Lu Li, you and I have to rely on you and me. At this time, on the other side of the palace, a handsome young man with pointed ears shook his fan gracefully and said slowly, if you look closely, you will see that this young man is dressed in gold and has a golden word wand on his forehead. It gives people a domineering aura that dominates all races. Obviously a demon king. As for that fist-sized ball of mysterious blood, his surname was Yen, and he was the second-ranked mysterious being on the list of geniuses. Soul Clan. Yen Gu. The strange thing is that in this palace, there are only Yen Gu of the Soul Clan and the pointy-eared young man with the word King tattooed on his forehead. And there are no other powerful monks guarding him. The two seem to be plotting against Lu Li. Chapter 420 Buddha Fat. Fellow Taoist Yin, have you found out Lu Li's strength? The young man in gold clothes with pointed ears sat in a jade chair, sipping tea, shaking his fan, and asked leisurely. His strength is strange. Sometimes he is powerful, comparable to the perfection of a god, and sometimes he is very weak, with only the cultivation level of a golden elixir, unpredictable and elusive. Found out. With a flash of blood, he floated to the golden jade table in the middle of the palace, and coldly uttered a sentence. Lu Li's strength has reached the nascent soul consummation. The nascent soul is perfected? He is indeed the destined son of the Xianwang world, the number one evildoer, and he has cultivated so fast. However, it still feels a little slow, and he has not yet entered the half-step into the state of becoming a god. The young man in gold raised his eyebrows, shook his head and sighed. Boom. At this time, the mass of blood light suddenly turned, and a black jade copper stove as big as a palm and shaped like a gourd fell out of thin air, hitting the table, and plumes of black smoke immediately floated out. In an instant, a strange aroma filled the entire hall. The blood light continued to rotate, swallowing up the wisps of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the bloody aura increased slightly. If it weren't for the young man in golden clothes carrying a rare treasure, he really wouldn't be able to sense it. As expected of the Soul Clan, he was able to find Buddha's fat, refine it into sandalwood, and devour and refine it to improve his strength. I admire him. The young man in golden clothes praised without hesitation. Huh? You actually smell the fragrance of Buddha's fat? Hearing this, the swirling bloodlight suddenly stopped, and a low and surprised voice came out. Of course. The young man in golden clothes smiled mysteriously, and dark electric light flashed in his amber-like golden eyes. He looked through the black gourd copper stove and immediately saw a golden oil block the size of a peanut stored inside. It's something like solidified lard. Miraculously, this golden piece of oil shone with a sacred and solemn golden light. And faintly, Sanskrit sounds came from it. This is Buddha's fat. Buddha's fat is the flesh and blood condensed from the Buddhas in the Buddhist world. It is the purest and most excellent auxiliary thing in the world. After it is lit, the Buddha's incense enters the soul, suppresses the inner demons, and prevents all evil from invading. The soul world is really powerful, and it can actually enter the Buddha realm, capture the Buddha, and refine the Buddha fat. TSK. Taoist Yin can use the Buddha fat to practice and increase his cultivation. Obviously, his status in the soul realm is higher than I imagined. The young man in gold scat his tongue in surprise. Humph. Those guys in the Buddha realm, after defeating the immortal realm in the demon realm, they sealed the realm directly and couldn't leave. These Buddhist fats are not only made by catching a few reincarnated Buddhas. Then again, Diwu friend, you can recognize the Buddha's fat at a glance, and you should practice with it often. Right. After Shui Guang finished speaking, he flashed suddenly. The next moment, an evil vertical eye suddenly appeared inside, staring at the young man in gold clothes with pointed ears. The scene was quite horrifying. The young man, with golden clothes and pointed ears, was not surprised. He was calm as usual and said with a slow smile, "How can I have the chance to enjoy such a high-end Buddhist fat?" This is obviously pretending to be stupid. Seeing this, the blood-colored vertical eye narrowed into a slit and said coldly, "So, Diwu, you came to the Xianwang world this time for Luli? Do you plan to capture Luli and refine it into Buddha fat?" Half and half. The young man in golden clothes named Diwu smiled mysteriously. "This land carp is so magical. It would be too wasteful to refine him into Buddha fat." "That's true. That ball of blood, that is," the Soul Clan Yin Gu replied coldly. Then, without saying anything, he concentrated on inhaling the fragrance of Buddha's fat to improve his cultivation. The entire hall fell into silence. There was dead silence. The young man in golden clothes did not speak, and concentrated on sipping the tea. The two seemed to be waiting for something. Soon, outside the main hall, the demonic energy was black, passing through the hall door and seeping in like a thick fog. This ink-black demonic energy is alive. Along the floor, it snaked like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it covered most of the hall and extended to the feet of the young man in gold. "My fellow Taoists from the Taimo sect are here. Why bother pretending? Is it because they are afraid of me and the other two and don't dare to show up?" The young man in golden clothes named Diwu put down the jade cup in his hand, waved his fan, glanced at the strange demonic energy at his feet, and said with a smile, "Call." The voice just fell. A strong wind blew. All the demonic energy surged over like a tide, rising up from the ground, and finally condensed into a 9-foot-tall, burly and mysterious figure. It seems to be a man. His ghostly figure flashed, and he was sitting on the upper left side of the hall, opposite Diwu, sitting posture with a golden sword. The momentum is overwhelming. It is like a god who rules the heaven and earth, and all things should surrender under his feet. Next moment, a rich and boundless voice spat out from the mouth of this mysterious figure shrouded in demonic energy. "As expected of the third prince of the demon world, he can actually see through my true form." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu's amber golden eyes narrowed and a sharp light flashed. "You actually know my identity? The blood of the demon emperor in you is so strong. It's like the light in the dark. I don't even know it." "Huh? Buddha's fat?" In the middle of speaking, the mysterious man suddenly turned his head and looked at the black gourd copper furnace. "That's right. It's Buddha's fat. This fellow Taoist from Taimo sect can see through Buddha's fat at a glance. It seems that a demon god from the demon world must have arrived in a distracted manner. It's rude to miss him from afar." The bloody light transformed by Yen Gu stared at the mysterious figure with his vertical eyes. and his voice was filled with incomparable fear. The devil is distracted. Hearing this sentence, the Diwu also looked solemn. His whole body tensed, and his pupils were full of alertness. If it is true, then the mysterious figure in front of me is probably another demon-level being. Where did you get this Buddha's fat? The mysterious figure did not answer his identity, but stared straight at the copper furnace. Look at him. He seems ready to make a move. Seeing this, the bloody light suddenly flashed, and he put the copper stove away directly, saying in a deep voice, "This Buddha fat is the supreme treasure of my soul world. I just got some by chance. However, it's just a small matter. The important thing is that I sent someone to invite you to discuss how to suppress and kill the land carp. It's very simple. Once I take action, Luli will definitely die." The mysterious man uttered a sentence with great arrogance. Yen Gu. Dot. Diwu. Dot. Next moment, Yen Gu narrowed his eyes in the bloody light and said coldly, "Once there is a real fight, the leader of the Tao Alliance will definitely come. Are you sure that you can kill Luli under the eyes of the leader of the Tao Alliance? The origin of the leader of the Tao Alliance is very unusual. He seems to be a person reincarnated in the immortal world. Are you really sure?" Diwu also interjected. "The reincarnation of an immortal?" The mysterious figure was surprised. "No wonder that guy with the magic eye hasn't figured out this lower realm for so long. It turns out that there are remnants of the fairy world guarding it. However, a mere reincarnated immortal is nothing to care about. Tomorrow, I will challenge that land carp and kill it directly."